Check that mic and make sure it sound right, boy.
The FIFA 19 Global Series Playoffs pre-show is presented by PS4.
Oh, I don't have my phone. This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA eWorld Cup. From the heavyweights of the game, who have already secured enough points to qualify for the eWorld Cup in London, to the challengers who are still fighting for their spot, all must do battle here in Berlin in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Welcome everyone to the pre-show of the FIFA 19 Global Series Playoffs presented by PS4. This is day one, which means we have the top 64 players this season battling it out for pride, prosperity because there's a lot of cash at stake, and points because there are still 6 spots left to qualify for the eWorld Cup. It is all popping off here in Germany. I'm Jimmy Conrad, alongside Spencer Owen, Mike LaBelle, and Rachel Stringer. And as a reminder for you guys, because we have an incredible 3 days of action, make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts because we have some massive drops starting on Sunday. Well, that's the big ones, the ones to watch. It's gonna be next level. There are gonna be 4 of those on Sunday. We're gonna have Twitch drops throughout the whole 3 days. So just wanted to remind you guys of that. Okay, so I'm absolutely buzzing for this. I think you can tell. How are you feeling?
Very much the same, JC. Can't wait to get started here. You know, this is one of the biggest tournaments of the year. We've got the 64 best players on PlayStation here. That's just a fact, because we have the Global Series ranking this year that allows us to know that. And I can't wait to see what happens.
And you can smell it in the air. There's going to be some interchange.
Wait. What does it smell like exactly? I kind of want to know.
It smells like there's going to be some defeat.
All right.
Some unexpected action.
And some victories.
That's what I'm trying to say. You got to get to that top 16. I think we're going to see some places flip-flop. I think we got a lot of guys that are on the outside, and they're looking in, and they're going to go ahead and walk right in.
Wow. Wow, they're just going to casually walk in. Smelling nice, I assume.
Well, the smell gets better as we start.
That's fair.
The
Rachel,
right path.
Rachel, how
I
you
just
feel?
feel like it's back. We've had like about a month off for a lot of these players, so I wonder what they've been doing in that time. Have they been practicing, or have they had some time off? And I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table this time out.
All right, now walk us through the competition format, Spencer. It's my favorite part hearing you do this.
Okay, well, you know what
Go,
we're using
go,
by
go.
now. We're using the Swiss format. We've got 3 days of tournament action coming at you guys. Starting off today, of course, 64 players will begin. And in that Swiss format, you always play someone with the same record you have. So if you win a game, you play someone else that won a game. If you lose a game, you play someone else that lost. You go all the way through, maximum of 7 games, looking to get 4 wins. Once you get 4 wins, you're through. If you get 4 losses first, though, you are eliminated. 32 players will make it out of today's Swiss format into the knockout rounds, which will kick off tomorrow. And then we'll see the last 32 round as well as the last 16. On to day 3, we will see the final 8 start to take each other on and go through the process until we have 2 finalists, of course. One, of course, will be the winner here in Berlin, and that is a big title.
Yeah, it is a big title because there are a lot of points at stake. So for a lot of guys, they have to win to get one of those spots for the FIFA eWorld Cup. They got to get into the top 16. Not only points, there's a ton of money at stake. As I mentioned at the very beginning, $75,000 to the winner. What I find interesting is that second gets only $35,000. So that final game is a $40,000 swing, and that's no joke, Mike.
You're not kidding. I'll take the 40K, the extra one. How do I re-up for that?
Play more FIFA.
You're going to really dislike... Thanks, Spencer. You're going to really dislike being second place at this event. Put it that way. It's going to sit with you for more than just the prestige of winning the event.
I'd take 35K to be honest to play FIFA. It's not a bad gig,
That's
is
not,
it?
that's not,
It wasn't long
too
ago.
shabby Alonso, as I like to
Yeah,
say.
The world champ not too long ago wasn't getting that. You know, we've really gone places.
Yeah, things have gone a long way. Now let's take a look at the leaderboard so that we can see what's what and who we're talking about and give you guys some context. Nicolas is the top player. We're going to be talking about him very shortly. Maestro, Pinna, all those ones that have stamps next to their name, they've all qualified for the eWorld Cup. So the ones that don't in that top 16, you can see them 11 through 16. Those are the spots that are still wide open, and 17 through 32. And everybody else that you can't see are all vying to get into that last 6 spots. So yeah, very exciting, Rachel.
Well, yeah, on that second table just there's so many big names. Like Footwiz, Tom, you had there, you got Shells, and there you got Aggie. Like so many players that you wouldn't expect to be on that side of the board at the moment, and you would think could get in the top 16, but there's only 6 spots left. Like some people are not going to make it, and it's going to be heartbreaking for whoever that is.
Well, let's talk about the guy that's on top, Nicolas, because even though he hasn't won any FUT Champions Cups this season, he still has accrued a lot of points, which speaks to his consistency.
Oh yeah, super consistent, you know, and he'll sort of make himself sound worse than he is sometimes, talking his game down a little bit, and yeah, wants to win them all, of course, and it's not always possible to do that, but he's always been there or thereabouts, consistently getting at least to the latter stages of tournaments. That's why he's got the points he's got, that's why he's got that nice margin, but of course he wants to win events, and this event is an event he won last year, of course, so can he do the double at the playoffs?
Well, what makes him special, Mike? I think that's what everybody really wants to know.
He just doesn't make mistakes. His structure, his control for the game. I mean, we call him the Iceman for a reason. He handles big situations time and time again in the right way. And you could argue, and I don't know who else would come up really, actually. If you're looking through the past 3 years of the competitive FIFA scene, who's been better on the PS4 end than Nicolas?
Yeah, I can't really think of anybody. That's why we defer to you here on the couch. Now, Rachel, do you feel like he hasn't peaked yet? Because we could argue he hasn't won any tournaments, no trophies yet. Maybe this is his time.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think, like Mike was just saying, it's such an open field here. I guess he wants to peak here. He did it here last year. He'd be probably disappointed that he didn't go all the way at the World Cup last year. Got knocked out in the semi-finals, I think it was. So, you know, I think a lot of point to prove here. But he's one of the nicest guys in the field. He kind of doesn't really kind of big himself up as much as we'd maybe like him to. He's quite quiet in his achievements. So yeah, I'd love to see him do some good things here this weekend.
Okay, well, you've heard about Nicolas from us on the couch. Now let's throw it over to some of his competitors and the man himself. Take a look.
My gamer tag is FCB Nicolas 99FC. I'm from Argentina. Currently, rank is #1 on PS4. Nicolas 99FC. So where to start?
The best player in the world.
The best PS4 player in the world.
One of the best players in the world.
The best PS4 player.
Best PS4 player this year.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
His defending is unreal.
Defense so good. So good in the defense, maybe the best in the world.
His attack is very composed.
The packing is just amazing.
Nicolas, golden chance for him. Surely that will do it. Yes, it will.
Probably one of the best at pressuring and keeping the ball.
Only 10 goals this tournament as Nicolas let in.
He's in like control of me. He won like the last 5 games.
Ronaldo to Neymar! Nicolas steals it from the deck!
I hope I don't face him at the playoffs because he usually beats me. I'm very confident now. I really trained for this tournament and I want to win.
Okay, so I'm listening to what they're saying. He's the best in the world. He's got no weaknesses. He's great on attack. He's great defending. But yet he still hasn't won any tournaments. Like, what is he missing then this season?
Yeah, he's obviously done well in SMLQEs and also...
Okay, but FUT Champions Cup.
Yeah, the big ones.
And an E-Club World Cup, he looked good in that as well.
Which was a 2-player team. But of course, yeah, you are right. And I think it speaks more to the competitiveness of the field. You know, you can have a standout player, which the stats don't lie. He is that standout player on PlayStation, and not actually be winning every event. You know, that it shows that other people can come and win an event. Ultimately, the season is judged on who wins the FEWC. That's what you want to be winning, and he's very much in the race to do that. He's already got his spot.
And at this tier of competition, you have very small margins. So even if Nicolas is perfect through the semis, if he doesn't get the job done in the finals, then we say, well, maybe he should have been a little bit better. Why didn't he win this event? And we have to give a lot of credit to him being able to qualify for so many events and then always getting out of the Swiss stage, always making a run for it in the knockout brackets.
Now, Rachel, we saw him at the E-Champions League. We heard the players saying the same exact thing about Nicolas, but yet he didn't even get into the final 8.
Yeah, but I was surprised though, actually, he was quite confident. We just mentioned earlier that he's someone who doesn't really like to speak himself up. He has said he's trained specifically for this tournament. I mentioned they'd had a couple of weeks off. There's not been so many tournaments, so that's going to be more interesting. Maybe he kind of reset after the Champions League and said, well, I've got to do something now, and maybe he's going to peak at the right time. We said maybe he hasn't peaked. He's been consistent. Maybe this is all going to come down to this for Nicolas.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. But what we're not going to have to wait and see is Nicolas with our Alan Avi and Kyle Walker, who are come bearing gifts for the top man on the leaderboard.
Thank you, guys. Yes, we are joined here at the Cube by the Iceman, a.k.a. Nicolas. He has qualified for the FIFA E World Cup and is joining Team PS4. It is time for your jacket right there. Put that on, wear it with pride, because Nicolas has been dominant throughout the entire season. You also get your scarf. Show the world right there. Look at his face. He looks so happy. You can put it on. Now, Nicolas, you have been dominant throughout the entire season. Are we going to see a PlayStation winner at the FEWC?
I don't know if we dominate this season. I think PlayStation was different, not like Xbox is Tex and Dosari. We haven't played me, Stefano, Tuga, Moaba, Jackson, and I hope be the winner in the FIWC because the last year was like the worst feeling for me because I played really good FIFA 18 and losing semi-final, a bit unlucky, was really sad for me.
Nicolas, you have a lot of loyal supporters from South America, specifically Argentinians. What does it mean to you to be able to represent them at the top stage of the FIFA World Cup?
I think it's special because Argentina was not like in the map for FIWC. So I am like 3 times in a row, 1 more year now, and it's so special for me and I'm so happy.
We can see that you are happy. We can see it on your face. You have qualified for the FEWC. Will the Iceman do it? We will find out. Thank you, and back to you guys at the couch.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Kyle. And congratulations again, Nicolas, on getting that traditional scarf, which is a big deal. As you can see, the players are getting ready behind us, but some of the players that you're seeing aren't necessarily in the top 16 just yet. They're not in Team PS4, as we like to call it, because if you get in to the top 16 for the FIFA E World Cup, you're part of the Team PS4 roster, and these are the 10 names that have already qualified. Any big surprises there for you, Sven?
I wouldn't say surprises. I'd say there's some guys that have had great breakout years, the likes of Tuga. He's really impressed me this year, representing Portugal, of course, but there's a lot of familiar names as well. Pina won the PlayStation side of the FEWC last year. Yoxan's another player who's really interesting. He's kind of come out of nowhere, had a great start to the year, slowed down a little bit, didn't even try and qualify for a few events, and now he's trying to re-find his form from the start of the year.
Well, because you bring that up, do you feel like because there's some new names that have emerged that the PS4 side of things, that it's wide open in some ways, Mike?
Absolutely. I think right now, if you ask players and you said, who do you think is going to win, the answers would differentiate all over the place. And not just in the top 10 or the top 20 or even in the top 30. That's how many people have potential to make that run and to win this event and really change their season.
That's what we love. That's what makes it so exciting. You know, we all want to see maybe an unknown come and take the crown here today, or somebody that we didn't ever expect to make the World Cup and they take a scarf home. That would be the dream end to this 3 days, I think.
No, and I like that it's wide open. I think it gives it some, I don't know, vivacity. Is that a word? Can I use that word?
We
It's a
make
big
them up
word.
all
I don't know
over
if I
the
can
place
use it. I don't even know what it means. But there are 3 players that are here that have only played in one tournament but got enough points to get here. It's Hasu, Danny Visser, and Kyle Leese. Only played in one event, and they had enough points to get into the top 64 to show off here in the playoffs. What do you think of their chances, per se?
Well, that's the toss-up, isn't it, between someone that's consistently qualifying, maybe not going deep in tournaments, to someone that just has one really good tournament. What do I think of their chances? Well, they've shown that they can go deep into tournaments. You know, Kyle Leese, for example, he's done well at the E-Premier League. The E-Premier League had a very different qualification kind of format to get there. It was in the kind of the specific club competitions, and then you got to qualify, and then you get to use these master squads with all the players available. So for me, that makes me wonder, Kyle Leese's squad at home on Ultimate Team, maybe not as good as some of the people he's coming up against in other qualification weekends, but once he gets in the room, he's a different kind of player.
It shows how versatile he is, maybe, because he maybe wouldn't be so good playing with these people. Is it quite difficult to play with people you're not used to? And especially in a pressured situation like this?
Well, I like to look at it where when you're at an event, you have adrenaline, which keeps you very focused every single match. And FIFA is often a game where you need to have stamina going through all these focused matchups, online qualification and in person, of course, at events. But sometimes when you're playing an online qualifier, you don't have that same adrenaline. You lose a little bit of focus, you run out of juice by the end of the qualifier, therefore you don't get the result you need, you don't make the event, and then we don't get to see you in action. So these guys don't have tons of events, but they've performed at each of those events, so maybe they can continue that form.
They've got nothing to lose, right? They got here on the back of one event, and now they've got everything to gain, and whereas some of the other players who are sitting in that 11 through 16 spot have something to lose.
Yeah, but speaking about one event as well, you know, we showed the top 32 players earlier. We didn't show the 32 underneath that. Someone in 64th position could still qualify for the FEWC final if they win this whole tournament. So it goes all the way down. Everyone's playing for a spot.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. All right, we've talked enough about the players that are actually holding the sticks. Now let's talk about the players that they're going to be using. Mike, Rachel, take it away.
Yeah, let's delve a little bit deeper maybe into some of the squads and the foot items that we're going to see used more and more. So we're going to pull a few up on the screen for you so you can have a little look at them. And we're going to go for the big one, Cristiano Ronaldo. Everyone uses this player. We see him in each tournament, 99 rated here. He's got a 4-star weak foot, 5-star skill moves. Why would you not have him in your team, Mike?
You have to have some variation of Cristiano Ronaldo. And we're going to be showing all the Team of the Season foot items that you're going to see on a rinse, wash, repeat, depending on the professional player and how he's put together his squad builder. It starts with Cristiano, and then we move into his partner in crime, not a bad partner to have, Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah, and obviously Kylian Mbappe, you could go with him, or maybe we're saying go with Neymar as well.
Yeah, if you got Neymar as another backup plan, a little bit different style of players. Both have the 5-star skill moves. Of course, Neymar has a 5-star weak foot. To me, he floats even a little bit better with some of the skill moves and just the creation of the space. Mbappe is absolutely rapid. If you get him loose, he's not getting caught by anyone.
And surely you just look at his weak foot and his skill moves and go 5-star, 5-star, gotta have him.
It sounds great when you say that.
If you can afford him. Anyway, let's move on to someone that I know, Mike, you absolutely love. He keeps talking about him. He's just your overall player, isn't he?
My favorite of the new foot items with the Team of the Season is Kai Havertz. A lot of the professional players love him. I'm part of that group. I am past enjoying his presence. I think I adore this man.
What does he add to your squad?
Everything. I keep stats every single week in league. He's my best goal scorer. He's my assist guy. He's my creator. He's 6'2". He's left-footed, which I kind of appreciate, even though he has a 5-star weak foot.
He likes a lefty.
Yeah, Jimmy, that's not what I was going to say. But anyways.
You have got everything too, Jim. Anyway, let's move on to our next player.
If you're using Havertz, you're very likely to also use DaCosta, who's become one of the meta right backs or the meta full backs that people are using, whether they're using him as a left back or right back just for the chemistry alignment. And he's also center back size, but he has the quality of a full back in terms of being able to go forward and track back.
Exactly. Let's move on to our next player. Who have we got up next for you? Cancelo, yeah, you said again, all these players you just keep seeing used in the different squads, but obviously they use them differently, don't they?
Yeah, and Cancelo is one of those good examples. We see him used as a right back, a left back, and also a center mid, because he basically attacks like a winger, but he kind of defends like a Conte, which is a great back-to-back trait to have when you're going forward and then you're looking to be that all-encompassing defensive midfielder that can go both ways, and he has those skill moves, of course.
You need to have everything in this game, of course. And finally, we have Mendy here. Why would you use him? Why wouldn't you use him?
He's one of those fullbacks that's rare to have, or a rare fullback that has a 5-star weak foot. Therefore, you can start him on the left side. You can get those links, the French links, depending on your squad building preference. And then you can use him as a left back or right back. He's going to be capable to play in either position. I just love him going forward. Super attacking.
So the chemistry could be great in a team if you use some other French players, of course. But there we go. There's 6 players to watch there who you should have in your team. Do you guys have any of them in your teams?
I'm still
wow, that was a real pause there.
I wish we did.
I heard a double
I have a couple of I have quite a few good team of the season items. I was lucky enough to get a few nice rewards in weekend league, but didn't get any of those chaps. But I'm happy with my team. Thank you.
Well, he adores Havertz there, so if you adore Havertz, you've got to have him.
I'm still petitioning for a team of the season. Jimmy Conrad.
Just give me, they make per murder sacker 99 pace.
I think you should get a Halloween joint.
Yeah,
I think you should get a Halloween card.
That's all I'm asking for. This 2-day love. Anyway, Dynamite Insight as always. Now we're going to move back to a deep dive into our players to watch for this tournament. And I am going to go first. And I'm going with North's August Rosenmeyer. Yes, the man who is a former world champion is currently in 22nd place. He started the season off very, very well, but since then has dropped off just a bit. You can see here, back in 2014 in Brazil, taking on Dave, by the way, in the final. He does the business and becomes a world champion. That's what he's capable of. That's what I know he can do here. But does he believe that too? I think, yes, he talks it, but can he walk it? And I think that's going to be his biggest challenge, because I know that he has the goods, but he needs to prove it out here. So that's my player to watch. I think he can do it. I hope he can do it, because I think he's a great guy and he's a great person for the scene. He's also Marcuso's coach on occasion. But he's got to prove it here with the sticks. What do you think?
No, I saw a great tweet from Aga recently. He said he doesn't feel like a great FIFA 19 player, but he knows he's a great FIFA player.
There you go.
Yeah.
And he's been around for a long time, so he wants to carry that through. But for my pick, I'm going to go with a British player. I'm going to go with Shells. I believe he's one to watch, because I think he could go either way with Shells. You see his lock position is first, meaning he has to win the whole tournament here in order to guarantee himself a spot at the FEWC. He didn't have a great start to the year, but he started to pick up pace. We saw a really good performance from him at the E-Club World Cup alongside #Ryan. He won all his games in the group, Shells, and he was unlucky not to go further after the second day. But you get 1 or 2 Shells at tournaments, I feel. You either get this unbelievable pressure off Shells who can beat anyone, or you get someone who lets the pressure get to him a little bit. So I'm hoping for him. He does really well, and I think he's going to be one to watch regardless of what happens.
All right, Mike, how about you?
And I'm going with the Italian, Dagnolf, the dark horse. That's what I'm going to call him. A true underdog story.
Here we go.
We saw him in Manchester, then he won in Atlanta. We didn't even think that he was going to make it into the top 60 players. He wasn't going to make the playoffs, and he looked good in Bucharest as well. So you've got to ask yourself, I know that he has to win the event. I realize he's got to at least get to the finals. Maybe second place could do it for him.
If things go his way.
Yeah, it depends on other people's results and so forth and so on. But you ask yourself, who's hotter in form right now? Can't be too many players out there feeling more confident.
All right, I respect it. Rachel, how about you?
I'm going to go with Footwiz Marco. He's the guy in 16th. He's the guy in the position that everybody wants. Here, you can see him on screen here. And I think he has to obviously get lock position of second, but if he gets top 8, he may be able to go through. He's the E-League champion, so the Australian champion. He's had 6 top 16 finishes this season. In his own words, it's been his breakout year, the best year to date. Never been to an eWorld Cup, so he's obviously looking to go there. But he's also kind of changed how he's approached this competition. Throughout the season, he's been living away from his family and really focusing on FIFA, which you'd expect most of them to do. But coming into this competition, he's been based in Australia with his friends, with his family, taking a more relaxed approach. So let's see which approach works and if he can keep that spot, because everyone wants it.
I think what's interesting is that when you're in the 16th spot, you have everything to lose, right?
Tough.
And if you're in 17th spot, which is Marcuso, you have everything to gain. So I wonder how those two players are going to approach it. It could be pretty interesting.
It seems weird to think that Marcuso is not in the top 16. We've been talking about him so much this year. The La Croqueta King did so well in the E-Champions League, of course. But yeah, he's still got a lot of work to do.
All right,
Basically-
well,
okay, so
sorry. No,
Well,
go
I was gonna
ahead.
say, yeah.
No, you're gonna jump
Basically,
in.
I was just the reason Marcuso's in 17th place is because he didn't have any activity for the first 3 or 4 months of
Yeah,
the season. He
slow
came in
start.
late,
That's true.
and that's when we started
point.
really building momentum and talking about him a lot more.
Just in hibernation. Whatever.
all
He came
right.
out.
Well, another player to watch is somebody who made history by becoming the first ever E-Champions League winner. It's NYC Chris. Take a look at this.
My name is NYC Chris. I'm from New York, and I'm 6th in the world on the PS4.
NYC Chris.
New York City Chris, the worst one.
Chris has been on the scene for 3 years now.
He's current E-Champions League winner.
A really funny guy, good player. Some mixed feelings because he won against me in the E-Champions League. I was so close to win it.
Would completely change things! NYC Chris! Just never...
So yeah, he's very good, of course.
Goalkeeper switching is very good. He's very clinical up top, very unpredictable. He changes a lot of things in his play.
Great in crossing and shooting, so you have to always watch out for him.
Our games are really tough. If we match, it will be a good game to watch.
He already has a spot secured, and I think he could go on to even win the whole thing.
Okay, what I find interesting about this interview and hearing from the competitors was that Marcuso was like, you know, he still feels a little bit bitter after losing to the E-Champions League and Chris.
As you should, in my opinion.
Yeah,
You know, I don't think there's any issues between the two. I just think Marcuso is a guy who wants to win it all for himself, as all these pros should. So when you ask him about Chris, he gives an honest answer. He says, my most recent memory is him beating me, so I'm not a fan. Which I feel the same.
I appreciate the authenticity. A lot of times we take the politically correct answer, and he's telling you exactly how he feels. If I get a second chance, I'd be happy about it. At least that's the vibe that I got from Marcuso, that he wants what's the saying, the second bite of the apple?
Yeah,
The cherry.
yeah. Any
Whatever
kind of
fruit you want, Mike. Now, Rachel, what about you?
Yeah.
If you're Chris and you hear that from Marcuso, how do you respond to it? Or you just kind of shrug it off as
I
competitors
think
being
so.
competitors?
I think so. I mean, you know, it shows that Marcuso is a really passionate player and wants to win like all these guys do. And I think if you're a Chris, you're like, well, yeah, but I went on to win the whole thing. And I got the VIP tour. I took my dad to watch the Champions League. So Chris doesn't care. Chris is going to play his own game and see what happens for him.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Now, because we want to hear from you guys during this tournament on social media, I put one guy in charge, Mr. Kyle Walker, who's going to walk us through this throughout all 3 days. Kyle, what's up? How are you?
I'm all good. Yes, you have put me in charge, and I have been searching throughout all of your tweets, looking on Instagram and also the Twitch chat. Now, if you do want to get in touch with us, as you can see just right here, I need you to use the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup, and then you can at us on Instagram, EA Sports FIFA, on Twitter, EA FIFA Esports, plus we have content for you on YouTube, youtube.com/EA FIFA Esports. Now, I've been looking at the Twitch chat, and it's been going off already. Not is there just lots of GGs going around. Oh, no. We have people that have been commenting. Craig Naylor 2301 says, not too familiar with the PS4 side. Well, Craig, we have got you covered. Our expert team are going to make sure you have all of the information at hand as well. MX Hunter 12 says, I'm watching this in school with a friend. Well, I hope that is on a break, okay? But if you are keeping up to date whilst you're at school, obviously on your lunchtime, well, we are going to keep you entertained throughout the entire day. My favorite comment on the Twitch chat so far, Matty Boy 98, from pro footballer to commentating a pro football game, Kyle Walker. Well, just to let you know, I'm not that Kyle Walker, all right? I'm the different one, okay? So stop getting us confused. Now, it's not just you guys that have been getting in touch, that you guys have been tweeting. Oh no, we've also had tweets from our pro players. So let's have a look what they have been saying right here. First up, we had Marcuso. Marcuso said, today is the day. We'll give it all I have, and hopefully that will be enough. It's going to be a great to compete at the highest stage once again. I've missed it. With a picture right there. He doesn't look too happy right now, but he will be if he wins and he gets from 17th into that top 16. Another tweet, which we have right here, is from Shells. It says, biggest tournament of the year for me. Tomorrow, need a top 2 placement to make grand finals. Think I'm first game on the stream, so we'll see how it goes. Well, I can confirm Shells was right. He needs a big day, but he is going to be on the stream first up. So make sure you keep getting in touch on the social media. Use that hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup. But for now, it's back to you guys on the couch.
Thank you, Kyle. Wow. Shells versus Ice Vogel to start. That is a massive game because both guys are on the outside looking in.
Yeah, and then they need to get fire up. You know, Ice Vogel down in 38 has got a lot of work to do. His lock position is also first to guarantee himself a spot. Not had a year that reached the same standards as this year last year did Ice Vogel. So I'll be interested to see if he can pick up some big wins.
Now, how about, how important, let's say, is this first game, Mike, for them to start to kind of ease into this tournament?
Depends so much on mentality, and we're not in these players' heads, but it will build your confidence if you get a big win, especially versus a name. Ice Vogel really made his name last year. Same with Shells. And both these guys are trying to get themselves into the top 16, and they've been moving in the right direction later on this year. So I think it's important. I would rather start out 1-0 versus 0-1.
Okay, before we move any forward, let's say, there's a quote here from FUTWIZ Tom, who says something about Shells. Check this out. And I like this when you hear from their competitors, from their peers. He says, someone I don't want to face is Shells. We've practiced against each other a lot. He's probably the best defender on PS4 in terms of playing, switching, and goals conceded. He's definitely one to avoid at the tournament. And I think that's high praise, Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think Shells are really worried about that. He kind of would look at it and read it and go, okay, yeah, someone else thinks I'm a great player, and actually give him more confidence, I'd say. If someone was saying that about me, it just kind of boosts my ego up a little bit.
All right. I
Say
like
that about
boosting
me,
egos.
boost my
Boosting
ego a
egos.
bit, yeah.
Rachel, you're great. You're amazing.
Thanks so much.
Okay, quick predictions.
For this game?
Yeah, no, just for the Swiss format.
Oh,
Who do you
okay.
think's going to have a great day one?
Well, I've done extensive research on FIFA over the years, Jimmy, and my studies have shown that it's always a Belgian. So I'm going to go with Stefano Pina, aka Pina97. He was the PlayStation champion last year, of course, at the FEWC. Can he go and do it again? You know, he's good for points. He's already going to be in the finals. He had a really strong start to the year. He's had a bit of a break recently, but he's a composed player. I had a good chat with him yesterday. Seems pretty chilled. He feels confident, so I think he'll have a good Swiss format.
Okay, Mike, how about you?
Two players that we haven't talked about that deserve some recognition.
You should only have one, but I'll let you have two.
Yeah, I guess.
Number 19, Roma Dami. He's very consistent. I actually think he probably deserves to be sitting a little bit higher in terms of where he's at 19. And if you ask other pros, you talk to players, they say they don't want to match up against him, that he's looking good right now. And the same can be said with FUTWIZ Tom. FUTWIZ Tom is over there knocking, and he's definitely been building in the right direction. We always talk about peaking, and it really matters.
Okay, Rachel, how about you?
I'm going to say Marv, sitting in 52nd
Wow,
underdog.
that's a bold call.
But he got all the way to the final here last year, went out in the final. We saw what happened in Hamburg. A lot of the people that were lower ranked did make it all the way, so Marv is my guy.
Okay, everybody. You've heard it here from all of us. That just means now that the pre-show by PS4 has come to an end. But that just means the PS4 playoffs are about to begin, and they're going to come up with Richard and Brandon right after this.
Quiero pedir perdón. I'm sorry to all the players I faced. The left backs. A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas. Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos. Your position coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness. Son marcas personales. I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destrói. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry. Perdón. I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA eWorld Cup. From the heavyweights of the game, who have already secured enough points to qualify for the eWorld Cup in London, to the challengers who are still fighting for their spots, all must do battle here in Berlin in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Well, welcome back to Berlin for what shall be the start of a fantastic 3 days of FIFA 19 action. The biggest tournament of the season for 64 of these players, Richard. Only 16 spots up for grabs at the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finals, where we know now will be in London next month. The question is, Richard, who will be getting there?
The stage is set here in Berlin. You saw all 64 players there in their pods. They're getting ready for the matches, and we're seconds away from getting straight into the action. No more delays. We're into it. eisvogel versus Shells, 38th versus 27th in the Global Series rankings. 6 spots up for grabs, 10 already confirmed for the O2. Who will be sealing their destiny over the next 3 days in Berlin?
Exactly that, and the question is as well, 7 rounds of Swiss as always. You know how these competitive tournaments do go down as part of the FIFA 19 Global Series. 2 completely different seasons, those for these two. They might not be within the top 16, but they were in the top 60 when they needed to be. eisvogel, we know how good he was last year. He was, you know, named the Kingfisher. He was so good, wasn't he, in so many tournaments. You know, you look at one, he did make, I think he was pretty much a champion on the PlayStation side in Manchester last year. The playoffs as well, he was there. He knows all about the playoffs. The second time the playoffs have happened, he's been involved. Shells, though, if you don't know Shells, he knows Berlin very well indeed. 2017, just over 2 years ago, he was the man to be in that final against Rocky, in which he still did pick up $80,000, but he did lose that. He was the PlayStation champion there. This season, he's been up and down. He obviously represents Manchester City now. They picked him up, and he could not play in the Premier League, Richard, but he still was at tournaments this year.
Do you know what it is with Shells? It was everything probably up to January was less said about the better. As soon as after the patch came in, the back-to-goal finesses were heavily nerfed. He sort of came into his own a lot. That big performance in February at the Club World Cup alongside #Ryan under Manchester City, a big building block for him. And then you go on to the FUT Champions Cup 6, losing out to Maestro on penalties. Another fantastic performance there. That were the points that really boosted him up into a position where he's in contention for the playoffs.
Definitely in with a shout. Just has to get past day one first. That will be the task for all of these 64 players. Of course, only 32 can do so. 4 wins is that number that will take you through to day 2 of the competition, which, you know, will be round of 32 and round of 16 matchups. And then who can get into Championship Sunday, the all-important day, where the money is, and those Global Series ranking points, which for some players could secure a spot at the FIFA eWorld Cup, the biggest tournament of the year, where everybody wants to be at.
Both of these two players, grand finalists in previous seasons in their own right. Shells, FIFA 17 in London. eisvogel were there at the O2 last year.
Speaking of eisvogel, Tried to just dink that one into the ongoing run of Eusebio. It was Danny the Costa at right back, which, if you did watch last weekend's tournament in Hamburg, you would have seen some of the changes some players use. We saw Cancelo coming at right back, or even CDM if you hashtag Harry.
For Icevogel across that back four, it's going to be Ruud Gullit in at left back. Luka Modric and Patrick Vieira as a 2DM formation.
And of course, you can't look past the man that's been nicknamed King Kai Havertz. Starter for some players, a super sub for a number of others. He's been so deadly in these last few tournaments. Punched away there by Van der Sar. That's the first warning sign from Shells. He will get another attack now. Speaking of that man, Havertz, Cricketer into the shot, took a wicked deflection and out for a corner again. Important to point out as well, Shells has been in Germany for quite a long time now. He was here with Kurt, coaching him last weekend in Berlin. Been on that exact stage as a coach, now he's up there as a player. Another chance for him, he will let rip. And he'll smash it into the back of the net to get us underway here in the PlayStation 4 playoffs. The first goal of the stream, the first goal of the day. And what a cracker it was. It's been building. A couple of corners back to back there from Shells in the opening 15 minutes. That Cricketer inside the box from Havertz just laid it off to the on-running run of Neymar. Team of the season, Neymar, to point out as well. Much better than his team of the year. Variation. High past the goalkeeper, and Shells with a deserved 1-0 lead, I should say, in the opening stages. And if there was one way to settle the nerves, scoring a goal, it's definitely one way to do so. Said it perfectly, Richard. A few times he's used that Cricketer into a shot. And it's worked really well for him. Chance for Icevogel, now back to goal, defended really well. Neymar, in fact. I actually saw a few of Shell's practice games yesterday. You saw Footwiz Tom giving him a lot of respect on social media. They had a few practice games against each other, and the last one I saw was actually a 3-0 win to Footwiz Tom. Obviously, that was yesterday. The practice day, it's a lot more relaxed.
I feel like the practice games, we really shouldn't look into them that much in terms of the results and how players are playing. It's a completely different atmosphere. As soon as that stream turns on and the lights go up, it's just a different sort of game that you have to play.
The ball roll now. This is Shells again on the edge of the box. Look for the Cricketer with R9. Does get intercepted and a chance to break forward now. This time for Mbappe. We spoke about Shells this season. The E-Club World Cup comes to mind. He represented Manchester City alongside Ryan, who was on loan. And they actually played really well together.
Yeah, they did. You're not only playing FIFA, you're playing the nerves, you're playing the excitement, the butterflies in the stomach. All those emotions you have to try and manage as well as playing the opponent in front of you. It's a very interesting mix that players have to deal with. But some players crumble under that pressure and some players really relish it. And you see an even better end product from them on the pitch.
As I was saying earlier, it was just over 2 years ago where Shells really went from 0 to hero in Berlin. The place where we are now for these playoffs. Came out of nowhere and was a huge start in those FUT Championship finals. Won his PlayStation side of the tournament. Was actually winning a penalty shootout against Timox, who was at this tournament as well. Icevogel just really struggling to break down this back line of Shells. Ruud Gullit being one of those anchors in that CDM role. So used to expect him from the Dutchman. Approaching the first half here, 1-0. Could it be 2? Heavy touch from R9.
Yeah, not a great touch really from Ronaldo there as it went into his feet. So
good enough from Icevogel.
Really, he's trying to force it through gaps that just aren't there at the minute. Gullit again intercepting the ball and Shells coming straight back at him.
Can he deal with the pressure this time? Scoop cross into the box. Ronaldo's there at the back post. And Ramos is very fortunate there because he was no way near in a position to challenge Ronaldo in the air. He already leapt up above the rest, tried to flick it on there. Havertz too slow on the ball, R9. There's a huge chance to break forward now for Icevogel. He's made that run with Mbappe. It's too slow to play the ball, though. Modric into Neymar. Back to Luka Modric again now. Who will take the shot? Mbappe played it across goal. Could it be an own goal off the line? From Danny Da Costa. Icevogel just saying, yes, I'm still in this game. Can he play the one more? Eusebio surely finishing this one. Oh, it's just too easy. It's too easy with the shot.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that shot actually was there as well. He hit it with his side foot, did Eusebio. That's got to be low driven across the goalkeeper into the near post. He's not timed anything yet either, has Icevogel. But he's building into this game as half-time is looming in the first leg here.
There's 2 warning shots as well. To Shells, crosses this one over. Headed away by Rafael Varane. The pressure still not dealt with though from Shells. Icevogel will come forward again. Just tries to drag back it. And unfortunately, drag backs into Luka Modric into half-time. 1-0 the score to Shells. It's been an end-to-end first half of FIFA.
Yeah, it really has. We thought in the opening 15-20 minutes that Shells were going to take control of this game, but really Icevogel answering back. Not with a goal, but just the play itself, the emphatic play. Slight possession edge to Icevogel after the first half. He's in a 4-2-3-1 in Shells, and it looks like Icevogel with his favourite formation, the 4-2-2-2. Offering that extra man up top, giving away a body in the attacking midfield aspect. But to be able to play with 2 strikers, you can sort of link up play really nicely, bring other players into the game. Can be a positive if you are comfortable playing in that particular formation.
Just looking around our main stage area now, obviously the big matchup you're looking at it now on your screen in this cube area where the big final will be played on Sunday as well. $75,000 to whoever can win the tournament here.
And you see this here from Shells and Lyrics, a big conversation happening here. It seems Lyrics in the last couple of months has certainly gone into that coaching role and relished it. Alongside Nightwatch previously into the E-Champions League qualifiers and to the final in Madrid, and then also sticking at the playoffs with Nightwatch now helping out Shells.
We did actually get Nightwatch through to the knockouts last weekend in Hamburg, but once again, matched up against F2 Tex and just could not deal with him. Icevogel now, straight from the word go. On the rebound, surely. It did fall very kindly to Neymar. But Icevogel was certainly not going to be missing that chance. Timed it green, smashed into the back of the net. The game is all square at 1-1.
Yeah, from the kickoff, Icevogel direct, straight at Shells through the heart of the defence. You see the little rebound goes his way there. Off Van Dijk, into Neymar, left-footed strike. In off the post.
And just like that, we are all square at 1-1. Not even 5 minutes into the restart of this second half. Remember, as we always say, all 64 players underway currently in round 1 of Swiss. On the main stage area, you've got an all-Spanish matchup. Gravison against JRA Line, and then just behind us to our right, Richard, we've got Hasu against Timox. So many big matchups happening here in Berlin.
All Spanish matchup, all German matchup. And 2 PS4 champions, really, in their own right, matching up here. First game of the day.
Havertz there, so close to getting that shot on target. Everything was perfect with the shot. Just unfortunately wasn't on target. Neymar up against Ramos. Ramos just teasing to come out and try and press that ball. Hullet, he's lost where his positioning was originally. Van der Sar had to come out, 2 hands to punch that one away for Shells. Fantastic start to this second half for Icevogel. Hullet into Ronaldo.
Varane winning it on that occasion there. You saw the battle. It's a very physical game into this one. I feel a lot of 50-50s going either player's way. No one's really, you'd say, had the look in the game so far.
Another chance now for Shells. He looked for that run to Hullet on the volley once again. Fantastic bit of goalkeeper movement there from Icevogel just to match up the shot. We've seen how good Edwin van der Sar can honestly be in these tournaments. Just think back to the winner last weekend of Tom Stokes in Hamburg. How good was Edwin van der Sar there, the Dutchman, the icon in the game?
Running the game, really, because Tech should have been 2-3-0 up in that first leg, but van der Sar come out with some extraordinary saves to keep the game very, very even and level going into the second leg.
Neymar, back to Modric. Neymar once again. Scoop turn away from Patrick Vieira. Doesn't just get away though. Vieira, play the one more, doesn't need it. And once again, speaking of the man, van der Sar just about getting something on that to give it away for a corner. Corner played straight and headed away on the edge to Rafa Varane. Chipped up to Mbappe.
Another corner.
And it's non-stop pressure.
Everyone's going to be going out buying Edwin van der Sar after these playoffs. Honestly, he's been so clutch for so many players.
Chance to break away. Lovely through ball into Kai Havertz. Can he get round him? A few accelerated fake shots into a ball roll as well. Varane not able to do enough there to clear that one away. Shell still added on the pressure now. His first real chance in this second half. The two CDMs linking up as always. Back to goal. Could he get one? Nearly a fortunate little bounce there into the path of Vieira. It would have been very fortunate to be through on goal. He's in the numbers forward for Ice Vogel now. Vogel looking really promising. You saw your saviour every single time on that left-hand side, just trying to get past the right back.
Massive interception there from Sergio Ramos. If he's not in the way and cleaning up the danger, he's pretty much in on goal there, is Ice Vogel. He's definitely building into the game, just as I say that. A Rai-driven pass from the German.
Patrick Vieira happy to make that run through as well. He'll hold up nicely. Interchanges with Danny Da Costa, who's been the man of the hour when it comes to right back, or even left back. We've seen some players put them over to the left-hand side of the defence just so they can use Dumfries in at right back.
Yeah, and Dumfries not really getting to show what he can do in this matchup.
Just felt like Ice Vogel needed a goal to settle himself into this matchup. And ever since he got it, 5 minutes into the second half, he has looked really promising. Shells now. Cristiano Ronaldo, will he look to try and get to the edge of the box, work that finesse? We know he's so good at it, he'll win a free kick anyway.
I think him dinking that sort of slow down the attack a little bit. I think he could play that on the floor. Maybe a threaded through ball, maybe just a normal through ball. Certainly gives him the option to be able to change it up.
What can he do from this free kick? In a fantastic position, just 8 minutes left, and it's Ice Vogel that was making one or two changes.
Yeah, it looks like 99 Messi will be coming on for Ice Vogel alongside R9 up top.
The Shells hit this directly, 22 yards away. Never really see
Van der Sar's corner.
A pro hit this, played short, a number of people run over it. Ruud Gullit just got in the way there. You saw he wanted to play to Cristiano Ronaldo, and now he could be in trouble. Can Ice Vogel find a gap in between that back line? Really well recovered there by Van Dijk.
He'd have been very, very disappointed if he'd have conceded that, because he got absolutely stitched up by the free kick. Three men running over the ball, the three stooges getting in each other's way. Thankfully, winning it back was Shells.
Mbappe. A little elastico there. Didn't really do anything for him, though. We do still have a second leg to come, as always, in every single competitive matchup. We will be leaving this game all square at 1-1.
I think there's a winning goal in this.
Or has Ice Vogel got one more chance in him? Yes, he has. Went with the left foot. The ball just bounced back to him. He was able to open up on that right foot of R9. Didn't need to time it, nothing like that. We know how good the Brazilian is in front of goal. And just smashed it past
both
Edwin van der Sar.
Both goals that Ice Vogel have scored take a big slice of luck. The first one, the deflection, bouncing into his path. The second one, Van Dijk just didn't win the ball cleanly enough. It's sort of just bumbled around in the box a little bit. And when you bring in on a fresh R9 in the 83rd minute, he's going to be so quick off the mark, receptive to anything in the box.
2 minutes.
What a second half it's been from the German. Really impressive indeed. 30 seconds left. Eisvogel should be clear in this first leg. Ruud Gullit just to slow the game down even more. We'll get a yellow card, but that won't matter too much. Eisvogel will be leading 2-1 as we go into this second leg. But we know competitive FIFA, 1 goal means pretty much nothing. Referee.
It's going to be us done.
There we go. Leg 1 all over, and it really was a tale of two halves, cliche or not. Shell started so well with a nice Vogel. It just needed that goal. We just needed that 1 goal to get him going.
You saw towards the end of the first half, felt as though Eisvogel was slowly building into the match. He had that chance for Eusebio, he had the chance which got sort of deflected in the box, and then as soon as that second half started, as soon as he got the goal, I feel like Shells didn't really create anything in the final third, and Eisvogel taking a 2-1 lead going into that second leg. This game is still very much in the balance. An early goal can sway it either way. But what a game to get us kicked off here in Berlin.
Indeed, and we're going to have a look at the highlights now from that first leg. As we said, round 1 of Swiss here in Berlin. So many games taking place at the moment. And that was the opening goal. Just 15 minutes in from Neymar to get Shells underway. He looked so confident in the first 45 minutes. And going into the second leg, everything changed. It really did. Eisvogel came forward now of Modric. This was the chance that Danny da Costa nearly put into his own goal. And it was chance after chance after chance. This is what I was talking about in the second half. 60 minutes on the clock. This was after 1-1. The original reply just 49 minutes in.
You see Vieira there knocking it into CR7. Great save from Van der Sar. This was the winning goal from Eisvogel. CR7 looking for that driven pass straight through the middle of the defence. Van Dijk just got a little bit on it, but not enough. Blocked it straight back into R9, into the top left corner. And that is how the first leg did wrap up.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. You saw how disappointing Shells was as well, because as you said, 2 of the goals he did get quite fortunate. The second goal, it could have went through the legs of Van Dijk. He made the original block, and the chance was there just to slot it in for a fresh R9, who of course was ready to smash it into the back of net. Some other results, Richard, from around the other games. There's been an 11-goal thriller. We don't know if that's a full-time result in the first leg yet, but Lost in the Waves, the German player, with a fantastic tournament in January back in Bucharest, up against Dolster, the MLS champion there, the man who won everything when it comes to American FIFA esports. 11 goals in that first leg.
Yeah, and the FIFA 19 Global Series PS4 playoffs are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Be sure to follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter and stay tuned for a unique hashtag that you can tweet, and you might be able to win an Elite Pro 2 headset.
Not bad at all. Make sure you stick around and look out for that hashtag. All the players here using the Turtle Beach Elite Pro. It's been the headset of the whole FIFA 19 Global Series. Back into this second leg. Eisvogel from left to right. In the away Schalke strip. He represents the Bundesliga club alongside Tim Latka and Ideals. Tim Latka last weekend started the day well in Swiss. Fortunately, though, didn't end the day well.
Yeah, it weren't a great day for Tim Latka last weekend.
Only 1 goal in front for Eisvogel. Speaking about some of those other matchups, Footwiz Marco against Carl Lees. I'm sure you know Carl Lees, Manchester United EPL PlayStation winner there. Chance early on. Just an easy result. That's 1-1 there. Hasu against Timox, the all-German game, 2-1. Marcuso, Immortal, the Turkish player, 1-1. Ajax Tor leading 4-1 against Marv. And then Aggie against Jazz, 4-2 at this moment.
Seems like the first legs really hotting up.
It's a tough one first leg, isn't it? You always feel really nervous building up to this tournament, especially if you've got a month off before coming into these Berlin PlayStation 4 playoffs. Oh, Dink there, couldn't really get the ball out of his feet from Shells.
Well, a lot of players, if you're not competing in Madrid, It's more than a month. It's probably 6-8 weeks before the last sort of event that you'd have participated in.
This is more promising from Shells. La Croqueta, accelerated fake shot, not one or two. Ball roll all the way across. He looked for R9. He was just hiding behind Van Dijk. Easily cleared away. You just see the pressure though from Shells. Wins the ball back, this time with Hullett.
Seems just a little bit rushed from Shells, I feel like, in the final third slightly. There's another chance here out wide with Havertz, a starter for Shells.
Obviously backs the man. Saw the idea there of Cristiano Ronaldo as well. Wanted to play that through the legs of Ramos, but as you said, was forced once again by Shells. Just take a few more seconds on the ball if he can. Really try and work those chances better. Different approach to the opening 20 minutes of this one from Ice Vogel. Happy to keep the ball at the back. As you said, Ruud Hullett isn't at left back. He's happy to back the midfield icon in that position. Vieira, a little dink into Neymar.
Yeah, and then you're using Modric and Vieira as your two DM partnership. Vieira definitely the more defensive of the two. Modric, that creative aspect that you have in the midfield, can drive the ball forward.
Well, he did really well just to stay onside there. Cristiano Ronaldo. This is still a chance for Shells. Neymar. Roulette away from his man. Back to R9. And straight into the Croatian midfielder. It's bounced straight back to Shells again. He will get a chance of Ronaldo!
Oof. Wasn't timed from Shells, but just whiskers past that top left corner. Interesting that Ice Vogel not deciding to use R9 from the get-go and bring him on as a sub. The one really negative, you'd say, if it is a negative with R9, would be the stamina in the 80s. So it makes sense to bring him on off the bench, but he's so good. The 97 moments R9, so good, that you're missing out potentially with 75 minutes where he could get you a hat-trick. So it's that catch-22 that you have to take.
Well, he's not a starter for a reason. Everyone has their own personal preference with their FIFA Ultimate Teams. Lovely pass, one more. Havertz turns inside, tried to get the shot away. Made Van der Sar work again, and another day if someone's at that back post, it's just going to be tapped into the back of the net. Luckily enough, there was a defender there for Ice Vogel. His real first chance to come forward. Good intentions from Shells once again. You can just see Ice Vogel controlling that back line. It's been coming.
Great finish from R9. He didn't know if we were going to recycle it one more over to the far side. Instead, the snapshot on that left boot. He could have played it one more out wide to Havertz. He maybe isolated Hullett out wide, but didn't need to. Just whipped it past Van der Sar. Early shot.
You could just hear Shells there as well. Just hyping himself up. Certainly been coming, that goal for him. Started this match off the bearer of the two. Just one or two times he forced the ball through, was waiting for the perfect opportunity. That chance came to R9. And he certainly was not going to be missing. From about 30 yards out. He can go on his left, he can go on his right. You know how good this prime moment icon can really be. Ice Vogel now. Really well done by Shells. Patient defending.
Shells is such a confidence player. If he can feel like the game's going his way, if he feels like he's in a good position, he's confident, he's feeling positive about his FIFA playing, there's honestly not a lot of PlayStation players that can beat him. There's not a lot of FIFA players in general that can beat him. It's just getting that mindset correct, getting that right energy level.
And we saw that for a huge amount of the E-Club World Cup. We saw him play really well there. We saw it at FUT Champions Cup number 6 as well. As you said, Richard, the semi-final exit against Maestro. Played really well in that tournament back in April. Scoot turn from Neymar. Seen penalties given for that when a player just kind of body checks the man.
2 minutes of added time.
Added time of 2 minutes. All square at 2-2. Can Shell snatch a goal, or if not, one more chance? Havertz is just onside. Neymar was through as well, just slightly too heavy.
Didn't recept to it, did he, the goalkeeper there? It went all the way across the box. Seemed like nobody wanted to take control of the situation there. Both players were talking to their respective coaches now, with 45 minutes left to play in this first round matchup.
If you're wondering why Shells is wearing that Manchester City jacket, he does represent the club as a professional FIFA player alongside Dito, the German. And could not do enough to get to these playoffs.
Looking to join his City group teammates, you'd say, at London for the grand final. Marcus Gomes already confirmed his spot prior to the playoffs, and New York City Chris, with that E-Champions League victory, secured the deal for the O2 back in May.
What will Lyrics be saying at the halfway point there? It's been a really promising first half. Again, I'm sure it's something along the lines of, that's twice now you've been fantastic in the first half. You just simply cannot let it slip. In the last 45 minutes now, Ice Vogel can respond straight from the word go in the second half. He did it in the last match. Just don't let it happen again. 45 minutes left in this one. First round of Swiss here in Berlin. The PlayStation 4 playoffs. 64 players all involved in day number 1 of the competition, all searching for that magic number 4. 4 wins to send you into the knockout stages. 2-2 the score here. 27th against 38th in those Global Series rankings. 2 players with very different seasons as well. It's all about this weekend.
Ice Vogel's been to quite a few events, but he's not played very well at those. Maybe gone out in Swiss, the first knockout stage. Whereas on the other hand, for Shells, he's only been to 2 events, 2 free events at most. But the events that he's played in, final at the Man City EPL qualifier, performed extremely well at the Gfinity Foot Champs Cup 6, and then the Club World Cup exceeded expectations with Ryan for Manchester City.
Speaking of a player that's been at so many events this year, Webb Nadri, 24th in the rankings. He's involved in this tournament a few times. Just got Swiss, needed a better performance there. Shells, what a chance that was. Didn't actually put a foot wrong there. It was just fantastic goalkeeping from Van der Sar. Corner played in R9 in the air, just wide. 2 warning signs again, fired. Nice Vogel.
Very, very tetchy in this final 30 minutes right now.
R9. Short to Cristiano Ronaldo now. Croqueta once again into the shot, timed it yellow.
If that's green, that's a goal. Simple. If he greens that, 3-2 Shells with 30 minutes left to play.
Lofted through ball. Mbappe. The man just to lock onto that. Vieira to Vieira. Does fall back to Ice Vogels. Oh, no, lovely little flick on. Neymar, fakes to go left. And turns back and actually goes the original way. Runs straight into those 2 CDMs, though. We keep pointing them out. 4-2-2.
Is it going to be a quick one to the back post? He's tried it.
He's looked for it. The bounce is there as well. Ronaldo. On the second time of asking off the line from Van Dijk. Ronaldo again off the post.
Oh, wow.
Shells is asking, what more can I do?
How has that not gone in? Firstly, Van der Sar must have registered as a pass back because he weren't coming with his hands. He went up to try and beat Ronaldo in the air for a header. And then just cannoning off the post.
I'm asking questions of the original cross. Another day that falls kindly into a volley for a player. If he concedes now, he will feel he's been very against the run of play, that chance. coming though for Shells. Has to just keep that positive mindset. Eisvogel need to see more from the German. Has been outplayed in this second leg. He had such a good second half in the first leg. Shells again now. R9. Which way is he going? The shot may come in. He does go to ground. Referee says Rafael Varane won the ball. And just see the pressure from Shells. Eisvogel really struggling to build his way into this game. Just about keeps it in with Mbappe. 20 minutes left in this match. 2-2 the scoreline. Chance for Eisvogel. Drag back into Cristiano Ronaldo. Just overworked it once again.
Yeah, it seemed like he were caught in two minds. They didn't know if he wanted to come back inside and look for maybe a low driven across the goalkeeper, look for a rebound off of Van der Sar, look for another pass between CR7 and R9. That's what Modric offers you, that Vieira might not. Just driving into space, moving the ball from defensive midfield into the attacking third.
Modric. Back to R9 again. This is better from Eisvogel. Really patient play, triangles back and forth. Modric, can he spread the play? Plays inside to R9. There's the chance for Neymar.
Tell you what, that would have been a really, really impressive goal there from Eisvogel. Kept the ball in the corner, manipulated the space, the little space that he had. Forced a good save out of Van der Sar.
Can you get around the right side? Fake shot. R9, finesse! Oh, it's wide again.
Chance after chance after chance. Going begging right here. 4 Shells.
It looks like
Eisvogel into the subs,
a
making
little bit
changes.
frustrated there with R9. He's going to be subbed off for Eusebio. Fresh legs anyway, 8 minutes, and he's learned from what Eisvogel did last game when he brought on R9.
Yeah, subs are so impactful. You've got 8 minutes left on the clock. If you're bringing on prime moments Eusebio, arguably one of the best attacking players, if not top 3 attacking players in the entire game, and you're bringing on against fatigued, tired defenders, he'll run rampant.
Well, Messi has just been introduced in this game. Could it be a superstar? Oh, he is! The Argentine! The man you always want in those big match moments. Introduced once again, and it's the same story from Eisvogel. Late substitutions making a difference.
Substitutions are everything for Eisvogel right now. They just seem to rejuvenate him. Bringing on Messi, bringing on R9. Both of these players right now back into the bench. It's going to be a very attacking change here from Shells. 5 minutes left to go. 3 at the back. Certainly, you've got to think will be getting used for him. Eisvogel, I wouldn't be surprised to see a defensive midfielder brought on, somebody like a Team of the Season Goretzka to sit in that midfield. I think he brought on Team of the Kante in that position to try and see out this final 5 minutes and make himself 1-0 in Swiss.
Something you didn't see on screen, an attacking change made by Shells. He's changed the game plan, ultra attacking. He will change into
3-4-2-1.
Needs a goal to send this into extra time. He's created so many chances and he'll certainly feel hard done by if he doesn't create something or at least one more chance. Neymar drops the shoulder, chips it up, and Mbappe's there. Is there a flick on? Unfortunately not. It was Cristiano Ronaldo waiting at the back post. Eisvogel, 3 minutes plus added time, and he'll be 1-0 in Swiss. You can see the numbers forward, the numbers committed forward by Shells. Can Eisvogel capitalise on this? Does win a corner.
The ideal position for the ball to be. We're a minute and a half left on the clock.
He gets the ball back, Shells. He'll get one more attack at it, one more chance to send it to extra time. Added time of just 2 minutes. Eisvogel's really to lose now. Just keep hold of the ball. And there'll be one win on the board for him. Teases out the left back of Varane. One more goal just to put the cherry on top of the cake. Messi, save, rebound, picked up by Van der Sar, and that will be full time in leg or round number 1 of Swiss. 1-0 for the German Eisvogel. Some would say against the run of play in that second leg, but you can't miss those chances for Shells. He had huge chances, a few shots, if we really look into it, that weren't timed.
Eisvogel goes 1-0 in Swiss, and the question is the Kingfisher about to soar?
Is he soaring in the skies in Berlin?
In Berlin.
It's only one game. It's only one game. You won't get too excited. We know how good Eisvogel was last year. Obviously in FIFA 18, you said it perfectly, a grand finalist as well. Played superb throughout the whole competitive year. But Shells will feel hard done by. He made so many chances there. Another day, those chances do go in. Let's have a look at the highlights from that second leg now. We came into it at 2-1 to Eisvogel. Shells needed a goal to get him back in this game. What does he do, Richard? He got that goal via R9.
Yeah, 35 minutes in, snapshot with R9, top left corner.
Let's go, man, come on.
And you see the reaction there from the Man City man himself. He broke down the right-hand side. I do not know how this didn't result in a goal. Van Dijk off the line, played back into CR7, off the post then on the volley.
Man, come on.
They're the chances that have to go in on another day. He's not done a lot wrong there, has Shells.
And this was the chance. This was the goal. The super sub, Messi, introduced 83rd minute, and he only needs one chance to score. The goalkeeper moved slightly to the left to tease that shot, and he went the other way and ensured that Eisvogel would hang on and be 1-0 in the Swiss rounds. Obviously, as we said, so many more matchups have been played there. It's great, though. One win, get on the board, get those nerves out of the way. You need 4 wins to get through to the knockouts, but it's always important just to hit the ground running, really.
Yeah, big first performance there for Eisvogel. He's done the job. We're going to jump over to another game. It's going to be Timox versus Hasu, an all-German game right now.
And it's the game that's happening just behind us now. Into the second leg. 2-1 the score. Hasu. I'm sure you know this man. Did make that huge final in Bucharest in January. An all-German final it was. Hasu against Dolomite. Dolomite, he is in the FIFA World Cup Grand Finals. Timox, a rocky season for him. Still made the playoffs, but not at the height, not at the level. If you look back to last year, the year before, he was able to hit.
You're probably the best player consistently on FIFA 17. Certainly it was Timox. He's struggled to transition in such a thriving German market right now in terms of FIFA players on the PS4. But history tells yourself he performs in Berlin.
Speaking of Hasu, 21st in the Global Series rankings. What's on the other side of that, Timox? You have to scroll down quite a way further. 44th. We saw the stories last weekend, what Kurt needed, Felipe Abdi, NSE Vinny, players that were making it into the knockouts, Rebel Painter, and keeping us on the edge of our seats. For a lot of those guys, it was make the final or win the whole tournament to have a chance of making the FIFA World Cup finals.
The general consensus that when I was walking around speaking to a number of the players was, I have to win it. I have to just win the tournament to even consider myself getting a spot to the O2. I've not performed over the year at the level that I know I should. I performed at maybe a couple of events, but over the course of the year, I've not been good enough. And I have to perform now here. I'm in Berlin.
If you have followed competitive FIFA for a few years now, you would have just saw, obviously, Shells in action. He actually played, remember, against Timox in Berlin in a match worth $80,000. What a chance that was for R9. All crossed into the box. Acrobatic effort from the Brazilian. Just sting the hands of the goalkeeper. Nothing more. Ronaldo now. Into Huller. Overlapping run from the Brazilian, the legend himself. 97 overall, prime icon moment. We just saw how good he was in the last game. Can he do it again here? Trailing by a goal.
And it's pretty much unknown sort of quantity what you're going to get with Hasu at this stage. He was unbelievable in one tournament and he only qualified for one tournament. throughout the entire year. Made the cross-console final in January.
Picked up the points that he needed to, 1,500 of them.
Well, apart from that, we've just simply not seen him.
That's the beauty of the Global Series this year. Players that would just come in for one tournament or have success in their own leagues, their own licensed leagues, such as Carl Lees, who's in that top 60 as well. The cross-console final under Manchester United was enough to get him here in Berlin. Every single player has a story. And hopefully we can tell you them over the next 3 days.
Yeah, as that story unfolds, as we see progression through the Global Series rankings, as we see players dropping out of the top 16. Seasons rejuvenated and seasons coming to an end at the playoffs.
It can be harsh for a number of players. R9 just runs straight into Van Dijk. Definitely has had the better of starts in this second leg, Timox.
Yeah, he's trailing at the minute. I'm coming into this game into the second leg, but Hasu has that lead. He's not created much in this second leg thus far. Has Hasu.
Chance Mbappe, just like that. Nearly caught us off guard. The Frenchman able just to turn, pivot on the finesse, and straight into that right-hand corner.
Wasn't timed from Timox, but it still flew into the top corner, out of De Gea's reach. And that team of the season, Kylian Mbappe, opening the scoring here in the second leg.
Neymar to Ronaldo. Hasu with his back against the wall now. Croqueta, 1, 2, 3.
Timed it green as well. If that's not getting blocked, that's probably going in there from Hasu.
Straight down the other end now. Mbappe, the goal scorer of the equaliser for Timox. Thought he was going to maybe cross it into the box. Instead, happy to play back to Ramos, who is in at left back, it looks, for now. Wants to join in on the attack. Triangles between him, Hullet, and Mbappe. Vieira, there's the run. Can he find Modric? He is through on goal. Doesn't want to take the shot or the risk with him. Drag back, scoop turn, once again, drag back and again. Oh, no, outside the boot, blocked by Maldini.
Did take a slight stumble inside the box as well there, did Modric. Stayed on his feet. Did very well to recycle the ball back into R9. But body is in the way from Hasu.
So how good he was with that La Croqueta. Around about here is where he'll bring it out, but it depends who he tries to do it with. Tried to trick the keeper there as well. You normally see that shot go the other side of the goalkeeper. Tried to tuck it into that near post. We saw the likes of Tex do it last weekend in Hamburg. Ronaldo all the way across. No one was at the back post.
I'll tell you what, just that one goal kick. Defence into attack in one swift move there. That full circle or R1 circle goal kick. Pinged 70 yards straight into CR7. One cross across the box and looking to extend his lead towards Team Ox. You see a couple of changes there made from Hasu. It looks like Mbappe going to be leading the line for the FUT Champions Cup 3 PS4 champion. Will he have success in Berlin and re-enter the top 16? He were in that top 10, top 12 margin for quite a long time, really, until the back end of the year.
That was only at FUT Champions Cup number 3 as well, where he was in that top 16 area. We did have 3 more FUT Champions Cups, a number of LQEs, league partners, the E-Champions League itself, just to mix up the rankings. And that's why you've seen players such as Hasu drop down into the 20s area. 21st he sits at the moment. Web Nasri just a few spots behind him. You remember his performance in Amsterdam last year.
Who would be your pick, Brandon, from a sort of dark horse to make it through Swiss and to potentially stir up the pot, you'd say, in the top 16.
And I'm going to go out on a limb here and back the player that represents a single country himself, Roy Feldman. I just feel like he could have a breakout tournament. He did really well in Bucharest a few times we saw him. Obviously needs to win this whole event to have a chance of getting inside that top 16. But for a player that's going to get out of Swiss today, I'm backing the Israeli.
I think I'm going to go with Jago. I think Jago's going to have a very good tournament here in Berlin. One player that needs to have a good tournament, that's in contention for that top 16, is Marcuso. And you might have heard a little scream from the show floor here in the studio. That was Marcuso losing in the final minute of extra time to start his campaign 0-1 to Aymer Tal.
Yeah, the Turkish player. What a game that is, and what a way to start for him. Not a great way for Marcuso. We know how good he is. Standout performances in Denmark with the Superliga, standout performances at Foot Champions Cup. He's Mr. La Croqueta, was an E-Champions League finalist. He's been everywhere.
Semi-finalist in the FIFA E-Nations Cup as well, alongside FIFA Houston.
He has been great.
Again, another player similar to Shells we saw earlier, back end of the year, sort of from February, March, that's when he kicked into gear, Marcuso.
It's a long old season, especially this season as well. I think there's been overall 31, 32 events within the Global Series. Some players kick on from the beginning of the year. You look at the likes of Joksan. You've got players, the very few that are consistent all year round. Tex being one of them, Nicholas another one.
Stefano Pina.
And then you've got players that, just kick on towards the end of the year. Corner comes in there, was time yellow. Shot did take a deflection from Cristiano Ronaldo, but you look at your likes of Marcuso, Shells could even be in that conversation. A big performance for him in April. That's what you've got to look at. New York City Chris even, for example, as well. He's been in the top 10 all year, but he's really kicked on towards the end of the year. That's slightly too heavy for Timox there. Mbappe, unfortunately, can't get on to the end of that one. Just over 20 minutes left. We are all square at 2-2. This is Hasu's team we're looking at now. Messi comes on at right cam.
Yeah, Modric also coming on as a right CDM to partner Ruud Gullit as that dual CDM partnership. We saw what Messi did earlier on as a super sub off of the bench, won the game for Eisvogel. Will Hasu have a similar success with the magician Messi?
Yeah, he's so good, isn't he, the Argentine? Especially in those huge match moments. We need to call upon someone in the attacking third. Who will snatch this result, or will we need to go to extra time? We were so close to going into an extra time interval in our first game on stream. Modric into Neymar, chipped it up, looked for Ronaldo in the air. Acrobatic effort it would have been.
Yeah, that would have been something spectacular if that had flown into the back of the net off the bicycle kick volley. You've seen him go in. Certainly saw him more towards the beginning of the year. Crazy goals.
I think it was Ajax Danny that started a trend. And a number of pros followed.
I remember a goal that Mo Alba scored. I think it was the first event of the year. He timed it green.
I've never seen you scream so loud.
And honestly, it caught me off guard so much, that goal.
Come on, back to goal. Pivot on the finesse, timed it green, smashed into the back of the net. Pull it. A bit of an interesting battle with Mbappe. Just 10 minutes or so. Will there be late drama in this all-German matchup?
Saw it in the first game, in round one.
That was the chance. That was the chance, but it was snatched away from Hasu. Timed it yellow. Didn't even trouble Van der Sar. If you look at that German pro scene, Timox, he was one of the originals. Wolfsburg, the first European team to come into competitive FIFA. Picked up Benedikt Salzor.
Dave, by the way, as well.
Danny Fink as well, and then it was the next big signing of Timox, and I kept on talking about it. FIFA 17, that was the big breakout year for him. Could he be the player to have an outstanding tournament. He needs it, does Timox. Hasu needs it as well to pressure, or put pressure, I should say, on that top 16. 4 minutes remain, plus added time. Modric, back to Messi! Oh, wow! Wowee! That is what the Argentine can do.
We've seen Messi come off the bench twice in 2 separate matches and score winning goals. Lionel Messi back away from goal.
It's the same finish.
Timed it green.
Same finish as he scored.
And just almost places the ball in the top left corner. Makes it look so effortless. Does Messi. You see the changes here coming out from Hasu. Press on, heavy touch, depth and width. Getting pushed up as well, fast build up. Initiated. He's got about, what, 30 seconds in real life time to find an equalising goal. But just coming away from goal. Messi into that top left corner. What a strike. Started outside the goal, curled into the top corner. Lionel Messi winning the game, unless Hasu has something to reply.
Will that be the winner for Timox? Certainly might be quite a few places low in the rankings compared to Hasu. But it's all about this tournament. You can forget about the rest of the year. As long as you're in the top 64 coming into this tournament, it really is anyone's.
Like I said before, Timox plays well in Berlin. Will the history be repeating itself, and will we see, some would say, a miracle run from the Wolfsburg man?
Or has Hasu got an equaliser at him? Chipped, flicked on. Oh, it's Messi in there. You want Ronaldo to be challenging. That surely should be it. Yes, it is. Timox gets himself a win in the first round of group play here in Berlin. And it was 2 goals, wasn't it, back-to-back. It was a winner from Messi. Timed it green, and he's a super sub again.
Seems as though the Germans flying high so far from what we've seen on stream. Eisvogel and Timox both winning their opening match to go 1-0 here at the PlayStation 4 playoffs.
Yeah, let's have a look at those match highlights then from that important game. Also, we saw 2 legs of it. It was so really impressive indeed. We might not have the highlights of that game, but all we need to know is that Timox, he'll be going 1-0 against Hasu. What we saw last weekend in Hamburg, it's the same story here, Richard. Players that might be in the 50s, in the 40s, they're still so good.
I mean, with Hasu, I think it's a bit of an anomaly because we saw him play at one event. He was unbelievable at one event. We've not seen him, apart from that, in the entire year. Timox scores 1-0, and in that next round, he'll be matching up against a player with a respective 1-0 record. But that's enough from us here at the desk. Let's head over to Rachel for a full roundup of round 1.
Yeah, round 1 is done and dusted. 6 more of the Swiss rounds to go. We'll break them down in a bit more detail in a short while. But for now, it's time to hand over to the telestrator brought to you by PS4 with 2 of my favourite Americans. It is Mike LaBelle and FC Dallas's Alan Abbey. Hi, boys.
Hey. Thanks, Rachel.
How's it going? Thank you.
We're going back. We're bringing back the rebrand. We have the breakdown board, and we're going to talk about the Eisvogel versus Shells matchup, the featured matchup, and the importance of using a super sub and then unlocking some of the space on the virtual pitch.
Who doesn't like a nice little super sub? 82nd minute, Eisvogel brings in Messi for Patrick Vieira. He offers more speed, more pace, and more power. Neymar right here is bringing out the midfielders out of position. We see Hullet and Vieira. Keep an eye right here. We have Varane coming up against a fresh team of the season, Messi, very dangerous. We have Van Dijk and we have Ramos. Modric is on the ball, so these defenders are like, oh my gosh, they're coming out of position, right? Modric sees the fresh team of the season, Messi, you don't want to come up against him, and look at what happens right here. The pace is going to be, seen right here.
It's all about taking care of matchups. You get a classic 1-2. It's a beautiful thing. And once you're inside the box with one of the best finishers in the game, team of the season Messi, you know good things are going to happen. And he has a second here. And when I say he, I'm talking about Eisvogel having a moment to look up, see Shells move the goalkeeper, tells him, okay, I don't want to shoot on the near post. Instead, we're going to attack that far post. And it ends up being a relatively easy finish. And he goes 1-0 in the Swiss stage.
And keep an eye out. It's not even a green time shot. It goes to show what team of the season, super sub team of the season Messi is all about.
Shows his good premium quality. And speaking of premium quality, Back at you guys at the couch.
Wow, Mike LaBelle.
Oh, wow.
That was really
Thanks,
nice.
thanks so
Rachel.
much, guys.
Well, you said
we
premium
love
quality.
hearing
I
from-
assumed he was talking to me.
No, I was
ultimately.
just putting the little controller down the table here because we haven't got any of that because Mike's over there and he's the guy that brings us all that. But wow, what a first round.
So let's catch up, everybody, on the first round. And I think what you guys need to know is, well, the top 16 players after this tournament are going to be in the eWorld Cup, okay? So here are the 1-0s. We're going to get to them in a second here, and you guys can see how the bracket, these are the winners. Now, there's a lot of names here, so we're just going to kind of cut to the chase and get to the meat of this. All the players that are currently in the points, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, have all lost their first game. But the player that I picked to be player to watch, August Rosenmeyer from North, he did the business, he won. Feeling pretty good about myself, everybody?
Yep, we're not because all of ours didn't win.
We're talking about a tournament here, Jimmy. We're not talking about one round.
You know,
You've won one
can I just
round.
have my
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
It is, that's true. I just want a little bit of
But surely it's important to get off
positivity.
for a good start. We keep saying that. How important is it? I guess we'll find out. But going 4-0, doesn't it give you more confidence than going throughout the whole 7 and getting 4-3?
We saw 2 people go 4-0 in Hamburg and get knocked out straight away.
That's true.
I don't count my chickens yet. I don't get excited. We talked about the format. You just need 4 wins.
That's
Doesn't
true.
matter how you get them or when you get them. I don't worry until someone I've.
So you feel like this
I
first
would
game?
be worried though if I went.
Do you feel like this is kind of
lost.
just shaking it out though, or are you just the first game, just trying to get it out of your system, get the nerves out?
Listen, it's very unlikely that all those names that lost the first round, that none of them will go through. Some of them are going through. Facts. It's
And
gonna happen.
I'll name those names now. 16th place right now was Marco, lost. Marcuso, lost. Who's 18th? Dulsta, lost. Roma Dami, lost.
I think
20
Dami actually won, by the way. That was.
Did he
we
win?
lost, but I saw him on the windscreen there.
Well,
so I
then
think Dami
maybe I
did win.
changed that. Now
Yeah.
you're killing my narrative right
Sorry.
now. It's okay. Fut was Tom, lost in 20th. Hasu 21st, he lost as well. So here's the leaderboard, as you guys can see.
But can we turn that around and go with the players that actually won? Because Kyle Least there, the one tournament man, beat Footwiz Marco, my one to watch. Like, that's awesome for him. It shows, Spencer, what you were saying, that he brings it out when the big tournaments happen.
It seems that way. We need more kind of stats to go off with Kyle Least, but so far so good. And like literally to beat the guy in 16th position is a good kind of omen for him because he needs to get in there. And listen, some of these guys picked up different points in the season. There's a lot of points up for grabs at the first few months of FIFA 19. But are they still there? Have they still got it? Are they still operating in that capacity? I don't know if they are. Some of them might drop out.
But Jim, the most impressive one as well, Marcuso going out to iMyrtle in the 125th
Yeah, that's
minute
heartbreaking.
of extra time.
So since we know Marcuso pretty well and we talk about him a lot, how much do you think that's going to impact him mentally?
Listen, he's been around the scene a long time now, Marcuso.
That's
He'll be
heartbreaking.
Fine. Yeah, of course it is, but listen, at least it's not in a knockout game.
That's true.
Yeah, this is the perfect time to get those out the way. I don't mind it as long as you get your 4 wins, and he'll have people around him that will be reminding him of that.
He'll want to do a VT as well and just say, iMyrtle, I don't particularly like you. He likes doing that, doesn't he?
He remembers names. He's got a list.
That's true. That's funny. He's going to have a nice long list. All right, now let's throw it over to Kyle Walker, who's one of my favorite people. He's handling all the social media. Kyle, what's up? How are you?
Oh, well, I'm even better now you've said that, Jimmy. Thank you. That's a lovely compliment you've got there. Now, people have been throwing lots and lots of compliments, not just to us, the staff, but to also all of their favourite players in the Twitch chat. If you want to give us your opinions, well, you can do that using the hashtag, as you can see, just to the side of my head right there, FIFA eWorld Cup. You can use that on Instagram at EA Sports FIFA. You can use it on Twitter, EA FIFA Esports Plus. We've got content for you on YouTube, youtube.com/EA FIFA Esports. Now, I've been looking at the Twitch chat as well, and I did say people have been complimenting us. Yes, Hammers2705 says, commentators are legendary with lots of laughing faces. Yes, we have legendary commentators. Not just do we have Richard and Brandon, we also have Mark and Dan, plus Mike LaBelle and Spencer Owen, all of our amazing commentators. They are all legends. Also, Toby Terrell says, what do you have to do to be within with a chance to get Vieira? Well, any of our viewership rewards, you need to make sure you link your EA accounts with your Twitch accounts, and that's how you get all of those rewards. Now, let's have a quick look at some of the tweets. I mentioned before about Marcuso's tweet. He had a picture in front of the board. Well, one man who likes to smile all the time, it is Mo Albert. He says, now it's off to the playoffs in Berlin. The top 16 will qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup. I'm already qualified, but it's about a $250,000 prize pool. Wish me luck. If you want to know how to do a picture, just go and have a look at Mo's Twitter, all right? Because he's always smiling. Now, another company who have been tweeting, they obviously have lots of different players. It is Rebel FC. They said, good luck to everyone competing in the PlayStation FIFA eWorld Cup playoffs today at EA FIFA Esports. If we were to sign a PlayStation player for FIFA 20, who do you think it should be? Make sure you head over there to see and give your opinions on who you think that should be. As I said, you can get in touch with us. Use that hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup, and I'll be able to read out all of your tweets and mentions. But for now, it's back to you guys on the couch.
Thanks, Kyle. I was hoping for I'm your favorite person shout, but it's. I guess we'll figure that out later.
Can't be everyone's favourite person. You know, I just tolerate you all. To be
No, I said two of my favourite
the
people.
chat's probably killing me
Americans,
right now,
actually.
too.
I don't know many Americans, so you're my third, Jimmy.
It's not hard.
appreciate
that.
What she's saying is, it's not a big deal. She just doesn't know many.
Exactly, Spencer got it.
All right, let's talk now about our next featured match. It's going to be Marcuso versus Yimi. And actually, let's take a look back at the stats from his loss. He lost 4-3 over 2 legs to iMyrtle. He got outshot. Shots on goal, corner kicks, possession. It was one-way traffic.
So I'm saying, look at the stats there. It's not good reading from Marcuso. That would worry me more, to be honest. Not the scoreline. I don't worry about dropping a game at this point. But I'm looking at the stats of the game and I'm saying he's been outplayed. And that's not something we see a lot of Marcuso.
It was very even, though. I think from leg 1 it was 1-1, and then leg 2 it was 2-2, and then kind of extra time just saw the game change a bit. I think after leg 1 as well, it was like 42 to 48. Sorry, 52% to 48% possession-wise. So quite even there, and then you kind of just lost it a bit in extra time.
Sure.
Yeah, the amount of shots he's given up, though, that worries me. I mean, without seeing the highlights, obviously, you never know where the shots were from. Were they from, it was his opponent there shooting from distance and maybe positions that are less likely to score. He doesn't always tell the full story, the stats. I'm one of those guys who love to do a little screenshot and go, look, I had 20 shots, this guy had 4, and I lost 4-0. So it can't be me. But really, I'm shooting from stupid angles, and the other guy's getting perfect chances.
No, and he's going to be playing against Yimi next, who lost to Tuga 3-2, and Tuga's a very good player, as is Yimi. Do you think that's a tough matchup for him in his second game in the Swiss format?
Both experienced players. One of them's going to be 0 for 2. Then you can start to panic a little bit. Then you're like, okay, I've only got 2 games I can lose now, or 1 game I can lose, really, if you're 2-0 or 0-2. So, yeah, this is a big game for both of them, and Yimi especially is in 56th position right now. He needs to win this tournament if he's going to qualify for FVWC, and if he's going 0 for 2, that's not a good start.
Yeah, either one of these guys can be feeling the heat.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, looking at Marcuso, obviously we saw him in the E-Champions League, and he had Aggie there as his coach. He's got a new coach, obviously, sitting with him here. How much will that affect what he's doing? Because he was really used to that. He got to the semi-finals, got knocked out to NYC Chris, as we saw him talk about earlier. Will that have a massive impact on, like, his game as a whole, because he is not used to this new coach?
I don't know. I mean, listen, once you get... It's like it's traditional football in many ways. Once you get to that point of sitting down and have the control in your hands, you really want to be ready. You be coached, so to speak. And some of the coaches do more than others, to be honest, and that's often a preference of the players.
Yeah.
Some will be talking a lot, suggesting changes, formations, whatever. Some of them would literally just be there for a little bit of moral support and just to have some company, just to calm them down. Sometimes players like to vent to the coach, and they're just talking at them, and the coach is just like, yeah, you're right, yeah, you're right. So it differs.
Just someone in your corner.
Okay, now before we get into the next game, we're going to do something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and it helps us get to know the players a little bit better. Take a look. Okay, you guys know the rules. We're going to start with FIFA-related questions first. You either point at yourself or point at your coach or your player, I guess is the way we go. All right, first on FIFA, who is more likely out of you two to rage quit? All right, who is more likely to miss a penalty to win the game? Okay, nice, you guys are in agreement. Okay, who is more likely to pack a Cristiano Ronaldo Team of the Season card? Great. And then who is more likely to beat Jimmy Conrad in a match of FIFA? Yep, that's 100% accurate. Okay, now we're doing real life stuff. Who is more likely out of you two to quickly fall in love and get married in Vegas? Okay. Who is more likely to cry when watching a movie? I like the pause there. All right, who is more likely to talk to animals? Like, come over here, you big scruffy dog. Okay. And who is more likely to go to a Justin Bieber concert? right, and then who is more likely to survive the Hunger Games? I like the commitment on both of those answers. And then the last one, who is more likely not to take a shower for a week? Awesome. Shout out to Marcuso and Jesper, his coach, for participating in them. That was a lot of fun. Which one was your favorite answer?
The last one, about showering. He was like, I think he knew it was him. Yes, he was like,
didn't want to say it
should I
right away.
admit this on the big national worldwide stream?
Yeah, do I want to?
Yeah, I don't shower much.
Well, maybe now that Marcuzio has Justin Bieber in his ears, we know what he's listening to. Clearly
Yeah.
does.
There's nothing wrong with Bieber.
No, I'd go to the concert with him. It's fine. Marcuzio, I'm your person.
All right, everybody, before we get
Oh, maybe not.
before we get to the Marcuso Yimmy match, before these two continue to go laughing nonstop, we're gonna go to a break. Okay, so the Swiss round one is done. We're gonna go to round two right after this. It's the PS4 playoffs. Come right back and join us because we can't stop. These guys are making me giggle. We'll be right back.
Oh, you made me start crying as well.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
I'd like to apologize for being a perfectionist, a warrior, a champion, your nemesis. I'm sorry I love to play. And that my playground is your home ground.
Want to get on my level? Do you think you got what it takes? The dedication, the drive, the unrelenting fury. Do you think you're worthy? It's time to step up and show me what you've got. Boom! This is the Recon 200. An always-on bass-boosted shatter-your-skull extremely tactical headset unit built to take you to the next level. Incredible. Flip-to-mute mic, metal-reinforced headband, crushing 40mm drivers, memory foam ear cushions, and the sweet, sweet sounds of bass boost. Yes! Nothing even comes close. The Recon 200. Boom! Hear everything and defeat everyone!
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. And also by PS4.
Welcome back to beautiful Berlin, friends from around the world. Of course, we are continuing our voyage to find Team PS4 here in Berlin, the 16 best in the world who will qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup. Dan, it's always phenomenal to have you alongside me. Excited for our next game that we've got coming up.
Very excited. Marcuso versus Yimmy, two players who featured in the World Cup last year, but it is a little bit different this year. As you can see by their current rankings, Yimi, very much an outsider, currently residing in 56th, would need to win the tournament if he wants to get to the eWorld Cup and represent Team PS4. However, for Marcuso, he is right on that line. He's 17th. And if you remember what happened at Hamburg, 17th place, they did take that 16th place.
It's very, very true. He's still very much chasing the pack, but in a fantastic position to chase them down. And obviously, Marcuso is one of those players, Dan, who really has started to come into form towards the end of the season. Had a very quiet start after a fantastic FIFA 18, of course, but now is the time to get the business done. This is where it matters.
However, both of these players are 0-1 in the Swiss. They find themselves falling to last-minute goals. Unfortunately, in the first round, Marcuso lost in the 125th minute to Murtau, who was quite considerably lower than him in terms of seeding. And unfortunately for Yimi, a similar situation. He lost in extra time to Tuga. However, Tuga, of course, one of those highly ranked players who has already secured a spot to the eWorld Cup representing Team PS4. So this should be a good one. Two players who are going to be fiery, because it's always frustrating when you lose in the latter stages of a game, right at the depths, especially for Marcuso, who should have been expecting to win that opening game.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be an interesting one to see if they can mentally refocus after what was obviously a disappointing way to go down in that first game. And when you are chasing the pack, and you know, when you're at this stage here where both of these players need to put themselves in positions where they go deep into the tournament, when you go 0-1 in the Swiss, all of those doubts, they start to rear their ugly head very early on.
Yeah, realistically for both of them, they just need to be focusing on getting out of the Swiss. That is job number one, and they can then look at the rest of the tournament once they've actually got out of Swiss, because it is a very grueling task, very difficult task to get out of Swiss, but to really secure a good amount of Global Series ranking points, you've got to be getting to those latter stages towards the quarterfinals, towards the semi-finals. But this is that first hurdle, and with how Marcuso has performed in the latter stages of this year, I'd be expecting him to start to pick up this Swiss stage very shortly. I mean, for a while, he was looking like a huge outsider to actually even get close to the eWorld Cup after his start to the year. But ever since then, he's got better and better, event to event. Let's see what he offers here in Berlin.
Here we go then, friends. Second round of Swiss underway, as you can all see on your screens back at home, wherever you're watching from. Of course, we want to hear you guys' opinion on everything that's happening throughout the PS4 playoffs in Berlin. Use that hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup to let us know your thoughts on who you want to see progressing through as part of the team at PS4. And to start this off, we're going to see Yimi coming forward here. A couple of cricketers, another one as well, and it might be an early chance. Patrick Vieira gets back in to make the tackle. Interesting to see Furlan Mendy in as well, that team of the season, in at fullback. One of the more attacking options you can have in there with those 4-star skills. And of course, that 4-star weak foot.
One does not simply attempt a cricketer against Marcuso. You do not awaken the cricketer king and allow him to get comfortable and start to cricketer his way into your box. It's one thing that he has been known of as of late, but whether that's become a little bit too predictable, maybe people are expecting it, so it's slightly easier to read. So perhaps we're going to see something different from Marcuso at this tournament. He's starting to bring out a couple more fancy skill moves.
Well, the one thing we saw at the E-Champions League final was certainly a little mix-up in his gameplay, was relying quite heavily on that cricketer in Manchester for his qualification period, but things didn't quite go to plan, to be honest, for Marcuso at the E-Champions League final. Maybe he will go back to plan A and start relying on it a little bit more. We know how effective it is. It's just a case if Yimi can deal with it. But at the moment, it's going to be Marcuso who has to deal with Yimi. The Elastico was beautiful. The space for Eusebio, but the timing well off there. Which means the shot is deflected wide of the upright, and a chance here from the corner here for Yimi. Whips this one in towards Mbappe. Whiskers away from finding the first goal of this game.
And even though you say Marcuso, and it didn't go to plan for him at the E-Champions League, he still finished top 4, and that's a mistake, though. And that's going to give so much room to Eusebio. And just as I was about to say how consistent Marcuso has been ever since January, unfortunately, that is just a slip of the finger, a slip of the mind. And now we're going to see Yimi take a goal lead.
Do you think maybe that's a little bit of a mental hangover from that first game, the concentration levels just falling off a little bit? Or do you think it's a case of, you know, he defended everything so well up to that point, finally got the ball back, and just one of those mental hiccups you have, and you can't really explain why it happens, but it costs you so much at this level.
Quite simply, it just shouldn't happen at this level as well. Marcuso will look back at that, and I'm sure the coach next to him as well should be saying, all right, stop rushing. You just play your normal game. You don't need to just put yourself in those kind of situations. However, we've all done it. Sometimes you see that pass, you press the pass button, and then suddenly someone's there nipping the ball away from that player's feet. Maybe it's going to be a wake-up call for Marcuso there. Maybe he needed something like that to get him into this game.
Well, here's Ronaldo then, maybe a chance to strike it into R9! And it's the post that denies Marcuso. He tried to fire back straight away. Well, I'll tell you what, with the power that R9 hit that with, I think that post is still rattling.
And already, this is going to become a mental battle now for Marcuso. To concede in that manner and then not to score there, you're going to be doubting yourself. You're going to be having those little arguments in your mind, so he needs to stay focused.
Well, there was a little bit of space in behind there. Attempted elastico means that Hullet will keep possession. Van Dijk's trying to come across to deal with it. The pressure there from Ferland Mendy is superb. And there is the pace of the team of the season, Frenchman. And speaking of Frenchman, and speaking of pace, it's Mbappe now inside the box. Looks towards the back post. And Marcuso, from one end to the other there, found himself under all sorts of pressure.
There was loads of room on that right-hand side for Cristiano Ronaldo. Yimi noticed it, he saw the run, but unfortunately, just by taking that extra touch with Mbappe, Ronaldo actually stopped his run ever so slightly, staggered it. Therefore, he wasn't in such a good position to go for that back post header. So maybe something a little bit different from Yimi there.
Mbappe now, scoop turn around the corner. Oh, it's going to fall to Ronaldo. But Marcuso keeps his head. He made a mistake to fall behind. But he did so well to work the opportunity wide there from Mbappe. Shot across goal. Too much for Van der Sar to handle. And it just falls to the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo, and he's not going to miss from there.
And this is why we see a lot of players try and get to the angle where they can shoot across goal, because if the keeper is to make a save, it quite often is palmed into the direction of another player, and therefore you're rewarded for getting to that early position, driving it across goal and getting the rebound. And we're all tied up. And now Marcuso, thankfully, has answered back to his early mistake in this game. And we haven't seen too many mistakes from him since, as I said, January, when he finished top 32 in January. Ever since then, he's not placed outside of the top 8. And if he were to place top 8 at this event mark, he should be able to achieve that place on Team PS4.
Well, Hullet's found Vieira now, and Yimi's looking to answer back. And one thing I've just noticed here is Yimi choosing to use two of the most, in my opinion, attacking fullback options. You have João Cancelo in at the right-back position. Again, 4-star on him. And Mendy, but the only issue is, yes, they have some sort of height on them, but you know how dangerous back post crosses are. Is that going to be an issue here? Or do you think he's recognised the fact that Marcuso's not that kind of player? Well, here's R9, and he takes the shot, and that's the kind of player he is. Green from Marcuso, and now he has the lead.
If you spend too much time worrying about back post headers, then you're going to get punished by things like this. Great timed green shot from Marcuso. Nice little swivel as well, positioning himself on the edge of the box. And now he can start to run away with this game. And fun fact for you, these two did actually play each other in playoffs last year. Marcuso won that one 7-1, but of course that was FIFA 18. So a very different game, but we'll see whether maybe he can look for a similar score line here today.
You don't forget those kind of games, though, when you're looking across an opponent that you've been beaten by such a margin. But now Neymar, oh, and look at Kylian Mbappe outside there. A huge chance there for Yimi to maybe find him, but from the free kick, can he find an equaliser? Oh, straight into Eusebio. Marcuso not switched on. And it's a simple equaliser.
Not enough time to switch on from Marcuso. Yimi just seeing that there was plenty of space for Eusebio in the centre and not giving any time for Marcuso to react, playing it straight away and timing it green as well. Sometimes when you get a set piece in that area and you see that player there, you saw he tried to drag Van Dijk across, did Marcuso, but it was just too late before he got there. And I'll tell you what, we were in for a little bit of a goal fest, it would seem, between these two players.
Well, it's the man who's wearing the armband here for Yimi. And Sabio, we know all about his finishing, one of the best finishers in the game, arguably the best finisher in front of goal. And you can see why there. So Marcuso, with that goal now, finds himself tied up at 2-2. Great fight back there from Yimi. Look at the space here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Varane's been caught out of position. Ronaldo using his pace and power, but look at pace and power. Rafael Varane's got it in spades. And this game is so open at the moment, Dan. I know you're seeing Neymar find space of his own for Marcuso. Hullet, that's a beautiful little ball back into Mbappe. R9, drag back, space here maybe for the shot. Instead it's the Cricketers! And Cricketers mean goals for Marcuso.
And I hate to say it, but it all comes from a bit of a mistake from Yimi. When he was through with Cristiano Ronaldo, when he had the acres of space that you were talking about, he opted just to try and touch that ball ahead of him twice rather than trying to break away from the man that was chasing. When you see Varane stampeding behind you, you don't compete with that. Varane has incredible pace. You have to ball roll away from him, or at least try and touch it to the right or left to give yourself a little bit of space. Because he didn't, he gave that ball away. He gave that opportunity to Marcuso. And Marcuso eventually does punish him as we come to the closing stages of this first half.
Well, they kind of raised the issue, of fullbacks as well, and it seems like Cancelo was kind of caught out of position slightly up the pitch, which allowed that space initially for Marcuso to attack. But again, now, look at the attack here from Yimi on the stroke of half-time. Neymar's inside the box. Little roulette, a drag back. He's got past his man. He goes down, but nothing given. Mendy now. Maybe he'll look for a cross. He gets the cross in, and Varane wins an important header. And Marcuso can breathe after the pressure right at the end of the first half here. But a goal fest is one thing that we can report now.
I'm sure that was very close as well to being a penalty, and I think that's probably what the giggle is from between Marcuso and his coach there, having a little chat at half-time, just to try and ensure that they now move into this second half in the best way possible, because even though he is leading, it's 3-2, and it's 2 goals that I'm sure he's not going to be feeling too comfortable about. And there are some interesting formations I'm seeing as well. Yimi playing a 4-3-3, which is why we're seeing him having so much space on the wings. Ronaldo, you saw having all that space on the right-hand side, and obviously he's put on that right-hand side so he can go for those back post headers if he would like to attempt that. And then Mbappe on the left-hand side for all that sheer and incredible pace.
Should see the attacking formation as well with the 2 CMs and 1 cam. So Yimi really out to score goals here. He's found 2, but the only problem is at the other end, Marcuso's found 3. Back underway then. Here in the second round of Swiss, if you're just joining us, both players coming into this game were at 0 and 1. And a little flick up, attempted volley there. Deflected behind, it'll just be a simple goal kick here for Marcuso. You can see Yimi trying all the tricks in the book.
But if you're going to go for tricks like that, you need to be timing it green. You can't just go for a non-timed volley, otherwise something like that isn't going to beat the keeper. I wonder whether missing that opportunity will ruin his confidence to try something like that again.
And the worry here for Yimi is on the counter-attack, if Marcuso can move the ball quickly upfield, with this 4-3-3 attacking variant, it means there is going to be space in behind. It means that players are going to be committed forward. However, on the flip side of that, the pressure you can apply with this formation makes this a fascinating tactical battle, to be honest with me, from an outsider's point of view.
I think the main focus for Marcuso is just trying to eliminate these mistakes from his game that we've seen in this first leg, because if he keeps making similar mistakes, he is going to offer that passage back into the game several times for Yimi, and all it takes is for Yimi to then take advantage of it and go maybe a goal up, and this game would be flipped on its head.
It's a fantastic passing play here from Yimi. Almost deserved a goal. Eusebio gets a second opportunity. Possession still here for Yimi. Vieira, you can see Hullit's desperately trying to get there. But again, Neymar finds the green time finish. And there's just nothing the goalkeeper can do about that.
Nothing Marcuso could do, really. I mean, he was just behind. He was trying to win the ball back, and it was just really well played, possession-dominant style from Yimi. Constantly using dragbacks to get away from the man, and as soon as he saw an opening with Neymar, does time it green, and unfortunately Van der Sar, who has proved to be the best keeper across everyone's teams in the playoffs, was not able to get there. And now Marcuso has to go again. And this is my worry. If he does start to go behind, if he does continue to make mistakes, is he going to be able to claw it back?
So a 6-goal thriller to kick things off here, and we've only had an hour gone. 60 minutes on the clock. And Yimi now really starting to grow into this game, and Marcuso is starting to feel the pressure. CR7, great tackle there from Sergio Ramos. Now on the counter-attack. You can see the space between the midfield and that defensive line of Yimi. Players streaming forward here for Marcuso. It's just about timing that pass. Oh, and he goes for, in my opinion, maybe the wrong option there.
Yeah, R9 was there, and plenty of room to just put it onto his right foot as well. And then when you get into that opportunity, you can do several different things. You can either just go for a drag back and then maybe a quick shot, or even just go for a 1-2 in the box. But sometimes you do just see that pass early and you've maybe committed to it.
Well, here's Yimi then. He's coming forward himself now after defending. Oh, Ramos. Marcuso read that so well. There was the opportunity to maybe attack that byline. Instead, he went inside. It was a 50-50 coin flip, and he guessed right. Now R9 wins the ball back. Neymar. Hullet gets a little bit fortunate. Sticks a foot in there to win it back. Runners ahead of him. One of them's Mbappe. Linesman's flag goes up.
And from what I've seen in this game and the latter stages of the first round when I was watching backstage, when he did concede that late goal, Marcuso, is he looks nervous, I have to say, as he brings Ben Yedder onto the pitch. I mean, Ben Yedder was incredible when the finesse meta was a thing, but I'm sure that now the 93 rated version is also going to do bits on this pitch as well. But Marcuso does look nervous, and I think that's because of the position he's in the Global Series rankings, because he resides in that 17th, because the expectation is there, because he's finished top 8 at his last 5 events at minimum. There's just something extra in the air here, in the room in Berlin, which is going to make it very difficult for him to actually achieve what he needs to achieve if he wants to go to the eWorld Cup.
I find this change of Ben Yedder on the pitch absolutely fascinating. Obviously he has those 4-star skills, the 5-star weak foot as well, so another 5-star weak foot. Always good to have to create those opportunities to shift the ball one way or the other. Now you're going to see Hullet win the ball back. Hullet now stepping through. Marcuso finds Ben Yedder. Oh, and it's just past the upright.
And those are the finesse shots I was talking about. If that was timed green, you might have just seen that curl into the bottom right-hand corner. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't timed green, but you can see maybe what we're going to see attempted by Marcuso in the latter stages of this first leg. And for Yimi, we just need to see more of the same. A couple more pass and move options, and he should generate enough chances to potentially take the lead going into leg number 2.
It's so dangerous the way we see every time that Ruud Hullet sticks a foot in on one of these midfielders, there's so much space between the back line of Yimi and his midfield that Marcuso really can attack it, so Yimi has to be so careful going forward. But when he gets the ball into these positions, it means he has runners, and it means he has men over. Havertz now. Ronaldo, great switch to the play here. Mane. Fantastically weighted ball over the top here. Marcuso inside the box. His cricketer in his way towards goal, and it's Ben Yedder. The new man to the team who gets himself on the score sheet. But that's just classic Marcuso.
Didn't have to do much with the finish for Ben Yedder. It doesn't matter what weak foot you have, how many stars for skills. You just got to be in the right place at the right time. It was what he did with Cristiano Ronaldo, which secured him that goal. The 3 cricketters in a row was just too hard to defend for Yimi. And Marcuso takes advantage once again here. And now we're going to see whether he can achieve actually holding on to that going into leg number 2. Because if he doesn't, he needs to be careful in those areas.
Van der Sar has to make that save. And Havertz now comes away. And Marcuso on the counter-attack is, again, looking so dangerous at the moment. Pressure now from Yimi towards the end of this game, trying to win that ball back, but he has to be careful here, Dan. But he doesn't find himself too down. Hullet round the corner here to Ronaldo. He gets past one. Ben Yedder versus Van Dijk. Gets past his man, the Cruyff turn, falls to Ronaldo. Fortune favouring the brave there, excuse me. As he gets through on goal, but Marcuso takes a 2-goal advantage now. And Ben Yedder's causing all sorts of problems.
It was very dangerous when you do a heavy cut inside like that. Usually it's very easy to tackle and defend, but unfortunately the ball just deflected into the path of Cristiano Ronaldo, and that 2-goal advantage secured now by Marcuso. Yimi might struggle to get back into this game if he doesn't find a goal in the early stages of leg number 2 or in these closing stages of leg number 1, because Marcuso, one thing he's very good at is building on leads, is getting away from players once he does have that little bit of a cushion.
Well, Luka Modric is Been marshalled there by Sadio Mane. And now Yimi has to be super careful that maybe he doesn't lose this entire tie in these last few minutes. Ben Yedder gets the ball back. You can see Havertz is just waiting for the ball to be played to him. Here's Mane. Vieira comes and joins, and Van der Sar has to scramble down to his left-hand side. As the final whistle goes, and it will be Marcuso who takes a 2-goal advantage into the second leg.
And I'm seeing it now, the transfer market, Ben Yedder just increasing by price.
That
People
graph
wanting
is only
to
going one way.
add him to their team. And I mean, it is strange considering the fact when you have players like Messi in the game, like Havertz in the game, that you go for someone like Ben Yedder, but it's worked out here for Marcuso.
Yeah, I have to completely agree with you. And as I say, you know, he's 93 rated, his finishing statistics are absolutely insane. He's got that 5-star weak foot, and I just always feel, even with the likes of Eusebio, you get it on that left foot, yes, he's got phenomenal finishing, but sometimes that little 4-star just comes into question. You're like, well, I'm not sure if that's going to go in, but with the 5-star, then you've got that option and you know what you're getting. But we're going to check out the highlights from that first leg in the meantime, because there was a lot of goals to get through here, Daniel.
There was, and it started with a big old mistake as well from Marcuso, and you think if he eliminates the mistakes from this game, he should be cruising into the third round with a 1-1 situation for him. But instead, it's still going to be a tough leg too, because there's only 2 goals in it. I say only 2 goals because in FIFA 19, it can be very, very difficult. Otherwise, if you find yourself maybe 3-4 goals up, usually you can just play the ball around, play possession, and you have a good old jolly time.
And the one thing that was really apparent for me, for Yimi, was just his lack of cover, to be honest with you, in those central defensive midfield positions, and we know how important that is at this level. That's why the 4-2-3-1 is so effective. That's why the 4-4-2 is so effective, because you have that bank of 2 players in front of your centre-backs just to nullify any threat going forward. But this really wasn't the case here. This was the goal to give Yimi the lead here. Number 9 bursting through. And you're going to hear here, that's Yimi saying in Dutch, quite simply, how many times do I have to tackle him?
So difficult though when someone is cricketering past you to try and get your foot back in and try and steal that ball away. And that's one thing that Marcuso has been able to inject into his game ever since he found out the cricketer was so powerful. Every opponent he goes up against knows he's going to start chaining them together, and this was a perfect example. Just 1-2, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Doesn't even go for the finish with Ronaldo. Instead, just a simple pass over to the newly introduced Ben Yedder, who I guess did have an impact, because even here, the twists and turns, yes, okay, it was a little bit fortunate with how it landed, but at least he was putting himself in those areas.
Yeah, certainly causing all sorts of problems, the Frenchman. We're used to having enough Frenchmen doing the business at this level as well. You've got the likes of Mbappe, we've got like Vieira, the staples of teams right now. But Ben Yedder, I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? You see a player used by one player who's effective, and suddenly, all of a sudden, you know, he starts to sprinkle around some teams. But speaking of Frenchmen, speaking of Frenchmen, a reminder to everyone to link your EA and Twitch accounts to be eligible to win some pretty cool stuff, much like a prime icon moments, Patrick Vieira. Absolutely unbelievable. Obviously, we've got loads of other stuff to come as well. And also, anyone who tunes in, Dan, to the FIFA 19 Global Series PS4 Playoffs on Twitch, well, you get yourself a beautiful little FIFA Global Series 19 PS4 Playoffs home kit as well. How about that?
That's a good one for kit clashes as well. You can eliminate kit clashes with something like that. Camouflage as well, but I can't confirm you blend in. That's not going to happen. But Patrick Vieira, though, I mean, we have a lot of Twitch drops.
Icon moments.
We have a lot of foot items they get put out on these shows. That is one of the best items you could possibly have. It's in pretty much every squad here. Personally, I wish that they would give me one. But, you know, we can wish, we can hope, we can dream, and maybe you'll grab one for yourself as the coach is now having a little chat with their respective players.
Deep breath, Marcuso. Deep breaths.
Well, I mean, it's a very important tournament for him, Mark. There's probably the expectations from North as well. When you are residing in 17th place, you should be pushing yourself up and at least giving yourself a chance of representing Team PS4 and getting to that eWorld Cup.
Now, for the man on your screen, Yimi, it wasn't the ideal first leg, to be honest with you, to ship 5 goals in that kind of fashion, Dan. In my opinion, I think we need to see some tactical changes. I think that you can't afford to consistently ship that many goals, even in the Swiss phase, when you have to go so far in the tournament in order to secure a place at the FIFA eWorld Cup. I mean, what are you looking at and suggesting possibly?
It's a strange one because defensively he's looked like he's really struggled in certain areas, but if he changes his tactics to try and improve his defense, it's not really going to help him going forward. So he needs to start throwing men maybe towards something like a 4-2-2, I think, would suit him quite well, because he was playing that 4-3-3 and he was getting plenty of space on the wings, but when he was playing it into the middle, there was no one else to offer it up with. The CAM was too far back. He wasn't offering the 1-2s in the box, so maybe a 4-2-2 might offer that going forward for him and might allow him to kind of get him into those situations where he can let rip. But if you look at his goals, I mean, realistically, they were from mistakes from Marcuso. It was from a set piece as well. So we need to see more chances created in open play from Yimi if he wants to get back into this one.
Headsets on. Fist bumps as well. That only means one thing if you like esports. The game is about to start. 2 goals the advantage here for Marcuso. And I think if he plays very similar to what he did in that first leg, I think he will be picking up his first win here in the Swiss stages. But just a reminder, currently both players sat at 0 and 1 on the back foot after their first game. But it's all about how you come out of this second game as we get back underway here. 2-goal advantage here for Marcuso after a 5-3 win in that first leg. Can he close it out?
And there is Ronaldo spread out onto that right-hand side once again for Yimi. And maybe if you are going to be playing Ronaldo in that area, perhaps he does need to start targeting the left-hand side and go for a couple of crosses at the back post, maybe test it early on, see if he's able to get a sneaky back post header just to get back into this game. Because otherwise, in that right-hand side position, Ronaldo hasn't really been doing too much, hasn't been able to get into those striking areas to put a ball in the back of the net.
Well, Yumi continuing with a similar formation here. He's being aggressive as well. Keeping Mendy and Cancelo in his starting lineup at fullback. But now again, you can already see it's almost a man-for-man here. Cancelo's been caught out. Neymar with a big chance. And Marcuso couldn't take it, but surely alarm bells have got to be ringing here for Yimi.
It's a chance that goes begging, and you'd expect more, really. Several different options he could have gone for, but not even timed correctly. He thought maybe just a powerful enough shot might have beaten the keeper into the top right-hand corner, but you're completely right. Defensively, Yimi has struggled to deal with Marcuso.
Well, let's see what he can do offensively now. Quick passing play, and he can't break through. Ramos makes the tackle. And now again, keeping an eye on these fullback positions, and it's going to be a foot race here. Mendy's going to be beaten to the ball by Mbappe. Back across, goal! And again, he's exposed in these fullback areas. But what a finish that was from R9.
Just a great passage of play from Marcuso. Spotted that ball into the middle. Driven into the box from him. And if you haven't used prime icon moments, Ronaldo, I mean, it seems like anywhere in that box, if you let rip and if you do fire away, it does seem to just hurtle into the back of the net. And now Marcuso has that 3-goal cushion, and then, as I said before, this is where he really does go to new levels. He knows how to control a game, and he knows how to kill off a game when he has a lead like this.
Well, Vieira's going to be caught on the ball here. Eusebio gets the ball forward. And Mbappe now, there's players streaming forward here for Yimi, but Virgil van Dijk just comes across and sniffs out the danger. And again, look at this. Runners outside. It's almost man for man once again at the back here for Yimi. Ronaldo. Again, Mbappe, straight across. It's so simple, but the finish wasn't there initially. But part 2, Marcuso strikes back, and he finds his way to find another goal. But again, Dan, the fullback positions at the moment are almost non-existent for Yimi here defensively.
Well, just as I was saying, R9 will finish from any area in the box, collides with the post from about 3 yards, but thankfully Hullit's there to make up for it. But it's going to get into a situation now where Yimi is going to be throwing everything forward, and this scoreline may not represent how the game was actually played in the first leg, because Marcuso could get a lot of goals if it carries on this way. Yimi is pushing his fullbacks up. Marcuso is noticing that, he is exposing that, and he is certainly going to take advantage of it by getting as much goals as he wants to try and give him that confidence going into the other rounds of Swiss.
Well, Van Dijk's currently occupying a central attacking midfield position there as he tried to win the ball back high up the pitch. And I think there certainly are some lessons to be learnt in this one, to be honest with you, for Yimi, as Vieira now steps forward. Is he going to take the strikes? A little 3-star variant there with Patrick Vieira, the heel-to-heel. But at 4 goals down, We were saying in our first game that we were commentating away from the mainstream. You know, 3 goals, there's a chance, but 4 goals at this level. Very, very rare to see a player come back from that. But here's Ronaldo, and well, there's one.
I mean, that at least gives him an ounce of hope. And of course, we are going to see now whether Marcuso will allow that to affect him and allow that to maybe make him crumble a little bit. But still, at 3 goals, it's going to be extremely difficult to get back into it for Yimmy, but that's the first hurdle at least leapt over. Now he needs to find the other 3.
Still time on his side, though. That's the one thing we can say. And the next goal, you think, is certainly vital to how Marcuso is going to react to this game. Because if you concede here and you're Marcuso, all of a sudden you get a little bit nervy. The seeds of doubt start to rear their heads. But if it's Marcuso, you're back to where you were just a moment ago and the game is pretty much done. And plus there'll be plenty more time off the clock. Eusebio is going to be battling here with Hullet. Hullet will win that ball. And now Yimmy has to defend. Vieira into Mbappe, gets past his man. Mbappe!
Oh!
Finish just not good enough.
Everything but. I mean, Marcuso's looked so good in the box, but right now, in those stages, he has not put that away. He hasn't killed off the game. However, with a 3-goal difference, we're going to move over to Dr. Ahano versus Eisvogel. Both 1-0 in the Swiss phase. Of course, Eisvogel beating Shells earlier. Eisvogel 38th in the Global Series rankings is going to need a big tournament. Needs to reach that final if he wants to represent Team PS4. Wants to get to the eWorld Cup. But for Dr. Ahano, I mean, he's pretty much there. At the moment, the top 10 are through. They're representing Team PS4. Dr. Ahano is so close, he can almost taste that ticket. He just needs to get out of Swiss, and he's pretty much guaranteed.
Well, to keep you up to date with the score at the moment, it's currently 4-4 on aggregate. Eisvogel with the lead here in the second leg. It'll be Eisvogel who's playing in the white, and Dr. Ahano, he's in the black kit here. Modric steps in here for Eisvogel to bring it away. A much tighter game here. Both players, as you say, Dan, winning those first games. And if you can go 2-0, it really does fill you with confidence moving forward.
I mean, you're halfway there, getting the job done of getting out of Swiss. We see so many people who do move on from 2-0 scoreline and they just progress. But, I mean, even if you go 0-2, we've seen so many players bounce back from that kind of scenario as well. As Eisvogel is going to be looking to maybe get another upset here. I've got to say, beating Shells was a pretty big upset.
Well, Neymar gets the drag back, uses his strength to bully a couple of players off. He tried to make the tackle as well. Eisvogel looking to brute force his way through on goal there. Neymar's going to whip the ball in. Van der Sar gets a solid punch on that one away, though. Important touch there from Varane. Eusebio with a snapshot. Can't beat the defensive line here of Dr. Ahano.
Dr. Ahano, who has had a very successful year, as you can see by where he stands in the Global Series, but again, we've not necessarily seen him get to the heights that he probably would have expected. We know what he's capable of. I mean, he is a person who can reach finals. I mean, just imagine if he did reach a final here at the playoffs and he would burst his way into that top 10 and give himself a better seed and a better group, arguably, going into the eWorld Cup. If you're wondering how it works, it's a snaking system where first seed gets put into a group, second and third into the next group, then fourth and fifth, and so on, so forth. And of course, 2 groups of 8 from Team PS4.
He's looking towards the back post here. Van der Sar has to use every single inch of his 6'6" frame to get up and beat the on-rushing attacker to that ball. Ronaldo wins the header here. Eisvogel coming forward. Modric finds Patrick Vieira. Ronaldo, great little run here from Luka Modric. Things starting to develop. It's beautiful from Eisvogel. And the patience on display. It deserved that goal.
Well, I've heard a lot of whispers about Eisvogel. People saying, well, maybe this could be a tournament we need to be keeping an eye on this man. And I tell you what, if he keeps playing like this, if he keeps upsetting some of these giants, who knows? Maybe he could achieve the heights to qualify for a place on Team PS4. But of course, it is still early stages. It's just about getting out of that Swiss first and foremost. There's now a couple of changes for both of these players as well. For Eisvogel, it's very simple. Hold on to that ball 30 minutes. But for Dr. Ohano, I feel like when Dr. Ohano's back is against the wall, that's when he does explode. That's when he becomes a better player, as happens for a lot of FIFA players, to be honest. When they feel like they need to push forward, when they need to go for that goal, they seem to have that little extra bit of energy that they've almost been conserving throughout the entire game.
And Eisvogel's maybe a player that we haven't heard of as much of as we had at this stage last year at FIFA 18. Obviously had a somewhat of a breakout season in FIFA 18 himself. But maybe he is one of those players who's just aging at the right time here in FIFA 19. And when it matters, he can find a performance. Obviously, it's an incredibly tough task for him to find his way into one of those 16 positions, but starting off the way that he has is certainly going to be the way he needs to kick business off it. Modric steps in. What a tackle that is from Ronaldo. Modric now flicks this one up to Mbappe, looks back to Modric. And Dr. Ohano can finally clean up a little bit and look to release Havertz.
Is that Hullet at left back? I think it might be. Making a little bit of a difference, making it very difficult to play those over-the-top through balls that we saw work so well for several players already in this tournament.
Well, Eisvogel now attacking this full-back position. Here is Ruud Hullet. Patrick Vieira, oh, that's loose.
And now that loose ball is going to allow Dr. Ohano again to be coming forward, and just look at the amount of black shirts that are available for him as well. The man does get taken down, but he still has possession. Varane steps in, but he just can't keep the ball, Eisvogel, in these areas. Thankfully, the second man is able to achieve it and win that ball back, but Eisvogel needs to keep an eye on these areas, because Dr. Ohano is starting to look a little bit more dangerous coming forward. Plenty of men looking for the ball on both those wings.
Well, maybe it's Eisvogel's time to strike himself. Ramos makes the interception. Just the one goal still between these two players. Dr. Ohano chasing the game at this point. One goal he needs with just around 17 minutes left on the clock, and maybe it's going to be Kai Havertz. The little three-point spin inside. What a tackle that is from Ruud Hullet. And now he just bullies Luka Modric off the ball. If you're wondering why he's in at that left-back position, well, I couldn't have drawn a better picture myself.
Several different reasons as to why he is there, but of course he's shown why he needs to be.
Neymar now inside the box. Defensively, he was superb. Can he finish in front of goal now, Eisvogel? Dr. Ohano wins the ball back with a last gasp tackle. And now every attack here for the Doctor might be a last gasp attack as well.
Almost seemed like he second-guessed himself, did Eisvogel. Had the opportunity to shoot first time, turned and then turned back again. And it's chances like that where you sometimes need to be definitive, you need to be decisive, because if you're not, you do give up those chances. And if he was able to get a two-goal cushion, this would have been the game wrapped up, and he would have been 2-0 up in Swiss.
Well, here comes the Doctor. Looking to find his way towards goal! What a save from Van der Sar! 9 minutes left here. Dr. Ohano really putting the pressure onto Eisvogel here. And now we're going to see that pause coming in. And sometimes it's not just personnel changes here, it's not just tactical. Maybe this is an Eisvogel pause, a chance for him to just reset mentally here. Refocus on what he needs to do to see this one out.
Change of formation as well. 4-3-2-1, just to try and generate as much pressure as possible in that final third. And of course he has a corner as well here. And we know how dangerous corners can be. Ronaldo stuck up front alongside the other Ronaldo and Havertz. That's a very threatening front line. And then of course you've got the danger coming from the middle of the park. Maybe a super sub available. Look at that bench. Eusebio and Messi available. He's just going to make sure that he doesn't leave any gaps at the back as well. And to be honest, from this corner, I mean, if he can find maybe a front post header from Cristiano Ronaldo, or he can go for an option of playing it out to the edge of the box and then trying to dink it back post as well. He will be right back into this one, and I'm sure Eisvogel is going to be well aware of that, and he's going to be making sure he is controlling his biggest and best defender. Or maybe sometimes that biggest and best defender is Cristiano Ronaldo himself.
That's very,
in
very
the box.
True. Yeah, really is so dominant, and interesting fact, these two guys have played each other on FIFA 19 in tournament play back in London. And it was the Doctor who came out on top by just the one goal. So it's looking like history might be repeating itself here unless Icevogel... Sorry, excuse me. History might not be repeating itself as Icevogel looks to tie up the series in FIFA 19 at 1-1. Corner, though, for the Doctor. Neymar stood over it. Is it going to be put up for someone to attack? Ronaldo back across goal, and there is Cristiano Ronaldo. And there is the equaliser.
And just to go back to your point, you were right the first time, Mark.
I knew it. I should have backed myself.
It was Icevogel who won that matchup. So it would have been history repeating itself. However, now we have that equaliser, and it's Dr. Ohano who's going to be trying to get revenge here. And he made so many changes tactically before that corner, and I tell you what, I guess it paid off because he knew exactly where he wanted to put that ball. And now we're right back square and maybe heading towards extra time. Always tough when you concede a goal this late. But of course, Icevogel did get a late goal against Shells in his first round, so sometimes you score them, but sometimes they go against you.
I'm fuming, Dan. I'm fuming. I knew I was right. Anyway, back into the game. What a goal that could be. In the complexion of the Swiss format here. The Doctor finds a way from the set piece. Now, is there a last gasp word here before we head towards extra time for one of these guys? 5-5 on aggregate. 4-3 in this game to Icevogel. He's just conceded here. And Marco Reus is maybe looking to find a way forward. Ooh, and that was a risky pass there from Havertz. You saw the pressure coming in from Ruud Gullit, trying to make sure that he might have been able to nip in. But look at that ball over the top here, and it's Cancelo going forward for Dr. Ohano. He's got away from his man. Oh, what a tackle that is from Kante.
Kante doing really well to get back. It was a poor first touch from Cancelo, which actually allowed Kante to get into that position to ensure he could steal it back. But possession still with Dr. Ohano, and potentially final attack before extra time if he so wants to choose to go down that route, as so many players do. It means that you can open yourself up to make a mistake and not be punished for that mistake by doing so. And with 2 minutes left, he'll start to move the ball forward now.
Just making sure that it is his last attack, and here's R9. Varane steps in, and maybe it's not. Maybe it's time for Icevogel to stride forward and potentially find a game-winning opportunity. Modric puts it out. The referee will bring a regulation time to an end here, and we are heading to extra time.
So if history were to literally repeat itself, Icevogel gets one more goal and wins 6-5. It would be the same scoreline as well that we saw in London. So I wonder if that's in the back of the mind of Dr. Ohano, because you mentioned it earlier, when you have lost to a player, whether it be in the current iteration of FIFA or it's a previous iteration of FIFA, you always think, I've been beaten by this player. I want to beat them. I don't want to lose to them again. I don't want them to be considered my bogey player. But I'm sure that Dr. Ohano is going to be more than happy that at least he gets extra time to attempt to get back into this game and try and get a victory here to go 2-0 in Swiss. So both players 1-0. Looking to try and to double that now in this Swiss round.
Extra time then. And it will be Icevogel has the ball from the restart. Chance for him to attack. Have to be switched on here if you're Dr. Ohano. Make sure your tackles are crisp. Make sure that your player switching is precise and you leave no gaps at the back. Vieira. Kante now coming forward for Icevogel. Can't squeeze the ball through, but the tenacity there of N'Golo Kante means that Icevogel might have a chance. Neymar! And Icevogel does take the lead.
And deservedly so with how he went forward there. And now he has the option just to try and switch up the tactics and hold this ball. It is a lot of time, of course, in extra time for Dr. Ohano to get back into things. But a great finish from Neymar. Maybe slightly fortunate in how Neymar actually got the ball. There was a little bit of a touch from Gullit, and I thought Maybe he could have been able to sneak that one away, but he gets the lead again. And just to update you, in case you are a Marcuso fan, he did go on to win that game. I'm sure there are plenty of you around there. I mean, who would not be a fan of that man and how he plays FIFA? And of course, those long locks as well on top of his head. And I'm sure Mark is very jealous of.
You don't hear for a damn for the rest of this game. It's because we've had a conversation off camera. But anyway, Marco Reus picks the ball up here for Eisvogel. And Eisvogel now, game management. Such a vital part of pro players' games. Not just in general, but especially at this point in the season. You see they're attempting an elastico. All sorts of body feints there from R9. He was twisting, he was turning. He was a couple of moves away from the dance floor, to be honest with you. And he's still got the ball, and Dr. Ohano is desperately trying to put the pressure on to win the ball back, but Eisvogel is doing such a great job of just holding on to the ball. Kante into Neymar. Little bit of space. So much space here for R9. And maybe that's the finishing touch he needed for this game.
You were talking about game management, you were talking about players holding on to the ball, but you could just sense that Eisvogel wanted to go forward, wanted to get in even more of a lead in this game. And some players are just better at doing that. They just like to generate as much pressure as possible and not allow their opponents back into the game. And now with 2-goal advantage, it's surely going to be extremely difficult for his opposition, Dr. Ohano. Unless we see a goal before half-time of extra time, you have to say that realistically, Eisvogel should have what it takes to manage the game effectively to close it out. And by winning the ball back there, it's going to allow one last attack in this half of extra time for him as well. Maybe he can make it 3.
Well, here comes Eisvogel. He doesn't have to be so careful with possession now with that little cushion that he's just created for himself. He can just go hunting for another one. And R9, pulls another save out of Edwin van der Sar. R9 again on the edge of the box. Little half drag back. There's the scoop turn, unfortunately for him. Just lunging to control the ball right at the end of the half. But, I mean, a perfect first half of extra time here. And now can Eisvogel hold on this time and keep Dr. Ohano at bay? Because he couldn't do it in the dying moments of regulation time.
But this time he has a 2-goal advantage, and the possession stat speaks for himself. 58% he's had throughout this entire game, and if he carries on that way and holds that statistic, then he should be able to keep Dr. Ohano from getting back into the game, as Dr. Ohano once again returns to the drawing board. Eusebio is going to be brought on to try and add that little bit of an extra oomph going forward. I mean, Ronaldo, Havertz, Neymar, Eusebio, and Modric. I mean, that is an incredible attacking
I'm going to throw
six.
Mendy and Cancelo in there as well. There's only 3 players on the pitch at the moment, which is the goalkeeper and the 2 centre-backs who don't have 4-star skills. So, I mean, going forward, he's got everything that you could possibly want. He's just got to find a way towards goal here. He's only got 15 minutes to do so here. Well, what a start this would be for Eisvogel to go 2-0 after what has been a fairly quiet season, we have to say, in FIFA 19 by his standards.
Yeah, there's been a few
name
tournaments
that's on the radar still.
A few tournaments where he could have gone a little bit further, but maybe he was cut off a little bit too soon. Dr. Ohano is able to get something here. It really would open up the end of this game, but it seems like Eisvogel's winning the ball back in great areas that is almost frustrating Dr. Ohano, because it's also leaving him vulnerable at the back and allowing Eisvogel to go along the counter-attack. Whether he goes for the counter-attack is going to be another question, because now he might be more inclined just to keep that ball and play it around, but looks like he wants another goal.
Well, Royce is in behind it, and the issue with throwing so many offensive players on the pitch is defensively, you're really going to be struggling. Kante now for Eisvogel, takes it short again, maybe just waiting to get the ball back to Neymar. That's exactly what he does. Almost worked it so well. Wins the ball back inside the box and has to recycle back outside to inside the 18-yard box. Cancelo steps in, but again, Eisvogel is just keeping the ball. And every second that passes, look at Marco Reus work back. That's what you want. That's what you want from your attacking players if you're trying to close the game out.
I like that Kante's on the pitch as well. I mean, we saw a lot of Kante when the Team of the Year was released and the tournaments that followed thereafter. But now we see Patrick Vieira and Hullet kind of dominating the midfield, and Modric as that sub. But when you use Kante as the sub, he generates and injects so much pace into the game as a central defensive midfielder. It is very difficult for some of these players who have fatigued as the game's gone on to get past him, because he just catches them up and nicks the ball away.
Well, maybe this is a chance to really end hits here for Eisvogel. Neymar goes across goal. The drag back, just to see the goalkeeper movement. And then the finish to boot. And Eisvogel, another name here we certainly need to keep our eyes on in Berlin.
Certainly showing that he can roll with the big dogs. And these are the kind of players he needs to be beating if he does want to get onto Team PS4 and go to that eWorld Cup. Dr. Ahano, who's sat in 11th, and whilst Dr. Ahano realistically could still qualify even if he got out in the Swiss phase here, depending on who performs well around him, I think this is certainly a statement to the rest of the field of, I don't care where you are in the Global Series ranking, I know what my job is. I need to get to that final, and I need to get a hefty amount of Global Series ranking points.
Well, there it is. Eisvogel continues. He's now 2-0 in the Swiss format. A perfect start there from the German. And 1-1 for Dr. Ahano. And as you were saying a little bit earlier, you know, Marcuso managed to close out his game. We were watching from the start, so great stuff from him.
Yeah, and we need to see players like this who are outside of that top 16 to be winning in Swiss, to give themselves that chance. Because once you got out of Swiss, that's when the real games start for those players. When you start to achieve Global Series ranking points more and more the further you get into those rounds. Because if you go out in Swiss and you're outside of the top 16, you ain't getting on Team PS4, I'll tell you that for free, because we didn't see it in Hamburg, we didn't see players outside of the top 16 really have that chance, but maybe we're going to see a little bit more change in the top 16 here in Berlin, Mark.
Well, one thing that we are going to see is some highlights from the game there. Actually, we're not going to see any highlights. I lied to you. We're going to go to another game, because we've got loads of games to bring you. That's what we're going to do. It's more exciting, Dan. I haven't forgot that you insulted me, by the way.
Iago versus Tuga. It's currently 3-2 to Iago, and Tuga, who is one of those players who already has got his spot on Team PS4, but that still, he's going to be wanting to perform well to go in with momentum, and also a little bit of prize money to be had as well if he can get to the latter stages of this tournament. Iago has looked phenomenal this season, and he really is one of those outsiders that I kind of pinpointed as a potential player that could get onto Team PS4, that could get to that eWorld Cup. And we saw how well he performed at the E-Nations when he was alongside Nicholas, and he was beating some of the biggest and best players in the world. Now he needs to do it yet again in one of the highest stakes tournament we've seen so far this season.
One thing I love about this game, and I wish we had player cams for them, because they're two of the most passionate, loud, feisty, shall we say, competitors that we have in FIFA 19. You really do feel the emotion of every single pass, every single tackle, and certainly every single goal that goes in.
And it was back in London when Iago was, well, he got into like quarter-final, semi-final, and he was streaming tears because of how passionate he was. And I mean, for Tuga, no one's going to forget that moment at E-Nations.
I can still hear it.
He erupted after a late dramatic victory. Maybe he's going to need a late dramatic victory yet again. Both of these players at 1-0 in Swiss. Tuga won his game in extra time.
Well, here comes Iago then. He's got the fullback isolated for just a moment there with Cristiano Ronaldo, but again, managing the game well here. Doesn't want to take any undue risk. Finally kind of whips that one into the box. It falls to Ruud Hullet. Iago just wide of the post. But speaking of Iago, you were saying, you know, one of those players who really could explode and surprise a few people here. As mentioned, back at the E-Nations, one of those players, yes, it was one leg, but took down Tex for England, shown that he can hang with the best in the world, but he's got to be careful here because Tuga's turning back, and there's loads of space here for Mbappe. And David De Gea makes a save.
I mean, not only did he take down Tex, but he took down Tex on his non-familiar console as well. And also, by playing on his non-familiar console, he didn't get the Global Series ranking points. If he had played on that PlayStation, he could have had a little bit more. It was a very interesting decision, I've got to say, from Argentina, but they opted to go for the best way possible to try and get as far as they could in the tournament.
Look at the space here, and oh, the goalkeeper movement there. That's a huge chance for Tuga. You don't get many better than that, to be honest with you. Around 18 yards out from goal. centre of the goal. He didn't time it, and he did not wait, much like Icevogel did in the earlier game, to wait for that goalkeeper to be committed before looking for a finish.
For all we are talking about Yago and how well he's played this season, the giants he's gone up against, Tuga is pretty much one of those giants. I mean, Tuga has reached the heights of grand finals. Back in Atlanta, he went up against Tex in that grand final. Unfortunately, he lost like many other have against the likes of the young man. But it was the fact that he got there, and it was what he showed. He was really one of the first players to demonstrate how effective the 4-4-2 was in FIFA 19. As you can see there, though, that's no 4-4-2 that he's got as an extra attacking option up his sleeve. That's a 3-5-2 just to try and generate as much possibilities and potential attacks as possible. There's only 24 minutes left now for Tuga to get back into this game. Despite the fact he is leading this second leg, it was the first leg where Yago was able to get this advantage.
Well, Marco Reus won the ball back there. And I think you will see quite a lot of Marco Reus being used. That team of the season variant, that foot item 98 rated. And I think you might almost be seeing him using the capacity of kind of a defensive attacker, if that makes sense, due to his work rates. He's got great pace, great strength. Medium work rates means that if you're bringing him up towards the end of the game, not only to give you an outlet ball, it means he's going to be tracking back as well. He's going to be adding an extra body. But here comes Tuga. One cricketer. The second beat his man as well, but the shot did not beat the defender.
I think similarly to Royce and the likes of Kante as well, it's how the meta's developed and how people have noticed that you do need to bring on these defensive-minded players. It's not about the super subs that go forward.
And Ronaldinho again with a chance, and David De Gea spills it in front of goal. Ronaldo now, I mean, to be honest with you, Yago's been riding his luck. Tuga now, massive chance for him. Havertz! De Gea comes up trumps.
De Gea literally stood on a bridge yelling, "You shall not pass" at this point. As Yago clinging on to this lead, and Tuga trying his best to attempt to batter through this door that's been put up. Only 14 minutes remaining. That means he goes back to the tactics screen once again. He's going to have a look across to see what formation's being played by Yago, but it's still the 4-2-3-1 that is going to allow those two central defensive midfielders just to sit back and become very much a nuisance. But you feel like pressure is amping up here for Tuga, and we know what he does in late stages of games. You know that if he scores, you're certainly going to hear it across the room.
Yeah, we'll certainly, we've got headsets on, but we'll still be able to hear the vibrations, the echoes across the arena here in Berlin. And we can see every single game that's going on just over the top of the screen that we're watching. And we can certainly hear the energy, feel the energy.
I'd argue you can hear energy sometimes. And there's enough of it, and yeah, the way we're laid out here in Berlin, all the players are playing just a short distance away from us, and I think it always adds to the atmosphere when we are in a situation like this.
Well, that's a great ball to Havertz. And that outlet. Now back inside for Yago. Oh, Johan Cruyff could not get there. He was stretching every sinew of his body there to try and get a touch on the ball to bring it under control. And that's going to give Tuga a chance to go forward. Ronaldinho. The man from Portugal strides forward once more. Havertz. Nothing but air.
It does seem like Yago's in this indecisive nature right now going forward of, do I try and hold on to this ball? Do I go for a goal? And he is opting to go for these risky passes, which is allowing Tuga to regain possession, allowing Tuga to go forward. Maybe Yago is confident enough defensively where he feels, all right, I don't think Tuga's going to be able to score here. That's not a very comfortable way to play a game of FIFA against a player like Tuga.
In my opinion, it's too risky. He's given Tuga two extra opportunities to go forward, in my opinion, in this game in the closing moments, and one of those you just feel could come back to bite him. A final, maybe opportunity to change something here for Tuga. Or maybe it's Yago just throwing on some defensive reinforcements, battening down the hatches. That's Tuga's going to come forward for the last few minutes here. You can see how much time's left on the clock. There's barely anything.
I mean, look how often Tuga's going to that pause screen as well and checking to see what formation's being changed and switching up all these in-game tactics, which I'm sure a coach is helping him out with as well. I mean, I'll be honest, most of these players know exactly what they want to do anyway, but sometimes a coach behind you just to give you a second opinion is Usually why they're brought along.
Pressure making that decision in the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can make the wrong decision very easily.
Well, here's Modric then. Is there going to be a chance here for Tuga? Pull it, massive chance! And you have to say that Yago's brought this on himself. He's given Tuga the chance to come forward more times than he should have. And you just felt there was going to be one opportunity he was going to take.
And twice now in this round, in 2 different games, we've seen the tactics screen and different tactics applied and then a corner scored. And maybe there's more behind some of these tactical changes than we might think, just opening the width a little bit or squeezing the midfield to make sure that players are in the right position for all this corner. But Hullet absolutely buries that one. Goalkeeper nowhere to be seen, and there's that traditional 4-4-2 now for Tuga.
The only problem is he hasn't got a recognised fullback on the pitch. So I think he's going to have Kylian Mbappe playing at fullback at the moment. Obviously, he's got the strength, he's got the pace. Or is he going to move one of those central midfielders into that position to cover it?
Actually looked like Ronaldinho was positioned at left back for a little bit there. He's still got the 5-3-2 option applied, but he was just making those changes in case he does switch back to 4-4-2. Now he has found that equaliser. And Yago, since we've joined, hasn't really had too many opportunities. As we're going to see, maybe Yago punish Tuga in the final stages of this game. How cruel would it be after Tuga's worked so hard to get back into it if Yago just goes up the other end now and puts this game to bed?
It would be a cruel way to end things, but you have to play every single situation, every single second out in FIFA 19. Havertz gets around the outside of his man. Not without contact, though, and Cancelo brings him down. And maybe, again, it will be a set piece that creates a chance for one of these players to find, at this point, Dan, the goal that would be a winner. Royston over the ball. Can Yago steal this one at the depth? Ball into the box, plenty of height under it, and the goalkeeper missed it. It will be extra time.
Second game in a row for Tuga. He goes to extra time. He did beat Yimi 3-2 in extra time in his first round. He's managed to work his way back into this game against Yago, and I mean, the way it's going, the way Tuga's playing, I have to feel like I would go for Tuga in this particular matchup. But you never know when Yago might explode. That's what he's done all season long. He's just shown that he can compete with the very best. Tuga is one of the very best.
A last gasp goal from Tuga is what sent us here. 3-3 on aggregate, 3-1 in this game to Tuga, but Yago, I mean, do you think he's going to have that emotional hangover from giving Tuga so many chances to come forward towards the end of that game, Dan?
I'd like to think not. I'd like to think he could just focus up and just say, look, I've got 30 minutes now in game to win this. Let's just treat it as a new game, as a new day. If he starts thinking and focusing too much on what he gave away, then sure, he is going to struggle.
I just feel like players surely should have learned this by this point in the season.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
if this is a knockout game,
I think every player in this building is mentally very strong and has been in several situations, well, not even several, hundreds, thousands of situations like this before. But for Yago, I mean, we can't tell the full story. We didn't see the first leg. We didn't see how he was playing against Tuga. And maybe Tuga going back to 4-4-2 might actually be a good thing for Yago, because he was able to find goals when Tuga was playing his normal formation. It was only when Tuga was really playing that full-on aggressive 3-5-2 we've seen Yago struggle. And now Tuga's reverting back to maybe something a little bit more defensive. We might see a little bit more here.
The ball whipped in towards that back post where Cristiano Ronaldo was rising. Well defended in that full-back position, and maybe that's one of the reasons we're not seeing quite as many of those crosses with the new team of the season for IAMS available, able to contest those headers, slightly lower percentage. on those conversions. Well, here's Cruyff. First time we've really seen Iago be able to go forward himself, and I think Mbappe in that fullback position might be slightly vulnerable here. He concedes the free kick. Royce leaves this one. Laid off here to Hullet. Oh, and you could see the idea there from Iago. Unfortunately, just didn't find that final pass.
So close yet so far. It is a game of inches so very often in FIFA 19, as now Tuga is going to have a final opportunity in the first half of this extra time period. And there's so much room in the middle. I mean, he has the freedom to play these comfortable passes. It's just what he can do in the final third.
Ronaldinho tries to get round Dumfries, and the physical presence there of the PSV man at fullback wins the ball back. And now we are heading towards a penalty shootout if we do not have a decider.
Don't you dare say that word.
In these next few minutes. I'd rather it happen here in the Swiss than, to be honest, than in the knockouts.
This is very true, and but to be honest, the amount of times we've seen a Swiss decided by a penalty shootout throughout this season of FIFA 19, a player who maybe falls 3 and 4 in Swiss who lost a penalty shootout in the early stages, and they just look back at it and say, oh, if only I had found that goal in extra time, if only I had won that penalty shootout. Some players do back themselves in penalties, though. First and foremost, we have 15 minutes for one of these players to try and get themselves out of that horrible, horrible situation of having to go down to those penalties.
Iago's just tossed that one in towards the back post there. Not too much thought towards it, to be honest with you, but almost had the pieces fall his way. Now Tugu can come forward. There's only going to be a couple of attacks here for each player. So every attack here is a potentially match-winning opportunity for one of these players. Hullet into Neymar. Referee's assistant has raised his flag on that far side. Now maybe 10 minutes left in this game. Before penalties, there'll be a chance here for Iago, the Argentine, to go forward.
And you sometimes in these stages really see what kind of mentality a player has, but oh my God, look at this space.
Look at the space here for Havertz. Tuga desperately defending here with Varane. He's positioned himself well, and Sergio Ramos steps in. I need to give huge credit there to Tuga for the way that he didn't commit. He didn't dive in such a pressurised moment, but he has given the ball back to Iago.
Both these players are really trying to win this game as well. There's no passing it around the back and waiting for the final attack that we see so many people try in extra time. And instead, Iago very much saw that opportunity, saw that space and wanted to take it, and Tuga is trying to play some risky balls up front as well. And the main reason why people do pass it around and go for that last attack is they kind of say to themselves, well, either I win or I go to a penalty shootout. I'm not going to give myself that chance of losing the ball and losing the game before I at least get a 50-50 opportunity in the penalties. Maybe that's exactly what Tuga's going to do right now with only a couple of minutes left.
He's known for last-minute, last-gasp winners. And Tuga is looking to recreate one of those moments again. Neymar loses his feet at the last second, and now maybe these last seconds will be long here to Iago. Cruyff outside to Ronaldo. Mbappe steps in, and we are going to the spot here, Dan. Who's going to be first up here?
Penalties are never a good way to try and decide a game like this. As Ronaldinho is going to be the first man. And it's going to be Tuga who steps up first and is going to be leading this penalty shootout. A lot of goalkeeper movement, a lot of mind games already. Goes down right, and a great save to kick things off for Iago.
Johan Cruyff then steps up, and it's one save apiece at this point. Can Havertz beat the goalkeeper now for Tuga? All sorts of mind games going on with the goalkeeper on the line. Steps up, Tuga takes the lead.
So many things to watch out for in penalty shootouts. A little bit of head movement as well. Got to keep an eye on it, but the mind games that can be played is Iago going to try and tie this one up, which he does. 1-1 now. Nice calm penalty as it moves over to Luka Modric. For Tuga here, as it's just a little dance in the centre now for Iago, and he does stand strong, and the chest of De Gea keeps Tuga out.
If he can save this one, Tuga will give himself a huge advantage. Havertz puts it away. And now Mbappe for Tuga, straight down the middle.
Iago still with the lead. If he can secure this one, he'll go 3-2 up in the shootout. It is a nice, easy penalty for Vieira as well, and he does have that lead. So Tuga, pressure on to score this one. Has to score. Pull it then. Very difficult to watch his head movement with the amount of hair on his head. So it's another dance in the penalty area for the goalkeeper, and it's gone down the middle. Tuga still lives.
Iago scores here. You're probably going to hear it across the arena. Ronaldo versus De Gea, and he puts it away. And Iago takes the win. But boy, does he make it difficult on himself.
And Iago goes 2-0 in Swiss now. Unfortunately for Tuga, he's going to be 1-1. Is Iago going to be one of these players we need to keep an eye on going into the rest of this tournament? Certainly has put himself in a phenomenal position in this Swiss stage.
Yeah, incredible action there from round number 2. We've already had a penalty shootout. We've already had that kind of drama. Late goals, we've had it all. But now we're going to go over to Rachel and everybody else on the couches to break it all down.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, round 2 done and dusted. You'd think everybody would get their nerves out of the way after round 1, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Not after looking at those scores after round 2. We'll bring you more analysis from those rounds in a little bit, but first it's time to head on over to the Telestrator, brought to you by PS4 with Mike the Bell and Alan Avi.
Thanks,
hey, guys.
Rachel. So we're going to be looking at the Marcuso versus Yemi matchup. And usually when you talk about Marcuso, you're thinking about the La Croqueta, but not in this freeze frame. We're going to talk more about some of his advanced skill moves.
Yes, and this play from Marcuso is a very brilliant one. Honestly, one of my favorite play skill moves so far in the tournament. Stay tuned because there's a lot of greatness coming soon. We got Hullet right here who plays a lofted pass to R9 Ronaldo. Mike, what are the options he has?
So when you see a lofted pass, you're going to be thinking to yourself, okay, there's going to be a volley. They're going to hit this first time, whether they're going left, whether they're going right. But Marcuso is actually going to utilize the fake shot, which is the only skill move in the game that allows you to execute this skill off the bounce.
And keep in mind, R9, he could have fake shotted to the outside of the box, but instead he goes towards the middle of the box, which opens up a lot of space. And here, another brilliant part of Marcuso's play, this goal, Ronaldo is expected to go right here to the left, to the right post, my bad, and Ronaldo instead goes towards the left and absolutely beats Van der Sar. What a brilliant goal for Marcuso.
Yeah, it throws him off, and it allows him to go ahead to get that lead and get himself back into the Swiss rounds. He didn't want to go down 0-2. And more importantly here is Marcuso is more than just a La Croqueta king. And the same could be said about Rachel. She's more than just a La Croqueta queen.
Oh, I'm so much more, Mike, so much more. And he has 11 goals there. Maybe I can score one of those using the La Croqueta as well. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to show it in this outfit, but maybe afterwards in a pickup game, Jimmy, I can show some of my skills.
Yeah, I was marveling at Mike's hair. It's just on point right now.
Always on point.
A lot of hairspray. All right, let's take a look now at the brackets so you guys can get caught up in all of the action. We've played 2 rounds so far in the Swiss format, and only 16 players have won their first 2. And there are some familiar names there, Sven.
Well, you asked me who's going to have a good day, and I said it's always a Belgian. I said Pinner 97's going to be there, and so far so good for him. He's 2-0. Obviously, Nicholas, we don't really talk about him because we expect him to do what he's doing and be unbeaten in the Swiss format. That's what he is so far. Roma Dami as well. Mike singled him out. He's doing well as well, and obviously Yoksan.
And Dr. Ahano, he's someone who's been around the FIFA community for years,
forever.
So it's always good to see him still doing it for the older people.
Yes,
nice.
Respect for the older people. A lot of respect for them. Now let's take a look at the players that haven't won any games. Their first 2, unfortunately. They have a goose egg in the win column. Artie Griezmann, Marv, that was your pick. Rachel, for that dual stuff from EMLS, FC Fiddle from FC Cincinnati, EMLS, not doing so well. Yemi, we just saw, lost. Hasu Chihan.
Yeah.
That's pretty surprising. You know, he's another name that's been around the scene for a very long time.
He has, yeah, and I expect him to get some wins for sure. Whether he's still going to get the 4 he needs will remain to be seen. But I think the main story so far, there's quite a lot of guys in the one-on-one category that could go either way now. There's some big names in there. I don't think there's too many massive shocks that are 0 for 2 in my opinion.
But Dulster, for me, is someone who does so well in the EMLS, and he comes to these different tournaments and never quite matches his performances there. I'm not sure.
I take that personally.
What that
EMLS
seems to
baby. NA all day.
I wasn't dissing EMLS. I'm just saying he hasn't quite shown up like he has done there. And I don't know why that is. Maybe we should go and talk.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know,
All right, let's talk about a few of the
Everyone
top
does.
stories. The first story is Tasakt. I think that's the way you say it. He's from Japan, and he has beaten some big names here to start the tournament. He started off with The Stranger. I think we're all pretty familiar with The Stranger. He's not really a stranger anymore. And then he took down Maestro, who's been one of the hottest players on PS4 this season.
Really, really strong start from this lad. We've got to start talking about him. So Saks is taking on, The Stranger is always there or thereabouts, and he's been beaten 6 goals against him as well. And then Maestro, for me, has been consistently definitely top 4 PlayStation players in the world this year. He's won the eWorld Cup. He's been great. And Tasakt has just won 3-2, which is quite a good scoreline in the sense that he's only conceded 2 goals to Maestro over 2 legs.
Which is impressive.
That's very good, so he's definitely one to watch.
All right, now let's take a look at our second story. This one is Iago. He comes from the same region of Argentina as Nicolas, which is a player that everybody seems to talk about, so maybe he gets overshadowed at times. But he is 2-0 as well, taking down some players that you might have heard of before, including Tuga, who has a nice reputation from Portugal. Beat him in penalties there. Now, he beat Tex. Iago in the E-Nations, and Nicolas says he's the best player that he's ever played against. That is some high praise.
Yeah, strong statement. If Nicolas is saying that, then, he must be doing something right. But then Nicolas, he kind of dumbs himself down all the time. So I'm not taking anything away there, but...
Nicolas, do you remember at the start of the year, he said Fafilza was the best player from Brazil, or South America, he said, which is fair enough. And Fafilza had some great moments. He's obviously here as well today, but he's not gone to the level that, say, Nicolas has gone to, also from South America. So sometimes I wonder whether Nicolas throws these little quotes out there just to take a little bit of attention for himself.
To give it taste, yeah.
Iago's results have been solid there. Not maybe against the same quality of opponents as Tasakt, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Iago does the next game.
I like that. Nicolas mind games he's got going on.
Maybe.
Well, let's keep it in South America and talk about Zizinho. The Brazilian has gotten off to a great start here. He is 2-0 as well, scoring a ton of goals in this one, Rachel.
Yeah, I guess he's one of my picks. We saw him at the Champions League, and then to get there, actually, he beat Footwiz Tom, and Footwiz Tom is kind of a standout amongst all these players. Everyone talks about him as being maybe one that could win this tournament. So obviously Zeno beat him in Manchester to get to the Champions League, and then he went 6-2, 9-3. So scoring goals for fun, really. And it's one of the players I like to watch. He had the best celebration and the best FaceTime with his parents in Manchester to get to Madrid, which I found quite nice to watch. So yeah, he's doing awesomely. And under the radar a bit again, we haven't really put him as one of our players to watch, and we
probably should, because he was in the 2017 eWorld Cup. So it's not like he's new to the scene by any stretch of the imagination. All right, let's talk about one of his teammates now. This is our last story here from round 2. It's Team Holt's Danny Visser. The Dutchman right there, he's 2-0 as well. Took down Kyle Leese and Footwiz Tom. He won the Eredivisie, so he's no stranger to these proceedings, but this is a nice surprise to see him doing so well.
He's not going to make any friends in England. Taking down Footwiz Tom and Kyle Leese. He's taking down all the British boys, but very good stuff from him. Another one to watch as well. He seems to be a tournament player. He just maybe needs to find a way of getting to more tournaments next year, and then he could, probably would have already secured himself a spot in the top 16, but he's looking to do that today.
Yeah, good performances by all these guys so far. Now we're going to throw it over to a guy who's been very good all season. It's Maestro, who's with Kyle and Alan.
He was qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup, and this time it's the man himself, Maestro. Well done. You will be joining Team PS4. You look cool already, but we thought, how can we make you look cooler? We've got to add our amazing jacket right there. Get that on. You are looking super, super cool. As well as the jacket, you get your very own scarf. Show the world, put it on. Look at the smile on your face. Now, Maestro, how does it feel to be wearing this jacket, to have your scarf, and to be qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup?
Yeah, I'm very happy to have this jacket and this
scarf.
This scarf. So yeah, I'm very happy. It means I'm in top 16. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm looking forward for this for this World Cup. So now I just wait this.
Maestro, you won the FIFA Nations Cup. How is that going to help you heading into the FIFA eWorld Cup?
You win confident when you win a tournament like that. Of course, it was not 1v1 tournament. You have teammate with you, but it's very good confidence for the future. So I hope it will be help me for the next.
Well, good luck going forward. Good luck at the FEWC. I don't think I've seen anyone who looks as cool as you in that jacket, so you win that one as well. Back to you guys at the couch.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Thank you, Kyle, and congratulations to Maestro on that. He has had a fantastic season. I'm feeling his slippers, by the way. He was super relaxed in that.
He was dressed for all occasions.
He was being the whole look. It was
Sports
great.
casual.
He really was.
Ready for the beach and the rain.
Well, he's the next member of our Team PS4 roster. Nicholas got his scarf already. We just showed you Maestro. There's 8 more guys that we'll be showing you and getting their interviews over the course of the next few days. But yes, these are the guys that have qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup. We got 6 more that we have to add to that list. Very exciting. And our featured match is going to be Tissact versus Roma Dami. Now, they're both 2-0. They're both playing really well. Who is this more important for? I feel like we don't know as much about Tissact, but Dami does have a little bit more experience.
Yeah, I think it's important for both of them, really. They're both trying to get in that top 16. Dami's a bit closer, obviously. But this is why I love the format. It doesn't actually matter for the person that loses it. They're just going to have to play a few more games. That's all, one more game. So it's massive for the one who wins it. It's like an old saying, it's only a big game if you lose it.
That's true.
If you win it, you keep going, you get another one, you get another one. If you lose it, okay, you start to think.
But I think a lot of eyes will be on this one as well, because we don't know too much about this Tissact guy. He's sitting behind us. I think everyone will be like, oh, this guy's come out of nowhere, maybe ranked like 50th in the world, and they want to see how he plays in his style.
Okay, everybody, that is it. We are going to take a break, but when we return, it's more incredible FIFA action, so don't go anywhere.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA eWorld Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to FIFA.com/FEWC.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs. A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
Your opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness. Eso marcas personales. I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry. Perdón. I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are brought to you by Adidas. Dare to create. And also PS4.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany for the FUT playoffs with PS4. And you're joined by myself, Spencer Owen, alongside the one and only Michael Labelle. How are you, Michael?
Oh, I'm doing well. Doing excellent. Feeling good.
Feeling
The
good?
vibes are right.
Ready to give us some commentary gold?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about this match we're going with here. We've got Tasak, the man who's making a lot of noise at the moment. He's picked up 2 big wins against big scalps, actually, you have to say, in terms of people he's beaten. And Roma Dami, obviously doing well as well, also on 2-0, and a player that's a little bit more talked about. Both players averaging 3 goals per game. Dami conceding a little bit less. What's interesting there as well, as you saw on the screen before that, is said that Tasak has no back position lock in order to guarantee himself a top 16 finish.
He'd have to win the event.
He has to win the event. But even that might not be enough, I think is what that's suggesting. It
1,800 points,
things have to
1,100
go
points.
a certain way. It could be... I mean,
No, that'll put him in the game.
It should.
That should put him in the game.
Going off the graphic, but either way, it shows you how well he's doing to be in this conversation right now. Not someone that's been in the conversation this year at all. What do you know about him?
I don't know much about him, other than I will say that he plays in the same region, obviously, as Webb Nazari, which makes qualification more difficult. He's been at multiple events this year. He hasn't really had a breakthrough. We've seen him eliminated in a couple Swiss stages at earlier events this year, so this has kind of been his breakthrough. We keep talking about the importance of peaking at the right times.
Yep.
Starting 2-0 versus this level of competition, he has to be feeling so confident.
Well, definitely. I mean, the thing is, if he doesn't get through out this Swiss format now, he'll be disappointed because the people he's taken down, the results he's got, yes, this one might not go to plan for him, but he's given himself the breathing space to pick up the wins, the 4 wins he needs. So if you're just joining us, this is a round 3 Swiss format game here on the PS4 playoffs. Both teams 2-0. Oh, what a start that would have been for Tasak, who's in the blue kit here against Dami in the orange, nearly taking the lead. Unlucky not to break the deadlock there. He looks like a serious player. I don't know if he's been practicing, he's changed some things up in his game style, because Dami's no mug. A lot of people talking up Dami's chances in and around Berlin last few days. I heard a few conversations. Everyone's saying, look out for Dami. He's coming.
He's one of those players that I feel is underappreciated. A lot of times he stays under the radar, but all he does is get results. It's also worth mentioning with Dami that he didn't get an opportunity to compete in the E-Nations. Poland didn't take part this year, so he missed out on points.
Chance to score here, though, and I thought that might nestle just in the top corner, but it was off target.
And Dami also was not able to qualify for the E-Club World Cup, which is another opportunity that left him missing out on points that could play a big part or be a big factor in terms of his overall positioning. So the fact that he's sitting in 19th is all done from an individual standpoint. He didn't have any of the team events.
Fair play to him. Fair play to him indeed, as he has the ball here with Eusebio. Hullit's running off his right shoulder. The pass was too far in front of him, though, and Virgil van Dijk just mopped things up in the defence here for Sacked. Varane. Back to Van Dijk, little 1-2 between the centre-backs. You've got a World Cup winner in Varane and a potential Ballon d'Or winner this year in Virgil van Dijk. Ronaldo flicks it up, crosses it in, looking for the header. Ruud Gullit does well to defend things there for Dami of Roma.
It's also worth mentioning that Dami doesn't use R9 and also doesn't use Cristiano Ronaldo in his starting 11, which is extremely out of the ordinary. Might be the only professional player here out of 64 that doesn't include either of them.
Can you give me any kind of logical reason as to why he wouldn't use those 2 players?
He's a crazy man.
Okay,
he's wild.
You're saying it is illogical then. There is no good reason. I know some people don't go with R9, but to not go with Cristiano with the added height he brings to the table seems to be crazy.
To leave both of them out of the lineup is what's odd.
He's gone with Mbappe though, and can Mbappe give him something back for that loyalty? And also, think about bringing both Ronaldos off the bench. What that could mean for you in the latter stages of the game. Neymar showing why he's been picked instead, perhaps. Great skills, not a bad shot. It lacked a little bit of power to get past Van der Sar, which allowed him just to tip it past the post there for Tasak, who's only got 85% passing in the game so far, as Dami tries to head that one in with Van Dijk, but he can't find the back of the net. So here is Tasak in the French kit for this game. Nice 1-2 between Neymar and Gullit. Mbappe can't get past his man.
Dami also leaving off Cristiano Ronaldo, leaving off R9, tells you the value of someone like a team of the season Havertz. It's a new foot item, or Neymar, or Mbappe, and maybe even just his confidence with Eusebio, the only icon in the attacking front 4 that he's keeping in that motion, trying to make things happen with him.
Here he is with Eusebio. And you know what I've noticed? All of his attacking players have got 5-star weak foot. It's only Mbappe that doesn't. He's got Havertz, he's got Neymar, he's got Eusebio, all with a 5-star weak foot. So it tells us a little bit about Dami's approach, because obviously R9 Prime has that,
but Cristiano doesn't have the 5-star weak foot. Could that be the reason he doesn't go with him? Neymar into R9, trying to get a goal here for the Sacks. Good pass inside. Not the best of shots. Van der Sar, keeper movement was on point.
The keeper movement there made that look easier as a save than it really was. So well done from Dami. And a lot of this is being honest with your gameplay style.
Neymar makes his way into the box here. Good chance, got to be a goal as Eusebio gets it past Van der Sar, keeps it low, might have even gone through the big Dutchman's legs there. We'll have to look on the replay, but it is the first goal for Roma Dami in this all-important 2-0 matchup.
And it's in that bread and butter zone. You lay it off, that's a snack. You should be converting from that opportunity inside the box. It's a tap home.
Is bread and butter a snack that you are a fan of?
I tried bread and butter for breakfast, lunch, dinner. Maybe some toast in there.
I'm a bit worried
well.
about your diet. I think you need to...
All carbs. I'm the reverse keto diet.
Oh, you're going all carbs, are you? Okay, that explains a lot. But you need to mix it up, pal. You need to mix it up. But that was bread and butter. It was food and drink. It was lovely stuff from Roma Dami, who takes the 1-0 lead going into the 30th minute here. Sasakt almost scored from his kickoff at the start of the game. He's trying to do it again, but he's lost the ball once more, not capitalising on that opportunity.
And just to revisit, Dami not using Cristiano Ronaldo R9, it deals with your comfort and also how do you attack? Are you whipping in a lot of crosses? Maybe not so much, because that's where someone like Cristiano is so special.
And will we see the two Ronnies come into the fray for Dami? Maybe he won't need them, because he's got Kai Havertz, the man that Mike loves to talk about, the man that Mike worships. In fact, you said you adore him, and that's why you adore him, Mike.
If I ever had the opportunity to meet him in real life, I'd hug him.
I think he'd appreciate that. And he might be nearby. He's German. Kai Havertz, if you're watching, you've got a fan in Mike. Make his day. You've probably got a fan in Dami, amongst many other players as well, because he's just made him 2-0 up against Tasak. Now, we know Tasak's doing very well today, but in this game right here, his big opportunity on stream, he's not putting in the same sort of performance.
We're also seeing a familiar face there. Dami's coach, Enzo, also F2 Tech's coach.
Yes, he was making some great notes, wasn't he, last time out in Hamburg. And he got Tex all the way to the final. Is he going to do the same here with Dami and become one of the most in-demand coaches in the FIFA scene? As Neymar turns not once, not twice, but thrice. And eventually he is dispossessed. And again, Saks not really making the most of his opportunities in and around Dami's box. So it's 2-0 here to Roma Dami as we approach the halfway mark of this first leg. And he's looking good, the man from Roma, or the man from Poland. He's been adopted by the city of Roma, thanks to Fnatic, the city of Fnatic also getting behind him there. Havertz on the ball. Can he get it in? Yes, it could be a third. Neymar runs straight into the path of a massive Frenchman called Patrick. Pat to his friends. Vieira to strangers.
And Dami's known as a pro's pro, so to speak. If you talk to anyone here at the event, regardless of his ranking coming into this event, nobody wants to play him.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard a lot of people saying that. On the way to the pickup game yesterday, a couple of guys saying to me, Dami, the one to watch. Don't sleep on him.
He's consistent. He doesn't make big errors, which means he's going to force you to beat him. He's not going to give you gifts. You're never going to get Santa time, I guess, with Dami. He's not going to be giving you Christmas presents. I'm just saying, he's not doing that. I'm not sure if he'd give you a birthday gift either. You see him. He's got a very serious face on. Business as per usual.
Yeah,
he knows he needs to perform at playoffs.
So Saks getting nothing from Santa's sack there. And it is 2-0 at the break to the Polish man, Dami. Doing very well. Now, you're saying he doesn't give people any gifts. Would you say Saks given him any gifts there in defence? I wouldn't say so. I'd say Dami's just broken him down.
Dami's taking his chances. He could have even had a third. Very efficient. He's telling us that he doesn't need Cristiano. He doesn't need R9. He's figured out the game. Kai Havertz will deliver the goods. Maybe he'll deliver the gifts.
Well, it's amazing what Kai Havertz is doing. It's amazing that right now it looks like he doesn't even need to think about bringing on the Ronaldos. I'm sure he might as a little, stamina boost towards the end of the game. But what a position to be in. Arguably the two best attackers in the game. Not even using your starting lineup and still 2-0 up. And he looks pretty solid defensively.
Absolutely. And that deals with having that structured play style. And that's something that Dami prides himself, that he's not going to have a bunch of errors. That he's going to make sure that he limits those margins.
What do you think Saks needs to do differently in this second half here? Because didn't have a lot of chances there.
It wasn't a back and forth game in terms of chance on chance on chance. So he doesn't necessarily need to switch anything yet. He has a lot of time. He's got to be a little bit better going forward, a little more direct.
Okay, well, it's Dami with a chance to add to his already pretty solid lead here. Attacking with numbers in the orange Roma Fnatic kit. Vieira on the ball. Neymar, can he find space? Lots of blue shirts around him. They do not well enough, actually, to get Neymar off the ball. Good strength up against Vieira there. And it's Dami's Vieira who finds Hullet. First time shot from Havertz. Forcing a great save from Van der Sar, just plucked it out of the sky.
And well done there from Dami. He delayed the first time shot, which made it where Tasak wasn't sure if he needed to move the goalkeeper or not. He kind of waited, and then let loose last minute.
Big mistake here that he's going to get away with as Van der Sar rolls it straight in the path of a Dami attacker. And you've got to ask yourself if Tasak has got the stomach to see this game out here. Vieira, well, that's a great through ball, but good defending as well for Dami. He's going to send it wide. And Van der Sar, nicely knocked on by Havertz into Hullet's path. Neymar, good feet to find Mbappe, who's read the movement of the defender, got in front of him with great pace here, turns it back on the right, back to the left, gets a little bit of luck, not once but twice as it comes to him in the box. Unable to keep hold of it though.
You got to say, Tasak just doesn't look the likely of the two of these players at the moment. Maybe needs to adjust the pace of the game a little bit. I feel like it's been all Dami.
Yeah, he needs a different performance in the second leg at least if he's going to come back into this, does Tasak, as he gets the ball with Neymar. Sergio Ramos at right back. Vieira, just a little drag back there to beat his man. 1-2-3 with Ramos.
And Dami carries a little bit of additional pressure, maybe a little additional weight, because he is the face of the Polish FIFA community. And it's important for him to be there in the finals, or he might feel that way, to make sure he's representing his nation properly. And then kind of inspiring players. We always talk about August Rosemeyer being one of those guys that really inspired the FIFA community for what's been happening in Denmark. The same with Ivan Lepagna in Sweden. The same with Bruce Granick in France.
Mike LaBelle in America.
Yeah.
I was going to say Australia then. I forgot where you
I was trying to figure out where you were going, but I haven't been to Australia. I don't know if I've impacted them.
I think you've impacted everywhere in some capacity, mate. Everywhere you go, you leave some sort of trailblaze, I'll say.
You say I'm a polarizing figure.
Not my words, not my words. Yellow card picked up for Paolo Maldini there of Roma Dami's squad. We're going to see some changes made by Tasak here as he looks to get back in this game. And is it just substitutions? Are they going to be enough for him, Mike? Because he's got to look at some tactical changes as well.
I mean, a 2-goal spread is not the end of the world, but you've got to start thinking if you're Tasak here, if he were to go down a third goal and he's not able to recover anything in the first leg, going into the second leg, that's a lot of pressure. You're going to have to start being a little more reckless, a little wild. You're going to take additional gambles, and that's got to play into Dami's favor because, like I said, he's comfortable swinging it side to side, looking for those gaps, pinpointing opportunities.
Dami has brought on prime icon moments. R9 Ronaldo now fresh off the bench, ready to make an impact. Here's Mbappe on the ball, onto that fresh Ronaldo. He's got Messi off the bench as well. No Cristiano, though, still.
It's also worth mentioning, he plays Neymar up top. That's his singular striker, and Neymar's not going to give you that same physical presence. He's not going to give you that same aerial pursuit as having the R9s, the Cristianos, the Havertz. Even if you put Ruud Gullit up there, just doesn't have that type of build. He's not that type of specimen.
Another person that hasn't got a particularly dominant build is Luka Modric, who Tasak has brought on in midfield now. Getting rid of Patrick Vieira. Looking to play maybe more dynamic passes through the middle. Losing a little bit of the physicality in the middle. Chance here though for Dami's pass. Somehow gets through to Neymar. Can he pick someone out in the box? Well intercepted, but Dami's still alive on the ball here with R9 Ronaldo. Flicks back! What a strike! Great save.
Very clever usage of the heel-to-heel flick as well. Dami's looking to force Tasak to react.
Corner in.
And basically find that additional space, force you to make a mistake. He's trying to bait you into stepping or sitting back, and then he can react himself.
Messi! Good save from Van der Sar. You have to say, Dami's knocking on the door for a third here. He's forced 8 saves out of the Tasak's Van der Sar. Only 2 from the opposite number. Tasak's looking like he's on the ropes a little bit, and he'd probably take a 2-0 at this point going into the second leg. These through balls are not getting past the defensive Dami. He recover every single time. Van der Sar now in no rush. Pass it back to Dumfries, who finds Messi. Amazing for the eternal Ronaldo-Messi debate. Dami seems to be quite strict on his. He's brought Messi on before Cristiano. Here is the magnificent Argentinian trying to get it on that wand of a left foot. So Mbappe now with the chance instead, who wrong foots the keeper. 3-0, and Mike, on the balance of this first leg, are we likely to see that change in the second? I feel like Dami's got this.
Definitely not if Tasac's going to stay in a 4-2-3-1. Dami's 4-2-3-1 is so secure. You just feel like he's not going to concede. The only thing that could happen is him extending his lead.
Yep, could get bigger. Great finish there from Mbappe. Not even needing. Was that a no-look from Mbappe? I think he wasn't even looking where he hit it then.
He opened up his body, which shows that he could go to the finesse shot angle. And it's just to see if you could bait the goalkeeper and then hits the near post.
So very, very commanding stuff here from Dami. He's going to be one of the favourites going into the fourth match if he wins this one and goes 3-0 for Swiss format. Tasac could really use a goal, but he's lost his kickoff opportunity as he's been dispossessed. Dami on the ball now, trying to get this fourth. Vieira into Neymar. Gullit on the ball. Vieira. Still Dami on the ball here, looking dominant. Good little layoff for Gullit. Neymar! Good save from Van der Sar. There's been a lot of saves. I've said that a lot in this leg. The Dutchman's been busy. Corner comes in. Can we get the header from Van Dijk? Headed away by another Dutchman that is called Ruud Gullit. Neymar looking to deliver. Mbappe, not stopped him yet. Still Neymar. Keeps it in. Very good close control. Gullit, Vieira, big tackle in the box. Slightly risky. Back to Mendy. Recent Real Madrid acquisition. Looking forward to seeing what he can do over there. Vieira into Neymar. Ronaldo. Is it time for a fourth for Dami? Into the last minute of normal time now. Vieira to Gullit. 1-2 between the two midfielders. Messi wants to get it on the left foot. 30 seconds, just over 40 seconds now. Is there time for Tasac to get? He's going to have to get it up real quick. I don't think he's going to do it. The whistle will go. There it is. 2-0. 3-0, sorry. Very, 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 very good first leg from Dami.
And Dami's just been walking it down. It's not even about being the more likely. He's been very dominant in that first match. They don't look like they're from the same pedigree in terms of player quality. And just to reiterate for all you guys at home that are watching, it's great to get out of the Swiss stage, but you want to do it as quick as possible because it impacts your seeding following the knockouts. So if Dami is 4-0, he will then play someone who sneaks in going 4-3, which in theory would be a better matchup.
In theory, it doesn't always work out like that. Now, Dami is 3-0 up in the first leg. Let's take a look at how he did that with the highlights from this game versus Tasac. Both players coming in with a 2-0 record, but it was Dami who was the more dominant. Great work from Neymar on the right side. Shrugging off Van Dijk, to be honest, which is surprising, considering the size difference.
He's got a nasty Neymar. Beautiful fake shot there, too, to attack the wings.
So that was the 1-0 goal there. Eusebio finds Mbappe here for Dami. Plays it inside. Havertz, great turn. 5-star weak foot coming up, trumps. Makes it 2-0.
And Tasac just didn't seem confident on the defensive end either. We're not seeing many takeaways. We didn't see the pressure play, the double teams, the micromanaging of players on the pitch. And that's why I say that Dami looked like he was always going to score goals, always going to create opportunities.
Into the second half now. Messi. Pass was kind of cut out by Van Dijk, but not convincingly enough. Mbappe, wrong foots the keeper. Puts it in the left side of the goal, makes it 3-0 to the man from Fnatic, Roma, who's got to be, as things currently stand, Mike, one of the players to watch in this tournament.
I said that.
You did say that.
We were on the couch.
I was there. Well done.
Thank you.
But he hasn't won anything yet, and he needs a decent performance. He's outside the top 16, isn't he, right now? So it's not just about getting out the Swiss format for Dami. He needs to go fairly deep into the tournament.
And what's unique about this tournament in particular, because it is the playoffs, is that Dami's able to put pressure on his opponents. They see his results.
That's indeed. And a little reminder for you guys, the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Follow @TurtleBeach on Twitter and tweet us using today's hashtag HearEverything. That's hashtag HearEverything for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
Right now he's here in Tasac's nervous breathing from going down early in that first leg. We'll see if he can bounce back, though. We've seen this happen many times in the FIFA scene at the competitive level. You have an amazing first leg or a terrible first leg, and you're able to rebuttal. You're able to start that comeback. You're able to revamp. You have that moment with your coach. He gets you motivated, or you just let loose. Sometimes you're playing too stiff.
What would you... Yeah, I mean, Tasak obviously needs to change something here, because I don't think it's a case of chances going Dami's way. It was pretty convincing. Tasak wasn't really pushing the envelope the other way. And if Dami gets a fourth here, I think it will be lights out. It very much requires a fairly early goal from Tasak, in my opinion. Remember, Dami's in the orange, the Fnatic Roma kits, Tasak in the blue French kits. We're keeping the same setup kit-wise from the first leg. And it is Dami on the ball, on the edge of the box, looking dangerous. Dumfries, good through ball into Havertz. Can he pull it back? Returns it to Dumfries. Eusebio, Vieira didn't fancy a shot himself. Finds Mbappe. Lays it off to Hullet, who could wind up that right foot. Straight at a Tasak defender.
And Dami has a mastery of the advanced fake shot. It's not used by that many professional players. It might be kind of ironic. It could be a coincidence, maybe not. But F2Tex also uses this skill commonly. He has a mastery of it as well. Basically, when you're using the fake shot and you're able to stop with your player, you can then shield at the same time. You can turn during that fake shot. And the majority of players, even at the professional level, don't use it frequently.
Dami being able to dribble very far indeed with Eusebio. And I'd love to watch that goal back again, you know, because what Eusebio did from quite early on in his own half, or just at the start of Tasak's half, is dribble, no sprinting, just close control. Then he does the 1-2, gets it back, hits it. Tasak didn't put the required pressure on Eusebio at the early start of that phase.
You got to say, Dami's patience has been perfection. How he kind of moves the ball side to side, everybody gets a touch, and then he looks for the holes, looks for the angles, finds those key spaces on the pitch.
Alex Sandro on the ball here for Dami. 4-0 now. Is it a done deal, being realistic?
For me, yes, because I don't know what Tasak's going to change here. If I were going into the second half down 3 goals, or the second leg going down 3 goals, I would have stayed in the same formation, but I would have been a lot more aggressive. You can adjust those tactics, and that's just because I have a lot of comfort in the 4-2-3-1, but we really didn't see that from Tasak. Maybe now he starts to be more aggressive, but is it too little too late?
Ronaldo on the ball here for Tasak, once again not able to get past the Dami defence, which has been rock solid. And, you know, we didn't have the benefit of seeing the first 2 Tasak games. We saw that he picked up 2 very good wins, but in this particular matchup, there's quite a big mismatch, in my opinion, between Dami and Tasak. Dami looks like the real deal in today's tournament. Mbappe going through, Ramos being strong in defence.
Sometimes that deals with contradicting styles. Certain players play better against a certain type of opposition.
Mbappe on the ball, and we're going to leave this game now, guys. It's 4-0. We're going to jump over to one of Mike's other picks, Dagnolf, up against Dr. Ihano. It was 2-1 to Dagnolf at the start of the second leg. He scored very early on here, so he's made it 3-1 now. So Dr. Ihano in a little bit of trouble. And what was the reason that you picked out Dagnolf, Mike? What is it about him you like?
Well, it just felt as if Dagnolf has to be building on his momentum. He's kind of playing with house money. He's one of those guys that nobody expected to get to playoffs because his first event was in Manchester, which wasn't long ago. And he didn't really pick up points in Manchester like that because he wasn't able to advance. He wasn't able to make a run.
Dr. Ihano with a chance here. Ronaldo drags it back. Good tackle from Vieira doing the defensive work.
However, following Manchester, he then went to Atlanta, won the entire event, including the cross console. So that put him on the map.
What a strike! There it is from Dr. Ihano. Needed a goal. He finds it. Edge of the box. Kylian Mbappe with the shot. And that is why he's getting rewarded with these kind of team of the season items, because he can do that. Top bins. Lovely. So you can see the little step from the goalkeeper there. Van der Sar went the other direction. Bit of keeper movement to try and predict the shot, which just gives you a bit of insight into how good that shot was, not just in how it was carried out, but the decision behind it.
We've seen that set up many times, and then it becomes a bit of a rock, paper, scissors game with the goalkeeper, and that's what you're kind of hinting on. He expected the goalkeeper to move to defend basically the far post. That's why he hit it on the near post, and it gets him an early lifeline. 2-3 is nothing overall when you're looking at a double-legged fixture.
So it's 3-2 now to Dagnolf, but it is Dr. Ihano with the ball once again, trying to level things up here in the white kit. Both these guys on a record of 1-1. So the winner will go 2-1, and it's a near post goal there, squeezed past the keeper by prime icon moments R9 Ronaldo. Dr. Ahano back in it at 3-all.
Lovely fake shot there, puts him into the right position. Van der Sar can't do anything from there. Of course, it's green. And Dr. Ahano's been around the FIFA community forever, it seems like. Dr. Ahano's one of the originals, has so much success internationally as well as within Germany, of course, is playing and competing in the virtual Bundesliga. And he's one of those guys that has really inspired that community and built up the German scene.
Yeah, and he's a player who has not, and I don't mean this in any kind of slight against him or any disrespect, but he's not quite kicked on to the level of winning tournaments regularly. He's always been on the fringes, there or thereabouts. You know what? That's the amazing thing about FIFA now, is you can make a career, you can have a really good career from being a player who's, getting out of group stages. You haven't got to be winning all the tournaments, but obviously they all want to be winning them. Little nutmeg there. Don't know if it was deliberate, but Dagnolf unable to capitalise on that opportunity on the edge of Dr. Ahano's box. Lovely passing from Dr. Ahano. He's going to keep this in with Mbappe. Great couple of fake shots there, just to get away from his man. Flicks up the cross, eventually recovered by João Cancelo. Corner for the Doctor. Can he take the lead in this matchup? Currently sitting at 3-all. Spin from Ronaldo. Oh, it's lovely. It's beautiful. It's Ronaldo. What a goal that was. Unbelievable stuff. Surely going to be an Adidas play of the day.
That was brilliant. As someone who loves a skill move combination, you got to understand, to start with that, I think it's a roulette or maybe even an advanced spin, it's dangerous. That's a high-risk position on the pitch. He loses the ball there. He starts an instant counterattack. All his players are in the box, committed to that corner kick, follows it up, hits a low driven, can't stop it. Dr. Ahano's turned it around 3-1. But I will say this, Dagnolf is known to score a lot of goals, so I don't think this is anywhere near done. Even at 3-1 in the second leg, I don't think this is going to be slowed down. We're going to see more action.
A few minutes into this game, Dagnolf finds himself 3-1 up, and just 20 minutes later, he's a goal down to a man in Dr. Ahano who's on the cusp of getting himself one of those beautiful Team PS4 jackets and securing himself qualification to the FEWC.
You got to say, too, Dr. Ahano controls his destiny. And you can say, well, all these players control their destiny, but when you're within that top 16, you truly control everything that happens in terms of your results. You don't necessarily have to win the event in order to be able to guarantee that you're going to go to the FIFA eWorld Cup.
Yeah, Dr. Ahano obviously needs to get out of the Swiss format, but then from that point on, anywhere he goes is looking pretty good, I think. Mbappe. Ronaldo for Dagnolf, who needs a goal right now. Vieira. Van Dijk spreads it over to Cancelo, the right back. Not everyone's first choice right back, but it is an option for sure. Team of the season, of course. Nice pass here. Can he turn? He does. Oh, and Van der Sar saves it with the legs. It was straight down the middle, though, Mike.
He might have expected the goalkeeper to shift to the left, to the right. We've seen this as a new strategy in terms of finishing, especially the previous event where we saw Stokes up against Tex. Stokes shot multiple times down the middle because he thought Tex was going to move the goalkeeper, and it worked for him.
Didn't work for Dagnolf on that occasion. It is Dr. Ahano back on the ball, who has the narrow lead in this matchup. These guys both records of 1-1 thus far here in Berlin. Ronaldo on the ball here. He's got a runner off him in R9 Ronaldo, but he finds Hullet instead. 1-2-3 with Modric. Back to Hullet again. Into Ronaldo, hits it! He's done it again. He just keeps doing it. He greens it every time, and it's another goal for the Doctor.
And you see the patience. He recycled multiple times. He knew what he was looking for, what he was trying to set up, the players that he wanted to make sure they were positioned correctly on the pitch. And remember, FIFA is a game that's all about timing, rhythm, having a certain fluid feel, or almost a certain vibe to your build-up and even your defense. Because it is important to be decisive, but at the same time, you don't want to be wild. You don't want to not have a strategy. You don't want to be too aggressive. So he's waiting for players to get into the correct positions on the offensive end. And on the defensive side, you're also picking and choosing when do you step, when do you sit back, when should I be aggressive, when should I be passive.
Talk to me about Dr. Ahano's choice of the 4-4-2 formation up against what is currently a 4-2-3-1 being used by Dagnolf.
Well, the 4-4-2 has grown a lot in popularity as the season's gone on. it's worth mentioning because of all the events this year, there's so much research and information out there. You can study your oppositions, you can study gameplay, and that makes it where people have to reinvent themselves. And the 4-4-2 is similar to the 4-2-3-1. You get a little different types of options when you're pressing.
Another chance here. Is he onside? Keeper comes. Great ball roll. And it's a real masterclass we're seeing from Dr. Ahano right now. That was from Dagnall's kickoff. The pressure's getting to him a little bit. He's lost possession. And Dr. Ahano keeps piling on the pressure with goal after goal after goal. Look at this for composure. See you later, keeper. Thanks for coming. My name's R9 Ronaldo.
That looked like R9 Ronaldo, showing some composure.
It was the real deal.
Told the keeper to sit down one time for the one time. Taps it home. Not an issue. 5-1. Maybe we're Dr. Ahano's good luck charm. We switched to this match. It was 3-1 Dagnall.
It really was. It really
in
was.
terms of the overall aggregate over these two legs. This match is now 5-1 Dr. Ahano.
What a turnaround. It's still first half, Mike. Still the first half of this second leg, and he looks like he could get another one here. He's absolutely, the floodgates have been opened is what's happened.
The doctor's putting on a clinic.
Yep.
He's on the operation table.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
He's got a scalpel out.
I'm sorry to say this, Dagnall, but you might be on that table.
Right now, he is, it looks like he could be under some heavy anesthetic, to be honest with you, because I don't know where he's gone. It was 3-1 up when we came in. It's like since we turned on the broadcast in this game, it's been all Dr. Ahano.
And knowing Dr. Ahano and the experience that he has, and through his triumphs and also through some of his losses, which are learning experiences, I'm expecting him to be much more defensive, much more possession-oriented in the second half. You're going to see a lot more side-to-side swinging of the ball. You're going to see him try to frustrate Dagnall. Expect that additional width.
Tell you what, Dagnall, Sergio Ramos there looked sluggish. He was running in quicksand. He was towing a parachute, so to speak. He's being heavily outpaced. And on the other side of things, when Dagnall's attacking Dr. Ahano, he's showing too much of the ball to Dr. Ahano's defence. He's giving him heavy touches, and they're coming in and taking it. And then Dr. Ahano get the ball back, play a ball over the top. If I'm Dagnall right now, I'm looking at my defence. It looks too slow up against the pacey attackers of Dr. Ahano, who's been very, very efficient going forward.
And now the issue for Dagnall is that he has to be all-out aggression, all-out risk. Go for it.
Yeah, there is Dagnall in the blue shadows there, watching the screen, making some changes. You can see there, shaking his head in dismay. 1-0 up in this second leg, 3-1 up on aggregate, yet he finds himself fairly far behind the Dr. Ahano. 5-1 down in this leg, an aggregate 6-3 to the good doctor.
We see Havertz come on for Cancelo, so a little more of an offensive choice.
Dagnall needs to get something now, and he might do it. He's bounced off the post, and you know what? That could be the difference. We've seen a couple of chances, that one and the one that went straight down the keeper's throat that was saved by the legs of Van der Sar. If they both go in, which they could have, there's only one goal in this.
Welcome to competitive FIFA. It's all about taking your chances. You have to be clinical. And there's a little bit of luck there. If the post bounces your way or maybe bounces against you, it happens.
Yep. But Dr. Ahano right now making his own luck because the amount of chances he's had and how efficient he's been with them. And he loves these balls down the line that seem to be getting over the top of the fullbacks every time. I'm wondering if he's got the fullbacks on stay back while attacking or not. They seem to be out of position, maybe not keeping that defensive line, or is the whole defensive line too high for Dagnall?
Well, he's got to start making, or he's got to start taking those chances. Like I said, he's got to start pushing players up. Usually the space is going to be out wide. Dr. Ahano knows that. He's comfortable playing with the width. You mentioned him playing in a 4-4-2. That's a big reason that people are in that formation, is that you have those wing outlets. And then if you need to, you got R9 and Cristiano in the middle if you have to lob something forward to them, or if you find them as a target man. Not bad target men to have.
Very good indeed. Dr. Ahano getting the ball back so quickly as soon as he loses it. And he could have a chance here to finish things off with Ronaldo! Oh, it's just beautiful. You know, the keeper was ready. The keeper was in position, but sometimes you just have to take your hat off, especially when it's this man who seems to be loving life playing for Dr. Ahano. R9 Ronaldo with another green-timed finessed shot.
I'm taking a bow as R9 took a bow. And you got to say, Dagnall's goalkeeper movement has been kind of debatable in this matchup. That's why we're seeing the usage and the display of so much for first-time shooting and just shot taking working out so well for Dr. Ahano from outside the box is because Dagnolf has not proven that he could stop it. He's not adjusting well. And you got to think this is going to be a GG here. A good game, move on to the next matchup. 4 goals, 60th minute. Dr. Ahano would have to fall apart.
Dagnolf would have to take these chances and find the players with the passes that he's not doing. You know, he's looked. It's not just a case of Dr. Ahano being great going forward. It's a case of Dagnolf not really impressing the other way as well. Sometimes you get these great matches, these frenetic paced, you know, back and forths. This hasn't been that. Dagnolf's just not been up to scratch with Dr. Ahano in this game. Can he get a goal back here though? Neymar sidestepping his way into the box, gets a little bit of luck for it to bounce back to him. And that's unlucky that the deflection doesn't come back to him there on that shot. 7-3 to Dr. Ahano.
We didn't get the pleasure of seeing the first leg, but you've got to say that Dr. Ahano's tactical game plan adjustments have been effective. 6 goals in the second leg, sending a message, reminding Dagnolf that there are 2 legs. You got to come to play for both of them.
Yep. That indeed. And of course, you know, we see in the last match we were watching, Dami be so dominant over Sack to go potentially 3-0. This is a game to go 2-1. So Dr. Ahano will play someone else with a 2-1 record in the next game if it stays like this. He could score more though. Ronaldo here on the ball. Back into Luka Modric, who turns on a sixpence, finds Ronaldo. Back to Hullet. Hullet to Neymar. Might hit it first time. Where's the keeper going? He's off his line and he's picking his ball out the net for the 7th time this leg.
You got to say, what made that play is the close control dribbling from Modric, though. Got himself out of a double team, maybe even a triple team, recycles it. Ruud Hullet feeds the man, first time volley. Dagnolf, keeper's in no man's zone, doesn't know where to go. Do I go right? Do I go left? Ahano, it's always going to be green. He hasn't had anything but a green finish.
How many of his goals have been from outside the box? You know, he makes outside the box chances look like dead certs for goals.
The only goal that's been inside the box was that corner kick where we saw a couple skill moves and he hit it on the near post.
Are we seeing some fantastic attacking judgment? And here you go, got to be a goal. Oh, wow. And that's not gone in for Dagnolf. And that's 3 gold-plated chances that he's not put away. And that could cost him big time. He needed them all to go in to have a chance. And my question was, is this just unbelievable attacking from Dr. Ahano? Is it also a case of some poor keeper judgment from Dagnolf?
It's a mix of both. We're seeing premium quality tactical awareness. It's smart, and then Dr. Ahano is not letting up. He's saying, you didn't move the goalkeeper last time, we're going to go with that again. Prove to me that you can stop this. And Dagnolf has not been ready for that task.
Yeah, you've got to imagine it's not going to be this easy for Dr. Ahano in other games in terms of these outside-the-box shots, because we're not seeing this amount going in any one game anywhere else. So, loud cheers around the arena here in Berlin. Lots of games going on, of course. Ronaldo, nice little move inside that from Dagnolf. But these through balls aren't getting past Dr. Ahano's defenders.
This will take Dr. Ahano one step closer to getting out of the Swiss stage.
Yep.
Claiming that spot in the final 16. And it'll take Dagnolf in the other direction. One step closer to being eliminated, the dream, being cut off. One of my players to watch that has just been building in form. Maybe he wasn't able to put it together on the biggest of stages.
Certainly not in this game. Certainly not in this game. He'll be 1-2 after this game. And that is going to be a fact. There's no way he's going to score 5 goals here. I'm prepared to put my whatever sort of FIFA reputation I have on the line and say that he won't be coming back in this game with 5 goals adrift. And is it a silver kit, a silver FUT Champions reward kit we've seen Dr. Ahano wear? Lay off here to Vieira. Finds Ronaldo. Lastico, and it's off target again, and that is the story of Dagnolf's game.
And as you miss finishes, it starts to sit with you. You start overthinking, you hesitate, and I talk about it time and time again, but you have to be decisive. Offensively, defensively, 1v1s, skill moves, you got to commit to it. FIFA rewards you for going for the gold, but at the same time, FIFA's going to take it away if you don't go for it. If you take an extra minute, you take an extra second, you think about it too much.
We're seeing Dagnolf probably with better chances than Dr. Ahano in terms of in the box. Dr. Ahano's, a lot of his goals have come from outside the box. So on paper, you'd say the distance was harder to score from, what have you, but the setup was better for Dr. Ahano. The decision-making's been better, and the keeper movement has been a lot worse for Dagnolf.
Well, in a different game, Dagnolf would have had at least another 4 goals. Yep. They're clear-cut chances.
Dr. Ahano's going to switch it over here as we enter the 87th minute. It could just be an extra goal, a completely unnecessary goal for Dr. Ahano, or a consolation for Dagnall here. Through ball. Is he going to get this one? Oh, the defence is rock solid.
We could have been witnessing an 8-7 thriller.
Yep, instead, it's been fairly one way. Going 1-0 down in this second leg. To then score 7. It's been a real lesson by Dr. Ahano for Dagnall. And that is something that maybe Dagnall needs as he's racking up more hours and more air miles in the competitive scene. These are lessons. You know, you either win or you learn, is the old phrase. He's learned a lot today.
Facing adversity is never a bad thing. We talk about it a lot, actually, in tournaments. Players that get out of the Swiss stage without any losses, without any defeats, and that starts to sit with you that you should win. You now have an expectation because you performed so well earlier that you should get the next W, that it's going to just be a present, like I said. Somebody's going to say, oh, yeah, you've been doing well? That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad you've been doing well. I'm going to give you this win. That's not how it goes down at all.
Well, speaking of presents, we've got one coming up for you right now, guys. We're going to join another matchup. Obviously, we've seen 2 really good games there. And now we've got Zizinho going up against Ajax Tour. This is 2 Brazilians facing off. Not only are they both Brazilians, look at that. They're right next to each other in terms of the current ranking, 14th and 13th. It's a really important match. You know what makes it even more important, Mike? Both these guys are 2-0. The winner of this will be 3-0. And to make it even spicier, it's 3-3 as we join it. What a game this could be. The Brazilian face-off, both representing Dutch clubs. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, of course, you got Ajax Tour with Ajax, and then Zizinho representing
what
Team
a
Holland.
save. What a save, son. He's absolutely saved that one from going in the bottom corner there. Yeah, I mean, it's a great storyline, this game. I'm sure they're friends off of the virtual pitch, but right now, they both need to go 3-0. They both want to get within 1 win of the knockouts here in Berlin.
And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I've said this multiple times. These guys that are in that top 16, they can really control their destiny, start to put more pressure on some of the guys that are chasing, where they're saying, oh, Zizinho's performing, Tor's performing, Dr. Ahano's performing. I got to step it up.
Yeah, they're 13th and 14th ranked right now, which means that as things stand, they will be going to the FEWC Grand Final, but it could all fall apart for them. But the fact that they're 2-0 right now shows they're in good form. They're doing good things, and they're likely, not guaranteed by any means, but they're looking good to get themselves a spot in the final. And there could be a chance here for Zizinho. Oh, well done there by Da Costa, who intercepts the pass across the box. It is Ajax Tour in the black Ajax kit, of course. Zizinho in the white strip. De Gea being used in goal here, interestingly, for Tour. Not Van der Sar. How do you feel about that?
All about preference. Van der Sar has been the new goalkeeper of the meta, but at the end of the day, a lot of it's about comfort. Online, I still use Courtois, and we don't see him at events.
Great ball from Ramos. Finds Neymar. Oh, good little defending again from Da Costa there. Saved Tour a couple of times in the last few minutes. This game's nicely poised. We've seen 2 matches before this that are fairly one way. And now we've got one which right now looks like it could go the distance. Mbappe beats his man. Neymar over to Van Dijk. Ramos. Do you think we're going to start seeing more people not use the Ronaldos now Dami's being so dominant without them? Or do you think that's going to be something that just stays with him?
It's hard to get rid of the likes of a Cristiano Ronaldo, and you can see Torres like stuffed it in here. He has no one even near the halfway line, and he's looking to go for more of a park the bus and counter-attack approach. A lot of drop back.
I think Torres using Da Costa at centre-back. Seems that way. Seems to be right in the middle of the defence, you see.
He's not a liability there. I mean, he's 6'2", extremely physical presence.
Might even be a back 3 from Ajax Tour here with Da Costa in the heart, so maybe he's changed things up a little bit in his second leg with some wing backs.
That would also make sense to have fullback as a center back to get a little more additional pace. Even though I will say the likes of a Team of the Year Ramos or a Team of the Year Varane or a Team of the Season Militao, they're fast enough. We can't get rid of Van Dijk. He's got to be there. Big Virgil.
Neymar into Ronaldo. Mbappe. Tour back on the ball now as we get close to the 20-minute left mark of this game. Second leg, 2-0 matchup here in Berlin between 2 Brazilians, Ajax Tour and Team Hullet, Zizinho.
And both these guys would have matched up many times, whether it's qualifiers, whether it's tournaments, or whether it's just practice. Most of the Brazilians try to play against other Brazilians, or at least other South Americans. Just from a connection standpoint, a lot of the pros prepare together for these events.
Good stuff from Tor here. Trying to find a way through Zizinho's defence. Hullet on the ball. Oh, he's fallen over in the box. And how ironic it would be if he scored with Hullet against a Team Hullet player. It would be cruel poetry. As Neymar has the ball here with Zizinho, going back to Van Dijk. Over to Varane. It's a flashback, 93 rated Alex Sandro. He's the left back of choice for Zizinho. Vieira into Neymar. Back to Neymar here. Hullet. Ronaldo can't find space.
It's really unbelievable when you look at that. I don't know how Zizinho's even scored 3 goals in terms of trying to get through the amount of defenders and midfielders that he has tracking back, just sitting on the edge of the box or even deep within the box. There's not going to be much space there. And that's where we always play the game of unlocking the midfield or unlocking the defense.
Pele going to come on here for Zizinho. Those goals, though, were scored in the first leg. And those goals may have been up against different formation. We don't know what Zizinho was using in that first leg. But right now, you're right. Right now, he looks impenetrable. He looks like he's going to struggle to get through. Someone's going to have to do it, or else we're going to go all the way to penalties. The cruel lottery of football. Virgil van Dijk over to Varane for Zizinho.
That's a good point. A little devil's advocate there.
Ronaldo. Zizinho seems to be having more of the ball in the dangerous areas of Tor's half than the other way around.
I would also say that Zizinho is more known as an attacking player, trying to score goals on goals on goals. So that could have been the adjustments we were seeing Tor sitting back now. He had decided that that wasn't going to be beneficial to him.
Could be a chance. Pele turns. Pele scores. The super sub off the bench. Many people's best player of all time has scored. In this 2-0 matchup, he takes the lead.
Extremely patient, worked it in, pass on pass on pass, gets the turn, and then he waits that half second. You see the goalkeeper scoot, and it's so important to be able to do that at the highest level, and that's where you're not rushing, you're composed. You've got a lot of pressure on you. Everybody's watching. You're on a live stream. People have great expectations, even from a consumer standpoint, wanting to see you do well, and then he takes that moment, waits a half second, slots it home. You can't miss from there. And what I was saying is that Tor is more known as the structured guy. He'll swing it side to side. He'll look to build up differently. That doesn't mean that he's not going to pressure, but we didn't see that first leg, and maybe he was feeling uncomfortable via the attack that he was generating, or that Zizinho was generating. Maybe he didn't want to play a fast match. It still could have backfired here, but that could have been his adjusted game plan.
Yeah, it was a great turn from Pele in the box. Pele on for Tor as well now. Obviously both proud Brazilians using Brazilians' most famous football son.
And we're speaking in hypotheticals solely because we missed the first leg.
Tor unable to get a chance there from kickoff. And he's running out of time. 4-3 down to his compatriot, Zizinho. 5 minutes left of normal time. And it's Zizinho on the ball. You can see Zizinho on the bottom left of your screen there. In his Team Hullet hoodie. And you can see Tor on the bottom right. And it's surely a chance for Zizinho to wrap things up. He didn't go for the dink option. The keeper tried to bait him. He took it out left instead, decided, you know what? I'm better off just keeping the ball. And so far, he's done that. And he goes all the way back, as is his right. He's earned the right. Tor has to come out and press now. He can't sit back because we're almost in injury time. Oh, he's giving the ball away there, though. Could this be the chance for Tor? Oh, it's a great stop from Ramos. Oh, I think Tor might have even lost a throw in there with Pele. We'll see once we come out of this pause menu.
And I think that was smart play from Zizinho. He didn't have a clear-cut breakaway. He did have some space to work with. But if you're not sure, take it back out, recycle, let the clock be your friend.
Because if he doesn't score the shot, he's either giving away a goal kick or the possession to the goalkeeper. So, and the time was at the sort of right amount of time for Tor to put a tackle or two together. Right now, depending on who's got this throw in, no, it is Tor that gets the throw. Okay, so he's got a chance. He's got 2 minutes. He needs to keep the ball, and it has to be now. Hullet, this is make or break. Ronaldo turns his man. Can he get a chance off? Finds Ronaldinho. He's got to run off him. Gets it inside. Virgil van Dijk puts out a massive right leg and stops the oncoming Tor attackers, and that will be all we've got time for in this game. There's the whistle. It's a very big win for Team Hullet Zazinho there, 4-3 over his Brazilian compatriot Ajax Tor. So he goes 3-0 now. Great stuff from Zazinho.
Absolutely, and we just saw him take part in Madrid. He was the only South American qualifying, obviously the only Brazilian then as well. Looked good at that event, had composure. Hullet came to say hello, which is nice when your boss comes through and says, hey, I'm here for you.
Yeah, he had a very good tournament there, of course, and you can see some of the other results to the side of the screen now. If you're wondering what else is happening, we've got 64 players, 32 games going on, although we're getting very close to the next round, in fact, where we're going to start losing players. Some people will have gone 0-4 and we'll lose those players. Some people, maybe Zazinho, will go 4-0. As always, we'll keep you updated with all the action. Right now, though, we're going to return to the couch.
Thank you, Spencer and Mike. Great call of the matches that we got to see. Very excited now. I've got Brandon and Mark and, of course, Rachel on the other end of this. Got a little sandwich between us. How you guys doing, first and foremost?
Yeah, fantastic. It's great to be in the other side of Germany, isn't it? We obviously were in Hamburg last weekend, in Berlin this weekend, which was the home to a lot of competitive FIFA over the years. And some players are playing well. Some players are not starting so well today.
No, I think I agree. There's been no sort of form to follow so far. It's kind of been, a lot of the time, yeah. It's really been back and forth. And a lot of players are putting in big performances that I maybe wasn't expecting. I mean, Aga's come out of the gates quite hot, and then we commentated his first game off stream.
He did, though. In round 2, he had a 3-0 lead and lost 4-3.
Well, that's my exact point.
That out there.
That's my exact point. Like, in the first game, we're like, this is phenomenal. Aga's back. Like, this is amazing. And then lets it slip. So I think there's kind of like another example of how close this PlayStation 4 field is.
This is what we love about PS4, though. The fact that you never know what's
true.
going to happen.
Exactly.
That makes it even more exciting.
It is a wide open field. Let's take a look first and foremost at the winners of 3 straight games. Or actually, here's the bracket first. So we are into round 3. There's only 8 players that have won 3. And you can take a look at their names now. Christian Spiteri might be a surprise for some. Nicolas, not so much. Dami Zazinho, somebody we highlighted before round 3 started. He's firing. Fafilza, another Brazilian there. Jockson, the American from San Diego, or outside of San Diego. Pixoto's there. And then Waves has been absolutely killing it. I want to give him a shout out to start because he's averaging over 9 goals a game.
Yeah,
9 goals a game.
He's scoring goals for fun. We saw him a little bit in Bucharest in January.
That's his only big
Champions Cup tournament. He's come to the playoffs. We're in Germany again. He's enjoying himself here. He's scoring goals.
Unbelievable.
I think it's insane that he's scoring that many goals. But to go back to that, usually he likes to concede some as well. So you can see here, we're like scoring loads of goals. But I mean, look at the scores. He's such an aggressive player. He likes to play a 4-3-3, which not a lot of players do as well. He likes to have a lot of players going forward. So the worrying thing for him is if he stops scoring, someone can defend well against him, he loses that game. He has to score to win games.
Well, what's interesting is that we were saying the same types of things about Rebel Stokes back in Hamburg. And same type of player, scores a lot of goals, but also gives up a lot of goals, and yet here he is, dominating. Maybe that's the new trend
Sign of
on
things to
FIFA
come.
19.
We know where he went. Where did he finish again?
He did
Yeah, that's
he
right.
Did
He won it.
He won
it. All right, now let's take a look at the players that are not doing so hot. They've lost their first 3 games, and there's only 8 of them. Hasu's probably the biggest surprise, I'd say. Marv, your pick. Rachel, you gonna get away from that one a little bit? Yimmy, I'm surprised he's at a 0-3. Rain, the Mexican, I thought sometimes he shows up for these. You know, he's representing Mexico, and I guess I'm pulling for NA all day, of course. And then there's 3 players there, the representatives from China, the last qualifiers. They're having a tough time today.
But, I mean, Hasu, he only had 1 tournament, didn't he, back in Bucharest, I think. So, again, one of these guys that had an amazing time, got to a FUT Champions Cup, and then maybe he hasn't done so well. But, yeah, sorry, Marv, if you're watching this, for putting you out there. But he did so well last year. So I thought he could kind of bring that form back when he got to the final. Narrowly missed out and could come into some form when it mattered again this season. Coming in at 52nd in the world, though, isn't an easy feat to try and go all the way. But
yeah, Hasu, any thoughts on him?
I think, you know, a lot of us have been saying he made 1 event this year and he played really well in that event, picked up 1,500 Global Series ranking points and just hasn't started the day well. You can see the matches he's had. He hasn't had easy matchups. You don't come to the playoffs for an easy matchup.
And he's lost every match by 1 goal.
I mean, that's got to be heartbreaking, especially if you do it in round 1, you're like, okay, I'm a little bit heartbroken, but I got a way to get back into this.
Right.
Every time it keeps repeating itself, it's like, come on, man, like just one of these games go my way. At least like go into extra time, you know, take it right down to penalties and maybe eke out a win. But now he's 0-3, and you know, Spencer said it, we're going to start losing players. And if you've lost every game by 1 goal, it's such a tough way to go out of a tournament.
But you have a great story to tell. Potentially, I guess after you've kind of gotten over the bitterness of losing.
Oh yeah,
all
turn
4
it around,
games.
4-3. Do it from last year.
It's always like finishing 4th, isn't it? that close. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm always get the 4th position. What's that? You don't get a medal. No. So
Arsenal fan here. Thanks.
Just-
For
Yeah. How about Yimmy, though? Any thoughts on him, Brandon?
Haven't seen enough of him this season.
Yeah.
Haven't seen enough of him this season. Didn't perform outstanding in the Eredivisie. That's a tournament he always, takes pride and joy in with Feyenoord. And then the Global Series itself, we just haven't seen enough of him this year. Yes, we've seen enough of him to get into the top 60, but when you come to an event like this, you can have a fantastic seasonal year. It's all about the playoffs. 3 days of FIFA, who can turn up and who can play the best. And unfortunately, it hasn't gone well for him.
No, it has not gone well for him. But FUTWA's Marco, who's in 16th place. I want to bring that up because he's clinging on to that last position for the FIFA eWorld Cup. He beat iMyrtle 2-1. That's I think, a good sign of being able to handle some adversity, which he's going to be dealing with, I think, this whole day here in the Swiss format, and still getting a result when his back's against the wall in some ways.
I mean, that 16th spot it's such a tough position
Poison
to be in.
chalice, as
because
they say.
yeah, exactly. You're not looking forward. You're not looking ahead. You're not thinking, I could get up to 13th or 14th. It doesn't matter. It's just about qualifying, and you've got so many players here who are desperately trying to put together a fantastic tournament to knock you off. And we saw what it did to Ajax Joey. I mean, he was the player who was holding on to 16th place last weekend in Hamburg, and he crumbled. He really did crumble under the pressure, which was difficult to watch. But getting wins on the board here for Marco is huge, especially early in the tournament, just to remind yourself you deserve to be in that 16th place, and you can hold on to it as well.
All right, well, another player that we're going to talk about is Stefano Pena. Even though he lost to Jackson to drop to 2-1 in round 3 of the Swiss format, that's not going to, let's say, keep him from getting the gifts from Spencer and Alan. Check this out.
Here we are then with Pinner 97, and he's about to join the very elite club that is Team PS4. Alan, would you like to present him with this illustrious jacket? Matches perfectly with the ensemble.
Looks amazing.
Stefano's got on right now. So welcome to Team PS4. As well as joining Team PS4, you've also qualified for the FEWC Grand Final. So here's your scarf. Show the world. Very well done indeed. You've had a fantastic year so far. You can pop that on now. You've had a little bit of a break recently, though. We've sort of not seen as much of you at recent tournaments. How's that break been, and are you feeling confident going into another FEWC Grand Final?
Yes, actually, I needed a break, so it was very good for me to make that decision. And I can't wait for the next World Cup. Last year was an experience, and this year I want to win the whole thing, so I can't wait for that.
Stefano Pena, you're near the top of the PS4 leaderboards. Do you have any pressure heading into the FIFA eWorld Cup?
I think if I have always pressure because I'm playing really good this year. I'm at the top always, behind Nicolasen. But I have always pressure, but I like pressure. I'm playing really good under pressure, so I like it.
Fantastic final for Stefano last year, winning the PlayStation side. Can he go the same or even one better this time out at the FEWC final? We'll find out soon.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Alan. Congratulations to Stefano Pena. He's had a fantastic season. Now let's pivot and look forward to our upcoming featured match. It's going to be Christian Spiteri versus Lost in the Waves. Both 3-0. I'm pretty excited about it, Brandon. I'm going to touch your arm just to signify how excited I am.
Yeah, I'm going to be commentating on that as well, so I can't wait for that game. I've got so many Maltese FIFA fans always going at me because I say Christian Spiteri. Christian Spiteri. All right, I'll try and stick to that over the next 2 legs. Well, you got, as Mark's been saying, Lost in the Wave, scores a lot of goals. Look where he is in the Global Series rankings. He needs a huge, huge tournament here. Christian Spiteri. We've just done it wrong.
Spiteri, Brandon, come on, say it 3 times.
He's a fantastic player, and we've seen him a lot this season. We've seen him get to the knockouts, the last LQE in May. He did get through to the knockouts, made it to the last 4 on his console. Can he hold on to that? Can he bring that form into the playoffs?
And that's the big question.
It is, and he's going in on a record now at 3-0. If you can come out of Swiss 4-0, you're playing against form players now who are, obviously matching your record in Swiss. So if you can pick up wins here, it shows that you can beat anyone at the tournament. And when you have to get that lock position, you saw it first. To guarantee himself to go through to the eWorld Cup, he has to come first. You get that confidence knowing I can beat players who are in form on day one. Why not? The dream is still alive.
We have seen plenty of times in tournaments past that if you win your first 4 games, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a great day too.
No, exactly. We saw that in Hamburg, didn't we? That, people were going 4-0 and then getting knocked out straight away. But I don't know, this one's quite exciting for me. But do you think that obviously, Lost to the Waves can keep scoring loads of goals, but his defence is a bit weak? Do you think he's going to come unstuck here against Christian Spiteri?
Spiteri, yes, that's the right one.
We're going to have this one nailed by
Do you think Spiteri,
I think it's
something
tough
there?
because the way that Lost in the Waves plays tactically is to score goals. He basically just flies forward. He gets as many players forward as he can. And he, by doing that, is going to obviously leave himself open at the back. But he's aware of that risk. It's about managing that risk, I think, in game situations. If he gets 2-3 goals up, he needs to just slow things down a little bit. Maybe just take his foot off the gas and win the game. He doesn't need to win. Nobody remembers if it's 7 or 8-0 or 1-0. You know, he just needs to pick up the win, and then he's 4-0. He can put his feet up. He can come back tomorrow.
All right, well, another 3-0 matchup is Diego Peixoto versus Romademi. And that one's going to be tasty as well.
He just took out Marcuso, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
Diego did. So, I mean, he's someone who obviously is on pretty good form at the moment. Yeah, you can see it here.
I think that's great as well. Dami, he's a player that I mentioned that I think could go and cause an upset in that top 16. I feel like he's a player that we always talk about. He played obviously for Crystal Palace in the Premier League this year. He's been involved in so many tournaments. If he, as you can see, has a second place finish here, gets to the final, he could be in that top 16, and he's a man to be watching out for.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting because both of those guys are on the outside looking in. They're still trying to get in, and I think they'll feel pretty good about themselves if they win their first 4 games of this tournament. And leading into, let's say, momentum is the word that we like to use heading into day 2. Now, one other game that I think will be one of our featured pods, in case those other ones are blowouts, is Diego versus Iago, which I think is a very good, tasty matchup, Brandon.
That is indeed. I think is it Diogo? It might be the Argentine as well. I think he's an Argentine player, so we could have an Argentine match up there against,
which I like.
Against Iago.
Because they're very familiar with each other.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. And we know about Iago. I think Richard put him on as one of his favourites to do well in this tournament. 31st in the Global Series rankings. He's played for his country. He's played in a lot of events this year. Can he do it? Can he just get past day 1? That's the thing. Just get past day 1 in situations like this. It's easy to look at what I need to do to get to a grand final. Get the 4 wins, get the win, and get yourself into day 2. That's the main thing.
But we saw what happened in Hamburg, didn't we? 17th and 16th were the ones that just kind of switched around. Do you not think 31st is just a bit too far down the pecking order? 52, I said there, Marv. I thought he could do it. Doesn't look likely at the moment.
It's a tough. No, we're not going to pull any punches here. It's going to have to be an incredible run for someone to do it. But why can't they do it? It's one tournament. It's, you know, how many games of FIFA and matches of FIFA to win? Get out Swiss, that's 4. Get through round of 32, 16. It's like, you know, you've got potentially, say, 10 games of FIFA. I don't know the exact number. Don't need to hold me against it. But 10 games of FIFA and you're there. You know, that's not the craziest sounding thing if you put it into those kind of numbers. So, yes, you've got to beat some incredible players along the way. But if you're going to make it to the eWorld Cup, you're going to have to beat the best of the best. So, you know, you're going to have to beat them at some point.
All right, everyone. It's time. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return here in Berlin, it is all going down. We're going to find out which players are going to win their first 4 games and book their ticket for day 2, and which ones are going to lose their first 4 games and have to go home. Come back and join us right after this.
Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry to all the players I faced. The left backs.
A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Son marcas personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
Want to get on my level? Do you think you got what it takes? The dedication, the drive, the unrelenting fury. Do you think you're worthy? It's time to step up and show me what you've got. Boom! This is the Recon 200. An always-on bass-boosted shatter-your-skull extremely tactical headset unit built to take you to the next level. Incredible. Flip-to-mute mic, metal-reinforced headband, crushing 40mm drivers, memory foam ear cushions, and the sweet, sweet sounds of bass boost. Yes! Nothing even comes close. The Recon 200. Boom! Hear everything and defeat everyone!
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA eWorld Cup. From the heavyweights of the game, who have already secured enough points to qualify for the eWorld Cup in London, to the challengers who are still fighting for their spots, all must do battle here in Berlin in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Welcome back to Berlin once again for the PlayStation 4 FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs. We are about to head into round 4 of Swiss here in day 1 of the competition, Richard. We are going to be focusing on a 3-0 matchup as well. So just 2 games of FIFA. If you can win, you will be through to tomorrow and you can go home. You can go home today, you can relax, and you can get ready for a knockout match tomorrow. Yeah,
and the game that we're actually going to be watching, a little bit of a surprise package, you'd have to say. Lost in the Waves, he's a goal-scoring machine up against Christian Spiteri. Another Maltese player. We saw Kurt last weekend. Now we're seeing Spiteri. Currently 11 spots sort of away from that promised land where he can try and break in to the top 16. That's 9 spots actually, my maths a little bit awry. You see the goals per game, massive difference. 9.33 goals on average lost in the Waves. That's ludicrous, that stat right there.
It really is, and the way that we've seen him playing as well is he likes to outscore his opponents. Onset was talking about it on the couch. He might outscore his opponents, but he does concede a lot of goals as well, and that is what we saw when he did compete in Bucharest in January. Foot Champions Cup number 3, where there was a German winner in the end. He made it into the knockout stages. He was having some crazy matchups. I think one even was against Verfilza.
12-10, if you remember that game in particular. I think
22-goal thriller.
It's unbelievable, that game right there. On the other side of it, Spiteri, much more of a calculated, tactical player.
He's got some great insights, Christian Spiteri.
Yeah, 100%. He carries on a little notebook. He's got 4 or 5 different formations that he can play. No coach needed for either of these 2 players. One's a tactician.
An online coach.
Yeah, he has indeed. Mr. Dunn is his online coach. One a tactician, one goals galore. Who will come out on top?
You have just joined. This is round 4 of Swiss here in Berlin. You win this game, you go through to the round of 32, which does kick off tomorrow. A number of players will be 0-3 as well, so a knockout match for them. What a game this is. 2 players outside of the top 16. Christian Spiteri, 25th in the Global Series rankings. Lost in the Waves, and he double that. Down on the rankings. Really far away. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Win the whole tournament. And he will be going to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final, joining a number of other German players. They've already done the job there as well. First attack of the game for Christian Spiteri. We spoke about it there, an online coach. You're probably thinking, what are we going on about? We'll talk about after this attack comes in, and nearly that goal as well. Obviously, Christian is a Maltese FIFA player. Really good friends of Mr. Dunn, former FIWC winner back in Munich 2015. And he actually receives online coaching from the Saudi Arabian FIFA player. And the best tip he said as well on tournament day, just eat salad. Just eat salad. Keep a nice light stomach. You might be thinking, what are we going on about? Trust me. It's something that Christian abides by, and so does Mr. Dunn.
It's been working so far for him, 3-0. Will the salad eating regime continue going into 4-0?
You might say that, Richard. He's been fantastic, but he has lost every single one of his first legs in the games. He does come out as the overall winner on aggregate. If you didn't know, 2 legs in every single Swiss and knockout game. Chips it up into Neymar, times it yellow.
And those scores in particular, it was 3-2 in the first leg against Zimmer. In his second game, he lost the first leg 2-0, and then he lost in the third leg, in the third game in the first leg, 4-3 against Jago. So he's turned every single match around.
Speaking of the goal-scoring machine, he lost in the waves. That's his first chance of the game. Went for something special from the edge of the box via Neymar. Dinks up once again to Maldini, times it red. Another day, if that's timed green, it could be causing a problem.
Not even timed at all. If he just makes contact with the header, that's going in at the back post. But because it was timed red, the error on the shot highly increased. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Such a simple thing to do, playing out from the back. Something that you rarely see as well. Just something so sloppy.
Christian. Dink the ball out. Ronaldo's got in front of his centre half.
We know we can leap, Cristiano Ronaldo, but wow, that was one hell of a leap.
That's Ronaldo for you. He's an assassin in the air.
And lost in the waves, scores goals from anywhere, apparently.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Well, that's the first goal. And it will be Spiteri 1-0 down. You may remember seeing him play for Imperial in the E-Club World Cup earlier this year in London. Actually teamed up with Lyrics, who's here coaching Shells.
Got a quarter-final spot in that particular tournament. Made it through to the knockout stages with Lyrics.
Whilst lost in the waves. Was involved in the virtual Bundesliga. Unfortunately couldn't get a run together there.
Yeah, lost in the waves, main source of points really coming from that January Foot Champions Cup.
Could be on for a second goal, nearly is.
A good performance in a major can really spur on your season and push it on up the rankings, up the leaderboards, in all honesty.
Pull it into Mbappe. Ramos says, why not? I'm going to just stick out down this left-hand side. Just extends.
Ramos now, because he went forward, out of position, means Vieira has to drop in to fullback.
I'll tell you what, he still hasn't got back yet. Here he comes now, Ramos on his far-hand side. Could he capitalise? That's exactly what he'll do. Might not be down the left-hand side, but it's still just dysfunction, that back line.
So that goal right there, Ramos goes forward. All the way is the furthest man forward. He loses the ball, meaning Vieira has to drop into fullback. That then allows the centre defensive midfielder position. There's so much room in and around the edge of the box. Ronaldo gets it, works the ball into him. Slotted past the goalkeeper, timed it green, and Spiteri down 2-0 in this first leg. Yes, we know he loses his first leg, usually. But lost in the waves, he's been winning first legs 5-6-0.
So it's not a pattern that I'm sure Spiteri will want to be following. Going, losing his first leg, then having to come back in the second one. But it's literally like we're following a script right now. Lost in the waves is scoring goals, and Spiteri's losing his first leg.
You see both players starting with 4-1-2-1-2 now. Spiteri dropping back into a 4-2-2-2.
I did see as well, Spiteri had an option at ultra attacking if he wanted to go there in a 4-1-2-1-2. If he probably goes down another goal. Chance to go through to the knockout stages. 2 wins or an overall win on aggregate. Could it be free? Oh, I thought it was. I really thought it was.
Just wide of the upright there. Lost in the waves, looking rampant in this first leg at the moment.
I have no idea where Spateri's defence is. A number of times, lost in the waves, just been able to find gaps in behind. Gaps that I didn't even know were there. Eusebio looks for the overlap. Will he find the Portuguese man? Yes, he will.
Great goal.
Straight back in it.
Just a little link up there. Ronaldo slotted into Eusebio. He made the run off the back of Paolo Maldini. And then a simple finish as the goalkeeper went down, just lifted it over him. Spiteri back in the game, 2-1.
Maybe a wake-up call for him as well. Can he change this run of losing first-legged matches? So there isn't as much pressure on him in the second. Ball roll around the keeper. Huge save. David Haya had to make it. And, of course, saved it with his legs.
And you saw that. Lost in the wave, straight from kickoff. Coming at Christian Spiteri. Huge save, because that would have been a real big sort of sucker punch there. Having just got back in the game if he was to concede straight away. Now he's looking to level this game up.
Neymar. See the possession stats there. Spiteri have a lot more of the ball. But lost in the waves hasn't needed the ball. He's been counter-attacking for fun. Heads it straight back to Mbappe off the line and
wow,
nearly stitches up David Haya as well.
I thought that we're going to bounce off Alexandro and find its way into the back of the net.
How quickly a game of FIFA can change. Could it be an equaliser for Patrick Vieira? The goalkeeper moves to one side and leaves the goal gaping. All he's got to do, just get his head over the ball and just tap it into the back of the net. Just like that, 2-goal lead from Lost in the Waves, gone.
And you see the shake of the head from Lost in the Waves. He knows that he's gave him a goal right there with the goalkeeper movement. Too erratic. Moving left to right. He predicted a low-driven shot from Vieira. Really good bit of composure from Spiteri to take his time. Wait for the movement.
One word I'd use is composure from Spiteri there. If he rushes that,
probably gets saved.
Probably won't be scoring. Half-time, and he's done so well. Spiteri to get him back in this game, get himself back into this match. He was 2 goals down early on. You can see the possession stats there. Lost in the waves. He's had chances, though, and you've seen some of the goals he scored as well. We had that header at the back post with Van Dijk that could have been a goal. We had that one-on-one with David De Gea.
And he did start in 4-1-2-1-2, did Spiteri, and as soon as he switched formation into that 4-2-2, he's been a lot more diverse in his attacks. He's got back into the game. Lost in the Waves still committed to that 4-1-2-1-2 formation.
Do you think it was the 2 CDMs he was missing out on at one point?
Potentially so, I think, going forward as well. The 4-1-2-1-2, you have to play in a particular style. You have to be quick in your attacks. You have to be quite erratic and not really think about where you're going to play. It all comes very natural if you're an attacking player like that. Someone like a Marcuso, who plays 4-3-1-2, 4-1-2-1-2 variants. Lost in the Waves, scoring a lot of goals in very quick succession. Spiteri doesn't strike me as that sort of player.
One thing that I was really impressed by as well from Lost in the Waves, it was just, I think it was about a few days ago, I was on Twitter just looking through, and he just tweeted, I'll talk about after this chance goes over the bar, what a chance it was. He just tweeted out, basically he was grinding rivals still. We might be in July, but he's still grinding rank 1 rivals, was Lost in the Waves. Preparing himself in the best way possible for this playoffs. He knows what's up for grabs. He knows what he's got to do. So Havertz trying to just bundle his way through that back line.
I think that's the best position for Havertz, in my opinion, as a wide centre mid in a 4-1-2-1-2, in a 4-3-1-2. I feel like you can get the most out of him. Going forward, he's going to be there, but defensively as well, he's such a presence in the midfield.
He's tall enough as well, 5-star weak foot. Doesn't matter which way he wants to go. And apparently he can get back and defend as well for Lost in the Waves. Coquetto away. We're attempted by Cristiano. Now the ball will fall back to the PSV home right back. He's just slotted inside to Eusebio. He tries to cut it back to Neymar.
Right idea, just
And we're in for a counter-attack.
not right execution there on that little cutback pass.
Dinks out to the right-hand side. Lost in the Waves turn to attack now. He's going to chip it up. Ronaldo into Ronaldo was nearly the perfect combination. Unfortunately, not on that occasion, though, for him.
Not a lot of movement going forward for Spiteri at the minute. So Dumfries allowed 10, 15 yards to be able to move into her. Seems though in the midfield he doesn't like rushing, seems quite reluctant to play a pass just for passing's sake, which a lot of players do. He's happy to sit on the ball, hold it, and wait for the players to move.
If he does score this attack, it'll be the first time he's led in this match. Keeper's off his line, trying to tease across. In David De Gea, Vieira now. Really patient build-up play from the Maltese FIFA player. We'll go back to Van Dijk. He'll cut inside to Maldini, just a hook clearance away. It's going to fall straight back to Spiteri, though. All the pressure so far and Lost in the Waves. Could he score this with Bullet? Back to Eusebio. Tries to turn outside and somehow the ball finds its way into the back of the net.
That must have got a deflection, so the goalkeeper didn't react.
David De Gea just stood still there. Just tucked it inside that front hand post. I don't even think it touched Van Dijk. If anything, the ball might have just scraped his boots on the way through. Other than that, it's a fantastic finish. And Spiteri is waiting the perfect time to start changing around this so-called theory that he's got at the moment of losing his first leg, winning his second leg.
The ball was passed. Lost in the Waves before he could even react to it. At that near post. A very strong way of scoring this year. At the near post, low-driven shot. Put a lot of power on it. The ball will slowly rise into the back of the goal.
It's a lot better, though. That's Spiteri. Can he find that next goal? There it is! Breathing space for him as well. Just over 15 minutes left into a pause straight away by Lost in the Waves. We can see it in front of us now. A 4-on-2-on-2 he was rocking. And urgent changes straight away. Eusebio actually being one of those substitutes.
Timed it white. The shot didn't matter. The placement was just too accurate. And the player were just too good in. When you're using the likes of prime Eusebio, prime moments Eusebio, I should say. Pele, 99, coming off of the bench. Team of the year, CR7. Team of the year, team of the season, Mbappe and Neymar. You can time shots white. You don't even have to time shots at all. And the placement and the precision and the finishing stats that the players possess, most of those shots will go in.
Well, it would be the first match if Lost in the Waves did lose this over the two legs. This could be massive now. Spiteri's one-on-one, Mbappe outside the right boot, maybe rushed it slightly.
I really like the goalkeeper rush there from Lost in the Waves, because it makes up the mind of the attacking player very, very quickly. You're forcing him to making a move. If he stays on his line there, it gives Mbappe so much time and room to go into.
Oh, Van Dijk just got his legs in a tangle there, and you are right.
The goalkeeper rush is something that he's very, very comfortable with doing, and he's happy to take that risk. If you know you're going to score 7 goals over the two legs, you can do that. You can take risks defensively. You can be more fragile defensively if you know that your attacking play is so strong.
That's twice now. Spiteri has had an opportunity to at least extend his lead by another goal. We know the amount of goals that Lost in the Waves can register and has registered in day one of the competition here in Berlin. Spiteri, though, is about 7 minutes away from ensuring he will be getting a 2-goal cushion headed into leg number 2.
Looking to make it free.
Ronaldo, little ding, that nearly fell kindly into Mbappe, back for a free kick again. Now maybe you can see this movement off the ball. We've seen it before. We saw Stokes using it perfectly back in Hamburg last weekend. Played short, nothing fancy about that one. Unfortunately, can't actually find the man he was looking for.
And as the ball goes out of play there, we have just had an update from a 0-3 game. Hasu is currently beating Yimi HD, so as it stands, Yimi from Feyenoord will be exiting the competition.
Speaking of attacks, lost in the waves. Chasing that one down with Cristiano Ronaldo. 3 players chasing the ball. Hullet so calm and collective, just to dink it over. 3 players there to calm it down. Doesn't really show you too much emotions, this Spiteri. Not happy with that pass at all. You can just see him shaking his head on the right-hand side of your screen.
You see the stamina from Eusebio there, very, very low. Also from Neymar as well.
Oh, it could be one more. Very clever on the rebound, deserved a goal.
And that low stamina makes you think constant pressure being in use from Spiteri. When you've got players with 99 stamina, to see their stamina bar that low reeks of constant pressure being used from Christian Spiteri, closing down the ball quickly, not letting Lost in the Waves have time to play the way he wants to play. And really nullified the threat in the final third as soon as he switched from a 4-1-2-1-2 and matching up his opponent and playing into Lost in the Waves game, playing his own game, going 4-2-2. He's been much more effective and you'd say a much, much better FIFA player.
He has indeed. That second half was incredible from the Maltese international. Obviously, we saw him a number of times this year within the Global Series, and at the end there, that one more pass, to have the intelligence to play that one more pass, to ensure, as we always talk about percentages in competitive FIFA, scoring an 85% chance to a 95, 99% chance of scoring a goal. Yes, it came off the post and he was lucky to have someone on the rebound, but it was all about the original idea in the first place. And now, something you said as well, I think was great. We'll have a look at the highlights when we talk about this from the 2 legs. The way that Spiteri was able to adapt, he was happy to adapt in the way he was playing. You said it perfectly. He went constant pressure after conceding this really, really silly goal 18 minutes in. I have no idea what happened there. Went short. Cristiano Ronaldo won it in the air. But Spiteri knew he wasn't playing well.
He knew that he weren't playing well. He knew he had to change something. And he just doesn't panic. Also, Christian Spiteri. He's not going to almost get lost at sea and sort of... He's not treading water, I'll have to say. He's pushing forward. He's always looking to take the game to the next step, is Christian Spiteri. He's happy to change.
This was the goal that he needed 36 minutes in. It was against the run of play, the pressure that he was under from Lost in the Waves. Ball fell to Eusebio there, and you can see the reaction, not happy at all from the German. This was the equaliser. This was really nice as well. Little dink up, and to take the time, to be that composed in that area with little time left in the first half was really impressive.
Yeah, and he knew that that goal would be the one to seal the game sort of as a 2-2 stalemate. It was all Spiteri in the second half. Yeah, nice little inch-cut play inside the box, at the near post, rifled past. David De Gea.
Just beat, stuck to the spot and couldn't even move or make any effort to save that one. Just under 20 minutes left. Here was the other chance there, off the post and in for Eusebio. And if that wasn't enough for Spiteri, he got himself another goal as well. And this was really nice. You'll see the additional pass here that I was talking about. Hullet into Ronaldo. Another day that one goes in. Yes, there was someone on the rebound, but it was all about that original shot. And in the end, Spiteri, 3-goal advantage going into the second leg.
And here's a reminder to link your EA and Twitch accounts to be eligible to win some very cool prizes. You can see there, Team of the Season, Trent Alexander-Arnold is available for you to win. And also, if you have linked both your accounts, tune in to receive the FIFA 19 PS4 Playoffs kit. That's pretty nice, isn't it?
That might have to be my my new kit for Weekend League on my pursuit to try and get Gold 1 this weekend.
Is that going to be the catalyst to Gold 1, that kit?
It could be. It could be. Speaking of that Trent Alexander-Arnold, of course, you guys can win at home. Played against him in my last Weekend League game, lost that game. So, yeah, if you want to win games, get him in your team. And we know how good he's been in both real life and FIFA this year.
I'll tell you what as well, he can take a free kick.
He can indeed.
If you've got a bit of bottle about you and you like a direct free kick, Trent could be your man.
Could be indeed, of course. Get those accounts linked, and hopefully you guys can earn some rewards at home, or at least use that kit in your FUT Champions games this weekend. Here we go, straight into the second leg now, and Christian Spiteri looking to lead just as he finished that last match. He's currently 3 goals up, 5 goals to 2. This is round 4 of Swiss. You win this, One of these two will be going into the knockout stage. They can go back to the hotel. They've got their job done. They came with a plan, and they followed it in the best way possible by picking up 4 wins early on, no losses. But we saw players last weekend. Sporting de Club de Portugal, Diogo, got a 4-0, came into day 2, went out in the round of 32.
Yeah, it all went downhill for him very, very quickly. So 4-0 can be sort of a lifeline almost, because these are long days here in Berlin. You've got 64 of the best players, and sometimes you have to manage your energy levels. Also, you have to manage your highs and your lows, and if you can get a 4-0, go back to the hotel, relax, get some food, get an early night, get a good rest, you're coming into tomorrow the best the best Christian Spiteri, the best Lost in the Waves.
Speaking of Lost in the Waves,
we're not seeing his best right now.
We haven't seen the start to this matchup, as he did show us. Or have I just cursed him there? Timed it yellow straight into David De Gea. Should be doing better with that chance. Even a finesse could have caused more problems to Christian Spiteri, or at least ask questions to David De Gea.
What you saw from Spiteri, the subtle movement of the goalkeeper, it wasn't anything drastic. He didn't open up part of the goal for him. He kept him quite central and just edged him towards the near post. It wasn't anything sort of...
Tell you what, that's an unbelievable goal.
Wow.
And if there's plays of the day, that one should certainly be in there. Adidas plays of the day. Eat your heart out. Unbelievable stuff down the right-hand side. Just a little dink. And I actually nearly scored one of them in the pickup game yesterday, believe it or not. I was a little bit too heavy.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? Don't give me that. What a goal, what a start. Mr. Terry. 6-2 up, 4 goals in front, and one thing that he always does, he just keeps himself to himself, Spiteri.
You see the offside trap used as well from Spiteri there, forcing those defenders up, limiting the options for Lost in the Waves to play in behind.
I spoke to Spiteri yesterday, and how have you prepared coming into this tournament? He went, to be honest, I've just had a month off. I've relaxed, I've had a month off. I said, did you do any boot camps or play against any pros? He went, not really. For him, it was just coming into this tournament, doing well off Bucharest, the last LQE of the year. He had a top 4 finish, he got into the knockouts. That's all he needed. And a month off, clearly, has helped him here.
Yeah, losing to New York City Chris in the semi-finals in Bucharest, but I think sometimes having just a little bit of a breathing space from FIFA can be a positive for you. You can come back to the game with a fresh mindset, with a fresh pursuit of greatness.
It's an unbelievable ball as well. Lost in the Waves, he's through, one-on-one, needs to be taking his chance here. Ball rolls around the keeper, Van Dijk.
Unbelievable, heroic from Virgil van Dijk right there.
He's up against a player that averages 9 goals across the 2 legs in Lost in the Waves, and he's stopping him in his tracks.
He just put his team on his back right there, did Van Dijk.
And somehow carried him through that attack. Risky it was. Keeper was in no man's land. He ball rolled away with him, with Cristiano Ronaldo. As we said, players are in elimination matchups right now. One of them was Hasu against, I should say, Feyenoord Yimi. I was about to say Zimmer. Zimmer's obviously still in the competition. He's got a win to his name. All just dinked into the back post there. Van Dijk was waiting for it. Chance to counter-attack now.
Hasu was leading 7-3 the last time I heard from that elimination matchup, so looks like Hasu, FUT Champions Cup 3 PS4 champion, will be continuing his stay here in Berlin for at least one more round.
The players just going for that as well. Alexandro and Van Dijk both clattered each other with a tackle there. 4 goals still needed by Lost in the Waves. That's not going to help at all when his teammates are running into each other. Spiteri, 25th in the Global Series rankings, looking for another goal to add to his name.
And I don't think defensively we're giving Christian Spiteri enough credit here. This is a player who scores 9 goals on average per 2 legs. And he's been so sort of toothless in the attacking third, as lost in the waves, because of Spitteri's defensive prowess.
What's on the other side of that?
Oh, what a finish that is.
He's been incredible. Spitteri again, make that number 7 across the 2 legs. He's had so much joy, so much success down that right-hand side. Getting it into the path for Eusebio. He's not just once, but twice hit it on the volley or dinked it over the goalkeeper. And this is a massive, massive game. A match that will send you into the round of 32. He's a player that's had a number of fantastic Swiss runs, Spitteri, this year. And it looks like he's going to have another one here in Berlin, in one of the biggest tournaments of the season for him. 7-2.
We saw what Spitteri could do at a couple of the majors this year, the Club World Cup, the last LQE of the year in Bucharest. We can see, and we fully know that he's capable of winning a tournament.
Eusebio again. Oh, that's cheeky. One more. Surely no. Oh, wow.
That right there, Adidas Player of the Day.
I think that tops the other one. I honestly think that tops the other goal.
Passing the ball into... I don't know if you ever watched Masters football back in the day, but that right there reminds me of Masters football. Just passing the ball into the net. Your opponent's helpless.
The opponent that time was lost in the waves. What a horrible way to go into half-time. 4 lost in the waves. The goal to concede such a good finish from Spitteri shows how confident he is feeling right now. 6 goals in front. 8-2 on aggregate. We should be talking about him with his goal ratios now, Spitteri. He scored so many of them.
Yeah, 100%. He's very much dominated this game, Christian Spitteri, after going 2-0 down. Let's add. He scored 8 in a row. Spitteri.
One thing he did as well was change his custom tactics, change his formation. He wasn't happy when he was 2-0 down. Matched up against Lost in the Waves, who we know scores so many goals. It's if he can pick himself up now. Just a dink to the left-hand side now. Ramos, who was in no man's land in the first leg, one of that crazy 60-yard run along the left-hand side of the field. That's where the goal actually came from Lost in the Waves, one of his first goals in the tie. You move on about 90 minutes later. Spitteri has been able to register 8 goals across these 2 legs.
We're talking about the attacking player of Lost in the Waves right now. We need to see it. 6 goals in 40 minutes.
I think it's 5.33 his average was, Spitteri, the goals he'd scored.
Yeah, 5.33 goals over the 2 legs, average.
He's just up the average. Very good defensive player, though. And you're seeing it on show in front of your eyes.
And this is sort of a Lost in the Waves performance, typically, because, yes, attacking has been unbelievable this tournament so far.
Needs
as he
to
goes
finish
through
this. There we go. That's the goal back for him.
But he is always going to concede goals. And if you're playing against a defensive player who just completely shuts you down, and you know you're going to concede, you're going to lose. Do you know what I mean? You can't just have an amazing attack and a pretty average defense. You can't just have an amazing defense and nothing going forward. You're going to not win a tournament. That's not... You need the full package. Tex, the player who's been the best player this year by a country mile. Last year, oh, he's amazing going forward. He's skillful. He's got all this. But defensively, a little bit of a... You'd ask questions. What did he improve on? This year, probably one of the best defensive players, best players at seeing out a game and just killing a game off. What has that resulted in? 7 major trophies, 12,500 points.
So much prize money. And now, the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final spot as seed number 1. See, already that was done and dusted last weekend in Hamburg. He's Lost in the Waves just to bring this back now. it would be scenes. 5 goals in under 30 minutes. He's made a triple substitution. Messi, Eusebio, and then Mbappe introduced. He's playing a 4-1-2-1-2, so it will be Mbappe as a right centre midfielder. And Spiteri. Defend as well as he has already in this game. Through ball, Messi's going to try and latch onto it. Van Dijk will play back to David De Gea. He can have all the composure in the world. That's really, really good. John Spiteri happy just to link inside, switch out to his right back. And Eusebio's off again. Could it be another goal? This really isn't pretty for Lost in the Waves. Tries to just dink it around his man. Where's the ball going to end up?
That got very, very scrappy very quickly right there as the ball bouncing around the box. Nobody could get any sort of clean contact on it.
Ronaldo, Eusebio, he's through. This is surely a chance. Oh, the touch was not good.
And the tackle from Van Dijk.
Had to be timed right, didn't it? As soon as that heavy touch came in from Eusebio, you just saw the tackle being lined up. The timing had to be perfect, and that's exactly what it was. Still 5 goals in front, Spiteri.
Just looking to spin that one around the outside of the centre half there. Oh,
He could
chance.
be through again. He's beaten Van Dijk for pace this time. Needs to be finishing it.
He's not timed enough green as well. If you're going to... That's one thing, Spiteri. If he's going to time a shot, pretty much he's always green, but he don't rely on the time finishing mechanic that much, really. He's happy to shoot normally.
I feel like sometimes Lost in the Waves, he attacks so quickly. Sometimes it's just too quick for himself to register a time finish. Now he's got to defend, unfortunately. Look at the space for Hullet. Could it be another one? What a save. I know at this point, the time's ticking down. And Lost in the Waves is losing hope every single second. Croqueta. That's going to fall back to Eusebio, back to Hullet again. All it will mean, though, for Lost in the Waves, just back to the drawing board. You're still being 3-1. You just got to go and win your next game.
Yeah, but that's right. It's a lot.
We've seen players be 3-0, yeah.
A lot easier than it is because you're 3-1 right now. You're facing someone. You're off the back of a loss, and you're facing somebody. Probably it was going to be off the back of a win. They're going to be confident coming into that 3-1 game. They're going to see that you've not only lost, but you've been smashed, really. 8-3. You've not created much in the final third. You're going to be low on confidence going into that next game. And we know that Lost in the Waves is a very, very, very good attacking player.
There's also a huge difference as well from being 2-0 and on that 3-win margin, because you know if you win your next game, you're definitely through to the knockout. So there's an extra 10-15% in you to go and win that matchup. And Lost in the Waves is going to be going straight into that game now after a very tiring 2 legs of FIFA. That's why we see so many players be 3-0 and then just somehow go 3-3. I've no idea what happened there. It was an awful time red finish from Mbappe. Just scuffed his lines. Nothing more than a consolation. If Lost in the Waves can break past the defence there. Rafael Varane, that was naughty. He'll get a yellow card. And that'll be about it for him. And it will be
not even a booking.
Christian Spiteri going into the knockouts tomorrow. The first name we have seen on stream.
And that will be him locked in as a top seed as well. There's going to be 4 top seeds coming out of Swiss. 4 players will have finished 4-0. Spiteri will be one of those going into tomorrow.
Whether it's the salad, you never know. He's been fantastic. Neymar. A little interchange with Mbappe. He just wants one more goal here. Will he get one more? Ramos inside to Neymar. Off the line. Maldini. Oh. Wow.
Off the line, manual clearance, and then the save from De Gea. Just all come a little bit too late.
Just waiting for the referee's whistle there. And it will be Christian Spiteri into the knockouts tomorrow. One of the 4 seeds, you say one of the 4 top seeds. 4-0. Straight away. Lost in the Waves, back to that drawing board. As you said, Richard, 3-1. All he's got to do is go and win 2 legs. You said it sounds a lot more easy than it is. We've seen players be 3-0. You get that taste of a defeat because when you're 3-0, you feel on top of the world. No one can beat you, can they?
Yeah, and now moving into tomorrow for Spiteri, he can look forward to that. He can start watching the rest of the tournament. Who's going to be the 4-3 matchup that he's going to be taking on? For Lost in the Waves, he now moves on to 3-1. Next game, get it done. Get out of here. 4-1, relax. Because then if you go 3-2, then you're 3-3 in an elimination match. That's where, got to say, do you have the bottle?
Yeah, that's
at the biggest stage.
That's the big question indeed. We're going to go over to another match now, the second leg between Timox and Aggie, I believe, from Team North. What a game this is a 2-1 game. So if you lose this, you will be going back square to 2-2. Yes, you're still halfway there to get in those 4 wins, but you want to be, of course, in front, only 1 game away, where whoever wins this, they could be actually facing
Lost in the Waves.
Lost in the Waves, who just lost his game 4-2 to Aggie in this game. If you don't know who August Rosemeyer is, North Aggie, they call him one of the legends in competitive FIFA. He's already won a World Championship back in 2014 in Rio de Janeiro. What a start to the year he had as well, Richard. He seemed like he just qualified for everything.
He did, yeah. Qualified for 6 events in the opening period of the year. Put him in a really good position. Top 4 in Bucharest, the first event of the year. And then we didn't hear a lot from him. In all honesty, on the international level, we saw him win an E-Superliga with FC Copenhagen.
And that was season 2 of the finals there. We competed in season 1, of course, but just couldn't get to the latter end of the competition. They still made it to the finals. What a tournament that was as well. One of the licensed leagues as part of the FIFA 19 Global Series. Currently is 4-2 up in this game. What a first half he has had. We saw Timox on stream earlier this morning, which he did beat Hasu in that all-German matchup. This is a chance to go 3-1. You saw the idea there. Van Dijk was able just to hook that one away and a chance to break away for Timox.
And behind Agger, who do you have? Ivan Lepanya, Boras. One of the smartest people, the most experienced FIFA players in competitive history, you've got to say. Behind Agger,
really is.
Showing him his words of wisdom and the experience that he can provide that Agger somehow might not have.
3 or 4 accelerated fake shots in a row into the goal. Forward, it was on a plate. Literally all he had to do was just tap that into the back of the net. So then Mbappe broke down the left-hand side. Few accelerated fake shots, past his man, and it was an easy finish in the end for Hullet. Straight back into this game. 4-3 the score. You spoke about coaches there. Ivan Lepanya, we've seen him obviously on the shows as an analyst. We've seen him playing in the Allsvenskan. We saw him playing the FIFA E-Nations Cup for Sweden.
Wasn't a little bit too easy there, that goal from Team Ox. No real challenge coming in from Agger, as he did get down the byline. Simple cutback. Surud Hullet.
Not the way that Aggie would have wanted to start this second leg. Needs the goal, needs to reply straight away. Let's get dispossessed. Tried to play it to Hullet, but unfortunately went to Timox's Hullet instead. Here's the through ball. Varane tracking back. Ramos, he's been pulled out of position now on the finesse. Back to goal. Timox has loved doing that. He did it 2 times in round 1 earlier today. He's actually scored a winner with Messi in the 85th minute on the edge of the box. He's looking for that finesse again, just over the bar this time.
Yeah, big save from Edwin van der Sar there. Tipped that over the crossbar. Doing a lot of roars around the arena right now.
Players ensuring they go through. Players staying within the competition still. Hullet back to goal. Easily read there by Van der Sar. No real power or conviction behind the shot. Havertz is a starter as well for Aggie.
Alongside Luka Modric as well.
Will be Varane at left back. Danny Da Costa at right back. Chip the keeper, R9 took that touch. That's all he wanted to do.
Team Ox, I should say. Starting, Hullet in at left back. This was the same team that we saw earlier from him.
Hullet into R9. This could be the equaliser. Oh, it is! Really impressive first 30 minutes here from Timox.
The way that he moved the ball from left to right, it started with Mbappe out wide. Fake Rabona, played into Hully, R9. Found its way all the way across to CR7 after a little assist from Luka Modric. First time shot, no bother for Ronaldo. As he smashes that into the left-hand side of the goal, and we come into a game. Aga's got a 2-0 lead, wiped away instantly.
That just goes to show the beauty of the two legs across all of competitive FIFA. This could be one way to apply. Really well done. You just saw him there stop on the ball for a second with Neymar. He thought the original shot was just going to be tucked into the left bottom corner. We can see it again on the replay. Played through, just stopped and had to guess again.
And the thing is, if he wouldn't have stopped and done the same shot, he moved his keeper. If he'd have shot when he actually initially moved his keeper, Timox, he saves that because he's ready, he's gone the right way. But the little stop, the little composure touch almost, the patience on the ball, to be able to stand, wait for the goalkeeper to move back the other way, then just slot it past him.
Tightest of angles for him. Just to slot it in. To put Aggie back in front. Needed that goal. Really needed that goal indeed. There's the through ball again. Havertz now. Looking for that cross. You would say so with Ronaldo just lurking at the back post. You can still see him there on your screen. Vieira into it. Looking for that finesse there, maybe. No, cuts back inside. Speaking of Aggie, he's had quite some time off to try and perfect his game again. Where the game updates were coming in, different patches were coming in. Some players were being able to constantly adapt and adjust, such as the Texas. Aggie kind of just fell off for a bit. Then when Superliga came Season 2, we saw him really getting back into the groove of things. And he finds himself in a 2-1 matchup. 2 wins to 1 defeat. He's 5-4 in front. Up against Timox, that's just scooped into the box. Obviously collected in the end.
No real conviction on the cross, really. El Tornado came in, the cross came in, but Luka Modric never really going to be a threat in the attacking area right there.
Well, he actually fancies getting involved in this attack. Unfortunately, though, Havertz slightly too keen there. He's offside. To pull that back for a free kick.
And it could be, potentially, that Timox has changed formation and he's gone to a 4-1-2-1-2 right now. So it would seem as though you've got Van Dijk and Varane as your two centre-backs, Ramos over at left-back, and the initial starting lineup has been slightly adapted. It's a midfield 3 or a 4-1-2-1-2 of Vieira, Modric and Hully. Ronaldo out wide, R9 and then Mbappe.
That's the way he wants to play. And as we keep saying, a lot of success on the edge of the box. He really loves it working that finesse. Timing it green from the left or the right-hand side. That's an interesting through ball there. Just trying to tee it up for Havertz. Goalkeeper movement you can see from Timox. Tries to Keter his way through. Something that his good teammate and good friend Marcuso. We've seen him chain a few of them together earlier today when he was on stream. Half-time in this matchup. Aggie with a slight advantage. Might be losing this leg, but overall 5-4 up.
And you see him in that 4-4-2 formation. Just adjusting the 4-2-2 if it was to be needed. That's the formation that he starts the game in, the 4-2-2. Mbappe coming on as an out-and-out right mid. It's Team of the Year Ronaldo as his left winger. And then R9 and Neymar leading the line. 4 5-star skillers there in the squad for him.
And the great thing as well, when you've got Ronaldo at left midfield, that's when you can get him on the edge of the box for a finesse, where we've seen him score goals from. Also, a back post cross if he needs to look towards that. Mbappe introduced for Aggie. 45 minutes away from going 3-1, and you're 1 win away from sending yourselves into the knockout stages. For quite a long period of this year as well, Aggie was in the top 16.
Top 10 for a little bit as well. In the early stages of the year between sort of November and February.
And then that's when we saw the breakout performances from Mahasu.
Tuga.
Dammy playing well in the Premier League.
Lev Vinken starting to make a lot of progress, making console finals on different events.
We saw the FIFA E-Nations Cup with Rasta Arta.
Yeah.
So many changes, so much movement.
Maestro taking it far in tournaments as well. Yago and Nicholas.
So many names.
Yeah, there's been a lot of tournaments, and very interesting that on the PlayStation especially we've had 6 different FUT Champions Cup winners. That's why it is so tight compared to the other half of the bracket.
Vieira back to Modric. Modric now, he's through. Nothing wrong with the shot, which is an unbelievable block from Vieira. Just a few more matches to conclude from this roundup. Then we'll see who is definitely through to tomorrow. Who's out of the competition? Their FIFA 19 season could be over. Unless they're already within that top 10 players who, as we know, have already booked their ticket to London, which is announced now. 2nd to the 4th of August, the FIFA eWorld Cup final, the huge tournament.
Returning to the O2. We saw MS Desari successful there last year.
Maybe a PlayStation winner. Kicked into the box, punched away by Van der Sar. This game is still so tightly contested. Just under 30 minutes left. Jan Cancelo, lovely ball through this time. Here's Timox, chance to equalise. Ronaldo inside. Well done, Vieira.
That is what Patrick Vieira is all about. Getting back in, winning the ball in dangerous areas, and winning it safely as well. No penalty gave, no rash tackle there. And into that 4-2-2 right now. Just a couple of changes. If he does decide to change that formation, it's automatically set up for him. 4-4-2 still in use from Aga.
Just looking at the goal ratio for Timox. Doesn't score loads of goals, but concedes just as many. So coming into this game, his ratios have changed. 4 goals he scored. In his past few games, it's been very narrow victories. There's the through ball to Mbappe. R9's on the edge of the box now. This is Aga. Lovely crossover. Ronaldo's at the back post. You know, he can leap up. He does go to ground.
That's why Ronaldo is so effective coming off the wing as well, because not only sometimes are you looking to head the ball goalwards, you can nod it down to a non-rushing centre midfielder, or whether that be to one of the 2 strikers.
Vieira to hit it once more. One more goal at this time in the match could be enough for Aga. If Timox scores, we will be going all the way. 2 extra time potentially. Really patient build-up. He was a runner-up back in 2017 in Berlin, the same place we are now, the same city. He lost to Shells in a match worth $80,000. Put his name on the map. People knew about him in the German scene.
Yeah, yesterday for the Jimmy Conrad pickup game, we were in the exact location at the Adidas base where Timox did lose to Shells in the console final, where Rocky was victorious, $160,000 he won. It always fascinates me to see the players that are still making events from that event right there.
I think you're looking at a perfect example now. Aga was with PSG at the time, wasn't he? He was at that final.
Timox,
Wolfsburg.
We saw Tass last weekend. He was there formerly with hashtag, now with FaZe Clan. We saw Gorilla at that event.
And those players still in the conversation, you know, being the best in the world. We know Tass obviously has booked his place at the eWorld Cup final. These 2 on your screen still battling it out to do enough. Just under 15 minutes left. The pause cued. And let's see what changes are made by both of these 2 players. Just one change.
Changes for Timox. I think you've Sabio coming on, I think.
There's a chance! That could be the goal! And that could be the winner as well. You've got to feel for Timox. He's made the attacking changes. 15 minutes left. He had a game plan to try and get himself back into this game. And now the job has just got a lot harder for him.
Signed, sealed, and delivered right there. 14 minutes left on the clock. Pull it on the edge of the box, timed it green. Too hot to handle. Just whipped it past the goalkeeper.
You can brew on your Sabia all you want, like you will be saying.
I've got Hullet.
I've got Hullet, and he's just smashed it in from about 30 yards out. Left foot, right foot. It doesn't matter for the Dutchman. Respond now. This could be a really interesting last 10 minutes. Here's a chance. Once again, Hullet involved defensively or in an attacking third. He's always involved. Mbappe. Sabio's there. He's teasing the rump. Got the space for Ronaldo on the left-hand side. Varane will push up, but he's going to be out of position. Look at the space. Offside trap. Play! Ball into the back of the net. So easy. An offside trap was played for some reason, maybe to add some pressure on Aga to move things quicker, to make him make a mistake. Ball goes out to the left-hand side. Rafael Varane, for once, he's the assister.
And you got to be so careful with the offside trap. You see the 5-3-2 there in the ultra-defensive custom tactic for North Aga.
You just saw that. Do you see those like Eder Militao or Modric?
Currently 2.
No, he's changed him. Bale instead.
2-1, both of these two players. Aga with this victory will be moving on at 2-3-1. It'll be Teamworks going into the 2-2 bracket. Going into round 5 of Swiss. 4 rounds down. We've seen Spiteri secure his spot into tomorrow. Who will be joining him? We'll have 32 players into tomorrow. 32 players knocked out.
What a finish it was. Rafael Varane on the left-hand side. For one moment, I'm like, he's clearly out of position here, Aggie. What are you doing? Then offside trap was played by Tim Ox to add some urgency into Aga's attack. All it did was give him an unbelievable chance just to cross the ball over and smash it into the back of the net. 7 minutes left. It's 7-4 on aggregate to Aga. He'll be 3-1 heading into round number 5. Van der Sar. He's happy to keep the ball in his hands, watching that clock tick down. And this is where we see players sometimes just crumble, Richard. They could be in a winning position. He started the day off, he was 1-0.
Yeah, it seems as though Teamworks has stopped playing right now as well. This game is over between these two. Just need the final whistle to make it official.
2 games away. See, 1 game in total, but 2 legs of FIFA. And it will be a win for Aggie. Added time just to come now. 7-4 up. He'll be 3-1.
The referee has indicated
In a fantastic position. Haven't seen him playing this well for so long. We look back to January, December, November. Those were the times that we saw Aga involved at his very best. It's been a tough few months. eSuperliga was a huge victory for him. And if he can come and bring form now to this tournament, it's everything.
And that's how important it is to get a victory under your belt. Not only do you get the Global Series ranking points, do you get a little bit of prize money, a trophy as well, but more importantly, something that you can't sort of earn is confidence. That's something that you can only get through winning. That winning feeling of being a champion. It's something that he's not had for a long time. Aga, you're going back to the 2018 ESWC, where he won that event, went into the playoffs. What was that? Confidence. Went through to the grand finals. This year, eSuperliga Season 2, won that event, and you're sort of got this aura about him coming into the playoffs again. He's currently 3-1 and potentially moving on to round number 5 as you'd say somebody that nobody really wants to be matching, Aga.
Yeah, most definitely. You know he's a great friend with Marcuso as well, Richard. You know he's so good. They both team up as well with obviously FC Copenhagen and the North, the collaboration there, which has been so good for both of those Danish players. Really kind of like staples in competitive FIFA. You can have a look at some of those highlights now from that match now. And let's have a look at the second leg then. So we came into this one. This is all we have been watching, the second leg of the match. It was 4-2 to Aga. And then it was wiped away, wasn't it? This 2-goal advantage that Aga had, it was wiped away. That was the chance there for Timox. 3 accelerated fake shots in a row. Just tapped into Hullet, smashed into the back of the net.
And we thought the scales were going to turn in this game when Timox started to really take the match to him. Played all the way across the pitch. R9, Modric into CR7. Rattle past the goalkeeper, but Aga regrouped and came back firing.
Did indeed. This was a lovely goal. Just to take those extra 2 seconds, hold the ball, and still to put it in that same corner where you probably thought originally was going to take it.
And you can see 60 players still in the tournament. We say goodbye to 4 players here at the PlayStation 4 playoffs.
And we also say congratulations to 4 players that have gone through.
Yep.
Richard, 4 players will be 4-0 in the competition. They'll be the top seeds going into the round of 32 tomorrow. And this was the goal at the end there. The offside trap was played by Timox, and in the end it was an easy, routine finish in the end. And Timox back to 2-2. Aga, 1 more matchup away from ensuring he goes through.
You can see some of the players that are currently 3-1 on the side of your screen. You got Footways Tom, Jazz, Joksan, all 3-1, lost in the waves also in that bracket. Round 4 wrapped up, Brandon. I'm looking forward to seeing how the playoffs in Swiss do finalise.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, we still have so many more rounds to come. 3 more rounds of Swiss here in day 1 of the competition in Berlin. But before we do go into round 5, let's throw it back over to the couch with Jimmy, Rachel and Mark. And Spencer.
Why, thank you, Brandon and Richard. Excellent call of the game as always. And as a reminder here to Spencer, Mark, and Rachel, who was my player to watch and how well is he doing right now? Remember at the beginning of the...
Who was his player to watch?
It was,
Johnny...
It's a really long name.
Joey Shepard.
August Rosenmeyer, I think, is who I went with. He's doing excellent right now.
Good player.
He is very good.
Good lad. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for you, Jimmy.
Thank you very much.
How does it feel to get a prediction right for him?
Yeah, it feels excellent. Firm handshake. Thank you very much. He's 3-1 right now, so we'll see if he can get that 4th one in round 5 to seal his place in the knockout rounds.
You could usually say that you could help with this, didn't you, as a hashtag player before?
Well, yeah, I mean,
You're part of his.
Aga had been around long before Hashtag actually had been around, to be fair to him. He's been a stalwart of the FIFA scene, and he deserves all the success he gets. Shells is also 3-1, by the way. So,
well, there we go.
Well, I picked.
I
don't need it.
It's a game of one-upmanship going on over here. I'm just enjoying the FIFA, to be honest.
All right, well, I'm glad that you're excited about the FIFA, because we have another game. We're going to jump right into it. It's Roma Dami versus Diogo Peixoto. We're going to jump into the second leg here. First leg was 1-0 in favor of Peixoto, and we're going to call this game from the couch. We're casting it from the couch, which is a big thrill for Rachel and I, because we don't get usually a part of this action.
Absolutely. So where do we even start here? We're coming into the second leg. We're going to go, oh no, we're not. We're going to go second leg from kickoff. Is that correct?
That is correct. To catch up, everybody, both of these guys are outside of the top 16 to qualify for the FIFA eWorld Cup, so this is a massive tournament for them. They need a lot of points to make that happen, because some of the guys ahead of them are playing very well. Roma Dami is in 19th spot, and Peixoto is in 28th. Roma Dami's in the Roma kits, and Peixoto is in the blue. I think he's wearing Porto. So shout out to FC Porto.
I mean, you had the opportunity to commentate over some Dami earlier. We've seen him a lot of the time. We've seen him a few times this year. He's always looked very consistent, very good. Doesn't look like he has many flaws in his game, so to speak. But he never sort of finds himself at the final dance in tournaments. I mean, is there anything you kind of attribute that to throughout the season?
EPL was the best I've seen him, I'd say. We've been very far into that tournament. Yeah, like you say, he often gets himself out the group stage with relative ease, and then just stumbles a little bit. And you know what? And previously, I'd probably put that down to him being just outside that upper bracket of players that you'd usually consider to go and win a tournament. But he's showing, I mean, the match that I watched was a 2-0 match, and he was so dominant that he looked like he'd kicked on. And there's, you know, you pick up a lot from the conversation you hear at these events, and everyone's been talking him up. All the players have been talking him up. So I think he might have turned a corner, and he might be just that little bit better now.
Well, heading into this game, I think he was 3-0. And he's only actually conceded 3 goals.
That's outrageous. They're 2-legged matchups as well. So essentially 6 games, 3 goals at this level. Hello.
And that's interesting, because we were talking about Lost in the Waves, and we were saying, you know, he's scoring goals for fun, and I'd much rather be with the record that Dami has defensively.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to lose games playing like that, are you? You know, Lost in the Waves might win a few, but it's going to be a stressful kind of situation for him where he's having to outscore his opponent but not conceding. It's the old cliche, isn't it? Defence wins championships.
You can see that again here as well, can't you? First leg, obviously, didn't concede a goal.
Yeah, in Peixoto's first match, he took down FC Cincinnati's Fiddle 5-1. And then he took down iMyrtle 4-2. And then he just got past Lev Vinken in round 3, 3-2. And we'll see how he does well. Looks like he's holding the leads, which I think is a quality that maybe isn't talked about enough. Mark and Spen, especially since you guys call these games a lot. Just that ability to, if they get a lead, to hold on to it and have the mentality to figure out a way to win games, even if you're not playing well.
I think, alluding to the point you just made, it's so rare that you'll see a clean sheet being kept across 2 games, which is, we want to talk about how difficult that is to do and the fact that Dami's doing it right now. But, if you can do that and build your game on that, then that's probably more of a standout statistic for me than someone that is scoring a lot of goals for fun, to be honest, because that's rarer at this level, because you're playing against such incredibly talented players going forward with so many different options and, such mastery, the meta ways to score goals as well. There's always a way to find a goal, and if you can kind of shut those chances out, that's something that really needs to be talked about more, in my opinion.
Yeah, just to catch you guys up on what Dami's done so far in the first 3 rounds. He beat Katur Dailo, one of the Chinese qualifiers, 2-0 in the first one. So he had a clean sheet through 2 legs against him. Then he played Timox, top German player, 4-2 in round 2. And then Tisak, which we saw a little bit earlier in round 3, beat him 6-1 quite easily. This one proving to be a little bit tougher to get any real opportunities against a very good opponent who's playing very well, Peixoto.
Chance here, though. Can he get a shot off? No. See, the thing is with Dami, he's doing very well, but no disrespect to his opponents. I want to see him come up against the upper echelon players now and see where his game matches, because right now it's 1-0 behind. And let's talk about Peixoto, what can we say about him? We don't know a great deal about him because we've seen him at a few tournaments. Again, he wouldn't put him in that upper bracket, but if he wins this game, he's through. He's through to the knockout rounds. It's a great position to be in.
Yeah, it's a perfect day one. If you can get through these knockouts and give yourself, the chance of pulling off that difficult challenge that is in front of you. We saw on the guaranteed positions to make the eWorld Cup for both of these players, it's essentially win the tournament. It's pretty much as simple as that. But if you can build the confidence in day one, and for Peixoto, if he can come into this game and take down a player like Dami, like you were talking about, that has been so talked about by other pros, then obviously as a form player, it makes you believe that you can beat anyone, and that dream is a little bit closer than you thought it was.
It's interesting you brought up the defensive point earlier, Mark, because we were talking about Lost in Waves and how he was averaging more than 9 goals a game. He runs into Christian Spiteri, and Spiteri's like, you know what, tap the brakes. They're Lost in the Waves. You can only get 3 goals in this one, and Spiteri has been on fire. He's been fantastic. He's won all 4 games. He's already going to qualify now for the knockout rounds. I think his most impressive performance, though, was in round 2 when he was down 3-0 to Aga, and he ends up coming back to win 4-3, which I think maybe gave him the confidence to hey, I can do this. This could be my tournament.
No doubt about it. You pick up, everyone knows the sort of player Aggie is, and if you go up against him and you make a comeback like that, you've got something ticking right. And what's he changed in that second leg or whenever the changes started to happen? You've got to look at that and you've got to wonder, he has a plan B. He has the ability to come back from a deficit. We've seen all the good players do that. Gorilla, Tex, something they've done many, many times. It's actually almost more common that we used to see the winners go behind, and it is a trait that Spiteri's had all day. He's been going behind every single game in the first leg. We've seen that possession stat there, 62% for Peixoto here. Dami needs to get into this game. He's not really getting the ball in dangerous areas right now.
And I bring up Spiteri because I think there's a lot of similarities to Peixoto. I think they're players that maybe we don't talk about a lot, but I think will maybe have a really big day, not only on day 1, but day 2 and potentially day 3.
Just looking back to playoffs last year, Roman Dami there, he got to quarterfinals. So obviously made the grand final last year, and he's been at 2 Champions Cups this year as well. So we've seen a lot of him, like we've said already. He finished quarterfinals in one and then round of 16 in the other. So, always goes quite far in these competitions as well. So knows how to get out of the Swiss
that final hurdle
stage.
I don't know what it is either. Whenever I watch his gameplay, I don't see many faults as we see the halftime whistle going here. And it's the reason that I asked you the question, because obviously you got to watch him earlier, and I've watched him all year, and I still can't find that one thing, that little piece that's missing. If it's a little bit of magic, the ability to come back when he's down by 1 goal, like we're finding here, just seems to be missing. And I just can't, for whatever reason, find out why that is. It's such a almost intangible thing.
I couldn't take much from the game I watched because he was so dominant. Even though it was a 2-2 matchup, 2-0 matchup, sorry. They looked like they were worlds apart, the 2 players in that particular game. So everyone looks great in that scenario. You know, he's scoring silly amounts of goals. I think he had 8.
Yeah.
So and we actually came off that game at one point because it was so dominant. So it's much better to see a game like this and see what he's struggling with. And right now, he's struggling to penetrate this defence. And there's been a few times we've seen players sit back, drop back, get the players behind the ball, particularly when they have a lead, like Peixoto does here, and just frustrate the opponent. And for me, what differentiates a very good player to a world-class one is finding a way to break that down. You see the best international teams have to do it all the time.
Yeah.
You know, when England come up against a San Marino, or you know, Brazil or Spain, any of these guys, when they play a sort of more of a minnow nation, they have to break down. I'm sure you've had to do it, Jimmy. I'm sure USA have played some games when you've played in and you've come up against one of the smaller nations and they've just gone back to the wall, 10 men behind the ball. And it's your job as the favourites to find a way to score.
Yeah, and we've actually had a problem with that, speaking about the U.S., because we like being the underdog. I feel like we fit that role a little bit better, and when we're a favorite, we really have a hard time with that role, and that might happen to some of these players as well. What I really like about Peixoto's game in particular is he's not allowing Dami to get into any type of rhythm. And I think the players that do that, they can frustrate their opponent quite quickly, especially ones that don't know how to move to a plan B or a plan C.
Might be a chance here for, he greened it as well. It's a little bit of a surprise to see that go wide, to be honest with you. You get the 5-star weak foot of Ruud Gullit there, hitting it, timing it green absolutely perfectly. And to not test the goalkeeper there, somewhat surprising, to be honest with you. That was a big chance there for Dami, and that was the first time we've really seen him maybe try something a little bit different in and around the box. We saw that Elastico coming out, and those little seeds of doubt you can put into your opponent, especially, like you're saying, if they're sitting behind the ball, it makes their next defensive play, it makes them think differently. And that's kind of part of the game of chess that this kind of game is, when both teams are kind of trying to break each other down. It's what can I expect? What don't I expect? And we might not see an Elastico again, but that little seed of doubt's been planted now, and that might create an opening for a pass, as we see Dami going forward again here, and again the green time finish. Unfortunately for him, that deep lying defensive line is proving incredibly difficult to get through at the moment.
Yeah, Peixoto's under no real pressure right now to try and attack as he slowly moves up the pitch. He's doing it at his own speed, at his own pace, because he's in command. Like I always say, he's earned the right to slow the game down. And that's what he's going to do now. And when you watch Dami get the ball, as he slowly works up the pitch, you'll see all the blue shirts drop behind. And he'll actually be going up against, at one point, there was 10 players behind the ball. Whereas this is not the scenario that Peixoto's facing with now, because Dami can't afford to be that defensive. He can't afford to drop that deep. He needs players ready to counter. And that would have been a dangerous goal if that had gone in 2-0.
So a question for you guys. At what point, and I know how I would answer it, but at what point would you start committing more numbers forward?
Now 60 minutes.
Not 75th, maybe?
It's not enough time, because if you queue a pause now, the ball might not go out of play for another 10 minutes. So you have to give yourself at least the opportunity for those changes to be effective in game. And I think Dami right now, I don't know if he's got his dynamic tactics set up to have more aggressive formations, or if it's going to be a case of throwing that pause in, but I think you need to give yourself a good 30 minutes in game, at least 25, just to see those changes become effective, as I say.
Yeah, I see a lot of Dami still like, I'm only down a goal. Maybe I'm not want to commit those numbers just yet.
So we've got about just over 20 minutes left. Peixoto on the ball, 1-0 up in this game. Not been a lot of chances. It's not been a great one for the neutrals.
It's not a classic, is it?
Entertainment, no. It's not going to be any highlights reels. But it can be a massive game for whoever wins it, because they'll go 4-0. And they'll book themselves a spot in the last 32. I often feel it's better not to go 4-0, you know, because I think, especially in a new tournament, it's good to get a feel of the game. And sometimes playing more games is advantageous, so even if you lose them. I think maybe 4-1 or 4-2 might be the dream. 4-3, you're going to be bottom seeded, you risk coming up against one of the best players. But a 4-1 or 4-2 could be the dream kind of package.
I think it wakes you up a little bit as well. You know, if you go 4-0, you come into day 2 thinking, you know, yesterday was a good day, you know, what's next? But it's knockout straight away, whereas if you lose a game, it's like, oh, I just remembered, like, this is the best in the world. I'm playing against the best in the world. And you have to really refocus yourself. And you come into day 2 knowing how it felt to lose a game. And that's not something that you're going to want to repeat. So I agree with you. I think 4-0 is a little bit cursed, purely from what happens between your ears.
It seems like you need to do that more so in this tournament. Like, a lot of players are saying they have had a lot of time off and haven't really done much, you know, during that month. So I guess it would be advantageous to get more games under your belt than just go 4-0 in this situation right now. But maybe back in the day when there were so many Champions Cups, so much FIFA going on, they wanted to have a bit more of a rest.
Even silly things like, you know, even at home, players still don't have all these players available to them. You know, even with the rewards that we've had in weekend leagues, and you know, some of these squads that the players have at home now are pretty close to what you would have at the events, but they're not going to have, you know, the prime. Ronaldo, for example, R9, that 97 rated, you know, he's rarer than gold dust on the market. So just getting those extra games under the belt to feel your way in with the players, with the fullbacks, with the new team of the seasons, it can be a huge advantage.
What I'll add to the conversation is that you have no expectations, I would say, when you start the Swiss format. Then you win 4 games, and you're like, I'm cruising. So then you start day 2 going, I just got to do what I did yesterday. And it's just not that easy to potentially hit a switch and everything's going to go exactly the same way. And you might not handle the adversity in the same way because your expectations are not based in reality.
I completely agree. And also, I think if you go 4-0, you're not thinking, what can I do better? Whereas, like, if you've lost the game, you know there's obvious mistakes that you have to go, okay, I can't make that mistake again. I can't do that. And again, it's that mental refocus that I keep banging on about, but it's so true. And I think so much of FIFA 19, as we just see Peugeot get inside the box here and might have a chance, is what players kind of beat themselves a lot of the time.
You want to have some nerves, don't you? And the nerves will come if you kind of go all the way.
Nerves are healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
Shotto could just see this out now, you know, 6 minutes left of normal time. He's got, can't be doing that. He cannot be doing that. Dami could attack it. What
tackle?
That's what he's been doing all half. Every time he's made a mistake or Dami's got the ball, he's just found a little tackle in the middle of the park, just to slow things down and get back on the ball again. Dami must be really frustrated right now because that was a good chance for him. He needs to get the ball back ASAP.
He's managed to win possession here, and now it's a case of, I think he needs to get the ball forward as quick as possible. Sometimes you'll see players take their time towards the end of the game, make sure they get the last attack, but when you're chasing the game, you need to give yourself, if this attack doesn't work, just time to maybe go forward once more. And again, that's that tackle in midfield you were talking about. It's Patrick Vieira this time.
Almost at the end of normal time. Peugeot might have this one sealed now, and he might have sealed his place in the last 32, a player which wouldn't have necessarily been on everyone's lists at the start of the day today. And Messi, no rush to cross this in, 40 seconds left on the clock. He should be good. That pass was risky. That pass was risky. He got the interception, but he hasn't. And there you go, Peugeot, 4-0. Dami's got to play another one.
That was the most emotional job I've seen in a game in a while, especially when he's, you know, that's for 4-0. To shut out a player like Dami, to win across 2 legs 1-0, game management at its best.
Yep.
So what do you think now about Peugeot's chances? Because he's done. He's now done for today, and I feel like now you have a long break. You can feel good about yourself, but now you have a long break as well. I mean, how do you manage that?
It sounds ridiculous based on
it does sound ridiculous.
The stats in front of us, but based on all the experiences I've had watching the many FIFA events, I actually think his chances are small.
Okay. So I know what you mean.
He's 4-0, and I think he hasn't come up against the highest caliber players. I think it would have been better for him to play some better players in the Swiss format, because we're stopping after you get 4 wins. He doesn't get to do that now. Yeah, he'll get a better seeded draw for the next round, so he'll come up against someone that went 4-3. But I hope he does better, because I think you want to see the 4-0 guys go deep into the tournament. But I think this break could work against him.
On top of that, very quickly as well, that when you go through and you haven't lost a game, you don't have that game with that added pressure, you know, that the knockouts have. Whereas it's like, back against the wall, if I lose here, I'm going home, my season's over. If you lose a game, all of a sudden, you put that pressure on yourself because those thoughts start to come in and you kind of play with that expectation. And it's tough. 4-0, it's a weird one. It's like, I want to go 4-0 at the start of the day. Everything's great, but I don't think it's the best thing. I just don't. I don't know why.
I bet he won't just go home now. He will be sitting around here in the arena here, probably doing some more games, practicing with different kinds of people. Maybe that's the kind of thing all these boys do, just to get a feel more for the game.
Who's going to practice with him? Yeah, the only people that
some of the guys have gone out.
Yeah, some of the guys have gone out. Maybe,
they're feeling sorry for themselves.
You want to practice against the guys that have gone out? It needs to be practicing against the best, and they're not going to practice against. So they don't want to show them.
Does it? Just practice anyway. Does it matter who you practice against? Just have a go. You got Brandon, you got Richard. They'll practice with him.
That's not going to help him.
That's definitely true. Shout out to Brandon. So we're now saying that Roma Dami is the person who actually is in the best spot because he lost the game, which is crazy to say out loud, but yes.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I need to see Dami play some better players. He will come up against some other guys now. We can see him in those matchups. But I think we often get a little bit too excited about Swiss format and what it's going to mean for the latter stages. For me, like the money games and the business end of the tournament is post-Swiss format. The only thing that really matters, I say it again, and it's a broken record, but it's just get 4 wins. I don't care how you get them or how many games you take. Get through to the next day. We've seen people be so good on one day and then just not show up the next day. So just get through, and then it's how you do on the second and third day.
All right, well, we had an opportunity to speak with Roma Damien, his coach. You got to check this out. Okay, guys, you know the rules. Here is the first question, FIFA related. Who is more likely to rage quit? wait. Okay, change your answer. All right, I respect that. Who is more likely to miss a penalty to win the game? All right, who is more likely to pack a Cristiano Ronaldo team of the season? Okay, and who is more likely to beat Jimmy Conrad in a match of FIFA? All right, now on to non-FIFA related. Who is more likely to quickly fall in love and get married in Vegas? All right. Who is more likely to talk to animals? Oh, come over here, give me a big kiss, you big puffy bear. Okay. All right. Who is more likely to cry when watching a movie? All right. Who is more likely to go to a Justin Bieber concert? Nobody wants to point it. All right. You don't want to sell out your friend or yourself. I respect that. Okay, who is more likely to survive the Hunger Games? And then the last one, who is more likely not to take a shower for a week? I love how honest Dammy was at the end. He was reluctant, though. That's always the one where they're, I guess it's me that won't
shaking
take
the
a
head.
shower.
I know it's me.
Who's more likely to not take a shower a week out of us four?
I showered like twice a day.
Yeah, 3 times I'm going to beat you.
Jimmy.
I mean,
just point to Jimmy because he's the one asking the question.
I'm not scared of it. You know,
embrace it.
I embrace it. I have a good natural scent, I think.
I'm only
At least
pointing
that's what I tell myself.
You're asking these guys to do it. I'm just pointing back. I don't actually think
Well,
Jimmy. I'm
we
sure
might
he
have a special
showers.
surprise. Me and Mike LaBelle might have done that ourselves. So yeah, that's a fun fact for you guys.
Hey.
Maybe that'll be a tease for you guys for later on. All right, now let's talk about a quote that Gravison said about Roma Dammy, and I think it's pretty interesting because he says Roma Dammy is the best player online in Europe. He beat me 3 times this year, and 1 time I rage quit because I couldn't stop him. I think he hasn't found his game in LAN events, but he has the potential to reach the eWorld Cup if he performs as well as he does online. That is high praise. But
or is it that double-edged sword of like, you're great online, why aren't you doing it at LAN? Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of like the backhanded comment. Like it's a tough one.
Yeah.
Well, I like Gravison. I respect him. He's been around the block a little bit and good Spanish player. So if he says Dammy's the best online, it must be something to it. But it's like we talked about the Nicholas quotes, didn't we? About saying if Fafil's is the best Brazilian or the best South American. Like he's some of this. I may be a bit cynical, but I think sometimes it is a little bit of skullduggery.
I do.
And everyone rates everyone.
I used to do it if I was playing, and it wasn't FIFA that I was playing in, but I would always make a point. If you were good online, I would tell you were good online, and I would highlight online every single time because I knew when I got to an event that it's a completely different scenario. You know, you got the lights. The gameplay. You know, is different. You're playing on local area network connection. You know, it's all different. And if you can't perform on LAN, then who cares how you perform at home? Because at home you're not winning huge amounts of prize money.
Yeah.
You're not in the lights. You're not lifting trophies, and you're not getting to the eWorld Cup.
No, you're at home in your PJs eating your snacks.
Nobody
or whatever.
cares. Nobody cares. Play online. Be great online.
Right.
Do it when it matters.
Do you think people have their Achilles heels in terms of players as well? Maybe somebody they just can never really get over the line with as well, and that could be the case with these 2 players because everybody has someone that they don't like coming up against, maybe online or maybe at one of the events.
Especially online. I used to have like a list. You had a list of online kings.
You almost said hundreds of people.
Yeah, that was
makes
me.
question how good
Everyone
you
was
are.
better than me online and at LAN.
You've got to turn up to here. You've got to turn up to when they're playing there and then especially when they're playing behind us because, that's obviously more eyes are on you there when we can turn around and watch you. But obviously more pressure because they're being streamed everywhere.
All right, now let's take a look at all of the players that are 4-0. They won all of their first 4 games at this event. They said, thank you very much. Any game you put in front of me, any opponents, I am going to beat them. And they did. And those are, maybe it'll pop up, but I'll just tell you, it's Nicolas Zizinho, Christian Spiteri, and Peixoto. So,
interesting mix.
Nicolas Zizinho, not surprised.
Yeah.
Spiteri, a little bit. I'm surprised a little bit. And then Peixoto, he's just quietly doing his business.
I was a bit surprised actually by Zizinho straight away because he did come against Joksan there in that final match, and those two have played each other quite a lot. I think they played each other in the E-Champions League. Zizinho came out on top there, but Joksan's obviously a player that's done super well at the beginning of the season, winning in Paris, and I think he got to a final as well in a FUT Champions Cup at the beginning of the season. So yeah, I was a bit surprised that he went through straight away. Joksan's now got to play one more game to get his 4
only
wins.
beat him in penalties, though, just so everybody has a frame of reference. It wasn't like a blowout by any stretch of the imagination. But Nicolas, 4-0.
We will expect that.
Funny thing was, in the warm-ups as well, I think he lost 8 out of 10 games that he played, and he was feeling like he was like a little bit worried. He said it himself, he's like, I'm not playing very well here, I don't know what matters. But again, certain players have this certain something, you turn the lights on, you tell them it matters, and you know, it's all on the line, and they play. And other players can't do that. And then you're looking at those scores there. Look at that score against Verfilza.
Against the guy he says is the best South American player at one point. Not so. Well, that's evidence that he's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Nicolas is one player who definitely can bear the title of winning 4-0 and it not affect him. Don't worry about him to tomorrow. Right. Very much would be surprised if he was to get knocked out in the first knockout round. He did get a bye in that first game, so technically he's only actually won 3 games today. Which, well, obviously, yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, right. but yeah, he's no one's surprised by him doing 4-0. He's kind of standard Nicolas. Doesn't mean anything though, really. It doesn't mean that he's secured anything. It's definitely Peixoto in there that for me that's done the best.
Well, let's talk about him.
Yeah.
You know, because I think he had a nice professional performance against Dami. We just called that game. Is there anything else that you're seeing so far that has really allowed him to take this step?
Well, I mean, Mark mentioned it, having that ability to shut a game out fairly early on as well. He did it for most of the game. Like most of the game he played in that manner. Sometimes people watching online might criticise it and say it's like, you know, not the most fun to watch that game style sometimes, but it takes like serious courage to play like that, namely because you're relying on one goal. So as much as it sounds like, oh yeah, it's boring, you just play around the back, but by choosing not to attack as well, you're limiting your ability to win.
That's how I try and play all the time. If I get one goal, I'm just like, let's just keep it there because I can't score many goals.
It's the level
clever
of
play.
Intense concentration it takes to defend as well, because when you are playing so deep, if you lose the ball at the back, like we see so many goals late in the game when people are trying to just like play the ball around, for example, to do it for 90 minutes and limit damage to so many chances, that is insane focus and concentration, and that is something that really does separate the best. Look at the best. Tex, Nicolas, for example. Their focus and concentration is unmatched.
Yeah, I don't think people should be laughing that off at home because I'm a tactics geek, so I want to know how the team shape works. I want to know how he moves and how he breaks up other teams' rhythms, especially top professional players. I think that's super impressive. Also super impressive is Christian Spiteri. He absolutely decimated Waves, and I was really impressed by how he did it, because he went down early and then scored 6 or 7 unanswered goals.
He keeps doing this, doesn't he? He keeps going behind in the first leg, coming back. So, you know, this is something we've seen Tex do a lot. We've seen the famous bathroom breaks of Tex, where he often doesn't have a great first leg, goes away, maybe has a chat, and comes back and he's a different player. We've seen less of that recently with Tex. He seems to be a bit more well-rounded, a bit more defence-minded, as he was talking about in Hamburg. But, yeah, so Thierry's obviously got the ability to change things up. And I think if you could do that on the fly, against different opponents, work out what's not working and change it mid-game, that's a really, really good trait that's going to help you go really far into tournaments.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lost in the Waves as well, because we were kind of bigging him up before that particular match as well. We were saying this is great, and I don't want to blow my own trumpet a little bit here, but I was saying, look, he ships a lot of goals, and if he isn't scoring, then things can look bad for him. And you look at that scoreline, and I watched the second leg, and I was like, wow, I mean, he's just getting played off the pitch. Like, he was committing so many bodies forward to try and get back into the game, and too early, in my opinion. You know, when you've got so much time, you don't have to throw everyone forward. And to come back from a game like that where you get absolutely decimated and then have to play another game of Swiss, that's where Swiss becomes scary, because all of a sudden you can lose 2, and then your head is completely down. You're starting to think, oh, I can't throw this away. I've had such a great start. It really does play with your mind, the Swiss format, and you have to be so careful in those games.
All right, now let's talk about the last 4-0 player. It is Zizinho, and Rachel, he has been tremendous today.
Yeah, I think so. Like, he wasn't one of the players I wanted to watch, but I think he's sitting in about 14th, 15th place. So really looking forward to seeing him qualify hopefully tomorrow. But like Spencer said, it doesn't matter in the Swiss. But I think for him, he doesn't maybe need to play as much games as everyone else had. He was in Madrid in the Champions League, so probably was at the last competition before everyone had their break. He's just a player that I think is well liked in the community as well. He's always smiling, he's always having a really good time, and is seemingly very relaxed. Obviously a Team Hullet player, he got to meet him out in Madrid, just playing some great FIFA, and I can't wait to see how he gets on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, and I'm quietly a big fan.
Yeah.
So he's a really exciting player to watch as well. I like the way that he plays.
Yeah. All right, now let's throw it over to Kyle Walker, who's been handling all of our social media. Kyle, what do you got for us?
Well, Jimmy, going off on social media because the players now, it's getting to that crucial stage. Some have obviously gone home and lots of people at home are sharing all of their thoughts and opinions. You at home, if you have got an opinion, well, you can use the hashtag you can see just near my head right there. Hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup, and I'll be able to find all of your thoughts and opinions. Now, also, you can get at us on the Twitter, as you can see, EA FIFA Esports, but we have so much content for you on YouTube as well. Yes, we have the video on demand service. That is all of our games that we had from the day. Now, as you can see, Shells versus Icevogel, that is one of the games that is on there. And all you need to do is to head to youtube.com/EA FIFA Esports. Another game that is on there is North Aga versus Bundled Jas. Yes, you can find that on there. Some amazing play throughout the day, and you can find those games on, as I said, youtube.com/EA FIFA Esports. Now, I've also been checking the Twitch chat. Lots of people are very, very vocal on there. They're sharing all of their thoughts, and we have Coffee Man says, I love this stream. It's so much fun. Yes, that is what we're here to do. We're here to entertain you all. Also, we had Krillboy7, and he goes, and it's Aga, North Aga, by far the greatest FIFA player ever. So Aga, if you are listening, and I know he just walked past, you have lots of fans in the chat. And one more we couldn't not talk about him. I interviewed him before, Maestro, and Duda33 says, come on, Maestro, you're the real French monster. So keep on sharing all of your thoughts and opinions in the Twitch chat. Now, one other thing you can do, we have our Twitch extensions where we're going to be putting lots of trivia, lots of polls on there, and we ran a poll before. Now, the results didn't really go in my favor, but let's show you what happened. We were talking with Jimmy about who the favorites are, and the EA gods put it out there. Who is your favorite person, Jimmy or Kyle? As you can see, I only got 45% of the votes, 197. Jimmy got 55% with 239 votes. Now, do you know what, Jimmy? Do you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to make that 240 votes. You're my favorite person as well, all right?
Thanks, Kyle. Much appreciated.
Now, you can take it away. Keep on being amazing. Keep on being great. I'm going to keep on the social media.
Awesome. Thank you, Kyle, so much for that, and for everybody that voted for me. Big high five, fist bump to you guys for that.
Why was it just between you two, though?
Yeah, it's not the Oscars. I just want to thank my parents.
I do want to thank my mom, my dad, you know, they got me here first. Oh, actually, something we do need to talk about, though, is my pickup game. Pickup game, everybody. We did it last night. Anytime I travel anywhere with EA, we have to have a pickup game, and we did one last night in Berlin at the base. Adidas Football's the base, Berlin. And I'm wearing my #United kit.
Lovely kit.
Courtesy of Spencer.
Oh, Kyle.
Show
His
some of the
backpack
techers.
on.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a great turnout. We had, I don't know, close to 100 people. And
some fantastic players out there. Some real skill on display. There's Mark.
We didn't win as many games as I wanted, per se. But look at that turnout. Unbelievable. And I think my favorite part about the whole experience is how many of the professional players come out and compete with us. And
yeah, I'm amazed by it, to be honest, because, you know, I think it works both ways. I think it's a really nice relaxation opportunity. As much as it's football and you're running around, takes your mind off the big games they've got the day after sometimes, and yeah, allows them to get out and you see different sides to them. There's some great friendships in the group as well. These guys are ultimately in competition with each other, but they actually make their pro players team every time. #Harry loves calling himself the champion. I don't know where he gets this from. We're the champions. Like,
yeah, what?
I don't know where these stats are that he thinks are the champions.
Has he got a table going?
He just self-proclaims his team the champion.
Can we just say, Jimmy Conrad, massive round of applause for putting this on.
Yeah, thank you very much. That means a lot. Did you vote for me on the poll?
We didn't know what was going on.
Okay, all right.
Kyle needed some love. I'm sorry. Like I saw you were winning.
Somebody that definitely voted for me on the poll is Mo Abba, who was with Kyle and Alan when he got his scarf and jacket. Take a look.
Thank you, guys. Yes, we're joined at the Cube by probably the FIFA pro who's got a bigger smile than me. He's always smiling, always grinning. It is Mo Alba, and he is joining Team PS4. He looks a little bit chilly, so we've got a jacket for him right there. You can put that on. As well as that, you've got your very own scarf. You can put that around your neck. Now, Mo, I do joke, obviously you are smiling all the time, but how does that help your game being very, very positive?
Yeah, I think it's really good that you are happy. I also not to be alone happy, so make my community happy to view, to be also to have a good gameplay. It's like really interesting, I think, really offensive. So it's only good for the creative.
Mo Alba, you qualify once again, 3rd time in a row, right? How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I think only 4 players are qualified 3 times in a row. It's always good for a player to be constantly good, so not to be scared about the next FIFA. So I'm like really confident also about FIFA 20 to be good, and it feels amazing, but I want to win it.
There we go. You want to win it. Maybe this year will be your year. You have qualified 3 times in a row. Will Mo Alba do it at the FEWC? We'll find out. But for now, back to you guys on the couch.
All right. Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Alan. And, of course, congratulations to Mo Alba for getting that scarf and jacket. Tradition here, as you can see, here's the Team PS4 roster. These are the 10 players that have qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup, but there are still 6 spots remaining. And that's why we're having this tournament, to determine who are going to get those 6 spots and qualify for the eWorld Cup. Now, our featured match, everyone. I have it right here. You guys ready for this?
Hit me. What is it?
Okay, it's Shells versus North Aggie.
Oh.
Yes.
Tasty one.
Quick reactions.
That's the throwback, isn't it?
That's a good game.
That's got some history behind it.
Yeah, you like it?
I love it. The winner's going to be going through as well.
That's right.
Massive.
Everything to play for. All right, everyone, we are going to take a very quick break, but when we return, it's round 5, or as I like to call it, squeaky bum time. It's upon us. Come back and join us.
Eu queria pedir desculpas. Foi mal por ser brasileiro. Desculpa ser matador. E marcar gol sem olhar. Mal mesmo para a sua reputação. E que eu nunca vou parar. Não é você, sou eu.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA eWorld Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to FIFA.com/FEWC.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
Welcome back to Berlin, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for another hot matchup here. Looking forward to this one immensely. Two very, very well-known names within the FIFA 19 scene. Dan, I'm going to give you a few moments to talk here, because to be honest, I'm a bit tired from being over there for a while, so go on.
So you want me to help you out? All right, well, your next matchup is going to be Aga versus Shells. They're both 3-1 at the moment, so they need one more victory to get through into the knockout stages. And it's two players who have, of course, been very prominent throughout this season. However, they do reside outside of that top 16. Aga currently in 22nd, so he would be more likely to get into that top 16. But Shells has been the word that has been on so many pro players' lips coming into this tournament because he's been performing so well. And of course, he has that opportunity to get into top 16 if he can perform to the stature of maybe like a top 4 finish. Probably needs about top 2 to really secure it. But I think he has it within him. But Aga is going to be a big test here.
Oh, certainly, and there's so much history in these two players, so many championships, so many huge performances, and look at the man that sat next to Aga right now. Yvan Lepanier, Boras legend. If you want experience sitting alongside you in these big game situations, what better man to have? But here we go, both players currently sat at 3-1 after 4 games of the Swiss format. Shells versus Aga. I mean, this could be the match for the ages.
It could be, and we hope that it could be as well. Shells, who hasn't really had many tournaments this year. We've only seen him at 2 live events, but at those live events, he has performed phenomenally. The E-Club World Cup is where he finished top 8, and then the FUT Champions Cup April, we saw him finish top 4. If he can find that kind of form, then we're in for something tasty.
Well, here's R9 then, twisting and turning for Shells. There was a cricketer, a half drag back, and just maybe trying to test the defensive shape there of his opponent, Aga. Aga holds strong, and one thing that's interesting to me, Dan, is pretty sure that both players will be utilising the 4-4-2, and Sergio Ramos, you had to make that one because the running behind was leaving the striker in acres of space. Van Dijk doesn't get that quite right. However, the assistant referee will help out Aga a little bit there. The flag goes up. Possession from the free kick.
Both players looking for those through balls, those trying to kind of penetrating through balls through the back of defence. And if that ball does get through, it is going to be a clear-cut one-on-one chance. You can understand why they're trying to take these early cut chances, because if they are able to achieve it and you can get that early lead, you can build from that, you can hold possession, and you can play the kind of game that both of these players are more than capable of doing so.
Well, here's Aga's first real chance to maybe approach that 18-yard box, and a lovely little reverse pass there. Has found Hullet, who in turn has found Neymar! Neymar finds the top corner, but it's via a little deflection from Ruud Hullet. But one thing we noticed earlier on about Aga, his timed finishing, there was nothing but green.
I think it was going in anyway, regardless of it come off the kneecap of Hullet there, but absolutely, we were able to commentate his first Swiss round, which was turned into a video on demand, which of course you will be able to find after today. And he really was on fire. The green finishing is what you need coming into this event. Otherwise, you're really going to struggle.
The green time finishing comes up with the goods. Shells now finds himself on the back foot. And it's interesting, you mentioned in what I must say was a wonderful introduction to this game, Dan. The word that has been on the lips of players and the player that's been on the lips of the players is Shells. And you can kind of see why. 3-1 at the moment, but this is a big game for him, I feel. First real test against a player that he would have had a lot of experience in the past of playing against. And certainly watching a lot of his games and being involved in a lot of tournaments. This is a big test for him to see if he can get through and kind of see that potential that a lot of those players were talking about can kind of come to fruition, to be honest with you.
My only fear for Shells is his temperament. I know in practice yesterday, I actually watched him lose a game, and then he went on to kind of walk off and try and calm himself down a little bit, and he just needs to make sure that he can keep a level head, even if he is a goal or two down in one of these matchups. You certainly see in Aga's attack, I mean, he's got a little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of something about him in that final third. He's often getting into a drag back, putting himself into a position to try and elastico his way towards goal or cricketer his way towards goal. And that's so difficult to defend against when you're going up against a player who knows exactly how to perform those skill moves in quick succession.
Well, here comes Shells. Varane in the fullback position. Maybe just looking for a player in space, but you can see how deep that Aga's playing at the moment. 4-4-2, so good defensively to get bodies behind the ball, and it forces your opponent to look for something a little bit outside of the ordinary. Ronaldo, couple of drag backs, but quite simply just too many bodies there for Shells to get through, but Aga doesn't make the most of winning the ball back here. And Shells has another chance to build an attack.
You can see how Shells is having to constantly go from right to left, from left to right, because he's not finding the space in that final third. Instead, he keeps having to recycle and recycle until maybe a mistake comes out from Aga.
Well, this is beautiful stuff from Shells. Da Costa gets a piece of the ball there as Ronaldo used that little advanced fake shot to get round the corner. Ronaldo was in a position to get a piece of that corner. However, the defender put enough pressure on, a little bit of physical contact. This means that the header will kind of harmlessly fall into the hands of Edwin van der Sar.
Aga being very patient as well with the goal kick. We have seen a couple of times this event, a few mistakes throwing it to that striker who is just waiting to pounce on an opportunity. So I do appreciate a little bit of patience when it does come to actually throwing it out or kicking it out to get some sort of precise accuracy to ensure that you're not giving it away.
Well, here comes Shells once again now. Hasn't been able to break down this defensive wall that's been set up, the defensive perimeter, but maybe there's a chance here. Ronaldo, he nipped past one, but it was Neymar actually getting back to do some defensive work there. And I just wonder if instructions have been set on one of those strikers from Aga to be that false nine, to drop a little bit deeper and maybe join that midfield when he is trying to defend and win the ball back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I have seen throughout FIFA 19 as it's developed, a lot of people actually stopping strikers from being set to always stay forward, instead sometimes joining or just being on balance, because they can really help out in those defensive situations. And with the foot items we have nowadays, the fitness that some of these foot items have, you can afford to actually bring them back, drop them back so they can help out, and you don't really lose out on too much stamina. Plus, with the amount of foot items that are available
on the bench,
you have so much super subs. They can just come in and make an impact a little bit later if there is any tiredness.
Well, Shells still banging at the door at the moment, and Aga's still not letting him in. Ronaldo now scoops it up. Plan B coming into effect here for Shells. Vieira will win that header. Havertz gets a piece of it, turns back, but Vieira comes back in here for Aga to win the ball back. And look at this on the counter-attack. He got a 4v4. Offside trap there played by Shells, which is going to leave space in behind for Ronaldo to attack. Just a couple of moments here until half-time. Oh, it now finds Vieira. That's a loose pass. And maybe the last attack of this game will go to Shells.
A shame, really, because it was looking like such a promising attack, because Aga looks so good on the ball with the drag backs, with the elasticos combined together. It's making it very difficult for Shells to pressure him and get any sort of tackle from behind, because Aga just keeps the ball away from him so successfully.
Well, Neymar now into stoppage time. Might be looking for a cross into the box, but Aga decided to recycle the play. Maybe look for that opportunity himself, but doesn't have the time to do so. And that will be the end of the half. It has been a very, very interesting battle of who can break down whose defence. The 4-4-2 being the main real talking point about this, Dan.
Lyrics there alongside Shells. Of course, Lyrics was coaching Night Watch in Hamburg, so he's really been put through his motions to try and ensure and get someone into an eWorld Cup spot. But for Aga, I mean, having someone like Boris Legend alongside you is always going to be great. Someone who has also been to the heights, who has been in World Cups. But Aga, a previous FEWC winner.
He knows how to get it done. And in these kind of situations, he's been here before, and he knows the highs, he knows the lows. But to go 4-1 at this stage will be absolutely huge for Aga. Shells as well, both players who are certainly dangerous when it comes to potentially winning a tournament. I know experience they've got, but after that first half of our first leg, it seemed like Shells was struggling to come up with a formula to break down the defense of Aga. It was only really that one chance for Aga, we should say, that he did put away. And you just wonder if that chance falls to Shells, because you do get the feeling there's always one. Is he going to be as clinical as his opponent was in that situation.
Shells is playing the 4-2-3-1, the more traditional style of FIFA 19, and he is set up to defend, dropping back, and unfortunately for him, going a goal down is not going to help when you're trying to play a formation like this.
Well, that's the code from Ronaldo. Look for the little roulette as well, but Ruud Gullit, that's a heck of a tackle in that situation.
Going forward, Shells has been struggling to find that space, and I wonder whether formational change might happen, especially as we go into that second leg.
Well, maybe this is the chance. You see, Vieira and Gullit were both caught out, just pushing upfield, trying to drive the attack. Now, maybe the counter-attack here for Shells is what he's looking for. Ronaldo inside the box, lots of tricks and turns, but again, no real penetration coming in from Shells.
So good defensively, though, from Agger, stepping up to his man, not lunging in, trying to force Shells to do something. And he forced the mistake in the end. The player switching has been phenomenal, though, thus far for Agger as well. Ensuring that he switches to the fullbacks when he needs to, making it difficult for those through balls to be easily penetrating through, as you say. And now it means that Agger can counter-attack each time.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit on the edge of the box. Strike from distance there from Agger. And it certainly tested the goalkeeper. Van der Sar was up to the task. But it was green again from Agger. And now he takes the corner short. Little flick up towards the back post. Van Dijk will send it back across goal. And Shells holds on here, and maybe a chance for him to break away.
And he's been needing a counter-attack, I feel, Shells. He's been really struggling to actually do anything in that final third because there's been so many bodies. If he can hit Agger on a counter-attack, there's more chance of him getting into that space that we know he can be destructive with. Aside from maybe a couple of early chances, we haven't seen Shells hit his full potential in this game yet.
Just past the hour mark then. Still a game of very, very few chances at this point. And you can see the focus, you can see the concentration on both of these players. The ball does go out of play here, a little mistake like that. It can hurt you. And now this is going to be an interesting battle for me, Dan. What are the changes that are going to be coming in? Who are the players who are going to make the changes?
You can automatically see Shells has shifted to 4-4-2 as well. He keeps going back and forth between the two.
It's a matchup now.
And he's looking across just to double check to see if Agger is still going to be sticking with the 4-4-2 as well. And I mean, the main differences you can see is pretty much just player differences, and we're going to get some substitutions as well. Eusebio is going to join the field. And for me, I think Eusebio is a starter. However, Shells hasn't really got into the positions to utilize the likes of Eusebio thus far, but maybe now that we get to the latter stages of this game and players get a little bit more tired, Eusebio might be able to burst into those little pockets, those little gaps, and try and get a couple of shots away.
We certainly know that if that chance does fall to Eusebio, your percentages of him putting it away are pretty high. And Vieira now having to deal with the attentions of Neymar. Here comes Agger. And tackle from Shells again. He's got to be careful here. I'll spread the ball out wide to Da Costa, and that's a great ball over the top. If Mbappe can just keep that in, the Frenchman does, and here is Eusebio. And again, that little pass, that little moment there for Shells, just not working for him. And straight up the other end now, it's Cristiano Ronaldo for Agger. Vieira finds Mbappe, maybe a chance to strike it. Vieira steps in. Great tackle from the Frenchman.
That's better from Shells. He's starting to read how Agger is trying to approach the final third now. Knows that the dragbacks are going to be coming. And he's just stepping in the right areas, making sure he positions his body in a way where it's not going to be comfortable for Agger to quickly turn. But one thing Agger has certainly impressed me this event is how well he does keep the ball away from those defenders. It seems like he's really hit the nail on the head throughout this season of how he actually wants to approach it. And I mean, I'm not surprised. It is July. We should expect players to kind of get to that final form by a tournament like this. Whether it's going to be enough, though, to take him through to the eWorld Cup, that remains to be seen.
I need to give a huge shout out here to the way that Agger is defending. His player switching has been absolutely superb so far to this point. And I say that because it only takes one mistake for Shells to find his way towards goal. Ramos in the right place there. A little misplaced pass might present that opportunity now. Ball falls back to Mbappe! And it was that one tiny mistake. Trying to get the ball away there from Agger. Presented the ball back to Shells. Yes, there was some fortune involved. But given that chance down, we said, can you be clinical, Shells? Well, his answer was yes.
I mean, Shells, in some way, put himself in that opportunity to get the rebound by actually taking the shot on with Mbappe in the first place. A lot of players would have just passed it out left, as we saw Cristiano Ronaldo was darting down the wing. However, by taking that shot, he gave himself the opportunity of a rebound. I'm sure it's not what he was looking for, but you will take those every day of the week, especially when you're 1-0 down in a game where you've really struggled to create chances. And now, Shells can go again.
This is where you've got to switch on. Having worked so hard to get back in the game, you can't just let that effort go without reward. Conceding right now really hurts you mentally. Pull it in towards the box. Van der Sar will claim that one. 6'6", and when those crosses come in, knowing that the Dutchman is there to come out and claim those is absolutely huge. And speaking of opportunities, there was potentially one there for Mbappe, and look at this free kick. What a position this is for Shells. Neymar stood over it with Eusebio. Shells, go short, Mbappe, oh, and it was a header instead of a volley.
I think he was probably hoping for a volley there. He did opt to go for the dink and try and flick it up so he could get the power behind it for the volley, but I mean, I saw Mbappe in the middle and I was just hoping he was just going to play it short and play it quick. Maybe he went for something a little bit too fancy. But that is another chance there for Shells. And then I think he'll be feeling good about how the second half of this first leg has gone. Been able to get himself back into it now, and only a few minutes left, probably only 1 or 2 attacks, so he might just be going into leg number 2 all square.
It's almost as if you're setting this up for a goal towards the end, Dan, with what you're saying there.
I often try.
Mbappe now has a throw-in on this right-hand side, and Aga will potentially have the last chance here to go forward. Vieira invites Varane to come and join the attack a little bit there. And there you are going to see Aga smartly using the clock to his advantage, making sure that when he goes forward, it's because the time is right. And maybe that time is now for Aga. Varane gets his body in the way. So difficult to defend that cricketer. Because sometimes you can get it wrong, you can give away a penalty, but nothing to split the two players at the end of the first leg.
Solid defensively from both of these players. I mean, it's very difficult to go up against any player of this caliber at this tournament, but particularly I'd say Aga has looked phenomenal going forward, so the fact that Shells has kept him to 1 goal is very impressive indeed.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. It wasn't a game of many chances, but here are the highlights from that first leg that we've just seen. And the thing that I was talking about kind of came to fruition, to be honest with you, Dan. It was the fact that there wasn't many chances, but both players, when those chances came, they hit that green finish. And they found the back of the net.
Yeah, Aga might feel a little bit hard done by with the goal from Shells, but you quite rightly pointed it out. He did give away that opportunity in that exact pass there. He tried to rush the ball out, which this then allowed Shells to actually have the chance to even go for goal. If Aga had held onto the ball, if he'd been a bit more composed in defence, we wouldn't have seen this opportunity whatsoever.
Let's go! Speaking of opportunities, we hear the let's go ringing out from Shells. There's always an opportunity for you guys at home, and it's a reminder to you to link your EA and Twitch accounts to be eligible to win some cool stuff like Premium Gold Players Pack that's available, Team of the Seasons cards, and much, much more. And also, as we've been saying all the way through the show so far, anyone who tunes into the FIFA 19 Global Series PS4 playoffs on Twitch will receive a FIFA Global Series FIFA 19 PS4 playoffs home kit.
Yep, some nice rewards
Lovely stuff.
potentially available for you guys in the chat. I know you're all spamming your GGs at the moment in hope of getting one of those ever elusive drops that I don't seem to ever get. Just want to say, EA, if you fancy giving me any rewards, feel free. Right, let's jump back into this one. Shells has the opportunity now to come back from behind. I mean, he looked pretty down and didn't look like he was creating enough chances for me. However, in the second half, he kind of came to life a little bit. He was putting the ball in certain different areas and making life a lot more difficult for Aga.
Daniel Pack Luck Gaskin complaining that he doesn't get a Twitch drop. Incredible stuff. But going back to your point, I think it's a very, very good point that you are making. And I just wonder who might have the bottle here to change things up a little bit. We saw that Shells maybe had a little bit more success when he changed his formation to the 4-4-2, especially going forward. A little bit more options out wide with those 2 men up top as well. But for Aga, there's so little between the two players. I really do feel like it's very rare that we watch a game after the first leg and we're like,
yeah, I don't know who's going to win this second leg. I have absolutely no idea. You kind of get that picture being kind of painted. Yeah, it's not finished yet, so to speak, but there was literally nothing between them. There was, what, one big chance aside, and they both scored. And I just don't know what's got to change for one of these players to really get the advantage over the other.
And it's going to be a situation for both of them where who in the back of their mind is thinking, all right, I just want to get the job done now. I want to finish Swiss. I want to go home. I want to relax and then get ready for the knockouts. Arguably, a bit more pressure on Aga for me because he is closer towards that top 16, towards securing that potential spot representing Team PS4. For Shells, of course, there is always going to be pressure, and representing Man City too. I mean, such an incredible opportunity for him going forward for FIFA titles, not just FIFA 19, but I'm sure for FIFA 20 as well. He's someone we need to be keeping an eye on.
Well, I can't decide who's going to take this second leg. Maybe you guys at home can. Use that hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup to let us know your predictions in who is going to take this second leg and propel themselves into the knockout rounds tomorrow. Or if you don't fancy making a prediction, maybe you can tell Kyle Walker that you're happy he's got a pair of trousers that fit now.
Mike, you literally read my mind. That's
hey, we work together too much.
That is crazy. I was going to also insult his three-quarter lengths. Anyway, but that's a great ball.
Here's R9. That's a fantastic ball. Back to the game, and combination of Ramos and Van Dijk firmly win the ball back there and finally win the ball back. And now you're seeing both players trying to exploit a little bit of space in behind the fullbacks there. Almost working on both ends of the pitch, and Shells will have the ball now as Havertz comes inside. Neymar helps him out with a little run round the corner. And Varane steps in just in the nick of time.
Yeah, Shells has got at least one of those strikers set to get in behind, and that's why he's trying to go for that through ball. But however, both players are showing good amount of patience in the middle, not always going for the risky through ball instead of just recycling and waiting, being patient.
Here is Neymar. Cricket his way towards goal, gets a little bit fortunate. Sorry to cut you off there, Dan. It just looked like something was developing in that moment there for Aga.
And that's the scary factor for both these players. It always looks like something's developing.
Look at Vieira combining, commanding that central midfield area. Vieira gets past the attention of Neymar now. Da Costa steps in. You can see, again, both players are having to work so hard to get just half a yard of space to even think about getting a shot away here.
It really has been quite an evenly matched game in both defensive and offensive areas. And really, it's going to be maybe a mistake that's really going to separate these two sooner rather than later, or maybe just a moment of magic. You can see how Shells is trying to utilize Havertz on this right-hand side, but it's so difficult when the player switching from Aga is just moving players throughout the pitch and manipulating the pitch in certain ways, which isn't allowing Shells to pass it in the areas he'd like to. Both of them seem to have each other's number. I'm sure they've watched each other perform in different iterations of FIFA throughout the years and know their general style of play. It's just about who's going to be able to actually break the mold here.
Well, maybe it will be Shells. Da Costa has found Havertz. There's a ball inside to Neymar. Again, the pressure, though, from Aga. Absolutely sublime defensively so far. And going back to your point about player switching, Dan, the amount of mental energy it takes to consistently make those correct decisions. You wonder if the game, the longer it goes on, the more prone one of these players might be to that one mistake. But you just can't see it happening at this point.
It's not just the player switching as well, it's the second man press that's being used at the right times. It's pressuring with that initial man and then switching over to the second man, which has been phenomenal. Both players have done pretty well to beat the first man when they're attacking, but it's the second man who comes in that's been just dangerously close to them. They haven't been able to break away from them, and they haven't been able to get those shots away that we're not so used to normally seeing. Excuse me.
Honestly, as someone who's, a fan of top level play, defensively, this has been an absolute masterclass from both of these players. Yes, the game hasn't been full of chances. Yes, maybe there's been a lack of action in front of goal, but there has been so few mistakes as far as player positioning, as you say, player switching, timing of tackles is concerned. You just don't know who's going to get that chance, but maybe it's now. But again, the positioning of Virgil van Dijk, just as we thought we might get a strike on goal. Aga just swallowed up that ground.
And sometimes it is just that quick switch to the player, so then you can hit that tackle button so you get that extra little bit of a lunge so the leg does get stuck out by the defender. Shells was so close there to breaking this deadlock and gaining the lead for the first time in this tie and taking one step closer towards those knockout stages. I mean, realistically, we should see both of these players in the knockouts, but when you fall to 3-2, you know it's dangerous.
Oh, chance here. The timing was green again. A cricketer and a little fake shot just at least created a little bit of light at the end of the defensive wall to try and break through. But again, just as you saw, the shot being powered up and the opportunity to strike a goal, the space dissipated once more. Ronaldo, though, gets a little bit fortunate to get the ball, falling to CR7, huge chance! However, the linesman's flag went up.
No, we don't even need to talk about it then. It doesn't matter. Offside was Cristiano Ronaldo. But again, Shells is starting to get into those dangerous areas and he's won the ball back fantastically.
Maybe that is the mistake here that Shells needs to capitalise on. Neymar, 1v1! And Shells finds himself into the lead, and it was a mistake from Aga.
And we knew it was going to be possible. As soon as there's any sort of gap, as soon as there's any moment of weakness, both of these players have the capabilities to jump on it and make sure they're punished. And unfortunately for Aga, he was the one who made that mistake, and Shells now takes the lead. Shells now has the advantage and can play his game at FIFA and try and manage this game and manipulate the game into the way he wants to play.
Can Aga answer back then? Havertz versus Varane. The battle going on here just by the corner flag. And he's looking to answer back straight away from the corner, taken short. R9, space here for Ramos on the edge of the box. CR7. And he was teed up perfectly for the volley, but the timing was off just for once there. He couldn't take advantage of the opportunity.
And Shells is looking really fired up now, and there's so much room on both sides, but unfortunately it does go the wrong way. Now I would imagine the pace is going to be upped ever so slightly. When both players are drawing, of course, they're going to be more than happy to play the slow, methodical build-up game, but Aga is naturally going to try and inject a little bit of energy now.
And as you say, Shells really can play his game now, but Aga wins the ball back. Neymar, beautiful combination of step-overs will release R9. Little three-point turn. Neymar gets past one. There's a cricketer and Danny Da Costa. That's as valuable as a goal for Shells there with that tackle just as the half-time whistle goes. And we were saying how tight this game would be. Would it be decided by a moment of brilliance? Would it be a mistake? Well, as it stands, it's looking like the latter.
And it was a mistake, but it was Shells actually capitalising from that mistake, noticing there was a gap in the centre-backs for Aga and playing that through ball to Neymar. And the finish was composed as well. He waited, he watched the goalkeeper movement, didn't go for any timing, instead just smashed it home. And sometimes that can be the best option. However, if he had have missed, I'm sure he would have been thinking, all right, maybe I should have timed that green. But he was confident in Neymar, and I'm sure most people would be with a 98 rated foot item. For Aga, though, coming back into this with 45 minutes left, he is going to have to up the pace ever so slightly. He can't allow Shells to just be dominating the possession and passing the ball around. He's going to have to be closing down. He is going to be leaving himself vulnerable, that's for sure. Maybe requires a little bit more width as well, just so then he can get that ball out wide, and then perhaps the likes of R9, Neymar will be able to drop back just at the edge of that D, play it short to them. And then they have so many options. When you get in that position right at the edge of the area, you can either pass one short, you can turn and spin, you can try and dink it up for a volley. All the options are there, but you've got to actually get in that position first.
Or you can just smash it in the back of the net. And at that moment, the decision has to be perfect. Free kick here. The start of this second half, a huge potential second half here for both players. Currently sat at 3-1. Win this game, and we will see you tomorrow. If not, the road continues. And Aga's the man who has to turn things around here. Ronaldo finds Ruud Gullit here. You can see there's runners either side, but unfortunately Neymar just set off on that run. So the ball was behind him and allowed Shells to win the ball back.
And 3-2 is one of those tricky situations in Swiss rounds, because you start to get the players that are you have the opportunity to get those players who are gathering momentum, who were struggling in the early days, but starting to heat up as you get to the latter stages of Swiss. So really, you want to put this to bed ASAP. Otherwise, you could find yourself 3-2, maybe falling to 3-3, and then that's when nerves start to come into play.
Come on, man!
But nerves weren't shown there. He gets that opportunity, finally isolates a man, 1v1 on the edge of the box. And the cricketer into that position, got his body between his man and the ball. And having found the opportunity to strike, Shells now has a 2-goal advantage. And you can see why everyone was worried about Shells.
I mean, I thought Agger had done enough defensively. That's why I was still jabbering. But unfortunately, he just couldn't get his player goal side. And it meant that the opportunity to time that green and go for the finish was available.
Well, it wins the ball back, though, for Agger. Can he take advantage in situation? He draws the save from Edwin van der Sar. And Agger needs to keep this pressure up now. Needs to make the most of these opportunities. He needs to find a way back into the game. Ramos into Hullet. Maybe a chance here for R9. Gets it on the left. It falls across to Ronaldo. And there's one back.
And that certainly is a free ticket right back into this game. Okay, he put himself in the situation on the left-hand side where he could go for a shot and maybe the keeper would have panned it out, but it was a deflection in the end from one of the defenders. But when you have players on the field like that, like Cristiano Ronaldo, they are poachers. They do put themselves in the area so they can capitalise from any defensive errors. And of course, even though it wasn't an error made by Shells, it was still a defensive error. 3-2 and 1 goal in it. And suddenly everything's a little bit more tense yet again.
We'll take ourselves back to London, where Shells matched up against Maestro. And he is a little bit susceptible to a comeback, and he's got to be careful here because the wind is in the sails of Agger. He's coming forward, and he's looking to find a way back into this game. Neymar, huge chance. It was such a comfortable save for Van der Sar. Didn't make the most of it.
Realistically, for all the hype we've given Agger and saying how well he's been finishing throughout the day and timing them green when it mattered most, I don't know whether it was a case of not going for the timing or maybe just slightly mistiming it. Either way, he'll be thinking of that chance later if it doesn't.
That is. R9 now, maybe a chance with a volley. Shells though, oh, it's beautiful. The ball over the top. The little header into the run of Havertz. And having got himself in the position, Shells was not missing that chance.
Heartbreak for Agger. It all comes from that mistimed shot. Well, not timing it green at least, and then right down the other end, and that's what can happen in FIFA 19. It is so punishing. If you miss an opportunity, if you've committed too much forward, then you do leave yourself so vulnerable. And in a game where both players were playing very similar formations, a very similar style, for Agger now, I'm sure he's going to have to think about switching things up. He does look across at the formations, and I think I saw a glimpse of that 4-2-3-1 as a possible for Shells again. I mean, 4-2-3-1 is a very good formation to switch to when you do have a lead because those two central defensive midfielders make work so difficult for your opposition. But Agger still is in his tactics screen. He still is playing around with things, and I'm sure he's got a little bit of a whisper in the ear from Boras Legend, who sat next to him as well. But, I mean, traditionally, when you're in this situation, you are going to set out all of your players to kind of stay forward, those front three or front four, depending on how many you're playing, just to ensure that if you do get a counter-attack, if you do win the ball, you have so many bodies and so many opportunities and different avenues that you can take.
Well, I think one thing that certainly revealed a lot there was the change in emotion of the two players. You can see a little bit of, desperation maybe creeping into the face of Agger, whereas Shells just looked so calm now that he has that 2-goal lead. But he needs to concentrate here. We saw how quickly Agger was able to get back into this game after Shells had given himself a 2-goal cushion before. So this next 5 or 10 minutes in this game, absolutely crucial to what would be potentially a grandstand finish.
Yeah, if you can win the ball back for the restart here, Shells, and start to play the ball around, I think he'll be feeling relatively comfortable. And there we go. There's the interception that he needed. And now he can just dictate the pace of this game. Unfortunate there, though. It's going to give away possession. Needs to be a little bit more careful with the power on some of these passes. Otherwise, he will be finding himself giving chances to Aga.
Well, here comes Aga. Neymar now tries to play that ball in. Ramos again. The aggression. A key statistic on that foot item. And it's allowing him to get in behind. And Mbappe now has a chance to finish this for Shells. And I think that might be it.
I think there's a little bit of confusion there from Aga as well. I'm fairly certain he thought he was bringing his keeper out all the way, but then the keeper just stopped and backed off. Whether it was a hesitation from Aga, whether he released that triangle button or not, it offered up several different opportunities for Shells. He could have gone for a little chip, but instead, just a nice finesse shot around the keeper, and that should be enough. That should be game over, and that should be Shells going through to knockouts.
And this is a perfect example of why you cannot take your eyes off of a game of FIFA 19. This game was so tight after the first 45 minutes of the second leg, and now, well, Shells is just starting to run away with things.
Unfortunately, Aga, the wound is open, and Shells is just applying the salt. And it is stinging quite bad as well, because it was such a tight game. There was nothing between these two. But when you have to go for it, and in a format like this, you can go for it. Goal difference isn't going to matter in the Swiss stage. You just have to try and get back into it and try and get the victory. Aga has done just that, and Shells has taken full advantage with a couple of over-the-top through balls down each wing.
So for Aga here, it's kind of damage limitation at this point. Maybe just try and score and rebuild your confidence ahead of a huge game ahead of you. But for Shells, this is just a victory lap. Eusebio goes for that time. Finesse! Just wide of the upright.
So for Shells, it means that he can toddle on back to the hotel, knowing that he's through to the knockout stages. That first hurdle has been leapt over by quite some distance too.
It's another ball over the top that's just causing all sorts of problems here for Aga. Mbappe now, oh, the fake shot. I think it deserved more, to be honest with you. Eusebio from the corner. And this is just a formality at this point. Eusebio into Hullet. Shells just slowly building the play up. And DaCosta will intercept, but I mean, how impressive has this performance been from Shells?
I mean, to be honest, the early stages of this game, he didn't look anything special. I think what has impressed me is how he's just pummeled Aga into the ground as soon as he noticed any sort of bit of weakness, as soon as he tasted a little bit of blood. And that's what you need as a FIFA player. You have to be relentless in those situations, so you put yourself out of reach. And I think if Shells can do that in the future, he's really going to enjoy himself in this tournament.
I really enjoyed Shells' reaction to the attempted rainbow flick there from Aga as well. A little smile on his face going, what are you doing? Come on, man. You're 6-2 down.
I think at this point, Aga also knows he's not getting back into it. But it's not over for him. That is the good thing about the Swiss format. Aga will fall to 3-2, so he still has 2 more opportunities to get that 4th win to try and get through to the knockouts. And with the way he has played, I do expect him to get to those stages. It's just whether he can actually keep his nerve and make sure he goes into it with the right mentality and just accept that maybe things didn't go his way. He made that one mistake and then Shells was able to build from it.
3 minutes of added time.
Well, maybe Aga can find a consolation here, just like I say that. Again, Shells, it's almost been the perfect game, to be honest with you. His ground, his opponent into the floor. And when those chances have come, when those gaps have opened up, I think you put it perfectly. He's just taken advantage, been ruthless. And there is the final whistle. Shells is looking so dangerous in this tournament.
Controller pads down. Both players know job is done. For Shells, for Aga, he has to go again, and he has 2 more chances, as even the coaches will share some handshakes as well. But that's not the only FIFA action that we've got for you in this round. We have more matches and plenty more action. ISO Power is currently going up against JRA Lion, and this is an elimination match. Both players 1 and 3, and one of them will be going home after this game.
Well, the good news, if you're a JRA Lion fan, is that he's 3-1 to the good at the moment. But ISO Power, he's got a lot of work to do as we head into this second leg. At least Iso Power managed to win the ball high up the pitch there, but having won it back, it's so tough in these situations. When you're down in games, yeah, it's tough. You want to make a comeback, right? You want to make things as difficult for your opponent. You want to get out to a good start, but when your tournament life is on the line, when your eWorld Cup dreams and hopes are on the line, I mean, you just can't imagine what Iso Power's going through right now.
I think that's what this tournament has, is it has that extra little bit of a special smell in the air. We'll go with that.
Well, have another go. Wind that back.
But either way, you know that when your whole tournament, your whole season is just on one game, everything gets a little bit scary. And for JRA Lion, I mean, he's performed so well in previous iterations of FIFA, an absolute staple in the Spanish community. He has a chance to knock out Iso Power here.
It's just the 2 goals, though, between the players. We have seen comebacks of much bigger proportion. Sometimes the first leg is a lot of it. It's about learning what your opponents are doing at the moment. The fullback here for JRA Lion is just laying on the floor, allowing that space to be attacked. However, the attempted scoop cross was defended well as Hullet now sends it in. Van der Sar gets a good punch on it. Vieira wins it though. Modric, maybe Varane isn't the player that you want on the edge of the box there. JRA Lion can come away.
JRA Lion, who is in 39th in the Global Series rankings, is going to need a win at this tournament realistically. Maybe he could get away with second place, but probably needs to be a win if he's going to progress into the eWorld Cup. And the same could be said for Iso Power, who's 32nd as well. I mean, I guess that's the situation you find yourself in when you are 1 in 3. You're going to be going up against players who also have their backs against the wall. Not only in this tournament, but also the season as a whole.
Well, here's Modric for Iso Power. Gets inside the box. Ooh, the cricketer was just a fraction of a second late there. A little bit earlier and he would have got past his man and had the chance to get a strike away. Good strength there from Mendy to hold off. Prime icon moments, 97 rated. Ronaldo. And speaking of the Ronaldos, they're linking up here for Iso Power. Here's R9, a little bit of space on the edge of the box here, but it's actually CR7 who lets rip. Wasn't green though. Van der Sar dealt with it.
I think it's good to be taking pop shots there though. When you're 2 goals down, try and get that corner!
Oh!
And from the corner, he hits the corner. And there is that R9 that you were speaking of, and Iso Power's right back into this one now. And suddenly that seed of doubt is implanted into JRA Lion's brain of, oh, what if I throw away this lead? What if my season will come to a conclusion here in this game? But hope has been sparked for Iso Power.
Maybe the talisman will be R9. That left foot finding that far corner. And now it's just a 1-goal game. We were talking coming into this that, JRA Lion, what a first leg it was for him. 3-1, great result. Especially with the pressure in this game, with his tournament on the line. But now those seeds of doubt have been sown here by Iso Power. Next goal is absolutely vital here, Dan.
And it would be quite fitting to JRA Lion's season, really, if he were to throw away this lead.
Well, here's CR7 inside the box for JRA Lion. Great challenge there from Sergio Ramos.
And the reason I say it's quite fitting is because I think for himself, he probably considers quite a disappointing season. Certainly in La Liga, the virtual La Liga, he didn't perform to the expectations. He maybe thought he should be reaching certain heights. Instead, he was toppled by quite a few players in that tournament. In the Spanish community, I mean, JRA Lion has usually been a player we should look at as being one of the best, but he hasn't been the top dog. It's been players like Gravison instead that have really shown up this season. However, a tournament like this at the playoffs, it's always that redemption possibility. All you need is that one big tournament, and then suddenly it's your name, everyone's screaming.
Well, Sandro's found Mbappe here for JRA Lion. Ramos again comes across, and there's a little roulette. Mbappe still fighting, he's still working towards goal! And by hook or by crook, he's found a way to create a goal. You can see the apology celebration there from JRA Lion. I think he knows. The luck was on his side there.
I mean, I don't know how many times he's managed to just bobble that ball back to him, and it was an own goal in the end by Hullet. It's an ugly goal. It's not a pretty one. It's not certainly one for ISO Power is going to want to be sitting and watching. However, JRA Lion, I'm sure, will take it to regain this 2-goal advantage. But maybe a goal like that might spur ISO Power into a little bit of rage, and he can try and channel that rage into good FIFA energy. Some players work like that. A lot of players don't, but some do.
Well, here's Modric for ISO Power inside the box. There's a chance. What a save, but it doesn't matter because he gets the goal back. 4-3 now on aggregate. And he worked the chance incredibly well. I'm surprised to see CR7 not slot that one away, to be honest. But on the rebound, R9 is there to collect the pieces and complete the puzzle.
You say tomato, I say tomato. You say potato, I say potato. Tit for tat there. One player gets a fortunate goal, and then right down the other end, Karma strikes, and another fortunate goal. But it's about putting yourself in that position, getting that shot away to force the save from the goalkeeper. And as I said, poachers like R9, like Cristiano Ronaldo, they are going to be in those dangerous areas, just ready to strike. And we're back to a 1-goal game once again.
Jerry Lion here coming forward, turns back, and the timing was green. The defender had to get a piece of that. Modric sends it away. It really has been an explosive first half in comparison to maybe the first half of the Aga Shells game that we saw that really opened up towards the latter ends of the match. Modric now coming forward to ISO Power. Huge chance here. Ronaldo. And just at the last second, Sergio Ramos out of nowhere managed to get a little top end on that.
And I think we should be expecting to see a little bit more of an open game, considering the rankings of these two players in comparison to Aga and Shells. I mean, defensively, I'd say both these players aren't up to the standards of Shells and Aga. However, going forward, they're still phenomenal, and there's a reason why they're at these playoffs. They certainly have the potential to take down any opponent on their day.
Well, Mendy's just lofted that ball up towards the back post. Dumfries, I think, was getting forward and trying to cause some havoc, but at the end of the half, 1 goal separates the players here, and it's JRA Lion, who, to be honest with you, at certain points in this game is now holding on.
He is holding on, and he's going to have to hold on, because you know that in the last 45 minutes here, ISO Power is going to be pushing everything forward and making life extremely difficult for JRA Lion, not allowing him to be comfortable on the ball, pressuring him in the right areas, and making it very tricky to play that ball around and keep that possession. Well, I'm really wondering whether JRA Lion has the bottle here. I'm going to be completely honest. At 1-3, with some of the tournaments he's had this year, is he going to be able to stay composed? That is the big question on my lips. What an important matchup it is for both of these players. Season on the line. Elimination for the loser. A chance at redemption for the winner.
Well, ISO Power has the ball for the restart here, so maybe he has a chance to equalise here. Neymar! Off the post! Hullet finishes it off! It's 4-4!
And just like that, the JRA Lions season again comes into question by ISO Power. It was a hell of a shot from Neymar, but it collides with the post. As always, though, there's someone to pick up the pieces. That's what you pay your coins for. These incredible foot items that are always in the right areas at the right times, and Hullet does a little bit of everything, defensively, offensively. Stick him in goal, I'm sure he'd still do a job.
And now JRA Lion, I mean, he's got to be on the verge of tilting into oblivion. He's blown a lead here, 2-goal lead, but maybe, just maybe, Ronaldo can find some sort of redemption. Just a reminder, if you're just joining us, both of these players, their tournament life is on the line, and JRA Lion has found Ruud Hullet. He can't beat his fellow countrymen in goal there.
It is poised for quite an explosive ending, especially with what is on the line. Will we see extra time? Will we see penalties? Or are we going to see someone able to take advantage of this situation? Someone who just seizes this moment and says, actually, I want to keep my season alive. I still want that opportunity to be on Team PS4, to go to the eWorld Cup.
Well, speaking of players who still have their tournament lives on the line, the other two players who are currently sat at 1 and 3 are Hasso and Mulzen. And they're playing against each other right now, and it's currently 6-6.
Wow.
And I believe that game's in extra time as well. So you can see nobody wants to go home right now. And maybe JRA Lion won't be going home. What a save that was.
And when you get yourself into that position and when you time it green, you're expecting it to go to the back of the net. But he hasn't quite positioned it in the correct area of the goal. And the goalkeeper movement, he made the keeper big. Made sure that Van der Sar was in his best possible area to make that save. You can see this formation as well, a very direct through the middle 4-1-2-1-2. Of course, that can change back and forth in-game with the dynamic tactics. And you see his starting lineups, that 4-2-2-2 that we see so many utilize now to get the chemistry. That's why we don't see the Team of the Year Mbappe as much. We see the Team of the Season Mbappe more often because of that.
What a chance that was for JRA Lion. And, you know, all season long we've been talking about goalkeepers, we've been talking about fullbacks. And it's taken till the playoffs, I think, for everyone to finally realise that 89 rated Edwin van der Sar has something just a little bit special about him, and he's going to have to come up big here, but it doesn't matter. Because the linesman's flag has been raised.
JRA Lion going closer and closer, though, to regaining this lead. He has answered back very well, considering he's thrown away the 2-goal advantage he did have earlier. A lot of players would crumble in this situation, and it's him with the ball again, and it's white shirts flooding forward.
Well, you can't crumble, quite simply, to be honest with you. Because this is the tournament life on the line! And there's still life in the line yet!
I tell you what, I respect it. There was acres of space at the back post there. 2 players in white shirts. He could have considered maybe trying to dink it to the back post, but he saw a player darting towards him, so he went for a little shimmy across, and it's a decent finish to gain the lead. And oh dear, oh dear.
More changes coming in now. And I was surprised, to be honest with you, in that last attack to see so much space just left at the back, to be honest with you.
We see it happen quite often with people playing the offside trap a little bit too late or just mistiming the offside trap ever so slightly. And certainly a couple of times already this tournament where there's just been so much room because of it. Obviously, the offside trap is a fantastic mechanic to use to try and push up those defenders and make sure that it's not going to be an easy ball. But when you go wrong with it, boy, are you punished.
Yeah, you look a little bit silly as well. It's such a tough risk-reward-based mechanic, as you say. It can make you look great, it can make you look brilliant, it can pressurize your opponents into making mistakes, but when you get it wrong, well, you can see exactly what happened. JRA Lion then, somehow, showing the heart of a Lion, to be honest with you, at the moment, staying in this game, staying within striking distance, and now taking the lead. And now there's space as well for Mbappe to really get his teeth into. Varane will come across and deal with his fellow Frenchman.
For JRA Lion now, I'd like to see him tighten up at the back ever so slightly. Make sure he's player switching to make it difficult for ISO Power to get into those dangerous areas.
Look at this man on the overlap here. It's Dumfries, maybe not the man you want. And that's why Messi, CR7, R9, Havertz, pick your player. But Dumfries, well, he's in the team for work at the other end of the pitch. Sandro finds Neymar. And for ISO Power, you just feel that maybe something was going to turn around in the favour of JRA Lion there, but he holds on. And maybe he can have another attack.
And there wasn't really a decision there for ISO Power either. When you're in that situation, it doesn't matter which player, you're going to hit it, you're going to take that opportunity and hope that you can score the goal. Disregarding if that player has good shooting stats or not, but as you quite rightly pointed out, anyone else, and that was probably an equaliser, but even so, you'd expect Dumfries to put that one away.
Here's Mbappe, little scoop. Well, it has to deal with it. Now it's falling to Ronaldo. Oh, and I think he just didn't realise
he had a little bit more time to turn and maybe get a strike away there.
I think when you get into these stages of a game, though, you never realise the time is on your side. You always think time's against you. As Geraldine gives the ball away, he got suckered in there. He saw the white shirts flooding forward, and he was just thinking, all right, well, I can go for this attack. But too many players do that. They're lured into a false sense of security, and then they give the ball away.
There's a lovely little dummy, the build-up to this attempt on goal.
And it is something.
Power again with a shot on goal, but he can't beat the goalkeeper.
I don't think we talk about it enough in that players who are behind and they need to get the ball back and they need to go for that goal. Sometimes you've got to leave yourself vulnerable at the back. You need to almost encourage them to say, all right, you go for goal here. I want to give you that chance. Either you score and I lose this game, or I win this ball back and I have a chance to get back into the game. Otherwise, if you just allow your opponent to keep that and retain that possession, you're not going to win the ball back and you're not going to have a final chance. So I really like it when players are encouraging that play. We're just opening up a body of a player or just dragging a player out of position just to say, hey, look at this free space. You want to take it? You want to go for goal? And Isopower did just that. He got his opportunity, but unfortunately couldn't put it away.
9 minutes left then, plus stoppage time. For Isopower to find another goal here. He has made this an incredibly entertaining game. And just to reiterate once more, both these players, 1 and 3 in the Swiss group format, with it all still to play for. Facing elimination. Corner here for Isopower. Kante comes short. Gets inside the box. Ronaldo loses his footing just at the wrong moment now. It's time for JRA Line to come away again, and maybe he can take a little bit more time. You can see the desperation from Isopower. Trying to find a slide tackle to win the ball back, and it is going to be the ball just given away.
Isopower's done it again. He's just lured him in. He's dragged the player out of position and gone and said, go on, go for goal. And now he's rewarded with another chance. Needs to be better from JRA Line. He might get away with it here because there's such little time left. But if he's going to go on in this tournament, he needs to be more composed in these areas, keeping the ball, closing the game out.
Well, here comes Isopower. Maybe he can make him pay. Mbappe, Messi was waiting. And there was a man over on that far side. And you have to say, JRA Line, I mean, he is riding his luck right now.
Maybe he's learned from his mistakes here as he plays the ball back to the keeper and he's going to play a little bit of keep ball. A lot of space on the right-hand side here.
It's a ball that is, though. Into R9, that driven pass. There's a man completely free at the back post. Doesn't find him. Luckily, Havertz comes and picks up the pieces as we go into stoppage time. Just see the game out. Keep your tournament alive here, JRA Line. You're within striking distance of putting yourself at 2 and 3, and that's much better, much more experienced play from him.
And he does keep the ball, and he does keep his tournament alive. JRA Line does not get eliminated, unfortunately. Very unfortunate, actually, for Isopower to be eliminated from the tournament at this stage. When you consider how well players have played throughout the season to get to this stage, I mean, 64 of the best players in the world, but we have to eliminate some of them. Isopower is going to be one of those guys.
Yeah, congratulations to JRA Line. He stays alive. And to Shells, of course. Plenty of drama in that round of fixtures. But for now, that's it from us. It's time to go back to Rachel on the couches.
Thanks, boys. Yes, we are very much into the business end of the Swiss-style format right now. Lots of players already through, lots of players still trying to book their place into knockout stages tomorrow. But right now, it's time to go over to the Telestrator, brought to you by PS4 with Mike LaBelle and Alan Abbey.
We said breakdown board.
Breakdown board.
We're bringing that back.
Breakdown board.
And we're talking about transitioning defense to offense. We had Shells versus August. Two of the big names in the FIFA community.
And keep in mind, in this game, they're both 3-1. The winner does advance to the knockout rounds tomorrow. Right here, we do see Vieira in a tight situation. Ronaldo does put that pressure on him. Vieira really doesn't have that many outlets to work with, which will result in a turnover, you should say.
Absolutely. You hesitate for a second at the professional level, and people are going to take advantage.
And right here, Hullet, he spots the Brazilian beast Neymar making the clear run into the space, and all he has to do is just slot him through, and he'll be clear on goal.
He's got space, time, and it's Neymar. That's going to be dangerous. And when you have additional time, you should use that to your advantage. Last freeze frame here, you still got to beat the goalkeeper. And at the professional level, everybody moves the goalkeeper. So if you have a little bit of extra time, you can wait to see if he goes left, if he goes right, and then you can slide it home.
Yeah, like Mike said, you don't only have to beat the defenders, you also have to beat the goalkeeper movement, and Shells does just that.
It's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors game. Speaking of rock, paper, scissors, I heard Rachel's not too bad. We're gonna join her on the couch. We're challenging you.
Okay, challenge accepted. I'm great at that. Where are you guys coming from? Okay, they're here. They're joining us.
Oh, wow.
Gosh,
Wow.
Dramatic.
Earthquake and an earthquake.
That was super
Come on then.
aggressive.
I just
Come on
had some
then.
candy
You
before.
almost ate it, too.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Oh!
See, told you.
Did you jump back over the couch, the breakdown board?
I never get the chance to do that. They let me do it once, maybe every weekend. So
Yeah,
I
that's
go
fair.
ahead and I jump on
Well, I
it.
appreciate your energy because it went from 0 to 100 really fast.
Really
All right, everybody, let's take a look at the bracket, get you guys caught up on all the action. Obviously, we are into the 4-1 players and a lot of other players that have now gotten into the knockout rounds for day 2. And here's some names very familiar, as you can see. Joxon, it's been on the tip of people's tongues. Tor gets in, the Brazilian. Iago gets in, the Argentine. Jazz, we're going to talk about him in a second. Gravis and Moaba. That's a big deal for a lot of these guys. Damie does it as well in Shells. That was Spencer's pick. And he picked he beat Aggie to get there. So Spencer is 1, me 0.
Oof.
Yeah.
Mine's still there. Is yours still there? Dagnov?
No, Dagnov he's out. We're going to get to
Oh,
the
draft.
knockout.
Oh, draft.
You were supposed to wait to build that up and then put me down on the next screen.
Okay,
I'm sure we have a graphic
sorry.
for that.
No, we're going to talk about Shells first because
Okay.
he started the tournament 0-1 and then won 4 straight games. Alan, how hard is that to do?
It just shows the resilience, you know, going down the first game, it's very tough because you know that the cushion you're losing the cushion, right? But it just goes to show that Shells, he didn't let that get into his mind and he kept on moving forward, started building, winning. As you guys can see, all of the rounds, he just played it very well, you know, and he got the dubs.
And his form was never on a decline. Even though he lost to Ice Vogel, we watched that match. That could have gone either way. You could say that he had some misfortune. He missed some 1v1s. He wasn't clinical enough. But he was still making those opportunities. He's still controlling the game.
And it seems like he's playing well at the end here in round 5. I thought it was his best performance was against Aggie.
6-2 against Aggie. You know, such a dominant performer there. He's obviously won the World Cup before. Aggie, I'm talking about here. And I don't know if that scoreline really reflects the game as much. It was kind of very tight in the first game, and then you just kind of took it away in the leg 2.
Yeah, and Aggie's such a great competitor. He has a lot of experience. So for Shells to beat him 6-2, it just goes to show that how dangerous of a player he is. Now he's heading into the knockout rounds very comfortable, you know, very confident, I would say.
Okay, now the next player who's 4-1, or actually he started 0-1 and went to 4-1 is Bundle Jazz. We haven't talked about him much at all today. Now he's forcing us to talk about him because he's performed so well. You can see here he lost to Aggie in the first game, but then went on a nice little run. And as you say about confidence, Alan, he's got to be feeling pretty good about himself.
Oh, yes, for sure. Jazz building the wins, heading on to the next round. It does give you a lot of confidence. Now you have that time to focus up because the group stage can be very stressful, honestly. You're coming up against the best of the best, and sometimes the game doesn't go your way, sometimes it does, but you just got to find that focus.
And beating Maestro, beating Tuga. I mean, these are serious names, guys in the top 10.
I mean, those first, the 2 wins that he had previously in round 4 and round 5 weren't names that I think is top competitors, let's say. They're getting there, but they're not necessarily the guys. But those last 2 results against Maestro and Tugar, that's really impressive.
It's a big win, Maestro. He's going to the FIFA World Cup. He won the E-Nations. I've played him myself, a very great competitor. And to, be someone like him, it's a very impressive win. And honestly, it boosts your confidence. And it's so important to have that confidence.
I don't think we should be surprised that Jazz has gone through so early, though. He obviously represented Chelsea in the EPL. He got to the round of 32 here last year, was the only British player actually to get the knockouts in this competition on the PS4 side of things. So I think the fact that he's done it quite early on, it's a good sign of things to come. Again, he's had a slow season, and maybe he's coming into form at the right time.
And this is the best time to do it.
Well, this is playoffs, and everybody here deserves to be here, so anyone can technically make that run. And he might be the name that sticks out that's not as big as some of the other names, but you can change that all in a weekend.
Well, congratulations to him and Shells and everybody else that qualified already for the knockout rounds tomorrow. But let's talk about all the players that are 3-2, and I want you to sit down for this because there are some massive, massive names, and a lot of them are going to be facing each other. Well, they're all going to be facing each other in the next round because they match up that way in the Swiss format. Aggie, Pinna, Fafilza, Gil, Waves, Feldman, Icevogel. I mean, there's so many different people here. Marco, Chris, Marcuso, Maestro, Russ Artur. I mean, it's just a who's who in this 3-2 matchup.
Could you imagine if we got an August Rosemeyer, versus a Marcuso matchup.
Oh, man.
It's possible.
The friendship might be broken.
They both need it.
They both need it. Well, it's also going to set up good 3-3s because some of these guys are going to lose and they're going to play each other in the next round 7, which is going to be intense.
And that's the thing. That's why this upcoming match is super important, because if you lose, you have 3 losses and you don't have any more cushion after that, which will add more pressure. And also, if you win, you're going to be 4-2, which will help you with your seeding.
Yeah.
Heading into tomorrow.
That's true. It's really pivotal.
Kind of a foot whiz matchup as well. We've got Tom and Marco both also could go matching up against each other, which would, it's a shame to see those matchups. I know people like seeing them on the feed, but I don't know. It's just an actual mental side that you have to get over as well. So I think it's tough for those boys if they do come up against each other. And the team like Footwiz is,
but
they
awesome.
get on so well as well, don't they?
Yeah,
I like that teams. Yeah, I like that they get tested a little bit and their friendships get tested.
No, but mine's Marco, so I want him to go all the way.
Oh,
so actually,
fair.
I don't want to match against Tom.
All right, now let's take a look at the players that are 2 and 3. They have their backs up against the wall. As Alan said, they have to win these games to get into that. We're going to have that up for you very quickly. But
Fiddle, I think, is one of them.
Well,
and
Fiddle's one of them. He's the EMLS representative. There's a couple of guys. Take a look here. Danny Vista, we were talking about earlier. T-Mox, Diego G, Imyrtle.
Strangers in there.
I mean, look at those names too. Chihan is still hanging around. He was 1 and 3. Now he's back to 2 and 3. Some of these guys already had their backs against the wall.
Levinkin.
I was about to say, you haven't even noticed Levinkin sneaking in the corner there. You'd expected him to go through easily.
Yes, he had a great run, at the E-Champions League as well. He secured a spot in the eWorld Cup, and to be 2 and 3, honestly, it's kind of iffy.
Now, this is the one where it gets interesting, because if you play against somebody that you're really familiar, like Stranger versus Levinkin would be next level. Whoever loses is out.
I was going to say even maybe Stranger versus Dr. Urhano, because both of them are in that top 16 currently, but now you're sending one of them home. So that means that spot could open up for someone who's knocking on the door trying to slide in there.
And I feel bad for Dr. Urano because he started the Swiss format 2 and 0. Now he's lost 3 straight games. How do you handle that when you're in tournament format?
That is actually super tough.
How do you break out of that mindset?
Right now, that's the thing. It's going to be very difficult because losing 3 in a row, it just drains your confidence, honestly. So, honestly, it's going to be a mental battle.
Do you change anything with your tactics? Do you try to remain true to what you've been using?
It's a mixture of both. If something wasn't working out for you, then you could probably tweak it up. But I wouldn't say to tweak it up that much because you're going to be playing an unfamiliar play style, which could result in a loss,
I have a theory.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh,
theory
gosh.
time.
I have a theory.
Sit down. Just lean back, guys.
Take notes, everybody. Big theory's coming.
Instead of bringing a coach, I think you should bring a punching bag. And if you get really upset, you just attack the punching bag. You're relieved.
Do you put anybody's face on that punching bag?
Whatever you need to do. Do what you got to do. Maybe you put your opposition, put a piece of tape on there, you print it out one time, you attack the punching bag, you come back, you're a happy guy.
We'll be hearing so many punches if that was the case, honestly.
But that'd be wonderful entertainment.
So
I would love to watch these guys hit punching bags.
I love to watch you hit.
That'd be a good feature.
That's not a bad shout.
It's not the worst theory.
It's not the worst theory of all time. All right, now let's take a look at the players that are eliminated. They are going home. And a little unfortunate for these ones, especially Dagnolf, because that was Mike's player to watch. Explain yourself now, Mike. He's out.
I mean, we knew that he had to go to the
What's your theory
finals.
on this one?
We knew that he had to go to the finals, but he's sitting in 35th. That's still a great finish for him on the year when nobody thought he would even make it to playoffs. It makes me sad to see Duel still there.
That's what I was going to say.
It hurts my heart because I love that guy, man. He's such a nice guy.
What's he doing wrong, though? Like, 18th in the rankings, and then he doesn't really put it together when he comes to these majors.
I feel like he's had a lot of trouble adjusting formation-wise. He's more of a narrow formation player, and then when he comes to these events, he tries to play a lot of times with some additional width, and it really hasn't connected for him.
Yes, I was actually talking to him heading into the tournament. He said that he started using the 4-2-3-1. This late on into FIFA switching tactics, that could hurt. Like we just saw
And it did.
Yeah.
And it did hurt. All right, now let's take a look at the leaderboard. Give you guys some context to all the names that we're seeing and what's been going on with everybody. Nobody's claimed the next 6 spots. A lot of that will happen tomorrow in day 2 as we get into the knockout rounds. But some people, like Dulsta, have eliminated themselves from the conversation. As you can see, his name is now pretty much scratched off the list. We have our 10 players that are automatically in for the eWorld Cup. They've had a fantastic season and deserve the scarf and jacket that's coming their way. But still 6 spots up for grabs. And of course, not only that, $75,000 to the winner, $35,000 a second. A lot of cash to be thrown around here, guys.
That's the motivation. A lot of these players aren't only playing for that as well. Like if they're already in the World Cup, they're going to be completely focused on the cash prize. And to represent the club as well, do good for the club.
Now, how important is current form, though? Because you want to play well here and have that go on into August when the eWorld Cup starts in London.
It's super important, honestly, because this is a great test heading into the FIFA World Cup, the highest stage, right? So right here, you can take a lot of the things, the negatives, the positives heading into the FIFA World Cup.
Okay, well, one of the players who did get his scarf and jacket, he was with Spencer and Alan a little bit earlier. Check this out.
Thank you, guys. I am joined by none other than Joxon, a man who's had a fantastic year. You know what a fantastic year deserves? Fantastic jacket, not just any jacket. It is Team PS4's jacket. Well done, and it's not just a jacket that Joxon secured. He's had a fantastic year, which means top 16, you get this wonderful scarf. Show the world what you've secured. Joxon's going to be playing, of course, at the FEWC final. My question for you, sir, is you came on the scene with such a bang at the start of the year, picking up all these points and all these wins, had a little bit of a break. Can we expect you to finish the year the way you started it?
Yeah, I think so. I've gained a lot of experience over the tournament, so yeah, I think I can finish pretty strong.
Joxon, you're one of the few North American players heading into the FIFA eWorld Cup. A lot of people tend to sleep on North America, I would say. What would it mean to you to do good at the FIFA eWorld Cup?
It would mean probably like a great feeling. You saw Diddy win the Champions League, so now hopefully we can get another win for North America and win the FEWC.
Yeah, there's definitely no doubt the North American region needs to be taken very seriously. They've got Joxon as well as a whole host of fantastic players going into the FEWC. We're looking forward to seeing how Joxon gets on.
All right, thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Alan, doing that earlier, and congratulations to Joxon. Now our featured matchup, everybody.
Wait, I want a drum roll.
You want to drum roll it? You're not going to believe this. She was right. Futwiz Derby, it's going down. Tom versus Marco, the winner. Qualifies for day 2 into the knockout rounds. The loser is going to have squeaky bum time in round 7.
I talked that up, didn't I?
I don't know what that is, but I don't want to do it.
I want to see Futwiz Dan's face. I want to see Futwiz Dan's face.
Yeah, what does he do here?
But 20th versus 16th, and obviously Futwiz Tom, he's got Tex in his corner.
They need this.
We haven't even spoken about Tex, though.
Yeah,
Tex is
the
here
coach of
as a
Futwiz Tom.
coach. So are we going to say that that's got the edge, having the best player who is in Hamburg, like, you know, he's doing great things on the other scene. I don't know what he's going to do for the game.
Yeah, I don't know. Early predictions on this one?
They asked me, actually.
They did?
Yesterday, they asked me. No. We did like a behind the scenes. Like,
could you imagine?
They asked, who do you think would go farther between both these guys? And I said Tom. So I've got to throw that. I've got to keep that.
Tom,
even though that hasn't came out,
I
said that. You know.
You're going with Tom, then?
I've got Tom.
I'm going to be going with Tom as well. Like, he has Tex, like you said, in his corner. He's probably going to get those little insights that helps Tex out. So
He's been playing well since they were partners of the E-Nations League.
We saw what happened in Hamburg. Ajax Joey had the 16th spot, didn't he? He got eliminated in the Swiss. I don't want to say anything, but I'm still backing Marco. He's sitting in 16th at the moment.
All right.
He is going to go through to tomorrow.
I respect it. I'm going Tom, though, on this one, too. I'm going with you guys. All right, everyone. So we have finished 5 rounds of the Swiss format, but we have 2 very important ones coming up, starting with the Futwiz Derby, Marco versus Tom.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos.
Eu queria pedir desculpas. Foi mal por ser brasileiro. Desculpa ser matador. E marcar gol sem olhar. Mal mesmo para a sua reputação. E que eu nunca vou parar. Não é você, sou eu.
Want to get on my level? Do you think you got what it takes? The dedication, the drive, the unrelenting fury. Do you think you're worthy? It's time to step up and show me what you've got. Boom! This is the Recon 200. An always-on bass-boosted shatter-your-skull extremely tactical headset unit built to take you to the next level. Incredible. Flip-to-mute mic, metal-reinforced headband, crushing 40mm drivers, memory foam ear cushions, and the sweet, sweet sounds of bass boost. Yes! Nothing even comes close. The Recon 200. Boom! Hear everything and defeat everyone!
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
To Berlin, Germany, you're seeing on the screen some of the sweet merch you can get if you join Team PS4. What do you think of that, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
You like that?
Sweet FIFA material. That's what I'm talking about.
It's very sweet. That is what everyone in Team PS4 gets. And to get into Team PS4, obviously you've got to get in the top 16. You've got to qualify for the FEWC. 10 spots are gone. There is 6 spots left. And as we get through the next few games, we're going to lose some players from the process, which is going to make it easier for the ones that remain, of course. Going into the next lot of fixtures, we're going to start off with this fixture, which is a cracking matchup between two Futwiz boys, Tom from the UK, Marco from Australia. And it is a 3-2 matchup, meaning the winner is going through, straight through to the knockout stage. The loser is balancing on the precipice of elimination. The loser will have to win the next game.
And you got to understand, both these guys need this win. You got one sitting there right on the spot, the money zone, like you said, 16th.
Yep.
You got Tom in 20th. He's in striking distance.
Yeah.
And these guys train together. They talk about tactics. They're friends. They're part of the same organization.
Mm-hmm.
But not right now.
Well, this is the thing. You know, we can speak from experience. We saw the hashtag derby in the last event, and this is a really good time to have it from a Futwiz perspective. It's much better they play each other now than if they were in a 3-3 scenario, or even worse, in a knockout scenario in the next stage where maybe whoever won clinched a qualification and knocked the other one out. This way, one of them's going to win. The other one could still go and do everything they need to do.
Well, also in theory, if they both do what they need to do, they could match up later in the tournament for that knockout situation.
Very true.
But yes, this is a better time to get matched up versus being 3-3.
Yeah.
Knowing that both of you have to win this game in order to keep the dream alive.
And they're both close enough to the top 16 that they don't have to necessarily maybe win the tournament to get in. They just have to go as far as possible. Anyway, we are underway in the Futwiz derby. Tom is in the black strip, running left to right on your screen. Marco in the red, going right to left. It's Tom on the ball. Vieira cut out by the opposite Vieira. And the ball is now with Marco. Tom has not used his opportunity from the start of the game, and Marco's kicked it out of play there. So they're just going to maybe make some changes or chat with their coaches as this game gets underway. There's Futwiz Tom on the screen. You may recognise the man sitting next to him. His coach goes by the name of F2 Tex. Give us a wave if you can hear us, Tex. He can't hear us. Okay, his hoodie's too big. But he even played in that hoodie in the pickup game last night. I don't think that helps you personally playing football in a hoodie. I never was on board with that. But it worked for him. He was doing well. There's a little thumbs up from Tom. We're back underway then. So that is Team Tom. Marco is opposite of him, of course. Marco's year has been a year of consistency. We've seen him at a lot of events. He's got out of the group stage in events quite a few times. Again, we've got a lot of players that are in that bracket of not quite breaking through to the winning tournament situation. And it doesn't mean you can do that and still qualify for FEWC. And Marco, oh, that's a bad touch. That's a bad first touch. Marco had a chance there to take the first goal in this game, but R9 Ronaldo's let him down with a heavy touch.
Maybe some nerves there with that touch there, just a tad bit heavy.
Imagine these two would have played against each other a lot here. As Neymar gets the shot off, it was green, but it was deflected. Corner for Marco. Whipped straight in. Good delivery. Vieira tried to get on the end of it. Defender beat him to it. And now can Tom counter-attack? Lots of people talking up Tom's chances pre-tournament. Heard a lot of people say, Futwiz Tom, the man to beat.
And a big reason that people are talking about Tom as being somebody to watch, because he started the season relatively late. Obviously, he partnered with Tex for E-Nations, and that was kind of the rise of Tom. We saw him at E-Champions League, top 16, just missed out one game. And then in Bucharest, he was the main man. But that's it. That's all of his events for the year.
Yeah.
This is not somebody who's qualified for 10 events, even 8 events or 5 events. This is someone who has done well at each event, but he's been more quality over quantity.
Yeah, indeed. You're someone who is backing him to win this game, though, right?
I have backed him to win this game. I was saying on the couch, we did like behind the scenes, and they asked if this scenario happened. Ironically, it has happened. And I said that I think Tom will get it.
So here's a question for you. You're saying that Tom is quality over quantity. Is Marco the opposite? Is Marco quantity over quality?
I don't know if I want to put that on somebody, but he's definitely been to more events. He's in a much different, obviously competitive region.
Stay on the turn, well cleared. Well, I mean, he's actually made the knockout stage of tournament 6 times this year. That's impressive. That's impressive. He struggles at that point to go a bit further maybe and make that progress, but still, I think that's something that you should be proud of as a player, because it's really hard to get out of these group stages.
He hasn't gotten just over, I guess, the cuff, where he's getting out of the Swiss stage, as you were saying, but he hasn't really seen semifinals or finals.
Yeah.
If he had, we wouldn't be talking about Footwiz Marco being in that 16th position. He'd probably be sitting closer to 10th or even better.
Yellow card for Ronaldo there. Let's talk about the coaches. I mentioned Tex obviously coaching Footwiz Tom, and it's Footwiz Dan who's coaching Marco against Footwiz Tom. How does Footwiz Dan sleep at night? That's what I want to know. How does he do that? Coaching against his own player? I mean, I suppose he feels okay the fact that his other player's got Tex in his corner. And it is Marco on the ball here. Ronaldo trying to get the shot off. Big Van Dijk in the way. Keeper. I thought the keeper was going into a very dangerous position then, but got the punch.
That was quality composure there. After a poor punch, you saw he used the header kind of flick it on for a volley. Most people would be going for goal immediately, just get excited. Your eyes blow out of your face. You're just like, yeah, I'm going to shoot this.
Mbappe on the ball into Ronaldo. Another thing that's interesting about the dynamic here is on the left side of your screen there, you've got the combination of Footwiz, Tom and Tex, who were the representatives for England at the E-Nations this year. They made up the E-Lions team. The coach for E-Lions, Footwiz Dan. So Dan has coached Tom and Tex before. This is a big family game, this one. It's a big reunion. Ronaldo tries to kick off this reunion with some goals, but it was saved by Van der Sar.
That's a strong wrist. Very strong wrist there.
99 wrist strength for Van der Sar as Mbappe whips it in for the header. He's missed both of them. And he's gone all the way to Varane at the back post, who can run the ball out of danger.
And you're right, this has to be a bit of an odd dynamic where you have all these different roles played by owner, player, Tex is in the mix as well. And I was also impressed by Tom's footballing ability yesterday, actually. We played in a pickup game. I think he surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, he scored a really good goal, actually, at one point. There was some protestations from the opposition that actually hit the side netting. It didn't go in. I remain neutral here, but it was a good strike regardless.
It was top bins. I was in the back of the net. I'm not part of that protesting portion of seeing a goal hit the top corner.
The goal line technology at the pickup games from now on, please, Jimmy.
It is getting pretty serious. I think we had 70, 80 people out there last night.
Get some VAR. Neymar on the ball here for Footwiz Tom. Into Ronaldo. La Croqueta finds Mbappe. Gets a bit of pressure from Da Costa. He takes the ball off him. But Tom is in the ascendancy here, keeping the ball in Marco's half. Ronaldo. Cristiano variety. Back to Da Costa, into Neymar. Quick, nice passing from Footwiz Tom. Hullet straight down the line into Ronaldo. Mbappe, can he get a shot off? Keeps him, it's good defending. He's forced him wide, but great footwork from Mbappe. Almost gets the delivery opportunity. And once again, Footwiz Tom gets back on the ball.
And Tom's starting to play himself into this match. It's been all Marco for about the first 30 minutes. But you see Tom slowed it down a little bit. He's just changing the speed, the pace of the game. It's a good tactic to get yourself into games if you're struggling.
Vieira. Da Costa. Into Vieira now. Gaining momentum is Footwiz Tom. Marco gets in there with the tackle. Virgil van Dijk on a yellow card, though, needs to be careful. Not a player you want on a booking. It limits your opportunities of putting in the kind of harder tackles as a defender. You've got to play it safe.
The fourth official has indicated
Varane at left back for Marco.
2 minutes of added time.
Vieira. Pass was not reaching its intended target there. Marco struggled to get near the box of Tom in the latter stages of this first half. Great ball down the line for Cristiano Ronaldo. Can he deliver? Beats 2 men. Gets it back inside. Oh, and the follow-up on the volley would have been unbelievable if it had gone in. But it was too much to ask.
He should never be mistiming that. And I'll tell you what, that first half felt a little bit cagey. Maybe some tension in the room. If you're not nervous, you don't miss that. He has to be feeling some heat because it was wide open. He just had to time it.
I like the spirit in which the game's being played. You know, both teams going for it, committing bodies forward, trying to make it happen. Just hasn't quite happened just yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not a friendly, and for good reason. Like I said, both these guys at the end of the day, they need this result.
So here's the thing, right? Let's imagine we're Futwiz down on the screen right now, on the right of our screen. He's coaching Futwiz Marco. Does he say to Marco, listen, I know this Futwiz Tom bloke. I know his weaknesses, pal. This is what you need to do. He can't give him that kind of coaching advice, surely.
You would think.
It's a hard position
Can we
to be
mic
in.
him up? Can we get another mic here? I want the insider scoop. What's happening behind the scenes with the coaches?
It would be amazing to know what he's saying to him right now. I think if I was Futwiz Dan right now, I'd just be a ball of nerves. I wouldn't know what to say and how to really imprint my own advice on the game.
Even on the vice versa side, I'd love to know what Tex is telling Tom.
Yeah, exactly. That one's a little bit more of an easier sell as a partnership. Obviously, they've played together as the E-Lions and the E-Nations, both English players, of course, playing on opposite consoles. So there's no real competition between them. Ronaldo on the ball here for Futwiz Tom as we enter the second leg, or second half, I should say, of the first leg between Tom and Marco. This is a 3-2 matchup in the Swiss format here in Berlin. The winner goes to 4-2 and books their place in the knockout round tomorrow with a game to spare. The loser has to go again in a 3-3 matchup as Ronaldo tries a double La Croqueta, but is denied by Ruud Gullit. And now Marco trying to get into Futwiz Tom's territory. Van Dijk stops that.
If you guys are just tuning in, we're looking at Futwiz Marco's in 16th place and Futwiz Tom's in 20th place. Both players will need to advance from the Swiss stage to give themselves any sort of chance to be able to finalize those placements or to improve on those placements.
Yeah, you've got to get top 16 to qualify for the FEWC as the ball comes in. It was in a really hard area for the keeper to come and claim. Some people call it the corridor of uncertainty. And the keeper didn't come for it. It caused issues. Da Costa. Ronaldo, dispossessed by Sergio Ramos, his former Real Madrid teammate. Neymar into R9, Ronaldo finds Cristiano Ronaldo, who's turned his man a little bit luckily there, as I think Varane kind of got a little bit zealous in his effort to get the ball back and gave a great opening to the yellow-carded Cristiano Ronaldo.
I think he was surprised he was so open. He really fluffed that finish, mistimed everything. We've seen that now multiple times within this matchup, where players have had what you thought was a sure thing, and they've misplaced the final bit.
Speaking of sure things, Mbappe getting the ball into the box here for Futwiz Tom. Can he get a shot off? Back to Mbappe, who hits Gullit square in the face.
Good example again, that wasn't green. That was not hitting the back of the net, even if it didn't get blocked.
This is something that is bigger than just any game. You know, we're seeing guys make mistakes that we know they're above. We know these guys are better than that. It's because of what is on the line here. It's two friends and teammates going head to head. Only one can book their spot in the next round in this game. The other one will have to go to the horrible 3-3 matchup that no one wants to be in.
We've seen a mishap of unforced errors with some of the bigger touches. And the same could be said even with a couple of the passes. It's not as accurate in this matchup thus far. Hasn't been as clean or as crisp as we would expect for two players that are 3-2.
Gullit into Neymar. Good tackle by Marco. He's got the ball over to Ronaldo in space now. It's all about his first few touches. First one takes it past Ramos, second one pulled it back. Ramos just watched the ball, as any good defender does. Didn't dive in.
You got to appreciate the fake Rabona as well. You don't see that skill move used often in FIFA 19. 5-star skill. Allows you to kind of stop on a dime.
Another chance here for Cristiano Ronaldo. First touch is good. Ramos gets across, and that is fantastic defending.
who in the last few exchanges, you have to say Sergio Ramos, has had Ronaldo's number, but Cristiano Ronaldo almost gets the goal there, ricocheting off the bar. Easily the best chance of the game so far. Chance of the deadlock to be broken for Footwiz Marco, not taken. And now Tom going up the other end. Vieira finds Neymar. He's got options in the middle as Vieira goes to Hullet. To Mbappe now. Good defending from Da Costa. We're seeing some great tackles, Mike.
Yeah, fair play on the defensive end. Every time they've needed a last-ditch challenge, they've been able to pretty much put that into motion.
Tom's going to get the ball back here. Ronaldo goes out wide to Da Costa, getting forward from right back. Lifts it in to Vieira in the middle of the park. Mbappe. Neymar. Over to Mbappe, hits it first time. Van der Sar ready and waiting to push it past the post for a corner.
And low-scoring affairs are sometimes a proof of concept of both players just matching up against each other, understanding what someone does well, what's their strengths, what their weaknesses, and how to counteract both. Once again, these guys share all of their tactics, the information. They want each of them to have individual successes, just not against each other.
Yeah, that's why it interests me to see what teams these guys are using, what formations they're using, because like you said, they share a lot of intel. The old Footwiz HQ. They're going to be sharing information, tricks of the trade. What makes one of them use one method over another? As the corner comes out to Varane here for Tom. Could get a shot off with Hullet. The lesser experienced players like myself probably would have just banged that one on the half volley. But Tom's being more patient. Ronaldo up against two defenders, gets it into R9 Ronaldo. Returns it now to Mbappe. Hullet into Ibrahimovic, who's on the pitch and nearly gets a goal. And we haven't seen a lot of Zlatan. Corner coming in now. Zlatan would be the obvious target. All 6'5" of him. But Marco can counter. Oh, wow. How's he kept that one in there? Would Zlatan Ibrahimovic be in your squad? Obviously, it's flashback, Zlatan.
It could be team of the season, Zlatan.
Of course, it could be team of the season. Yeah, you're right.
I would bring him with me, but he would be sitting most likely as a reserve.
You would bring him, though?
I'd bring him.
Mainly for the banter in the locker room.
I play well with Ibra, so it's a personal preference.
And the Instagrams.
Yeah, the Instagrams, of course. Dare to Mike.
Hullet. Hullet gets away with quite a heavy touch there, just due to his pure physicality. But now Marco can come at the other end, and Mbappe makes his way into the box. Eusebio gets it into Ronaldo. What a block from Varane there.
That was covered. He already had screwed the goalkeeper. He had that one read like a book. He was at least a step ahead. We might see an entertaining 0-0 here.
Exactly. We've seen 0-0s before, but this has been one of the best 0-0s I've seen in a long time. Lots of action back and forward between the two Footwiz boys. Perfectly poised for a big second leg.
And you could see the mental exchange of each of them trying to outthink the other player. And sometimes when you're in a situation like this, you start to overthink because you have so much experience against each other.
Yeah, that's true. In fact, with Tom now, maybe with the last chance of the game. Not a great pass from Ibra, who's on the left side of midfield right now. And that is the whistle for the first leg. 0-0 between the two Footwiz lads, Tom and Marco. Who's had the better game there, do you think?
I actually think it's really even.
Yeah.
Really even game. Marco looked good for about the first 30 minutes. Then Tom got himself into the game towards the end of the first half. And then from there on, second half, could have gone either way. Both players were in the right areas on the edge of the box, creating the gaps and the spaces that were necessary. But we always saw a big defensive step, a deflection, or a bit of maybe a small choke, a minor choke in terms of maybe green timing a finish or taking an extra dribble when they didn't need it, and so forth and so on.
Do you think, based on your pre-match prediction, Footwiz Tom, you said maybe going to have the edge here, anything in that game changed your mind?
I'm not going to switch up.
Okay.
I got to stay strong with my prediction.
Okay.
What about you? Are you getting in on this? You can kind of come in late now.
Like you, I thought Marco started really well in that game. I thought he looked quite deadly, and then Tom kind of found the rhythm. And I feel like if that's how the first leg's going into the second leg, if Tom's going to grow into the game, he's got even more time to do that. I do feel that Footwiz Dan's in a difficult position as a coach here for Marco, and what can he really say? He can't really... I mean, he can, obviously, but it's a difficult dilemma to be in terms of pointing out any weaknesses in your opponent when your opponent's your player. So I think Tex is able to be a little bit more cutting as a coach in this game. So that could play a part. But no, I think this could go the distance, this game. We could see penalties.
And you're speaking from an ethical dilemma, moral dilemma here, in terms of knowing both guys, obviously, I guess, kind of being their boss.
Yeah, their
in
boss,
this
their
case.
mentor, friend, dare I say?
All of the above. If you had a test, you were in school, was it A levels?
Yep.
A levels, it would be like A, boss, B, coach,
Yep.
C, friend, D, all of the above. I don't know if that's how A levels work in England.
I mean, that would be a fairly easy A level. I'll take it. Vieira. This is obviously Futwiz Marco now wearing the black strip. So if you watch the first leg, Tom was in the black strip that game. Now it's Marco in the black, and it's Futwiz Tom in the white, going right to left. Who's on the ball now? 0-0 in the first leg. So this second leg, it's all to play for between the two Futwiz boys trying to make some noise.
And I know we already started speaking this into existence, but I would not hate to see a penalty kick bout. Just because these guys know each other so well, they would be second guessing and overthinking every single penalty kick.
Just a reminder, this is a 3-2 matchup. Winner books his spot in the next round as Van der Sar pulls out a top draw save on that big right hand. Corner here for Tom. Headed away at the front post by Kylian Mbappe. Vieira's pass ricochets over to the left where Varane picks it up. Mbappe to Ruud Gullit. Finds Neymar. Vieira's got space. Does he dare hit a shot? He didn't have time because Varane was on him like a rash. And now Ronaldo's trying to unleash Mbappe. Not the best touch from Van Dijk. Mbappe could capitalise. Sergio Ramos, potentially player of this game so far.
You can make an argument for Varane as well. Some big challenges.
Both Real Madrid defenders putting in tremendous shifts thus far as Gullit finds Neymar. Mbappe hits it first time. There it is. It's the breakthrough. And it is Futwiz Tom with the goal. And there's the handshake from the E-Lions boys, reunited here in Berlin. Should we try and recreate that? Yeah, I don't know what it was. Some kind of, I don't know.
It was like
nice.
a party favor.
It was lovely.
Following the dap, you party favor up. Or a volcano. I wish we had that on a rewind somewhere. I'd like to meme that up or make a GIF.
We can do that. I mean, I'm sure they've got the footage. Meanwhile, Futwiz Tom gets the first goal, the breakthrough. And that's the sort of goal he's been trying a few times, that pass on the edge of the box, first time finesse. It worked for him that time.
He finally got it into kind of the money zone, a little bit closer. Didn't necessarily need to time it. Just on the edge of the box, doesn't give you as much time to react in terms of moving the goalkeeper. And if you don't move the goalkeeper, it's hitting the back of the net.
So Marco with some work to do, or else he'll be going into the infamous 3-3 matchup next game, playing for his place and his season, dare I say.
To be fair, we've seen Futwiz Marco in that position many times this year. He's been in a lot of 3-3 games, and it's worked out for him in a lot of those situations. He's been able to maneuver his way out of the Swiss stage.
Tom coming forward again now, looking to double his lead. Vieira into Neymar. Can Ronaldo get a shot off? Turns back. Oh, another fantastic save, pushing it onto the woodwork there. It was a good turn from R9 Ronaldo there. Got it on the right foot, then turned back. He's got that 5-star weak foot. Still couldn't beat the goalkeeper.
Close control dribbling done right.
Chance here again. Can Ronaldo get it on that left foot? No. And Marco under a bit of pressure here, Mike.
You got to think, even though you're losing, Marco, I think, would benefit from slowing down the game a little bit. Just a tad bit. Still could create chances. He's got time to work with. His only one goal, but the current speed is benefiting Tom. Tom is a little more comfortable.
Marco putting some nice passes together here, though.
I think he heard me. All right.
He's lost the
Never
ball.
mind.
Gullit, there's a through ball on if he can find it. Looking for Mbappe, who's in front of the defenders. Surely he's faster than them, but is he more powerful as they regain their positioning and push him off the ball? Neymar getting it over, or trying to get it over to Cristiano Ronaldo for Marco, but Tom back on top of possession here. Gullit with a knock over to the left side where Neymar controls it beautifully. Plays it inside to Ronaldo. It's going to be mopped up by Van der Sar. Only 30 minutes gone, just under, in this second leg. Futwiz Tom, 1-0 up in the Futwiz derby that's been very tight.
And we've seen a tactical adjustment here with Futwiz Tom. He's being more aggressive on the defensive end, more traps, more risk in terms of trying to actually force the agenda, force some of the mistakes. It allows him to counter, it allows him to dictate kind of the rhythm of the game. At least up to this point, it's been all Futwiz Tom because he's being able to play a little bit quicker than Marco.
Free kick here for Marco, put in towards the back post, headed away by Tom. Just slow it down.
A way of playing faster than somebody, it can happen even on the defensive end as well, just with more high pressure, basically. So when I'm talking about speed of the game, even if you're saying, oh, he's defending, I'm talking about his defense, where he's taking more gambles, higher pressing. He's looking to win the ball higher up the pitch.
With the custom tactics, though, in terms of attacking kind of style, you've got an option which is like fast tempo, right? And a fast build-up. And what does that actually do? What actually changes when you select that option?
I'm not the biggest fan of fast build-up. Basically, your players are going to get forward quicker.
Chance here for Marco. Ronaldo! He takes it! Goalkeeper movement could not outsmart the Brazilian striker, who took his time, took that little beat like you talk about before he hit the shot off mark, and he gets the goal. 1-1.
You don't get to the point where you're sitting 16th in the world without having this level of composure. Look at this pass. Everybody and their mom is going to shoot before that La Croqueta. But he uses the La Croqueta just to make sure that he has enough time. He sees the goalkeeper moving. He wants to line it up. He wants a sure thing. No risk. We're going to get that equalizer.
This game could go the distance, guys. 1-1. The Futwiz derby is alive and kicking. Vieira. Bad pass. Ramos just switches it over to Varane. Futwiz Tom back on level terms now. Great ball over to the left-hand side. And Mbappe now with a chance to deliver. Van Dijk up against him. Good recovery. Corner.
And if you're Tom right now, you might be thinking about that post you hit.
Another chance here. I thought the corner was going to drop onto Cristiano Ronaldo's head there. Vieira defends it well for Marco. Risky passing across your box there. When you're a kid and you're playing football, what's the thing they always tell you? Don't play it across your own box.
Play the way you're facing.
They also tell you that. Neymar, nice little spin, but he's gone into trouble. Pull it over to Ronaldo. Up against Varane. Plays it down the line here to R9 Ronaldo. He turns inside. Hullet. Mbappe. Into Ronaldo. Can he get a shot off here? Oh, it lacks a bit of power. I thought it might drop through to Mbappe for the follow-up. Risky pass again, though, from Marco. Right on the edge of half-time. Probably should have got it further up the field. And that could have been a penalty on another day. I've seen them given. There's an offside call there, I think. And we've had our allotted time for the first half of this second leg. So I think the whistle will go. I think Tom probably had to put that in the box, to be honest, if he had any chance to do anything with that. So that's the break. And it is 1-1 right now between the Futwiz boys. As we see it right now, does anyone have any advantage as far as you consider it? I mean, Tom obviously took the lead. Marco got back in it.
You would have said it looked like it was going to be Tom's game to lose. First 30 minutes again, but Marco starts to battle back. He reminds us that he has the composure, that he's in this match. He gets the equalizer. And now you wonder, is that going to propel you? I still think it's obviously anyone's game.
Of course.
It's 1-1. We saw a very entertaining 0-0 in the first leg. I think penalty kicks starting to look more and more realistic.
Yeah, I think if anyone gets a second goal pretty soon, it's going to change the game a little bit. They're going to start to play perhaps a little bit more defensive, because we haven't seen either team really do that yet. They don't look like they're dropping back too much and kind of trying to protect anything.
And you see Futwiz Marco talking to Futwiz Dan, his coach, the owner, about some tactical adjustments, which makes me wonder even more now about your ethical or moral position here, because you are trying to counteract your opposition.
The thing is that they sit so close to each other as well, the two opposition players. You wonder if they can hear what they're saying to their coaches. It's only a metre almost between them. Anyway, it's Futwiz Tom playing into Neymar here. Ruud Hullet. Mbappe with a first-time shot would have been a carbon copy of the first half goal if it wasn't blocked.
The cynical side of me wants to think, oh, you're really my favorite. That's the conversation happening.
Okay, so it's Marco on the ball here, playing it out of defence. Varane over to the keeper. Van der Sar, how's your touch? It's good enough. Header flicked on, only as far as Vieira, who finds Hullet for Tom here. Mbappe, Ronaldo, does he shoot? There it is! And that is palmed away by Edwin van der Sar. And he's had to do that a few times this game. Ronaldo finds space for himself. Can he deliver? He's beaten his man a couple times. R9 Ronaldo, still with the ball at his feet. Is he onside? I think he might be. No, the offside is given. That could have been an opening there.
And that attack started from a clearance where they challenged Da Costa. And due to Da Costa's size and physicality, he was able to start that counterattack.
Mbappe for Marco. Taking his time, waiting for the right moment to deliver, but it's good defending from Da Costa once again.
If you guys have not tried out the Team of Season DaCosta foot item, you are missing out. That should be your #1 right there.
And fairly affordable, right, in terms of some of the other Team of the Season items?
I haven't checked its price this week, but you're talking about 250, 300,000 coins. That's very reasonable in my opinion.
Neymar to Ronaldo for Futwiz Tom. He's going to fall to Cristiano. He gets the shot off rebound.
Come on, game.
Off target. Big chance there. Missed. Look at the amount of saves by what I believe is Marco's Van der Sar, which is 8 saves, compared to Futwiz Tom's Van der Sar, who's made 0.
And that's the second time that we've seen Futwiz Tom miss a rebound, so an open goal. We've also seen him hit the post. He's going to start thinking about this. That maybe he deserves to be ahead. And that can make it where you start to second guess, you start to feel some of the pressure in those finishing situations.
Indeed, as we have 30 minutes left now of normal time in this 3-2 matchup here in Berlin at the FUT PS4 playoffs. The biggest tournament of the year so far, going in, of course, to the FEWC coming up soon. $75,000 will go to the winner. And the top 16 on the leaderboard after this tournament qualify for the FEWC, where the world champion will be crowned. Will it be one of the Futwiz boys? It's Marco on the ball right now. Not the best long ball there. Loses possession as he has done a fair few times this game.
Tom's done a really impressive job with his adjustments in this match, even though it's 1-1, with some of his pressure play from the defensive end. In the first match, or the first leg of this match, he sat back a little bit more and he was a little more balanced. But he's really bringing the pressure. Every time he loses the ball, you know you're going to have bodies in your face. You see it right now, where Marco has to think, how am I going to get in behind and how quickly can I do it?
And Marco takes a lot of risks in terms of cross-field switches of play with defenders that could come back to bite him. And it's Tom, though, that's given the ball away here. And Ronaldo on the ball for Marco. Still Ronaldo, over to Mbappe. He's got Hulit behind him. Goes to Ronaldo, hits it first time on the left foot. It was green timed, but it couldn't get past the defender. 20 minutes left.
That was a bit rushed, maybe a little ambitious. I know that R9 has a 5-star weak foot, but there's a lot of distance there for a first-time shot, even with the green time finish.
Ronaldo. Vieira. Ronaldo here for Futwiz. Tom, Neymar. Ramos reads it particularly well there. And now Neymar's got runners off of him. Goes back to Hulit just to allow the play to catch up. I really feel like one of these switches is going to hurt Marco at some point because he plays them in real close vicinity to Tom's players. Hulit. Ronaldo. Mbappe now for Marco. A goal now could be huge in this match. Varane getting forward from left back. Into Ronaldo. Heel to heel. Back to Hulit. Neymar now. Marco waiting for the perfect pass. But he's dispossessed, and now Tom can go. Gets his players up with him. Ronaldo. Vieira. Looking for an opening. Finds Neymar. Into Ronaldo. Mbappe. Can he beat his man? Returns it to Ronaldo. Great first touch. Shot is blocked, and that's the story of this game. So many defensive blocks when the shots looked on. And now Marco looking to go at the other end with Mbappe here. A lot of white shirts in between him and the goal. Can he get a cross in to find a teammate? DaCosta comes up trumps.
By DaCosta. Pick him up. He will change your defensive back line. We've seen him used as a center back in this tournament as well. So if you didn't
and left
want
back.
to, yep, left back, right back, center back, he's qualified.
Surely not. Futwiz Tom, 83rd minute. Mbappe beats Van Dijk. Can he deliver? Got to be a goal, and it is. And that's big. And that's 2-1. And there's that handshake once again. Futwiz Tom is smiling. Yeah, we don't know how to do this handshake. We're not even on camera.
That's their second handshake combination. It was different. The first one had a volcano. The second one's got a little bit of flip-flap.
Here you go. Let's try and do the first combination.
All right.
Ready? Something like this, and then it's like a
double up. Oh, you want the first one? All right, hold on. Put us on camera. I got this. You ready?
We're on.
It was boom, boom, and then volcano up. Okay.
Yeah, lovely.
The second one's like a little more of a double tap.
I think we should stick to commentating. Let them concentrate on the handshakes and the FIFA.
We can do like some dance moves or something. I think we can collab.
Please do.
Well, we have to collaborate on our dance moves.
Listen,
like maybe a leg jump.
It's the 87th minute or wherever it is, pal. It's the 84th minute. Futwiz Tom is 2-1 up. This game's sending us bananas, to be honest. We're losing ourselves here.
They start sweating, we start dancing.
We're doing handshakes. Mike wants to dance. Tom will be dancing in a minute because he's 2-1 up against his teammate Marco. As things stand, he will go through to the last 32, getting one step closer to qualification to the FEWC for the first time ever for him.
And you always felt like this game had a late winner, that it was going to come down to the wire. We were kind of pushing for penalty kicks, and that could still happen.
Marco's got to do something quickly, though.
But it had that itch. For a late winner.
Marco losing the ball is not going to help his chances. Tom could seal the deal here. Hullet passes. Well, that's a bad tackle from Hullet. There's an advantage to be played. Okay, what does Marco do here, Mike? It's the 87th minute. He's got a free kick. He needs a goal.
Two options. One, he's either going to be lobbing it, most likely around the edge of the box, looking for a flick on. Number two, he's going to go short.
What would you do?
I'm better at going short and finding that pass. Some players are really good at these flick-ons, though.
It's almost a little bit too central for the flick-on. He's going to go short. 1-2 with Virgil van Dijk. Neymar, heel to heel. Gets past his man. And the other Van Dijk comes through. And that could be a really crushing blow for Futwiz Marco. And maybe go into the 3-3 matchup to play for his place.
And he gets the recycle. He should be able to swing this around.
Futwiz Tom. Oh, that's nice from Ramos. Hullet, he's got a pass on. He goes back. 40 seconds left of injury time. I think it's done for Futwiz Tom. He gets the win against his teammate. There it is. There's the final whistle. Futwiz Tom has done it. He's going to the last 32. He hasn't secured himself a last 16 spot in the FEWC yet, but he's getting closer. And Marco goes to that horrible 3-3 matchup, Mike.
Marco's been there before. That's all I'll say. He does have the experience in his favor. We don't know what kind of matchup he's going to get yet, but I'm sure it's going to be a difficult one.
Well, there's some great players that will be facing him, I'm sure. And Marco looks a little bit disappointed, as you'd expect. Tom, happy that he's won, but at the same time, you're not seeing loads of emotion from him because he's beating his mate, he's beating his teammate there. Let's take a look at the highlights from that match. Obviously, quite a close encounter, but plenty of chances. Let's see how it all went down between Tom and Marco of Team Futwiz. We'll get those highlights up for you shortly. In general, though, would you say it's the right result, the worthy winner, Tom?
It's hard to say. We could watch those matches back. Both guys had the chances. I feel like Tom edged it just a tad bit in the second half. He was maybe a little unlucky, too. You saw him hit the post. He missed a couple rebounds. So I think it's fair. 2-1 result.
And do you think that Tom can go further into this event? Like with that, what you just saw there, has he filled you with the confidence that he can get that top 16 spot?
It depends, I guess, on who he gets matched up against. Some players, and we've talked about this many times, but the style, the approach, that your style against somebody else's can be very beneficial for you, or it can be the vice versa where you're sitting there, oh, this is not going to be a good game for me. A lot of people run into trouble against someone like a FIFA Houston, for example, or a Lost in the Waves that are so aggressive going forward, they just don't have enough practice against those types of players.
Okay, so let's take a look at those highlights now between the Futwiz boys, Tom and Marco. This was the first half. Tom on the ball here. This is his second leg. It was 0-0 in the first leg. And there's that shot. He worked it a few times. Eventually it came through. Mbappe with the goal and the infamous Mbappe celebration. 1-0 to Futwiz Tom. Little replay for you here. Had to be first time. And it wasn't in the corner. But I think the timing of it just caught out the goalkeeper there.
It's also from close distance. We're talking right on the edge of the box. First time. We need to work that one out. I want that handshake, that celebration.
I don't think we can pull it off, mate. I think we're too old. There's the equaliser. Futwiz Marco, 8 or 9 minutes before half-time, made it level. Second half, quite late on, Tom does this. Mbappe squeezes past Van Dijk. And at that point, once you beat Van Dijk, you know you've got rid of arguably the hardest defender. You just got to pick out your teammate. And that's what he did.
He stops, squeezes, and scoots his way through. And once he had that angle, we all knew that pass across was coming.
Let us know on the chat what you think of the handshakes from the boys. If you've got any suggestions, Mike clearly wants to have some kind of handshake. So let us know what you'd like to see him do. We're going to join another game, though, while we wait for the handshake comments. There's obviously loads of big games going on. We're going to see Lev Vinken versus Dux Diego, 1996. Now, this is a massive game because these guys are 2 and 3, meaning one of them's going out right here, right now. The loser of this game, it's bye-bye for now, okay? And right now, Lev Vinken is narrowly leading 5-4 as we start this second leg. Very surprising to see Lev Vinken in this position.
Yeah, it's odd to see him we're not talking about the knockouts, we're not talking about the semis or the finals. And he's one of those players that people expect to see at the very end of everything. I know that he's already qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup, but at the same time, Levinkin's known for his consistency. He goes to events, you know what kind of package you're going to get. Best of luck to you.
So, all to play for in this second leg. Headed away there by Alexandro at left back for Diego. Eusebio on the ball here. Cut out by Levinkin.
And the fact that the first leg was 5-4 in Levinkin's favor tells you everything you need to know about Levinkin's day. He's known more for having a little bit more structure, being defense first, and then being able to use that to his advantage going forward. Conceding 4 goals would be out of character, massively out of character.
Diego could equalise things here with Eusebio. Big save from David De Gea for Levinkin there. Had to be made, and it was. Corner now for Diego. Eusebio fix it up, delivers, looking for the head. Too many men in black shirts. And Hullet plays it to Neymar. Ronaldo. Neymar. There's a pass for Ronaldo if he can find it. Ronaldo's got a bit of work to do still in this position. The defenders are so fast now. Varane stops the danger.
There was a time when he would have been loose.
Yeah.
But now when you're looking at Team of the Year and Team of the Season foot items, forget about it.
You've got to be better. You've got to either find a better pass or work your opportunity. Vieira. Maldini switches over to Ramos at left back for Levinkin. Mbappe turns back, returns it to Ramos. Hullet. Can we get a cross here from Levinkin? A lot of Levinkin fans will be wanting to see him shut this game out. Mbappe's going to cross it in. Opportunity, keeper comes, claims it. Van der Sar drops the ball to his feet and plays it over, looking for the knock-on for Ronaldo, which he wins. Finds Neymar, who finds Eusebio, who finds R9 Ronaldo. Hullet for Diego. Cristiano Ronaldo. Chance here. Hullet and Neymar, good passing. Hullet's still there for the pass back. Neymar doesn't need him. He beats the keeper at the near post, levelling the game 5-5.
And Levinkin might feel a little bit unlucky there. You got to say, De Gea looked like he gets a hand on this, but it wasn't enough to keep it out.
Yeah, you know what? You never want to be beaten at your near post as a keeper. As a general rule of thumb, you want to cover that near post. But when you got Neymar at that distance, hitting it that hard in the roof of the net, it's difficult.
Not saying he didn't deserve it. Just saying when you watch that back, De Gea gets a bit of a love touch, pops into the top corner, and it's 5-all.
Number 25.
And last we saw Levinkin would have been at the E-Champions League, the finals in Madrid, where he was in those final 8 competitors. And he was a favorite, actually, to win the final 8 going out against Marcuso.
What is it about Lev that seems to hold him back from winning tournaments? You know, he's usually there or thereabouts. This is one of his poorer performances in the sense that he's gone to this final game here. Chance! And he might not even go to a final game. He might be eliminated in just 6 matches. Unless he can get a goal here, of course. Neymar on the ball for Lev. Runs straight into the path of Vieira. It doesn't seem like we're seeing vintage Lev right now.
Levinkin does everything well, even though this might not be the best example, considering that he's 5-all in an elimination game on aggregate. But what's kept him out of winning more of those semifinals or getting to more finals is that he's been missing that extra step, that extra something special in some of the key moments in those big matchups. And that's what you need to win tournaments.
That's what he needs to find now if he's going to come out on top. 5-all currently. Ball over to Hullet. Ronaldo finds Vieira. Again, not the best pass from Lev there, looking for his striker. Gives the ball back to Diego. 1996. 23 years young. Assuming that's his birthday. Hullet. Could be 22, of course. Free kick from Virgil van Dijk. You might get a yellow card here. It's not the player you want to be on a booking. Is it just a warning from the ref? It's just a talking to. Okay. A let-off for the big Dutchman. Number 74. Free kick then for Diego. Van Dijk plays it into Ronaldo's feet. He finds Hullet. Back to Ronaldo. Eusebio.
He's got Hullet on the edge. Finds him, hits it. Saved from De Gea.
And Diego has that narrative where he has to go all the way. The only way that he's able to claim a spot for the top 16 is winning the entire event.
And now he's got to beat Levinka, which in itself is a horrible matchup before the tournament. One of the few players you would not want to match up against. He's got to win this game. And that doesn't even ensure him progression, it just keeps him alive.
And we saw multiple household names, though, in this 2 and 3 position. We talked about Dr. Ahano, we talked about Stranger, both these guys within that top 16.
Amazing when Dr. Ahano was 2-love up. 2-love up? What game are we playing? 2-0 in terms of his record. To go 3 and 2, and we could have a penalty here. And Lev Vinken's going to have a chance to go 6-5 in the lead up against Diego just before half-time in the second leg. Lev Vinken needs to put this away. Reminder, this is an elimination game. You lose it, you're out. Ronaldo scores it for Lev Vinken. Down the middle, no problem, 6-5.
You always talk about champions' pedigree and what it takes to be one of these top players and have the consistent results, be able to get to those semis, get to those finals, rack up Global Series points, prize money. I mean, a lot of prize money at this event. In particular, first place, 75,000, second place, 35,000. That's not a bad weekend, not for you. But you've got to be able to win in those ugly games. You've got to be able to win even when you don't play your best. And that's what we're potentially going to see here. Is Lev going to keep squeaking ahead, or are we going to see a comeback from Diego?
Shot. Oh, it's a low one, you know, from Ronaldo on that left foot, that 5-star weak foot. But he couldn't get it on target. It wasn't green timed. That could have been the difference. Vieira into Hullet. Ramos plays it to Mbappe for Lev. He's got a chance maybe to double his lead here. 6-5 currently up. Looking for some space for Mbappe. Turns back to Ramos. You're not going to get that left foot crossing option from Ramos playing him at left back, so he has to sort of start again, so to speak.
Similar to when you use Varane as either of your fullbacks. Everyone knows once he gets the ball, there's Varane on cue, that he's not going to have the same offensive capabilities. He might have the passing, but you're not going to have the creativity, the agility, the side-to-side movement. It's just not going to be there.
There will be a minimum of 3 minutes.
What he does have by using Varane and Ramos as fullbacks is just supreme height across the defence and physicality.
And what Lev's trying to do right now is make sure that he gets the final attack of the half. So he's swinging side to side, and they're looking to start to gradually go forward.
Vieira almost costing him that with a bad touch, but it's still Lev on the ball. Ronaldo into Hullet, chance, goal. That is good football. Perfectly timed, clever, professional FIFA.
I like how you use that. Professional FIFA.
That's what it was.
And that's why you saw him swing it side to side. He reset, he recycled. He wanted to make sure he got that final attack. He did indeed. He finishes his opportunity, and now he's going to give something to Diego to think about at halftime. He can discuss it with his coach, but instead of going down 1 goal, he's going down 2.
He is indeed. There is the whistle. So Lev Vinken finds himself in a decent position in this game, not a decent position in the grand scheme of things, because even if he wins this match, guys, all that means is he gets to play another one. It doesn't secure him progression. It's the opposite. If you lose this game, you are out. And Lev Vinken should be happy in the sense that he doesn't need to finish in a certain place to qualify for the FEWC. He's going to be there regardless. But surely in his head he's thinking, I'd like to go and win an event. People keep talking about me as someone that doesn't go that far, or that goes far but not far enough. I want to win this event. I want that sweet prize money.
Yeah, he's spoken about as one of those pros that can win an event but hasn't. And there's really not a better event to win than playoffs. And you do wonder, in terms of mentality, these guys that already have a top 16 spot guaranteed, does that affect them a little bit coming into this? Are they the same motivation, the same levels of motivation as some of the other competitors who have to go to war in order to try to get in that top 16?
You've got Diego who's fighting for his life right now, you know. He's got a chance to score here, deflected and saved. Who would you rather fight in a matchup? Would you rather go up against a well-fed, safe, happy dog, or do you want to go up against a angry dog who's got no food for a few days and he's fighting for his life?
A scrawny, angry dog.
Yeah, maybe a bit scrawny, but still, you know, he's not a happy dog. You want to go up against a well-fed dog, guys. That's just a fact. Vieira. Ronaldo. Hullet. Pass is mislaid. Diego could use a goal. Luka Modric into Mike's
MVP, Kai Havertz. Havertz, some people call him. Eusebio. Modric. Diego on the ball here, trying to break down this tough Lev Vinken defence. I'll tell you what, he's a tough defender to break down in real life. Absolutely taking names at the pickup game last night with some very physical challenges. And what a timed ball that was for Ronaldo, who gets the shot off. Green timed, but Van der Sar was ready.
And Lev took that early, thinking about the rebound. I thought that was a possibility. It might be on, defender gaining on him. It's also worth mentioning that FIFA is a very dynamic title. It's ever changing. So throughout the competitive year, you might have a lot of success in the first couple months. You might have a lot of success in the middle of the year. You'd prefer to have your main successes towards the end. You don't really necessarily get to pick and choose, but you have to adjust constantly.
That's why it's so impressive when a particular player plays well throughout. You know, you get these new patches, updates to the game, and they can continually come out on top. We don't see it often. When you see it, you've got to applaud it.
And that's why we do applaud it when we're looking at the likes of a Nicolas, a Stefano Pina, an F2 Tex, MS Desari.
Consistency at the highest level. Hard to come by, but special. Okay, so it's Lev Vinken on the ball here. Less than 30 minutes of normal FIFA time left in this game. As it stands, Ducks, Diego. Diego, are we settling for Diego or Diego G?
Diego G.
Diego G, 996, is facing elimination from the playoffs here in Berlin. He's on the edge. Can he find a way back? Or will Lev Vinken secure things as he finds Hullet? Oh, wow, that pass has beaten the defence here. But Dumfries was there, ready to stop the danger.
And if you're Lev Vinken at this point, you haven't been playing your best FIFA, you got to think it's time to start setting up shop. Diego has to chase the match. You have all the advantage here, no extra pressure.
Should score, does score! And that advantage you talk about, Mike, is getting smaller. It's down to just one goal now. And with 22 minutes on the clock remaining, Diego's got plenty of time. Great through ball, this.
Plenty of time indeed. 1 goal, 20 minutes and some change remaining. And now you might have that momentum shift, that momentum switch that you needed. And now you also question what I just said in terms of holding the ball and closing up shop. Maybe you don't feel comfortable doing that with only a 1-goal spread.
And 20 minutes as well is a long time. Lev Vinken still needs to attack this in my estimations. He's got to keep committing bodies and slowly get closer to the next round. It's Diego on the ball though. Can he find an equaliser here and make it 7-7 in what will be a great match between these two players? It is Diego looking lively. Kai Havertz gets it over to Modric. Neymar, Eusebio, chance. Van Dijk did what he had to do there. And this clock is slowly winding down for Lev Vinken. 16.5 minutes for him to get himself through to this next round. This could be crucial. Neymar. Now where does he take this? He takes it inside the box. He flicks it up. You know what? Shout for a handball there against Varane, but it will be a corner.
And at this point, we're probably going to see our last substitutions from both sides. We might see some tactical adjustments from Diego. He could also wait 5 minutes or so until maybe pushing everyone forward. He doesn't have to go for it full force, but he definitely needs to be more aggressive.
15 minutes remain. Neymar's been swapped for Kylian Mbappe for Diego. On the other side, Havertz has come on from Mbappe for Lev Vinken. Ball back into the box, needs to be dealt with. It is. And now can Diego G, 1996, get forward as he finds Eusebio up top. And there's a couple of fouls there by Lev Vinken. And that is the Lev Vinken way.
Yeah, if you've seen him play real football, he will take you out. And Lev Vinken's a big dude. Maybe 6'3". Bit of a bulldozer.
Still growing. Still growing.
Yeah, next season, he might be 6'5". You do not want to run into him. In FIFA, we consider this a veteran foul. Way to stop the play, make the reset, force the reset.
It was, but you know, it's not like it's 86 minutes and he's 77th. You know, a yellow card could be costly, although the amount of time we'd have to play with 10 men is limited, unless, of course, it was to go to extra time. Hullet into Mbappe here. It would be a great time to score for Diego. Ball's going to come across to Modric. Great first-time touch. Finds Eusebio, who slips through the challenges. Diego's still got the ball here. Luka Modric. Ronaldo. Good defence from Lev. Remaining resolute. Oh, great hold-up play from Neymar there. That's exactly what you need at this point in the game. through ball, though, has left a bit to be desired. Ball stays in. Going to go back for the free kick. Another yellow card for Lev. Another risk of potential 10-man situation if this game's levelled up and taken to extra time. Great control there from Van Dijk to keep it in. Okay, another pause here.
And this is what I was talking about here with the final changes. I think we're done with substitutions, but we might see that all-out attack approach from Diego. And then from Levinkin, if you're trying to close out a game, outside of being in the likes of a 4-2-3-1 or even a defensive 4-3-3, you often would like additional width. Just gives you a tad bit more space. If you're able to get loose down the wings, you can hold the ball, you can look to recycle, you can switch the pitch. All of these are good situations or good sequences for you if you're trying to run down that clock. You're trying to put a little more additional pressure on your opponent, make him rush, force him to make mistakes, force your opposition to be a bit more aggressive.
7 minutes of normal time are between Diego and elimination here in Berlin. Modric to Hullet. Mbappe trying to evade the challenges here. Does enough to get the ball to Alexandro, who finds Modric. Havertz into Mbappe, who hits it, and it is way off-piste. Not what Diego wanted to see. And now Levinkin enters that point in the game where he can just start to shut up shop like you talk about. Keep the ball at all costs. Don't necessarily need to create an opportunity going forward. Just keep the ball. Starve your opponent of possession. That's what he's trying to do here, and he's got numerical advantages here. Diego's committed bodies forward. Havertz has got the ball. He's onside. And he goes back to Ramos. Finds Vieira. Can go over to the right back to Costa. Down the line for Ronaldo. Keeps it in. Lots of white shirts around him. This is perfect for Lev. He could be staying alive in the tournament and knocking Diego out in the process. Risky pass there. I think that will be enough, you know. 1.5 minutes left.
Oh.
That's not the best pass, though. Surely not now from Diego. As Modric finds his man and hits it! And that's a big save from De Gea. And this is really it now. Diego has to make it happen from this corner. He goes short. Flicks it in. Into the middle. Chance. Headed away. And that will be the whistle as Lev Vinken clears it, nearly giving Diego that opportunity in the last few seconds. But he does get the win, Mike. That puts him through to the fateful 3-3 matchup where Lev gets to play for his place once more. It also means we lose Diego and his chances of qualifying for the FEWC are finished. His season's over, but he's done well.
Absolutely, and I still wouldn't want to match up against Levinkin, even if he's a bit out of form. You never know when that's going to kick back in.
Exactly that, and Lev Vinken maybe not playing his best FIFA right now, but we always talk about it. As long as you get out the Swiss format and get through to the second day, you're in with the chance. Let's go over to the guys on the couch now and see what they're thinking.
Thank you, Spencer and Mike. Great calls of the games, as always. We're here, Dan Gaskin, Rachel Stringer. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm Jimmy Conrad, in case you guys didn't know that. Nice to see you. Okay, so round 6 is complete. Some big names have dropped off. Some big names have now advanced. How are you feeling about it, Dan? Good to see you, by the way, on the couch.
It's good to see you as well. It's a pleasure for you to have me join you on the couch. There have been some players who have been probably disappointing at this tournament, but that's what happens when we get these high-pressure situations, and when it comes down to it, some people struggle, some people excel, and I'm really excited to see how round 7 shapes up, but round 6 has provided some entertainment as well.
All right, well, let's catch you up now. Let's take a look at the bracket, and we're going to start with our winners who have got their 4th win. There's 10 of them. They went 4-2 in the Swiss format. Stefano Pina goes through. Waves goes through. Feldman is a big name. We'll talk about him in a second. Futwiz Tom does the business in the Futwiz Derby against Marco Gil. Goes through. Maestro, Zimi, and Doni. We haven't talked about much with him today. Marcuso does the business. He's in 17th. That's a big deal. And then Rasa Artur does the business as well. I do want to talk about Feldman really quick, though, because he absolutely dominated Fafilza, who started 3-0. But now is 3-3.
And he has to. Players like that, who are that low down in the Global Series rankings, need to come out. They need to get a victory, and you need to have performances like this. I remember seeing him in Atlanta and how he was performing, and I'm really excited by him. I think he is a talent for the future, and if he can show what he's made of at playoffs, even if he doesn't get to the eWorld Cup, there's so much for him in different iterations of FIFA.
But did you expect a scoreline like 10-2 over Fafilza? That was next level, wasn't it?
It is next level, but you also have to take into consideration when a player gets maybe a 2 or 3 goal lead, you are going to see for Filza probably attack quite heavily, and maybe the scoreline doesn't paint the entire picture, but still, Feldman's going to take it because that gives him such a confidence boost.
Are there sometimes when you get, like, someone gets such a lead on you that you just kind of give up and shut down a little bit?
There is an essence of giving up. There's also the same factor of just throwing everything forward, so you are just leaving yourself so vulnerable. It's kind of a going gung-ho and just saying, all right, it's all in or nothing.
But it came in the last minute, didn't they? His 2 goals actually came in the second leg, so he did actually fight till the end.
I was going to say it was very lost in the waves of him to play that way, or just throwing everything forward. Now, what's interesting about Feldman in particular is that his 2 losses was to Zizinho and in penalties to Joxon. So it's not like he's lost a bad competition.
I mean, I think throughout this tournament, you're going to be facing incredible players. True. It doesn't really matter what round, but the important factor, he's got past that first hurdle. He's now through to the knockouts, and we can see what he offers tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Exactly.
That's the cliche I like to use. All right, now let's take a look at the competitors that are 2 and 4. They are going home. Doesn't necessarily mean their season is over if they're into the FIFA eWorld Cup, but these ones are pretty much done. They're dusted. Thank you for coming out. It's been a nice time here in Germany.
Yeah, the only surprise there for me is M10 Houston. He is through to the eWorld Cup. However, he's the only big name. For everyone else, there are some disappointing ones.
You know, he's been in the conversation for many years.
Yeah, some disappointments, I'm sure. It's always tough when your season comes to an end during the Swiss phase. But for Houston, that's going to be tough for him, getting momentum going into the World Cup for sure.
Yeah, well, and Marv, obviously, he was at the final of here last year. I've spoken about him before. 52nd, I know, hasn't had his best season. But I want to talk a bit about M10 Houston as well, that he along with Aga and a couple of others, had a bit of a boot camp before this to try and get prepared. I mean, obviously, hasn't gone so well, but I'd like to know what they were doing and what the kind of plan was, because, you know, Aga is still waiting to try and go through as well.
Yeah, we're going to talk about him in a second, because now we're going to switch to the 3-and-3 matchups, or everybody that's 3-and-3 that's left in this. There's 10 of them. Well, there's going to be 10 matchups, excuse me. There's 20 players that have 10 games left in round 7. There's some big names here. Some really big names, and there's going to be some big disappointments by the end of round 7.
And there are going to be some horrid matchups. You can tell with 3v3, and it's going to come down to it. I mean, players like for Filza, his tournament on the line, if he were to be Swiss, that would be massive. You can also
NYC Chris, look who's there.
I mean, NYC Chris as well. After his incredible performance winning the E-Champions League, he finds himself at 3-3. But the important factor, they're not out. They still have the opportunity to go through.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Dr. Urano, because he had won his first 2, won 3 straight, and I was like, I don't know if you can fight your way back out of that, but he finds a way to get to 3-and-3, so credit to him. Another person I want to highlight is Hasu, because he lost his first 3 matches of the Swiss format. His back has been against the wall this whole time after the first 3 matches. He's won 3 straight. Look at him go. He has got the vibe that I think you need to potentially do the business here in round 7.
And we knew he was capable of it from the tournament. We saw him in an early FUT Champions Cup when he was able to get so far, and that's where he got all his Global Series ranking points. But look at some of these games.
Look at round 5.
I mean, he's had to
13,
power
12.
through. It's so difficult.
Penalties.
So difficult.
Wow, and then he had a real tight one against Kyle Leese there in round 6.
They're all so close apart from that one there, which ended 6-10. We were saying they're all just a goal in it, and he still kept that record all throughout all 6 matches he's played, which is quite something as well.
Yeah, it is quite something. And you know who else is quite something? It's Kyle Walker, and he's handling our social media. Kyle, take it away, please.
Thank you, Jimmy. You are full of compliments today, but I'm not going to lie. I'm going to take them. I'm going to run away with them, all right? So that compliment, I'm going to put that in the pocket. I'm going to save that one for later. Now, people are sharing their thoughts and opinions, and you at home, if you're watching right now, you can do the same. Just use that hashtag, which you can see next to my head right there, hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup. You can get at us on Instagram at EA Sports FIFA, on Twitter, EA FIFA Esports. Plus, we've got content for you on YouTube, youtube.com/EA FIFA Esports. I'm also across the Twitch chat, and let's have a look at what some of you have been saying. Now, Felicio 2002 says, Nicholas 99 is the best in the world, like Messi. Ooh, some controversial opinions right there. Who is the GOAT? I need you to be telling me in the Twitch chat right there. Lee Guys 44 says, any EA people in here or just Nightbot? I am in here, all right? I'm in the Twitch chat and I'm watching all of your comments, all right? So if you've got any questions, make sure you put them in there. Another one that we had was from Mud RSCL. He says, imagine wearing slippers in public when not at the swimming pool or the beach. I think he's referring to F2 Techs. We can see him in those sliders right there. A lot of our players are wearing those. Yes, they like to. They think they're stylish. I think they're stylish as well. Let us know in the Twitch chat. Now, as I said, you can get in touch on the Twitter as well, and you have been doing that. So let's have a quick look at some of your tweets right here. Yes, we have Christopher Kriya, and he says, "This is what I waited all week for. Come on, EA. PS4 event is fire so far at EA FIFA Esports, at EA Sports FIFA. People are excited, including myself." Another person who should be super excited, we're going to get his tweet up right here. Nicholas99. Somebody's already said he is the best, just like Messi. He says 4-0, job done for today at FC Basel _esports, hashtag FIFA E World Cup. He's probably at home or at his hotel watching the stream right now, so shout out to Nicholas. Another tweet for you all. It says Shells versus Aggie, treat for the eyes. What a game that was before. We were all excited watching it, so make sure that you go to the YouTube on demand, because if you head right there, youtube.com/EA FIFA Esports, you can see so many games from today. And both of those players, Shells versus Aggie, they have games from today on there. So make sure you go there and catch up on all of today's matches. But for now, let's get back to you guys on the couch.
Why, thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it. Thank you for all that insight. Make sure you guys use the social media to get with us and make sure you're part of the conversation. Now, in my hand, and Rachel has something in her hand as well, we have the matchups. All 10 matchups for round 7, the Swiss format. I'm going to go first. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Aggie versus Hasu.
The Vinken Danny Visser. That's better.
No. How about this one? T-Mox versus Tuga.
Nah, fulfills NYC Chris.
No. I like this one. Myrtle versus JR Lion.
What about Icevogel Marco? That's good. That's a really good one.
Actually, I do like that one a lot. How about Sebas Ortiz versus Fiddle?
That sounds like
No, Dr. Ahano NBD. Better.
Okay, how about...
No. Actually, the feature match is going to be Web Nasri versus The Stranger. That's what we're going with.
I like that one.
How are you feeling?
I mean, finally you get to the one I was gonna talk about. I mean, you kept butting in, but I mean, this is a great matchup. Nasri had an amazing run last year at the eWorld Cup, going up against The Stranger, who is, of course, in one of those potential positions to get to the eWorld Cup to represent Team PS4. This is going to be a very tight and tense matchup.
Now, Stranger is ranked 12th right now. He's not guaranteed just yet for the FIFA eWorld Cup. He needs to get to the knockout rounds to help solidify his status. Web Nasri's in 24th, definitely needs to get through, and then go a little bit further to solidify his status. The scenes right now, round 7. Rachel, how you feeling?
This is just one mistake and you're out. Like, I don't know what to call this matchup. It's just so tense.
It's what it comes down to. This is what the playoffs is all about. It's about that final opportunity to get to the eWorld Cup, to book that ticket and get onto Team PS4. And both of them have the opportunity now. You just got to seize that moment.
Do you feel like Hasu has more of an advantage because he's had his back against the wall, using him as an example? He was 0-3. He's had his, he's been fighting this whole time.
Certainly when you've got momentum and you've won 3 on the bounce.
As opposed to going 3-2 and then 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, mindset is so much about FIFA. We talk about it all the time. And I think if you are struggling, if you've lost 2 on the bounce, you're going to come into this game and you're not going to be feeling confident. You're going to be nervous. And nerves is not what you want when you're 3-3.
But there's about 1, 2, 3, 4 players here between 11th and 16th who are in this next matchup, who currently have the positions, but some of them are going to go home.
Yeah, we're definitely going to keep everybody updated on all the scores. We're going to start with Nasri and Stranger, of course. I'm on edge right now. I'm nervous.
I'm nervous for all of these players. However, at the same time, I'm excited because if a lot of these players, like Rachel says, get Swissed, that's going to shake up that top 16 so much and we're going to see so much more movement. It's going to be great for people watching at home. Not so great for those who are currently residing in 11th to 16th.
It is wide open, just like we said from the very beginning. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. But when we come back, it's my favorite round of the Swiss format, the 7th round, where everything is on the line. You're not going to want to miss it, so come back and join us.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Or maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA eWorld Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to fifa.com/FEWC.
Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry for all the players I faced.
The left backs. A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you trained so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos. The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness. Son marcas personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destrói. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry. Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos. Son ellos.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA eWorld Cup. From the heavyweights of the game, who have already secured enough points to qualify for the eWorld Cup in London, to the challengers who are still fighting for their spots, all must do battle here in Berlin in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Welcome back once again to Berlin for what really is Judgment Day, round 7 of Swiss, and we can't wait for this. It's one of our favourite rounds to commentate on, where it really matters for so many players, and more than anything this time, because we are at the playoffs, a chance to make the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finals. We know it's in London next month. Who will be passing through, though, Richard, into knockouts tomorrow? There's 20 players currently in this situation, and 7 of them are from the top 16.
This is where it gets very serious all of a sudden. Right now, we've had the joking about, we've had the jokes. This is where seasons end. In this round 7 of Swiss right now, we've got the Stranger up against Web Nasri. One player's season will continue. One player's season will more than likely come to an end. The Stranger currently in the top 16. He is 14th. But to really give his own destiny and to have the top 16 in his own hands that he's actually playing for and not relying on other results to go his way, he has to make it through Swiss.
And you heard some of the other names that are in this round, round 7. We thought the Hamburg playoffs are really tight when we got to round 7 last weekend. Obviously, New York City Chris, he's in this round. Dr. Ahano, Footwiz Marco, all of these huge players, as we said, even Tuga, Richard, are in round 7, which speaks volumes of how difficult the competition here is in Berlin.
And earlier on, it seems a lifetime ago, that we were talking about Christian Spiteri confirming his 4-0 spots, a number of other players since then have secured their spot into bracket play tomorrow. However, massive names still left in contention. Lev Vinken, North Agger, New York City Chris, as you said, the Stranger. Top players potentially going out of the competition at this early stage.
Here we go, round 7 of Swiss. Day 1 of the competition, live from Berlin. The PlayStation 4 FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs. It's Web Nasri up against the Stranger. Web Nasri getting us underway nearly. Fantastic save, just 2 minutes in from Van der Sar. If you don't know who Web Nasri is, played in a number of events this year, including E-Champions League, for Champions Cups, but never has made it past Swiss in any of these competitions. Could this be that one tournament he's been waiting for, Richard, all season to go and perform?
Yeah, in the majors, he's not been that good. He had a good run in one of the LQEs in London, did Web Nasri, where he made the latter stages of the competition. But in the majors, he's not played to his standard. He was one of the top players last season at the playoffs, making a semi-final, which guaranteed his spot into the grand finals at the O2. Played very poorly at the O2. He wants to get back there and prove what he can do at the biggest stage in competitive FIFA.
It was last year in Amsterdam. He was playing those Manchester City kits, and he was just on fire in that tournament. Now he got picked up by Yokohama, the Japanese football club, and one of the real standout Japanese FIFA players. Speaking of Japanese player, Tasaktu was on stream earlier, actually beat the man who's just got 1-0 up in this game. And by any means, this is poor standards from the Stranger. We know how good he's been on the global stage over the last 3 seasons. He would have not wanted to get to round 7 of Swiss when it came to the playoffs. He wanted to be one of those names that were 4-0, back in the hotel by now.
Yeah, tucking into some food in the hotel and relaxing right now. But it's been an up and down year for the Stranger. Yes, he's made a number of events, 7 to be precise. 5 FUT Champions Cups going all across the globe. Every time he's got out of Swiss, what's happened? Recurring theme, he's gone out in the first round of the knockouts.
Speaking of FC Basel, what a roster they do have, but unfortunately at the moment only one of their players is guaranteed to be in that final, and that's Nicholas 99, who is 4-0. He's number 1. See, that will be staying like the way it is as well. No way that anyone can overlap him. He's through to the knockouts tomorrow. That's a silly foul to give away just on the edge of the box for Web Nasri.
Do you feel like since Nicholas has joined, the Stranger is almost playing in his shadow a little bit? Because I feel like before Nicholas was on FC Basel, he was a top dog. He was the player representing this club to the highest potential. Now it seems as though Nicholas is part of that roster. The Stranger's form has statistically dropped off.
It really has, and also you've got the likes of Cody, who he did so well in Swiss last weekend. He went 4-1, but went no further in the competition. Unfortunately, no FIFA World Cup final spot for him as the free kick is played short. Web Nasri uses the La Croqueta. Unfortunately, not to his advantage, though. But yeah, I definitely agree. FC Basel have got such a strong roster now, and when you're playing with a player at Nicholas's quality, you're always going to feel like you've got to compete to those standards, compete to those levels, and it's naturally going to add pressure. Web Nasri. Saw the idea he wanted to do there. Danny Da Costa in the way, and I was just standing behind Web Nasri's last game against Maestro. It was all smiles for the Frenchman. He's walked out. He's back to the hotel. He's definitely through to the knockouts tomorrow. But Web Nasri looks so silky in the attacking third in that game. Combination of skill moves, chained in the likes of the Croquetas together.
And you honestly don't know which Web Nasri is going to show up some events. Sometimes he'll make a console final, as we saw in London, and then other times he goes 0-4 in Swiss, and that's it. He's done for the tournament. It's such a topsy-turvy player.
It was a player that we were talking about. A lot of us, you know, in the talent team were saying Web Nasri, Web Nasri. When it comes to playoffs, there's just something about the Japanese FIFA player that really gets himself going. He's already dropped down 3 spots since obviously play got underway today. He was 24th coming in this morning. Now he's 27th. If he does go through, he gets 75 points, more to his name.
He gets reinvigorated around playoffs time.
Speaking of the Stranger, though, 1-0 up in this game. And one chance, made the most of it and ensured he'd score that goal.
Talking about the points in particular, the stranger, 2,500 points right now. A nice round figure that he's on. Top 8 locks him in to the top 16. Anything less than that, he's relying on other people's results, other players going out. You mentioned Dr. Ahano, Aga, relying on these players to exit the competition.
He was in a horrible position as well, the stranger. He was 1-3, 1 win, 3 losses, and needed some fantastic matchups. That's exactly what he did. Beat Chechu, the Spaniard, and then went on to beat Curta Diallo, who saw had that breakout performance back here all the way in December now in Bucharest, that LQE there. 2 wins on the bounce. Is that the confidence the German needs? Speaking of Berlin, he was here 2 years ago at those FUT Championship finals. Rosa being echoed around the arena right now. Goals are going in. Round 7 of Swiss, the most exciting round of competitive FIFA.
And the biggest round for a lot of these players' careers this season. Coming down to one matchup, one series.
Webb Nasri, Croqueta into the finesse, it's perfect! Maybe that's him starting to just move into that next gear. You can never write off this man. You said it perfectly, Richard. You never know what Webb Nasri's turning up to an event. Sometimes it's Swiss, sometimes he goes into a knockout. At the moment, anything can happen.
Lovely Croqueta on the edge of the box, then that left foot just guiding it into the top corner. Just before we do tick towards half-time. Webb Nasri getting a goal back to Senders level. These matches right now, so tight. There's tension in Berlin right now.
Back to the drawing board for both of these two. 1-1 the score at the moment. Danny da Costa, the favoured right back for the stranger. To be fair, hasn't really been spoken about too much this year, the stranger's gone about his business. He's been in that top 16 for quite a long time. You said it perfectly, Richard. 7 events this year.
And then points rack up. They really do rack up when you're making events. Look at somebody like Stefano Pina, multiple events early on. And then when you get a late run in you, when you win a tournament, you shoot up the rankings. Led Vinken, another one. A serial qualifier, a serial Swiss player. Always getting through, always making latter stages of tournaments. And what has that meant he can do? Automatically qualified for the grand final.
What a chance that was. Flashed past the right-hand post of Edwin van der Sar. And that should be enough time-wise to send us into half-time. Oh, what a game it has been so far. Shots are pretty even. The scoreline is perfectly poised at the moment. 1-1 the scoreline. You can just see a little indicator of the team here. We're looking at the Strangers team.
You see the Stranger rocking that 4-2-3-1, synonymous with the 4-2-3-1. Rarely will ever switch out of it, maybe to a 4-2-2-2, but really likes the balance of the 2 CDMs, couple of players in front of him, a central cam, and then that lead striker. It's very regimented from the Stranger, and it's something that we've seen back in FIFA 17, as you're talking about, continuing with him throughout each iteration of the game.
Just looking around us at the main stage there as well for Filza against New York City, Chris, the E-Champions League winner. As I said, 7 players in the top 16 coming into this tournament are all in this round 7. That's how difficult it's been in Berlin. There was 3 Brazilians back-to-back, all waiting to ensure that they could maybe do enough to get themselves a grand final spot. Cezinho, 4-0, he is through, 4-1. In the end, that was enough to send through Torup. That's a fantastic way to send this second half off. The Stranger with it just 3 minutes in. Can he build upon this now? Mbappe into R9. You said it perfectly. Loves that 4-2-3-1. R9 will always be the man that just sits up top. Interchange with the cam.
And again, it's that sweeping strike. Just all the body moving with the ball towards it. Always going to be a goal when you get that sort of motion towards the goal. Very similar to when you see Ronaldo going up for the back post cross. When you see your player lining up the finesse shot like that,
Pull
you can start thinking about what celebration you're going to be doing.
Yeah, he's just so clinical, isn't he, R9? A player that I'm sure all of us would love to have in our own ultimate team.
Very, very aggressive tackle from Sergio Ramos from the stranger, flying straight through the back of him.
That's a heavy touch from Mendy. He could be in trouble now. Fortunate enough, does fall to another Frenchman in Varane who can get himself out of danger. Mbappe. And in the end, intercepted by Danny Da Costa.
You look at that tracking back from Danny Da Costa as well, getting in, making sure you get in that 6'2" frame, in the way, nothing past me.
The stranger. 2-1 up. Currently in this game, Vieira back to it once again.
We've just had an update as well on the hour mark. Footwiz Marco in an elimination match, 4-0 up against Ice Vogel.
What start that is in the first leg. 4-0. I'm sure Footwiz Marco would expect nothing less. Came all the way from Australia for this one.
Off the back of a Footwiz derby as well.
Yeah, what an interesting game that was against Tom. A matchup that I'm sure both players would have never wanted to happen. Tom did come out with a win, and I'm sure Tom will be supporting Marco in this game, ensuring that he can get through to the knockout stages. That's a naughty tackle there from Van Dijk. A ball roll away from Mbappe. He saw the idea, he left him for dead.
I think you were expecting a cross potentially there, was the stranger. That ball roll though just opened up a completely different direction. Created the space, and now free kick just on the edge. Neither player doing too much with the bench. Ronaldinho on, the prime moments Ronaldinho for Webb Nasri.
What can be done here? You can just see him changing player. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo just at the back post now. Going to chip it all the way over.
It's a little bit easy, that. A little bit easy to read, in my opinion.
I think when you leave it for that long with the player you're cursing, you always know the ball's going to go there. If you're going to do it, it has to be quick.
Uncharacteristic mistake, though, from the stranger.
Ball's come straight back at him. That's unfortunate there, just a simple 5-yard pass. Interrupted, not once, but twice. The ball's pinging everywhere, even the referee. With a wicked deflection there.
Yeah, both players seem to be a little bit nervous right now, the passing. I like that from the stranger. Get your breathing back down, get the nerves settled, knock it back to the goalkeeper, keep hold of the ball. Get everyone have a touch. Just relax.
If anything, it's 2-1 up. Keep the ball and build into the second leg. Went for the kind of half volley cross. Took a deflection. This is round 7 if you have just joined. Word on the street, most games really tight at the moment. What a chance that was as well. Out for a corner. Cristiano Ronaldo was through. And here's a change that is being made now. It's going to be R9 off, Eusebio on. That's a really quick change, an easy change to make them. Ronaldinho will be in that cam roll area as well. And here comes a corner. Webb Nasri. Eusebio will come short. You'll just see that cursor in the middle of the penalty area. Eusebio tried to coquette around the man. He'll still be in possession. And R9 happy enough just to roll up his sleeves, get back and defend. 15 minutes left to hold on to this for the stranger. How many more mistakes can he make? Havertz now. He's fresh on this left-hand side, looking for that scoop cross into the box. There's 2 players that went for it.
This is where a mistake right now can just completely kill all momentum in the game for you.
Here's the chance. Eusebio, Webb Nasri. Oh, just squandered the chance. Wasn't even on target, all timed. Needs to be better in those areas, Webb Nasri.
It's like he's just rushing a smidgen in the final third.
Not like in his passes, though, from the strangers. A few times, he's just gone for a basic chip pass from right back to centre back. It's quite a risky area to do it. He might work out for him, though.
The Stranger's playing heads and volleys right now.
He's playing one bounce. I have no idea what that touch was from Ramos either. Too many mistakes in this game.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. And I think it just goes on to show how big this game is for both of these two players. There's certain passes and certain mistakes that players make when you can tell it's a big match. If this is just a FUT Champions game and these two match up against each other, completely different game.
Here's that chance now. Pullet just saying no thank you. R9 on the edge, great save. Is it enough? No, it's not. Saved again.
Fantastic goalkeeper movement there from Webb Nasri.
Needs to deal with this one. Van der Sar will do so.
Predicted the direction, stuck with his gut, moved into the left and just got anything on it. I think it was a little bit of chest and maybe a left hand.
Something needs to change. Over the passes, they're not the easiest option a few times. You've seen the Stranger loving that little dink that you normally see around the edge of the box in the attacking third. He's been doing it from centre-back to centre midfield half the time in this game. I know for sure the success rate isn't as high.
This is the last chance to level up the game for Webb Nasri before we get into stoppage time.
You can see how patient he's being with it as well. Added time at 2 minutes, making sure he will get the last chance. This is only the first leg. A bit of space is opened up. Cricketta inside.
Oh, I'm not sure what that shot was right there. It wasn't timed. It wasn't low driven from moments Ronaldinho. And in the end, just blazed it over the bar. That's going to be it.
It will be the Stranger with the smallest of leads, Richard. 2-1 in the end. Such a scrappy second leg, 30 minutes there. If anything, though, the game is still so open for this second leg. If you're wondering what we're talking about, round 7 of Swiss, a chance to be in the knockout stages tomorrow, Richard, to jump up from 200 Global Series ranking points to 275 and to be in the last 32 players of the competition.
Which could be massive for your placement in the Global Series rankings. We've finished one leg. We're about to get into the second leg, but let's have a look how the Stranger is taking a narrow lead in the first leg in this round 7 matchup.
It was the Stranger that did get us underway. Just 11 minutes in, it was that little disguised pass. It was a scoop turn into a through ball into Cristiano Ronaldo, and that was the opening goal. There was a reply, though, from Webb Nasri. This one, 37 minutes in. Cricketta into that finesse, timed it green, and that's always going to be going to the back of the net.
Yeah, did get slightly fortunate. He got the rub of the green on the edge of the box from the Sergio Ramos tackle, but rode his luck, slotted it into that left-hand corner, and you see the Stranger snatching the goal just after half-time.
Of course, there is still the second leg to come up very shortly indeed. We can't wait for it. It's going to be fantastic. But Richard, you've got a surprise for us.
I have indeed. Just a reminder to link your EA and Twitch accounts to be eligible to win loads of cool prizes. We had a Moments Vieira earlier on today. We've got rare player packs dropping throughout the day as well. And also, a reminder, if you have linked your Twitch and EA accounts, you can win that beautiful FIFA Global Series PS4 Playoffs camouflage kit on the screen right now.
I might have to do so for my weekend league this weekend.
That could be the difference from Silver 3 to Silver 2 for you.
Silvers?
Yep.
We're in the golds. We're in the golds, Richard. Of course, we saw the team of the season, Trent Alexander-Arnold as well, all up for grabs for you guys at home for supporting the stream from all around the world. Back to the action, though. We're about to jump into this second leg. 2-1 at the moment to Stranger. 14th at the moment he does sit. He's in the top 16. He's had a rocky road so far. Can he do enough to ensure that he will be in the round of 32 tomorrow? He's got 90 minutes in front of him to do so.
You know, we have just had a few updates at half-time from around the grounds. I believe Aga is leading 3-1, and Dr. Ahano, who's in that sort of top 16 region, I think he's 11th, if memory serves correctly, is in a very narrow game right now. It could go either way.
Speaking of tight games, how about this one for Phil's in New York City, Chris? 2-2 at the moment, headed into the second leg. That one is just to the right of us in the main stage area. Well, this is the game with all the eyes on it. The Stranger will be getting us underway just 2 minutes in. Not once, but twice looks for the cross needed. Edwin van der Sar in the end, just to double punch that away.
Let's see if Webb Nasri can start better this game. I feel as though the Stranger got a good hold of the game early doors. 61% possession going into half-time in the first leg. Webb has to just try and take him out of his comfort zone if possible. Snatch a goal back, any means necessary, and then apply the pressure.
Well, we did speak about it quite a lot. Webb Nasri's been at 3 events this year. He's been at the Champions League 2. He must be learning from those experiences, Richard. He's come to quite a few of them, and he normally goes out in Swiss. From what we've seen, he will normally go out in Swiss. They're long travel days to come over to London, to Bucharest, Atlanta. If he was ever in an Atlanta competition, I don't believe he was. He was in London quite a few times. They're very, very long travel days. He would have learned from that by now. Here's a chance from Kaketa into the finish.
But then, once every now and again, what does he do? He makes a run. He makes a deep run in a tournament. This year, it was in London, a console final on the PlayStation 4. You're looking at last season, nothing all year. He qualified through the last chance qualifying spots on Weekend League, made it to the playoffs as a massive outsider. Nobody really knew him. He was quite an unknown quantity. And what did he do? Made a semi-final, knocking out Boras in the quarters.
What a game that was. He did do enough to make himself a FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finalist as well. Currently, though, he does trail by 2-1 from someone who's quite local to these parts. A German FIFA player. In the stranger, been with FC Basel for a very long time now. There's the through ball. Too easy, though, too predictable.
Yeah, great defending again from Sergio Ramos.
That's poor. That's really poor from the stranger. A weak pass from Sergio Ramos.
They get more of a bad touch than a pass. To be honest, it sort of just cannoned off him. But for me, there's been a lot of speculation over defenders, centre-backs, with Player of the Year Van Dijk, Varane, all these different players. I still feel that Sergio Ramos is so reliable at the back. You see Webb Nasri are building into the attacks. All we need is one chance to seal that goal, but a weak pass there. R9 dropping in from centre attacking mid. I feel as though whenever you're using that cam, you want someone who's a little bit physical so they can get back, they can do the defensive work if they are required to.
It's been interesting to see the fullbacks that have been pushed out for a centre-half for a special for item. Team of the year, team of the season. Future start promo as well. Depends which is your personal preference. We've seen teams change throughout the season. Even at the FIFA World Cup finals, I'm sure we will still see some change. Players have had a month to think about this tournament. A month to change things round, to use those team of the season variants. Have they got the backing from you? Are they just going to be a substitute? Havertz has been a sub for some players. He's started for others. Mendy has been a starter.
He's very cute with the ball. It feels like at the minute Webb Nasri in the midfield and moving forward, but as soon as he gets into the box, I feel like he's got no options. You see how deep the stranger's sitting right now. He's happy to run all the way back with Patrick Vieira.
This is an unbelievable chance. Kaketa into the box. What a save! And that's a tap-in. An easy tap-in for Webb Nasri. He's doing it again, though. Getting himself back into games just via that basic La Croqueta into a finesse.
But why was that successful? Because he was more direct. He weren't trying to play 4 or 5 passes on the edge of the box and pass it into his strikers. He just drove at him. Executed from the La Croqueta. Got very, very lucky with the deflection off Edwin van der Sar. R9, right place, right time to slot in from close range. But when he has been direct, Nasri, that's when he's had success. When he's trying to pass it in to the box and play from Vieira back out to his fullback into Hullet, it's very, very easy to read for the stranger.
Well, some results coming in. Aggie 4-1 up against Hasu. Stopping the dream story there. Hasu was 0-3. He's nearly doing an aero, if you remember that one, back at the playoffs last year. The Frenchman did the remarkable turnaround in Swiss and got himself a FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final spot. Unfortunately, Aggie is crushing those dreams at the moment. Foot with Marco as well, leading 7-1. Oof. It's a lovely little dink into the path of Ronaldo. He will actually nearly winner corner. Just heard the biggest roar ever.
Biggest roar of the day by far right there.
I don't know where it's come from, but it's come from one player. All square in this game. If we need to, extra time will be played. Chance to get yourself not just into the knockouts, but to keep your FIFA 19 season alive. You'll get 75 more points. You'll jump up the bracket.
Less about the points from 200 to 275, but more about just being in the competition still. Still having something to play for in FIFA 19. So if you're losing in this round right now, unless you're Lev Vinken or New York City Chris, and you've already confirmed the grand final spot, that's it for the year. No more events.
The fourth official has indicated
It really is back home, have a few months off and wait for FIFA 20 to come out. And you'll be watching that FIFA World Cup Grand Final from home, which I've spoke to players before, and some players can't even watch it when they've been that close to qualifying. Half time, all square, 2-2 at the moment. I believe Filza has just got himself a goal in that game against New York City Chris. I'm hearing roars just to the left-hand side of Wed Nasri, you can see on the stage now. And it's like a shouting battle in this arena now. Everyone roars. Can I roar louder than you?
Everyone is getting vocal right now in Berlin. I'm not sure if it's coming through to you guys at home, but right here, it's starting to get feisty.
It's the perfect round as well, round 7. We said it perfectly. FIFA 19 season could be over for a number of players, and we just heard it in our ears. For Filza, 2 goals up in his game. Lev Vinken, 2 goals up in his game as well. He's up against Danny Vizza, eDivise champion for the PlayStation and the overall champion. The youngster hasn't had kind of an outstanding performance today. Still in the competition.
That's all that matters. Just got to be in this round.
There was 20 players, as I said, coming into round 7. 7 of them were from the top 16. Yes, some players have already guaranteed their FEWC status, their final status, but it's no excuse to not perform up to the level that you know you can. You have done all season. Raqueta, or 2, back to goal.
The ball does go out there for a corner. I'm going to propose a question to you, Brandon, the next time the ball goes out of play.
Scooped up. It's going to fall to R9. It's really going to actually dink Van der Sar as well. Another corner to come, and this time played short. It's a lovely touch from Mbappe into the path of Van der Sar, and it will be a free kick the other way. Ronaldo runs back into the box to defend. Ronaldo's in the air as well, so is Ramos.
Today we've seen some fantastic performances. Who would you say a standout player that you've not expected or has surprised you, maybe?
I think first and foremost, I have to say Diego Peseto, the Frenchman. We saw him in Singapore. Fantastic tournament there for him. Made a semi-final. And also, I backed him, Robbie Feldman, the Israelian. He's through 4-2 in Swiss.
I think for me, it's Jazz. Jazz has beat, he went 4-1. He's beat 3 former FUT Champions Cup champions on the PlayStation 4. Hasu, Tuga, and Maestro. He's just gone about his business.
Obviously just got signed by Team Bundled, and that's given him the extra confidence he needs. They've got the trust in him. Another player that needs a huge tournament here. We saw him at the EPL with Chelsea. For me, the best tournament we saw with Jazz. He'll be in action tomorrow in that round of 32. Still waiting for a winner in this game. Mbappe, Neymar on the scoop turn. That was nearly a cheeky pass into R9.
Are we going to get a winner in regulation time, I should say, or will it have to be 30 additional minutes needed to separate these two?
Neymar through the legs of Ramos. It's going to fall kindly back to Hullet now. There's going to be space in the middle. Mendy in front of Ronaldo. He's done enough. And it's these balls here that I've seen a number of times from the stranger. I just don't think they're needed. Pull it. And this is the chance for Web Nasri Can he take his opportunity? Oh, Scoop turned into the man, not away from him.
Yeah, the wrong way there. I feel like it weren't really necessary, the scoop turn. Maybe a different skill move. Maybe the cricketer could have been more successful there to the left-hand side and opened up that area inside the box. Scoop turn, it's one of the skill moves because it's such a slow execution. Oh, strike.
You're talking about skill moves, Richard. Webb Nasri's just firing shots into the back of the net for fun.
No skill move needed in that attack right there from Webb Nasri.
It's just Mbappe opening up his account at the perfect time in this match as well. We were calling for it. Will we see a winner in normal time? There's just over 20 minutes left. The ball sat on the edge of the box. He's looked for that a few times. Cricketer into the finesse or just a normal finesse on the edge of the box.
And look at this.
And look at that from Webb Nasri.
Setting up his defensive formation, that ultra-defensive 5-4-1. Probably the most defensive formation you can play on the entire game. Webb Nasri. It caught us off guard. That first time finesse shot into the top corner.
We could be on the verge of a top 16 player being knocked out of the competition.
He looks worried, does the stranger.
Doesn't show too much when it comes to emotions, but anyone can read that expression. It really is panic stations in these last 20 minutes. Can the stranger apply? Havertz into R9. Everything was perfect with the shot, just a shame there was a defender in the way. Better in the tempo going forward. Needs a goal to bring this back square again. Ronaldo fakes to go left, fakes to go right. Cricketer into the shot, bounces off Mendy.
So many bodies behind the ball right now. This could be very, very hard for the stranger to break down. You see how many bodies there is. Blue shirts crowding around the box. It's going to be little bouncers.
Just needs to keep hold of the ball here. Chance will come. Pull it again. That's fell kindly. And everyone just throwing themselves in front of the ball. Van Dijk being the #1 man to do so. Non-stop pressure from the stranger. Will come forward once again. Just needs that little bit of space to let rip. And that was the chance of R9. He's hitting everything green. He's timing everything perfectly. The problem is there always seems to be someone in the way, a defender or goalkeeper.
And there will be, because he's probably very, very short with his depth right now, 1 or 2. The team width going to be tight. There's going to be blue shirts in the way. Defensive work is paramount right now for Webb Nasri.
8 minutes to hold on to this. He's had one fantastic run this year, Webb Nasri. Other than that, it's been a lot of disappointment for him. He would have got a few points at the events he turned up to and got switched, but
didn't need to do that. Did not need to switch the play.
If there's one event to come to and perform well, we did it last year in Amsterdam. At the moment, he will be going through to the round of 32 unless the stranger can reply on this attack now. 5 minutes left. Vieira. Can he find the ongoing run-up? Chance back inside. Fake shot needed to go on his left foot. He's got a 5-star weak foot.
He's left-footed. Havertz. Mbappe.
No idea why he just didn't go on the left-hand side.
Would not surprise me if this went all the way back to the goalkeeper from this free kick.
This is yours to lose, Webb Nasri. Your FIFA 19 season. It's in your hands right now. 2 minutes left, plus additional time. What a shock this will be. A top 16 player on the verge of leaving the competition. To get the rankings moving again.
Yeah, he's currently 14th. He's not a lock-in. He's the stranger.
You said it. Go back to the keeper if he needs to. If he messes the pass up here, he's really going to be in trouble, Webb Nasri. Seconds left. Has he done enough to ensure he'll be going through?
That's it.
And that is done. Webb Nasri joins the 32 players in the knockout stages tomorrow. And unfortunately for the stranger, he does sit in 14th, and it's a waiting game for him now.
Yeah, I'm really not sure if he'll have done enough right there. Will the stranger, Webb Nasri, always clutches up at the playoffs. We're going to go live into a game right now between T-Mox and Tuga. 10 minutes left in this game. You've got the 9th player in Tuga. He's a lock-in right now. T-Mox looking to perform a miracle. Has to win the tournament.
And again, what a chance. I was going to say, Tuga, he's a top 10 player. T-Mox, what a tournament he has had. Very low in the rankings, played against some of the very best in the world. Speaking of Portugal, Rastarata, that both of them two neck and neck in the top 10. They've done enough. They are at the FIFA World Cup Grand Final. All I can see is if I look up, cameras all around that game. Spectators, players who are through or out watching it. Is there a winner in normal time? This is the second leg, 5 minutes left. Here comes Tuga now with that Portuguese strip. Will it be Cristiano Ronaldo to be the man as well? He did it at the FIFA Nations Cup.
Late drama follows Tuga all FIFA 19 long.
He's happy to build into it. He wants to have the last attack of the game. Will there be a winner? This is to send you into the knockouts. Let's remember that. Round 7 of Swiss. We're still in. Havertz into Hullet.
The rebound.
Nearly falls back. He does. Out to Mbappe on the left-hand side. He fakes to go left. Goes inside. Croqueta. Havertz again into the box. Croqueta. 1, 2, 3, 4! Incredible scenes in Berlin.
What can I say? Tuga loves a late goal. The man lives for it. 3 Croquetas back-to-back. Slotted past the goalkeeper. T-Mox say goodbye to FIFA 19.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. He was building into that attack. I need a passing count from Tuga on that. He went all the way back to the centre-backs, and as you can tell, even caught me off guard. He chained 4 La Croquetas together. And we know how difficult it can be to defend, especially when you get a player of Havertz quality on it. '90th minute goal, 2-1 up in front. You took the words out of my mouth, Richard. Tuga loves late drama.
Can T-Mox answer?
If he can. This will be incredible.
Surely not.
To the back post. Ronaldo! Oh no! Cristiano Ronaldo!
T-Mox answering the question. My season's not done yet.
I think he's just replied to you, Richard. He's just heard you say your FIFA 19 season's over. He's just stood up from about 40 yards away. Went, Richard, it's not over yet.
Straight from kickoff, got the ball out wide, scoop cross. Ronaldo from an acute angle, heading it past the goalkeeper. An extra time is looming. In all this drama, we have just heard Footwiz Marco won 10-1 in his final Swiss match, so he will be in tomorrow into bracket play.
Guess what, Richard? 30 more minutes in front of us now. You can see the chances, the opportunities that were created in that game. T-Mox needed to get a few more shots on target. You can see where his chances were from. Tuga, though, 2 shots, 1 goal for him. And we were saying, game over, Tuga's through. He's done enough to get himself into the last 32 for tomorrow. T-Mox replied with literally seconds left in this match. It's Berlin.
Literally.
It's T-Mox in Berlin.
Got the ball. You can never be sure of a result on this game. We thought it was finished.
It's round 7. It's round 7 of Swiss. The round where anything can happen. 30 more minutes in front of us. Tuga against T-Mox. 2 players for completely different FIFA 19 seasons. It was a year to remember for Tuga. It still is a year to remember. He will be at the FIFA World Cup Grand Finals. A breakout tournament. Or a handful of them. Obviously one of them coming in Atlanta, one in Bucharest. The FIFA Nations Cup. He's represented Portugal this year.
Yeah, his real standout performance was in Atlanta, making the cross-console final. 1,500 points to his name.
Obviously in that top 10 as well. Currently sitting at 9th. Timox, though, 44th.
Good goalkeeper movement as well. Messi on his weaker right foot there as well. Can't write that sort of stuff.
You really can't. Messi into Havertz, the goal scorer for Tuga. We thought it was enough. Timox replied. Hullet back to Messi. Kuketa, 1, 2, 3. Hullet with the shot, maybe. Wicked deflection.
Big
really fortunate.
Deflection.
But Tuga will be taking that all day long. 10 minutes into extra time. You can see it go on the replay. It was Messi that was trying to create something originally. Just chipped it back inside, and I think it's kind of taken a deflection off.
Van Dijk, yeah.
Van Dijk's right boot to bounce over Van der Sar.
And just squirms its way past the goalkeeper. Well, Timox, if you are just joining us right now with the ultimate roll the dice. Conceded in the 91st. Oh no. Whew. Conceded in the 91st. Got the kick off. Knocked it out wide, scooped it up, back post cross. Who else is going to be there? Cristiano Ronaldo with the header. This game. Timox fighting for his season right now.
I know Benedict Southall didn't have a weekend to remember last week in Hamburg, but he'll be watching from somewhere in Germany, supporting his fellow teammate and just witnessing the equaliser. Still needs another goal. Tuga could extend it now. Scoop cross. Ronaldo's there on the run. So's Ramos.
Timo's going to have 15 minutes to salvage something. You see Tuga in that 4-2-3-1 second variation, very deep. Now switching into a 5 at the back as well. I imagine Vieira's probably going to go into central centre-back with Rafael Varane moving over to left centre-back.
Look at the options on the bench as well. He's got an option to bring some more energy into the midfield with Luka Modric.
I'm not sure how many changes he's already made. I think Messi and Havertz look very fresh. Looking at the bench, probably got one more change left to make also.
He's actually choosing to benefit Alexander in a centre midfield position over Ruud Gullit.
I agree with that as well.
5 at the back.
In a 5 at the back as well, we have 4 of your 5 defenders being over 6 foot. It's very, very needed almost. You saw the way Timo scored from the back post cross. If Gullit's there, does that goal go in? They are the questions that Tuga's asking yourself right now. Got to remember as well, Tuga, a lot of prize money up for grabs in this competition. The winner's walking away with 75k.
That'll be on Sunday. We're only on Friday at the moment. Still in round 7. The round that seems to give us everything in the world of competitive FIFA. A goal is needed by Timox. Another one from Tuga would probably ensure he'll be going through to the knockout stage. Here's the chance now with Gullit. Too easy, straight at the goalkeeper.
Didn't know if we're going to play that one more pass actually out wide. Did Tuga, you can see how deep he is. Lots of red shirts behind the ball. But Eusebio found a gap.
Towards the back post again. Same area, literally the same crossing area where he did score that equaliser in the 92nd minute for Timox. Back to goal finesse.
You can see he's panicking. You can see it's rushed right now from Timox. It's going to be. We 8 minutes left to play. He's wanting to return to the grand finals. Last time we saw him was 2017, when he did make a console final, losing out to Dito.
And it would be another talking point as well, Richard, if Tuga was to go at the competition, another top 16 player. Yes, he's already qualified for the FEWC, but he's given opportunity for players that are outside of that top 16 to earn points. Kuketa again from Havertz, gives away a corner and into another pause now. I'm presuming this one's made by Timox as well. We can't see his screen.
You see the custom tactics there from Tuga. Gullit at left wing back, Vieira alongside that back three of Varane and Ramos, and Cancelo coming up as the right wing back. Alexandro in midfield, giving you that extra little bit of pace and stamina that a Vieira wouldn't give you in the final 5 minutes. And I like that up top as well. Havertz, he's the ball winner. Messi, he's the man running in behind.
Did it with 2 minutes left in normal time, did Timox. Can he do it again? Played all the way back to the keeper from Tuga.
This allows Timox to push all those players up the pitch right now. If he can win the header.
Well, he's won the ball there, and he's actually got all those players forward still. Let's not forget that. Modric into Neymar. He has to be patient. I know he hasn't got much time left, but has to be patient with the chance he is going to create. Look at that run. Neymar's on the far-hand side. Just happy to keep the ball, but look how many shirts are back. Everybody's back in this box. Added time of 2 minutes. Could it be a penalty shootout? Let's start to hear that one from distance. Timed it yellow from Luka Modric. And that will probably be the final chance of the game. Tuga just to keep possession. Hoof it long. And that should be job done for Tuga. It will be. He'll be into the knockout stages.
And Timox's season is over in a valiant effort against one of the top players from FIFA 19 in Tuga. You can see the embrace between the two there. Timox's season does come to an end, and Tuga will go forward 4-3 into tomorrow. I tell you what, that final 32, there's going to be some unbelievable matches first thing tomorrow.
And of course, there's been some unbelievable shocks as well. That game had it all. Round 7 of Swiss had it all as well. But that's it from the commentary booth for day 1 of the competition. We're going to throw it back over to the couch now with the guys.
Thank you, Brandon and Rich. What a round 7. Dreams are realized, hearts are broken. I'm kind of sad it's over.
Yeah, and it's sad it's over for a number of players as well, you know, not just today, but their season is over. That's what we have to do. We have to say goodbye to players if we're going to get the big ones to come through and win the tournament.
And quite a few big names went out. We're seeing elimination of guys that have already, thankfully, I guess, got their spot. It's clenched, but at the same time, others left everything to be imagined. When you're looking at someone like The Stranger or Hano, we saw Chris went out. We also saw Ustin go out.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
There's quite a few names.
We're going to break those down in a second.
I got a lot on my mind.
I got a lot on my mind. We're going to get to the Adidas plays of the day. And I know you guys are ready for this. We had Nightwatch pick these ones, so if you guys have any heat on this, go to Nightwatch. Number 5 is Icevogel. It's with Messi in round 1 versus Shells. Take a look at this.
Great passing.
Lovely one.
Was that a super toe poke?
I think it might have been.
Oh, outside of the foot.
Messi exclusive.
That is very nice. Okay, here's number 4, Iago using Kai Havertz in round 4 of the Swiss format against Diego G.
Nice. Disguised it, looked like he was going on his left, went back on his right. 5-star weak foot will give you that option.
Good setup.
Yeah, that is nice. Number 3, Dr. Arano using R9 Ronaldo round 3 against Dagnolf. Take a look at this.
I remember this one.
Oh no! It is. That's pretty. I don't know how the.
There's a nutmeg in there.
That is tasty. How is that not number 1? Okay, number 2 is Gil using Cristiano Ronaldo round 3 against Pro Hunter. Take a look at this one. Wow.
Nightwatch loves a little roulette.
Pullback.
He does, doesn't
It's a dangerous 3-piece right there.
Oh, hello.
And the close-up here.
His angle.
Look at this. The composure in the box, though. You got to hat tip that.
Yep.
I still think number 3 might be my favorite. And number 1, Christian Spiteri, Cristiano Ronaldo, again, round 4 against Lost in the Waves.
Wonderful passing.
Oh, the cheeky back heel. I am a fan of the cheeky back heel. I approve of this one being number 1. The Adidas plays of the day. Dare to create, everybody, especially if you use cheeky back heels. I'm a big fan.
That was like 6 first-time passes.
I know. Once you get the keeper out of the equation, you're going to think anyone else would panic and shoot, but pass. Nice.
It was nice. All right, let's move on to our bracket then. Let's go actually 4 and 3 first. That's where we're going to start. The winners, the people that had their backs against the wall and they got the win that they needed to move on to the knockout rounds in day 2. NBD, Aggie, Fafilza, Imyrtle, Levinkin, Nasri, Marco, Pro Hunter, Tuga, and Sebas Ortiz. Interesting names.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're
so
going to have.
congratulations to them.
Yeah, they've done well, but they're going to maybe have some tough draws tomorrow. They're going to go up against the guys who have got the better
seeding's
records.
lower now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any names that surprised you there, Mike?
I thought August would get out, maybe with a little bit of a better record, and the same with Levinkin. I thought they'd come out with like 4 2s, 4 1s, but I'm happy they both made it through. Not really any super surprises. Everybody here deserves to be here.
Right.
There's so many of these guys are big names. I can go through the top 10. We can talk about it, top 20, 30, 40, and it's like I know who these guys are. I've seen them play many times. Most of them have been around the scene for a while.
Yeah, but I think it was surprising that people like Levenka, you have Fafilza, Marco, my pick, he did go through, but all going through right to the end, to round 7 of the Swiss. you kind of think they should have gone through a bit earlier, and especially Levenkin. I know he's already qualified. That's what we were seeing in Hamburg, weren't we? Maybe people who have qualified not really stepping up because maybe they're sitting back on their laurels a bit going, well, I've already qualified. I've got a few more weeks to go until the World Cup and, you know, bring it then.
Well, thinking of not stepping up, let's go to 3 and 4. The people that actually didn't step up and are now going home. They have 4 losses. They got to this 3 and 3 game. They got to the decider in round 7. Spencer, walk us through some of these names that you are maybe surprised or not so surprised.
Icevogel surprised. He started off so well with the win against Shells. Shells then went on to bounce back and go through 4 and 1. Icevogel, meantime, gets eliminated, so he's gone. NYC Chris, probably the biggest surprise in there. This guy won the E-Champions League, won $100,000 in a little over a month ago. And now he finds himself out of the tournament. He doesn't need to progress any further to get in the FEWC, but the prize money is huge to miss out on. Tim Ox, Dr. Ahano, The Stranger, big names.
And I may have got ahead of myself a little bit, but someone like Ahano hasn't claimed that spot. Stranger hasn't claimed that spot. The Lord, he's right there, and he's not going to get that spot now, but I'm saying this leaves other players opportunity now to slide in. We can have that interchangeability, and that's something we were talking about at the very beginning of this tournament. I think that's going to happen. We think that's going to happen, where we're going to see players outside of those top 10 guaranteed start to go up and down.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the start of the tournament because we named some players to watch at the very beginning.
Yeah.
And I'll go first. I went with Norse Aggie, and he almost tripped and fumbled to get to the finish line to get to the knockout rounds, but he did the business. And as you can see, here is his journey throughout. He beat T-Mox. He lost to Shells. He got to 3 and 3. He lost his last 2. He was 3 and 1. And then he did the business against Hasu. Now, Hasu had his back against the wall. He was 0 and 3, and then he went to 3 and 3. And I thought, oh man, that's a tough matchup for Aggie, but he did the business. So congratulations to him. Thank you for making me look smart, Aggie. I really appreciate it. Now, your players to watch was
Shells.
Shells.
And they played each other.
They
and
did.
My one.
Yeah, you know, I referenced that earlier. Thanks for bringing it up again.
No, but in fairness to Aggie, you're right, because the player to watch, he gave you a lot of entertainment. He went the distance. Shells didn't need to go the distance. He wrapped up in 5 games, had a slow start, losing to Icevogel, but picked up some big wins. None more so than that 6-2 against North Aggie. So yeah, he goes through, and he's playing some good FIFA today, so Shells will be confident.
Okay, and Mike, who'd you go
I'm
with?
the loser of the couch with the dark horse.
I'm glad you
Dagnall.
said it.
It's fine. It's fine. You know, I went out there, man. Maybe a bit of a reach. Still a great rookie season for Dagnall. He came in very late, got involved, made a name for himself, and I'm sure that he's going to come back in FIFA 20 much stronger with all the experience that he's gained from this year.
All right. And then, Rachel?
Mine stayed in as well. I'm very pleased to say Footwiz Marco did stay in. He had a pretty tough day as well. Obviously playing his teammate. Obviously had Kyle Lees up first. Only had 1 tournament before this one. They were pretty close games though. And then obviously he had to play his teammate. That was a derby, a Footwiz derby there. He lost to that one, but then did obviously go all the way and played Icevogel there.
And crushed him.
Absolutely saved his best game to last by the look of that scoreline.
Yeah, I think a lot of the shots that we were hearing in the room were from Marco and his crew.
They were, absolutely.
And he deserved it. He definitely stomped on his throat.
It's what we talked about, right? You just got to get out of the Swiss format, and if you get to go to the 7th game and then you win it in that fashion, 10-1, he's going to be so buzzing now when he goes back. Arguably more buzzing than the guys who've gone 4-0, who've had to sit and watch and wait and wonder what's going on. He's earned every minute, so I don't think it's a bad position to be in, as long as you don't mind going up against a tough opponent next round.
I just think he probably would have been quite nervous. He was sitting in that 16th spot. We keep saying it could be unlucky for some people. It was obviously in Hamburg. So I think maybe the nerves got to him today, but he, you know, clung on there and managed to get through with his teammate.
Now, I know we're talking about day 1 and we're looking forward to day 2, but as a reminder, day 3 is where the drops are going to happen. Ones to watch, 4 very special ones are going to be dropping on Sunday. So make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts so that you're eligible to win. Now let's take a look at the leaderboard, shall we? And see who's crossed off, who's in, and get a little context to the conversation. As you can see, the players with the stamp are already in, even though Chris and Houston are out. They're still going to the eWorld Cup in London. Dr. Arano in 11th. He's crossed off. He's not playing anymore. He could still potentially hold on to that, but it could be tough. Stranger also in 15th. It doesn't look good for him. Dulce is out. His Hasu's out. You can see all the names there. But there are a lot of guys still in.
Yeah, I mean, particularly the top 5, all doing the business, you know, proving as to why they are in the top 5, looking good. And then you've got to say, the Stranger, it would be a miracle for him to stay in now. Even though he's got that kind of, you know, 1,700, just under 1,700 point gap between him and 16th. There's so many guys outside the top 16 that want to nick that spot still in.
And the math says, when you're looking at who's left on the right side of that screen, that one of them is going to surpass him because they have to get past the first round. They're going to be making some sort of run tomorrow, and that would grab his spot.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to stay in personally, unfortunately, for the stranger.
No, you don't think?
I don't think so. Dr. Hano's got an outside bet. He'd be lucky if he did, considering he's left it in everyone else's hands.
He's got a chance.
Yeah.
What was Arjano sitting at 12th?
Yeah.
That means he's got a few spots in hand. He's got a shot. But I think you're right. I don't think the stranger's going to make it when this is all said and done.
Looks like IX Tour could potentially be safe, though. Jumped from 13th to 11th, so looking pretty comfortable there.
Stranger's
nice there
going to become a civilian.
Well, a player who unfortunately lost in round 7 today, NYC Chris, he was with Mike and Kyle, I think, a little bit earlier to get his scarf and jacket for qualifying for the eWorld Cup. Check out this interview.
Yes, we are here at the Cube with NYC Chris, who has qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup and will be joining Team PS4. Amazing throughout the entire season. This is your moment right there. That is your jacket. Here is your scarf. Show everyone that scarf, and now you can put it on. Chris, how does it feel to have qualified for the FIFA eWorld Cup?
It's a dream come true. I've been working hard for the past 3 years to make it on the World Cup, and yeah, I'm glad to be here.
And this has been your most successful professional FIFA season. Has anything changed in your life?
Not much has changed in my life. I've just been grinding, practicing, and really focusing to be good, and yeah.
Well, there you go. Amazing, as I said, throughout the entire season. Thank you for coming to join us on the Cube, and it's back to you guys at the couch.
Well, thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike, and of course, congratulations again to NYC Chris. Here's the Team PS4 roster that have qualified for the eWorld Cup thus far. You can see those names. A lot of those guys are still in the running here in this tournament to win the playoffs, to solidify their stance, and to actually have some good form and momentum heading into the big enchilada, as I like to call it, at the end of the season to win that World Cup trophy. They have a lot of work to do, but yeah, it's exciting so far. This is a great day one.
Yeah, it's a great day one. Obviously, you see 6 spots in Team PS4 still available, 6 jackets still to be claimed, so we may be seeing some of those go tomorrow, if not Sunday. And if I'm a player now, I'm thinking, look, I've just seen the guys won the E-Champions League, eliminated from this tournament. What sort of form is he going to go into in the FEWC? You know, the form book can be completely redesigned now. Have a good couple of days here. Even if you squeeze through in 16th, you could go into the FEWC full of confidence. You could potentially be a world champion.
All right, the eWorld Cup has been announced, so take a look at this video to get all the information.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA eWorld Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to FIFA.com/FEWC.
You guys have all the information there now, so you have to go if you're in London. Go to FIFA eWorld Cup and just be a part of the festivities. The O2, that is a massive facility.
Yeah, and witness history being made. It's going to be great.
Italian
So exciting. I'd love to go, yeah.
Are you going to be there? I assume you're going to be there.
Maybe.
We'll talk. We'll talk some
We'll talk
more.
later.
Somebody else that likes to talk is Kyle Walker and everybody on social media. Kyle?
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, I do like to talk, but I also like to look at social media. I have the iPad right here, and people have been tweeting, getting at us on the Twitch chat, also on Instagram throughout the entire day, and you can do that tomorrow and on Sunday as well, using the hashtag, which is just there, FIFA eWorld Cup. Now, I want to jump straight into it, because it's all positive vibes right here on the Twitter for the players who have gone through to tomorrow. So let's have a look. First, we have a tweet from someone who's had such a good day. Shells, he tweeted, Swiss rounds completed. Got to give everything I got tomorrow and hopefully make championship Sunday. Hopefully you do, because you are Spencer's one to watch, and he will be screaming from the rooftops if you win this tournament, Shells, and he said you were going to do that. Let's look at another tweet right here. This one comes from Jazz. Another great day for him. He says, let's go! Made it through group stages for the first time this year at an EA event. He lists all of his matches. He lost the first one. He won the next 4 right there. And as you can see, he beat Aga, he beat Maestro, he beat Tuga, as well as Villamore as well. But there's some huge names right there, which he has taken down. He says, playing very good, and I'm confident. Big day tomorrow. Let's see what we can do. Positive vibes all round, positive vibes from me right here. Make sure you use that hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup tomorrow, because I want to hear from you. But for now, I'm signing out of the iPad. I'm giving it back to you guys at the couch.
exciting.
All right, thank you, Kyle. And thank you for everybody that's contributing on social media. We appreciate getting your voice here as part of the broadcast. All right, now let's get into all the players that are left. 32 players remaining in this competition, and here are the names that we can take a look at. Here are the names of the people that did what they needed to do to get to day 2. Christian Spiteri, Zizinho, Nicolas, and Peixoto are the only ones that were undefeated. Does that hurt them or help them? Do you think they're one of your favorites going into day 2? Spencer, I'll start with you.
Nicolas is always a favourite. Whether he went 4-0 or 4-3, you'd have him in there. The other 3 would have probably been less likely to be predicted to be a 4-0 player.
Right.
I don't think you can read too much into it. Every game's going to be difficult. Nicolas is the only one I expect to definitely progress.
I mean, with this graphic still up, you can see anybody that's 4-3 is probably going to be matched up with a 4-0. There's some tasty matchups coming in the round of 32. Mike, anybody on this list that you think day 2 will be pretty tasty?
I might join your prediction here, which is not good. If I join anything, it's not always going that well. But I'd love to see August do it for the culture one time and get himself into the top 16. And I'm sure he's thinking to himself, anybody but Nicolas.
Okay, and Rachel?
I'm going to stick with the Footwiz guys. I'm going to keep with Marco, but then I'm going to add Tom to my list as well. And so I'm going to have 2. I think that's allowed, just because I think everyone was talking about Tom a bit, and the fact that he has Tex in his team, yeah, I think he's going to spice things up tomorrow.
So that is it, everyone. An exciting day 1 is in the books here in Berlin for these PS4 playoffs. But come back tomorrow because it promises to be even more exciting as hearts are broken and dreams are realized for these knockout rounds. You're not going to want to miss it. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you then. GG, everyone.
Come on! Come on!